Captain Cook's Journal during the First Voyage Round the World. By James Cook. Preface. Strange it must appear that the account of perhaps the most celebrated and, certainly to the English nation, the most momentous voyage of discovery that has ever taken place, for it practically gave birth to the great Australasian colonies, has never before been given to the world in the very words of its great leader. It has fallen out in this wise. After the return of the Endeavour, it was decided that a full and comprehensive account of the voyage should be compiled. Cook's journal dealt with matters from the point of view of the seaman, the explorer, and the head of the expedition, responsible for life, and for its general success. The journals of Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander looked from the scientific side on all that presented itself to their enthusiastic observation. What could be better than to combine these accounts, and make up a complete narrative from them all? The result, however, according to our 19th-century ideas, was not altogether happy. Dr. Hawkesworth, into whose hands the journals were put, not only interspersed reflections of his own, but managed to impose his own ponderous style upon many of the extracts from the United Journals. And, moreover, as they are all jumbled together, the whole being put into Cook's mouth, it is impossible to know whether we are reading Cook, Banks, Solander, or Hawkesworth himself. The readers of the day were not, however, critical. Hawkesworth's book, one which undoubtedly contains all the most generally interesting passages of the three writers, gave a clear description of the events of the voyage in a connected manner, and was accepted as sufficient. And in the excitement of devouring the pages which introduced so many new lands and peoples, probably few wished for more, and the journals were put away as dealt with. Since that time it has been on several occasions in contemplation to publish Mr. after Sir Joseph, Banks' journal, but this has never been accomplished. Cook's journal was in triplicate. The Admiralty orders of the day enjoined that the captain should keep a journal of proceedings, a copy of which was to be forwarded to the Admiralty every 6 months, or as soon after as possible. In the case of this voyage the ship was 2.5 years from England before any opportunity of sending this copy occurred. The ship was the whole of this time in new and savage lands. When Batavia was reached, the duplicate of Cook's journal was sent home, and 6 months later, when the ship arrived in England, the full journal of the voyage was deposited at the Admiralty. The Secretary of the Admiralty, Sir Philip Stevens, a personal friend and appreciator of Cook, appears to have appropriated the Batavia duplicate, as we find it in the hands of his descendants, and passing thence by sail, first to Mr. Cozens in 1868, and then in 1890 to Mr. John Corner. The other incomplete copy is still in possession of the Admiralty, though in some unexplained manner it was absent for some years, and was only recovered by the exertions of Mr. W. Blakeney, R.N. A third copy of the journal also terminates a few days before reaching Batavia. It is in the possession of Her Majesty the Queen, and from its appearance was kept for, and probably presented to, George III, who took great interest in the voyage. Neither private possessors nor the Admiralty have felt moved to publish this interesting document until Mr. Corner acquired his copy, when, being an enthusiastic admirer of Captain Cook, he determined to do so, and was making preliminary arrangements, when he suddenly died, after a few hours' illness. His son, anxious to carry out his father's wishes, which included the devotion of any proceeds to the restoration of Hinderwell Church, the parish church of Staithes, whence Cook ran away to sea, has completed these arrangements. And the present volume is the result. The text is taken from Mr. Corner's copy so far as it goes, paragraphs from the Admiralty copy, which do not appear in the former, being added, with a notation of their source. The last portion, from October 23, 1770, which is only given in the Admiralty copy, is necessarily taken from it. The three copies are, practically, identical, except for the period August 13 to 19, 1770, during which the wording is often different, though the events are the same. It is not very difficult to account for this. The two first mentioned journals are in the handwriting of an amanuensis, Mr. Orton, the clerk. No autograph journal is, so far as is known, in existence, but some rough original must have been kept, as both copies bear internal evidence of having been written up after the lapse of an interval after the events described. This is markedly the case in the Australian part of the journal. It is known that Botany Bay was at first called by Cook, Stingray Bay, on account of the number of rays caught there. But after Banks had examined his collection, and found all his plants new to science, Cook determined to call it Botany Bay. It is, however, called Botany Bay from the first in the journals. The name, New South Wales, was not bestowed without much consideration, and apparently at one stage New Wales was the appellation fixed upon, for in Mr. Corner's copy it is so called throughout, whereas the Admiralty copy has New South Wales. It would therefore seem that about the period of the discrepant accounts Mr. Corner's copy was first made, and that Cook, in the Admiralty copy, which for this part is fuller, revised the wording of his description of this very critical portion of the voyage. The Queen's copy has been written with especial care, and by several different hands. It was evidently the last in point of time. In reading Cook's journal of his first voyage it must be remembered that it was not prepared for publication. Though no doubt the fair copies we possess were revised with the care that characterizes the man, and which is evidenced by the interlineations and corrections in his own hand with which the pages are dotted, it may be supposed. From the example we have in the published account of his second voyage, which was edited by himself, that further alterations and additions would have been made, to make the story more complete, had he contemplated its being printed. This does not, however, in any way detract from the interest of a transcript of his record on the spot. And though many circumstances recorded in Hawkesworth, from Banks or others, will not be found, it is probable that an exact copy of the great navigator's own impressions, and the disentanglement of them from the other interpolated matter, will be welcome. In printing this journal the only alterations that have been made are the breaking up into chapters, with modern headings, the addition of punctuation, and in the form of the insertion of the daily record of wind, weather, and position of the ship. These in the original are on the left-hand page in log form. To save space they have been placed at the end of every day's transactions. The eccentricities in the spelling have been preserved. A good many of these would seem to be due to Mr. Orton, the transcriber, as Cook's own letters are generally correct in their orthography. The use of the capital letter was usual at the time. References will be found to sketches and plans which have not been reproduced. Cook's knack of finding names for localities was peculiarly happy. Those who have had to do this, know the difficulty. Wherever he was able to ascertain the native name, he adopts it. But in the many cases where this was impossible, he manages to find a descriptive and distinctive appellation for each point, bay, or island. He seems to have kept these names very much to himself, as it is seldom the officers' logs know anything of them, and original plans, still in existence, in many cases bear different names to those finally pitched upon. Cook's names have rarely been altered, and New Zealand and Australian places will probably for all time bear those which he bestowed. In the orthography of his native names he was not so successful. The constant addition of a redundant o has altered many native sounds, such as Otaheite for Tahiti, Owaihi for Hawaii, while his spelling generally has been superseded by more simple forms. This is a matter, however, in which great difficulties are found to the present day by Englishmen, whose language presents no certain laws for rendering any given sound into a fixed combination of letters. Cook's language is unvarnished and plain, as a sailor's should be. His incidents, though often related with circumstance, are without exaggeration. Indeed, if any fault is to be found, it is that he takes occurrences involving much labor and hardship as such matters of course, that it is not easy for the reader, especially if he be a landsman, to realize what they really entail. Cook was assiduous in obtaining observations to ascertain the variation of the compass I-duty, the difference between the direction shown by the magnetic needle and the true north. He is constantly puzzled by the discrepancies in these observations made at short intervals. These arose from the different positions of the ship's head, whereby the iron within a certain distance of the compass is placed in different positions as regards the needle working the compass card. The result being that the needle is attracted from its correct direction in varying degree. This is known as the deviation of the compass. The cause of this, and of the laws which govern it, were only discovered by Captain Flinders in 1805. Happily for the navigators of those days, little iron entered into the construction of ships, and the amount of the deviation was not large, though enough to cause continual disquiet and wonderment. Cook's longitudes in this voyage are all given as west of Greenwich, not divided into east and west, as is usual at this day. The latter system again has only been adopted universally since his time. Though Cook himself gives, at the beginning of the journal, a note of the method of reckoning days adopted, it may not be amiss to give further explanation here. It was the usual custom on board ships to keep what was known as ship time I.e. The day began at noon before the civil reckoning, in which the day commences at midnight. Thus, while January 1st, as ordinarily reckoned, is from midnight to midnight, in ship time it began at noon on December 31st and ended at noon January 1st, this period being called January 1st. Hence the peculiarity all through the journal of the PM coming before the AM. It results that any events recorded as occurring in the PM of January 1st in the log, would, if translated into the ordinary system, be given as happening in the PM of December 31st, while occurrences in the AM of January 1st would be equally in the AM of January 1st in both systems. This puzzling mode of keeping the day at sea continued to a late period, and was common to seamen of all nations. The astronomical day, again, begins at noon after the midnight at which the civil day begins, and hence is a whole day later than the ship's day. This does not enter into Cook's journal, but one of the logs of the Endeavour, extant, that of Mr. Green the astronomer, was kept in this time, and the events of say Thursday, June 24th, of Cook's journal, are therein given as happening on Wednesday, June 23rd. These differences of reckoning have been a fertile source of confusion in dates in many voyages. Besides Cook's journals there are other journals and logs of the voyage extant. Perhaps it may be necessary to state that a log is the official document in which the progress of the ship from hour to hour is recorded, with such official notes as the alteration in sail carried, expenditure of provisions and stores, etc. A journal contains this information in a condensed form, with such observations as the officer keeping it may feel inclined to insert. The ship's log book of the Endeavour is in the British Museum. Mr. R.M. Hudson of Sunderland possesses Cook's own log, not autograph however, presented by Cook to Sir Hugh Palliser, the ancestor of his wife. The journals of all the officers of the Endeavour are preserved at the Public Record Office. There is, however, nothing to be got out of them, as they are mainly copies one of the other, founded on the ship's log. The portion of Mr. Molyneux's, the master's, log that exists, at the Admiralty, is a most beautifully kept and written document, enriched with charts and sketches that attest the accuracy of Cook's remark, that he was a young man of good parts. The log kept by Mr. Green, however, does contain a few original remarks, some of which have been made use of. This book contains a mass of astronomical observations, and witnesses to the zeal of this gentleman in his especial duty. He records in one place, when far away from land, his disgust that the officers were unwilling to aid him in lunar observations. No doubt they saw no particular use in them when there was no coast to fix. But there is ample proof that he received every aid when Cook thought it necessary. Sufficient charts have been placed in this book to enable the reader to follow the more interesting parts of the voyage. Some being reproductions of Cook's own charts, others modern publications. In the case of the coast of East Australia, the coastline as laid down by Cook, and as now known, are given side by side for comparison. It must be understood, that although this book is styled Captain Cook's Journal, he was on this voyage only a lieutenant in command, and therefore only captain by courtesy. W.J.L. Wharton. Flores, Wimbledon Park. April 7, 1893. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Sketch of Captain Cook's life. Captain Cook's life, or the account of so much of it as is recoverable, has been so often recounted that there is no occasion to insert more in this publication than is necessary as a reference to the reader, to enable him to realize the career and character of the man. Cook's first biographer, Andrew Kippis, wrote in 1788, and his work has recently been republished. 2. The latest and best life is by Walter Besant, 3, whose graceful pen has given us a fascinating, interesting, and, as far as is possible, complete picture of this great Englishman. Many details of Cook's private life are lost, but enough has been collected by Mr. Besant to place our hero vividly before us, and a perusal of his work is strongly recommended. Many things in the following sketch are taken from Mr. Besant, to whom I wish to tender my acknowledgments. James Cook rose from nearly the lowest ranks. The second son of James Cook, a Yorkshire labourer, and Grace his wife, he was born on the edge of the Cleveland Hills on February 27, 1728, in the little village of Marton, which lies about 4 miles south-southeast of Middlesbrough, and 5 miles west of the well-known hill and landmark, Rosebery Topping. 8 years later his father removed to Great Ayton, which lies close under Rosebery Topping. At the age of 13 Cook, who, it is recorded, had had some elementary schooling both at Marton and Great Ayton, was apprenticed to one Sanderson, a draper and grocer of Staithes, a fishing village on the coast, about 14 miles from Ayton and 9 northwest of Whitby. A year later Cook went, or ran away, to sea, shipping at Whitby on board the Freelove, a collier belonging to the brothers Walker. In this hard school Cook learnt his sailor duties. No better training could have been found for his future responsibilities. Here he learnt to endure the utmost rigors of the sea. Constant fighting with North Sea gales, bad food, and cramped accommodation, taught him to regard with the indifference that afterwards distinguished him, all the hardships that he had to encounter, and led him to endure and persevere where others, less determined or more easily daunted by difficulties, would have hurried on, and left their work incomplete. All details of Cook's life during his 13 years in the merchant service are lost. What voyages he made, how he fared, whether he advanced in general knowledge, all is gone. The only fact known is that in May 1755, when Cook was 27 years of age, and mate of a vessel of Messrs. Walker, then in the Thames, he, to avoid the press, then active on account of the outbreak of the war with France, volunteered on board H.M.S. Eagle, of 60 guns, as an able seaman. Captain Hugh Palliser, who succeeded to the command of this ship in October, was certainly Cook's warmest patron, and it would appear that Cook did work superior to that of an able seaman in the Eagle. Be that as it may, all that is absolutely known is that that ship took her share of the fighting at the taking of Louisbourg and elsewhere on the North American and West Indian station, and returned to England in 1759. By Palliser's interest Cook was now appointed master of the Mercury. It is therefore evident that his qualifications as a navigator recommended themselves to Palliser. The Mercury went to North America, and here Cook did his first good service recorded, namely, taking soundings in the St. Lawrence, to enable the fleet then attacking Quebec to take up safe positions in covering the army under Wolfe. This he accomplished with great skill, under many difficulties, in the face of the enemy, much of it being done at night. He was immediately employed in making a survey of the intricate channels of the river below Quebec, and for many years his chart was the guide for navigation. Cook was indeed a born surveyor. Before his day charts were of the crudest description, and he must have somehow acquired a considerable knowledge of trigonometry, and possessed an intuitive faculty for practically applying it, to enable him to originate, as it may truly be said he did, the art of modern marine surveying. The expedition to Quebec concluded, Cook was appointed master of the Northumberland, bearing Admiral Lord Colville's flag, and during that ship's winter at Halifax he applied himself to further study of mathematics and astronomy. In 1762, the Northumberland being at Newfoundland during the capture of that island from the French, Cook again was employed in surveys. This attracted the attention of Captain Graves, the governor, who conceived a high opinion of his abilities in this respect. In the latter part of 1762 Cook returned to England and married Elizabeth Batts, daughter of a man in business at Wapping. But a few months afterwards he was called upon by Captain Graves to go again to Newfoundland to make marine surveys. In this important work he was engaged until 1767, Captain Palliser, who succeeded Captain Graves as governor, being only too glad to avail himself of Cook's services. The charts he made during these years in the schooner Grenville were admirable. The best proof of their excellence is that they are not yet wholly superseded by the more detailed surveys of modern times. Like all first surveys of a practically unknown shore, and especially when that shore abounds in rocks and shoals, and is much indented with bays and creeks, they are imperfect, in the sense of having many omissions. But when the amount of the ground covered, and the impediments of fogs and bad weather on that coast is considered, and that Cook had at the most only one assistant, their accuracy is truly astonishing. The originals of these surveys form part of the most precious possessions of the Hydrographic Office of the Admiralty. We now approach the crowning achievements of Cook's life. After many years' neglect, the exploration of the Pacific was awaking interest. This great ocean, which very few, even to this day, realize occupies nearly one-half of the surface of the globe, had been, since the first voyage of Magellan, crossed by many a vessel. Notwithstanding, very little was known of the islands occupying its central portion. For this there were two reasons. First, the comparatively small area covered by islands. Secondly, the fact that nearly all who traversed it had followed Magellan's track, or, if they started, as many did, from Central America, they made straight for Magellan's discovery, the Ladrone Islands. For this, again, there was a reason. Few sailed for the purpose of exploration pure and simple. And even those who started with that view found, when embarked on that vast expanse, that prudence dictated that they should have a moderate certainty of, by a certain time, falling in with a place of sure refreshment. The provisions they carried were bad at starting, and by the time they had fought their way through the Straits of Magellan were already worse. Water was limited, and would not hold out more than a given number of days. Every voyage that is pursued tells the same story short of water, and eagerly looking out for an opportunity of replenishing it. The winds were found to blow in fixed directions, and each voyager was fearful of deviating from the track on which it was known they would be fair, for fear of delays. And ever present in each captain's mind was the dread of the terrible scourge, scurvy. Every expedition suffered from it. Each hoped they would be exempt, and each in turn was reduced to impotence from its effects. It was the great consideration for every leader of a protracted expedition: how can I obviate this paralyzing influence? And one after another had to confess his failure. It is yearly becoming more difficult for us to realize these obstacles. The prevailing winds and currents in each part of the ocean are well known to us, the exact distance and bearing from one point to another are laid down in the chart. Steam bridges over calm areas, and in many cases conducts us on our entire journey at a speed but little inferior to that of land traveling by railroad. Modern science preserves fresh and palatable food for an indefinite period. And, in a word, all the difficulties and most of the dangers of long voyages have disappeared. Take one element alone in long voyages: the time required. The average progress of a ship in the 18th century was not more than 50 miles a day. Nowadays we may expect as much as 400 miles in a full-powered steamer, and not less than 150 in a well-fitted sailing ship. But navigation, and more especially the navigation of the unknown Pacific, was very different in Cook's days, when all the obstacles above mentioned impeded the explorers, and impelled them to follow a common track. There were a few who had deviated from the common track. The Spaniards, Mendana, Quiros, Torres, in the latter part of the 16th century, starting first from their colonies in Peru, had ventured along the central line of the Pacific, discovering the Marquesas, certain small coral islands, the northern New Hebrides, and the Solomon Islands. But their voyages, mainly for fear of Drake and his successors, were kept so secret that no one quite knew where these islands lay. Abel Tasman, in 1642, coming across the Indian Ocean from the westward, had touched at Tasmania, or, as he called it, Van Diemen's Land, had skirted the western coast of the North Island of New Zealand without landing, and had stretched away to the northeast, and found the Tonga group. The English buccaneers were not among these discoverers. Dampier, Woodes Rogers, and others, all went from Acapulco to the Ladrones, looking out for the valuable Spanish galleons from Manila, and they added little or nothing to the knowledge of the Pacific and what it contained. It was not therefore strange that the imagination of geographers ran riot amongst the great unknown areas. They were impressed, as they looked at the globes of the day, with the fact that, while the northern hemisphere contained much land, the southern showed either water or blank spaces. And starting with the ill-founded idea that the solid land in either hemisphere should balance, they conceived that there must be a great unknown continent in the southern part of the Pacific to make up the deficiency. This was generally designated Terra Australis Incognita, and many is the ancient chart that shows it, sketched with a free and uncontrolled hand, around the South Pole. It was held by many that Tasman had touched it in New Zealand. That Quiros had seen it near his island of Encarnacion, and again at Espiritu Santo, New Hebrides, but no one had been to see. In George III's reign the desire to know more of this unknown ocean arose in England. The king himself took great interest in it, and for the first time since Queen Elizabeth's age, when Davis, Frobisher, Drake, Narborough, and others, had gone on voyages of discovery, the pursuit was renewed. In 1764 the Dolphin and Tamer, under the command of Commodore Byron and Captain Muat, sailed on a voyage round the world. They spent some time, as ordered, in exploring the Falkland Islands, and, after a 2 months' passage through Magellan Strait, they stood across the Pacific. They, however, also followed near the well-beaten track, and passing north of the Pomotis, of which they sighted a few small islands, they too made for the Ladrones. As usual, they suffered much from scurvy, and the one idea was to get to a known place to recover. Byron returned in May 1766, having added but little to the knowledge of the Pacific, and the Dolphin was again sent in the August of the same year, with the Swallow, under the command of Captains Wallace and Carteret, on a similar voyage. They did somewhat better. After the usual struggle through the long and narrow Strait of Magellan, against the strong and contrary winds that continually blow, and which occupied 4 months, they got into the Pacific. As they passed out they separated, the Dolphin outsailing the Swallow, and a dispassionate reader cannot well escape the conclusion that the senior officers unnecessarily parted company. The Dolphin kept a little south of the usual route, fell in with some of the Pomoda group, and finally discovered Tahiti, where she anchored at Royal Bay, after grounding on a reef at its entrance, with her people, as usual, decimated by scurvy. They were almost immediately attacked by the natives, who, however, received such a reception that they speedily made friends, and fast friends too. The remainder of the month of the Dolphin's stay was marked with the most friendly intercourse, and she sailed with a high opinion of Tahiti in the Tahitians, the Queen, Cook's Oberea, being especially well disposed to them. Their communication with the natives must, however, have been limited, as they remained too short a time to learn the language, and we gather little of the manners and customs from the account of the voyage. After sailing from Tahiti we hear the same tale: sickness, want of water, doubt of what was before them. After sailing by several small islands, and an attempt to water at one, course was steered as before for the Ladrones. Let Wallace tell his own story. He says, "I considered that watering here would be tedious and attended with great fatigue, that it was now the depth of winter in the southern hemisphere. That the ship was leaky, that the rudder shook in the stern very much, and that what other damage she might have received in her bottom could not be known. That for these reasons she was very unfit for the bad weather which she would certainly meet with either in going round Cape Horn or through the Strait of Magellan. That if she should get safely through the strait or round the Cape, it would be absolutely necessary to refresh in some port, but in that case no port would be in her reach. I therefore determined to make the best of my way to Tinian, Batavia, and so to Europe by the Cape of Good Hope. By this route, as far as we could judge, we should sooner be at home. And if the ship should prove not to be in a condition to make the whole voyage, we should still save our lives, as from this place to Batavia we should probably have a calm sea, and be not far from a port. These are scarcely the sentiments of a bold explorer, and we shall look in vain for any similar ideas on the part of Cook. Here was a ship just a year from England, just come from a convenient and friendly island, where every refreshment and opportunity for refit were to be found, and the only thought is how to get home again. It was the vastly different conduct of Cook's voyages, the determination that nothing should stop the main object of the expedition, his resource in every difficulty and danger, that caused, and rightly caused, him to be hailed as a born leader of such expeditions. Wallace followed nearly on Byron's track, went from the Ladrones, through the China Sea, to Batavia, and so home, arriving in May 1768. The Swallow, under Captain Carteret, was navigated in a different spirit. She was badly fitted out for such a voyage, had not even a forge, and all the articles for trade were on board the Dolphin. But Carteret was not easily daunted. He might, under the circumstances, when he found himself alone, have abandoned the voyage, but he boldly went forward. Passing from the Strait of Magellan, he touched at Juan Fernandez, and steering somewhat south of Wallace's line, he passed south of Tahiti, discovering Pitcairn's Island on his way, and some of the islands south of the Paumotus. By this time his people were severely afflicted with scurvy, and his ship in a bad state. But Carteret only thought of getting to some place of refreshment, from which he might afterwards pass on his voyage towards the south, in the hope of falling in with the great southern continent. In this he was not fortunate. Missing all other islands, he fell across the Santa Cruz group, and hoping that he had found what he wanted, he anchored and tried to water. The party were, however, attacked by the natives, and several, including the master, were wounded and died by poisoned arrows. All hope of a quiet refit was over, and his ship's company being in a wretched condition, no forge or tools on board to enable him to effect as many repairs, Carteret, who was himself very ill, was obliged to give up all intention of exploration to the southward. He got enough water to last him, and sailed on toward the Solomon Islands. These he also just missed, but fell in with New Britain, and passing between it and New Ireland, demonstrated for the first time that these two large islands were not one, as had been supposed. He here managed to do something to repair his leaky vessel, heeling and caulking her, but got little but fruit for his scurvy-stricken crew. He was attacked by the fierce islanders, and was altogether unable to do as much as he evidently earnestly desired towards examining the islands. Thence they struggled on by Mindanao to Macassar in Celebes, delayed by contrary winds, disappointed of refreshments at every place they tried, and losing men from scurvy. At Macassar they met with but an inhospitable reception from the Dutch, who refused to permit them to receive refreshments there, and after waiting at Bonthane, a place in Celebes, several months, for the monsoon to change, they at last arrived at Batavia, the only port in the Dutch Indies really open to ships, in June 1768. Thence, after heaving down and a thorough repair, they reached home, via the Cape, on March 20, 1769. Of all the voyages before Cook's, Carteret showed most determination and true spirit of enterprise. And had his ship been better supplied, and more suited to the exigencies of such a long cruise, he would, but for one thing, have accomplished far more. This was the fatal disease, which no captain had as yet succeeded in warding off, and which hampered and defeated the efforts of the most enthusiastic. No man could go beyond a certain point in disregarding the health of his crew. These, then, were the kind of voyages, with their scanty fruits, to which the English people were getting accustomed, and they were not such as to encourage repetition. In all the years that had elapsed since the Spaniards first sailed on the Pacific, but little real knowledge of the lands in it had been gained. Let us attempt to give a picture of what was known. The Marquesas and Santa Cruz group were known to exist, but of the Solomons grave doubts were felt, as no man had seen them but Mendana, and they were, if placed on a map at all, shown in very different longitudes. Several voyagers had sighted different members of the extensive Paumotu group, but the varying positions caused great confusion. Tahiti had been found by Wallace. Tasman had laid down the south point of Tasmania, the western coast of the North Island of New Zealand, and the Tonga Islands. Dampier and Carteret had shown that New Britain and New Ireland were separate islands, lying northeast of New Guinea. Quiros had found the northern island of the New Hebrides. But of none of these lands was anything really known. Those who had visited them had merely touched. In no case had they gone round them or ascertained their limits, and their descriptions, founded on brief experience, were bald and much exaggerated. Let us turn to what was unknown. This comprises the whole of the east coast of Australia, or New Holland, and whether it was joined to Tasmania on the south, and New Guinea to the north, the dimensions of New Zealand. New Caledonia and the New Hebrides, with the exception of the fact that the northern island of the latter existed, the Fiji Islands, Sandwich Islands. The Phoenix, Union, Ellis, Gilbert, and Marshall groups, with innumerable small islands scattered here and there, the Cook Islands, and all the Society Islands except Tahiti. The majority of the Pomotou group. The coast of North America north of 45 degrees north was unknown, and there was the great, undefined, and imaginary southern continent to disprove. Whether other voyages of exploration would have been undertaken one cannot say. But in 1768 the Royal Society put in a word. A transit of Venus over the Sun's disk was to occur in 1769, and astronomers were anxious to take advantage of it, the object of the observation being to ascertain the distance of the Earth from the Sun. The fundamental base line in all astronomical measurements, and which was very imperfectly known. The Central Pacific afforded a favorable position, and the Royal Society memorialized the king to send a ship for the purpose. The request was granted, and at first Alexander Dalrymple, who had conducted marine surveys in the East Indies, and was known as a scientific geographer, was selected as observer. As, however, it was found that he also expected to command the ship, the Admiralty positively refused to have anything to do with him, and after some discussion James Cook was selected. This says volumes for Cook's reputation at the time. To have risen absolutely from the ranks was a great deal, but to be chosen as a master, to command a ship, and undertake a scientific observation of this importance, was a most exceptional occurrence. And speaks well for the judgment of those who had the selection. It seems that Mr. Stevens, the secretary to the Admiralty, had much to do with it. How Stevens had become acquainted with Cook history does not relate, but doubtless his personal visits to the Admiralty in connection with the completion of his charts of Newfoundland, from which he returned every winter, had brought him into contact with the secretary, who had clearly formed a high opinion of him. Cook, we may be sure, jumped at the chance, and his pride must have been great when he found he was to receive a commission as lieutenant. This in itself was a most unusual step. The occasions on which a master had been transferred to the executive line of the Royal Navy were very rare, and many an admiral used his influence in favor of some deserving officer in vain. This was not without good reason, as the whole training of the master of those days was unfavorable to success in command of ships or men. The exception was, however, in this case amply justified. Cook was allowed to choose his vessel, and bearing in mind the dangers of grounding in unknown seas, he pitched upon his old friends, the stoutly built, full-bottomed colliers of the North Sea trade. His ship, the Endeavour, was a Whitby-built vessel of 370 tons, and was known as H.M. bark Endeavour, there being another vessel, a cutter, of the same name in the Royal Navy. She was brought to the dockyard at Deptford to fit out. Her appearance was, of course, wholly different from that of a vessel built as a man-of-war, and we shall see that this caused trouble at Rio Janeiro, where the combination of merchant build and officers in uniform in an armed ship aroused suspicions in the mind of the Portuguese viceroy. It is nowhere directly stated whether the Endeavour was sheathed with copper or not. But as Cook in the account of his second voyage expresses himself as adverse to this method of protecting ships' bottoms, and the operation is recorded of heeling and boot topping, which was cleaning and greasing the part of the ship just below waterline, it may be concluded that her sheathing was wood. She proved a most suitable vessel. The log states she was a little crank, but an admirable seaboat. Her rate of sailing was of course, with her build, slow, but her strength and flat bottom stood her in good stead when she made acquaintance with a coral reef. She mounted 10 small carriage guns and 12 swivels. Mr. Banks, a scientific botanist, afterwards well known as Sir Joseph Banks, and for a long time president of the Royal Society, a gentleman of private means, volunteered to accompany Cook, and took with him a staff of his own, of artists and others. He also induced Dr. Solander, a Swedish naturalist, afterwards attached to the British Museum, to accompany him. Mr. Charles Green, one of the assistants at the Royal Observatory at Greenwich, was sent as astronomer. This scientific staff added much to the success of the expedition. Banks and Solander, both men of observation, were able to collect specimens of natural history, and study the manners and customs of the natives with whom they came in contact, which neither the time at Cook's disposal or his training enabled him to undertake. And though the journal of the former has never yet been published, and cannot at the present time be traced, many interesting remarks were extracted by Dr. Hawkesworth from it and went far to make his account of the voyage complete. Mr. Green also demands special notice. One great question of the day amongst seamen and geographers was the discovering of some ready and sure method of ascertaining the longitude. Half the value of the explorations made up to this time had been lost from this want. The recognized means of finding longitude was by the observation of lunars. That is, accurately measuring the angular distance between the centers of the moon and of the sun, or of the moon and some star. The motion of the moon is so rapid that this angular distance changes from second to second, and thereby, by previous astronomical calculation, the time at Greenwich at which its distance from any body is a certain number of degrees can be ascertained and recorded. By well-known calculations the local time at any spot can be obtained, and when this is ascertained, at the precise moment that the angular distance of sun and moon is observed, the difference gives the longitude. This seems simple enough, but there is a good deal of calculation to go through before the result is reached, and neither the observation nor the calculation is easy, especially with the astronomical tables of those days. And there were very few sailors who were capable of, or patient enough to make them, nor was the result, as a rule, very accurate. For one thing, the motions of the moon, which are extremely complicated, were not enough known to allow her calculated position in the heavens to be very accurate, and a very small error in this position considerably affects the time, and therefore the longitude. Luckily for Cook, the nautical almanac had just been started, and contained tables of the moon which had not previously been available, and which much lightened the calculations. The great invention of the chronometer, that is, a watch that can be trusted to keep a steady rate for long periods, was at this time completed by Harrison. But very few had been manufactured, and astronomers and sailors were slow to believe in the efficacy of this method of carrying time about with a ship. Thus Cook had no chronometer supplied to him. Green had accompanied Mr. Maskelyne, afterwards Astronomer Royal, to Barbados in 1763 in H.M.S. Princess Louisa, in order to test Harrison's timekeeper, and also a complicated chair, from which it was supposed observations of Jupiter's satellites could be observed on board ship. And as this trial afforded the final triumph of the new method, one would have thought that on a voyage of circumnavigation he would have made every effort to get one of these watches. Be this as it may, the Endeavour had no chronometer, and lunars were the mainstay of the expedition. In these observations Green was indefatigable. Cook, an excellent observer himself, frequently took part in them. But it was Green's especial business, and no doubt to him is due the major part of the determinations of accurate longitude, which is one of the very remarkable points of this voyage. Green's log, which is extant, is filled with lunar observations, and the extraordinary coincidence between different observations attests the care with which they were made. I dwell upon this because, while full of admiration for Cook's knowledge, and his untiring zeal in every detail of his expedition, it is evident, from a study of the original documents, that without Green many opportunities of getting longitude would have been lost, Cook having no time to spare to make use of them. Let us give honor to whom honor is due. The final results of the observations are not equally good, but this arises from the errors, before referred to, in the moon's place in the heavens as given in the almanac, which would vary with her position, and affect the longitude accordingly. The astonishing thing is, not that some longitudes are considerably in error, but that the majority of them are so near the truth. The Endeavour sailed from the Thames on June 30, 1768, and was in Plymouth Sound from July 14 to the 26th, when she finally sailed, Banks and the scientific staff having joined here. She carried a complement, all told, of 94, and very close stowage it must have been. A list is given in this book, immediately before the journal, of every person on board when the ship sailed from Plymouth. The draught of the ship was 13 feet 6 inches, and her provisions were calculated to last 18 months. The original intention had been that the transit of Venus should be observed at the Marquesas. But the Dolphins returned before Cook sailed, with the news of the discovery of Tahiti and its friendly inhabitants, caused this island to be finally selected. The exact text of Cook's orders cannot be given. They were secret orders. But, curiously enough, while the covering letter, which enjoined him to show them to nobody, which is dated July 30, 1768, is duly entered in Admiralty records, the orders themselves, which should follow in the letter book, are omitted. They have never been published. Nevertheless, we can gather what they were. Cook, in the published account of his second voyage, says he had instructions to proceed directly to Tahiti, and afterwards to prosecute the design of making discoveries in the Pacific by proceeding southward to the latitude of 40 degrees. And if he did not find land to continue his voyage to the west till he fell in with New Zealand, which he was directed to explore, and thence to return to England by such route as he should judge most convenient. Precautions against the terrible scourge, scurvy, had not been forgotten. Besides the supply of all antiscorbutics then known, a special letter was written to Cook directing him to take a quantity of malt to sea, for the purpose of being made into wort, as a cure for scorbutic disorders, as recommended by Dr. McBride. The directions for its use were as follows. The malt must be ground under the direction of the surgeon, and made into wort, fresh every day, in the following manner. 1. Take 1 quart of ground malt, and pour on it 3 quarts of boiling water. Stir them well, and let the mixture stand close covered up for 3 or 4 hours, after which strain off the liquor. 2. The wort, so prepared, is then to be boiled into a panada, with sea biscuit or dried fruits generally carried to sea. 3. The patient must make at least 2 meals a day of the said panada, and should drink a quart or more of the fresh infusion as it may agree with him, every 24 hours. 4. The surgeon is to keep an exact account of its effects. Though it is somewhat anticipating events, it is convenient to record here the result of these efforts to defeat the hitherto unconquerable enemy. Mr. Perry's report at the termination of the voyage is as follows. Sauerkraut, mustard, vinegar, wheat, inspissated orange and lemon juices, salup, portable soup, sugar, molasses, vegetables, at all times when they could be got, were some in constant, others in occasional use. These were of such infinite service to the people in preserving them from a scorbutic taint, that the use of the malt was, with respect to necessity, almost entirely precluded. Again, cold bathing was encouraged and enforced by example. The allowance of salt beef and pork was abridged from nearly the beginning of the voyage, and the sailors' usual custom of mixing the salt beef fat with their flour, etc., was strictly forbade. Upon our leaving England, also, a stop was put to our issuing butter and cheese, and throughout the voyage raisins were served with the flour instead of pickled suet. At Tierra del Fuego we collected wild celery, and every morning our breakfast was made with this herb, with ground wheat in portable soup. We passed Cape Horn, all our men as free from scurvy as on our sailing from Plymouth. 3 slight cases of scorbutic disorders occurred before arriving at Otaheite. Wort was given, with apparently good effect, and the symptoms disappeared. No other cases occurred during the voyage, but the wort was served out at sea as a regular article of diet. To this it may be added, that no opportunity was, as appears by the journal, ever lost of getting wild celery and any other wild herb that presented itself. The personal washing is mentioned by Mr. Perry, and the tradition in the Navy is, that the men's deck was more constantly scrubbed than had then been usual, in fact, that unusual attention was paid to cleanliness. Stoves were used to dry the decks below even in hot weather. As this voyage forms the subject of this book, its events may be passed over briefly. Calling at Madeira, where the log records that the Endeavour was fired upon by the fort on the Loo Rock through some misapprehension while shifting berth, though Cook passes this by in silence, and Rio Janeiro, Cook proceeded to double Cape Horn. His predecessors had struggled through the Strait of Magellan, losing much time and wearing out their men with the continual anchoring and weighing in that long and narrow passage, rendered necessary by the constant foul and strong winds that prevail. The idea was to avoid the heavy seas and gales of the open sea, but Cook's action was amply justified by a more rapid passage without any danger. Discovering several of the low coral atolls of the Pomoda group, he arrived at Tahiti on April 13, 1769. On July 13, the transit of Venus having been observed under favorable conditions on June 1, he left Tahiti, exploring and mapping the Society Islands immediately to the westward, never before visited, and then stood to the southward. It may here be mentioned that it is only during the last decade that Cook's charts of the Society group have been superseded by more elaborate surveys by the French. Cook went to 40 degrees south, discovering one of the Austral group on his way, when, finding no sign of the hypothetical southern continent, and getting into very dirty weather, he first gained a more northern latitude in favorable winds, and then stood for New Zealand. On October 7 he arrived at Poverty Bay, and during the next 6 months he completely circumnavigated and mapped the islands of New Zealand. He had received on board at Tahiti a native, one Tupia, formerly the high priest, and a man of much intelligence. Tupia proved to be of the utmost service, as, to their astonishment and delight, they found that the languages were sufficiently identical to enable him to act as a most efficient interpreter, which made it possible to obtain information, and establish relations with the New Zealanders which they could never have succeeded in doing without him. Cook now, after consideration, determined to explore the unknown east coast of New Holland. The health of his ship's company, and the good order on board, permitted him to make this good use of his time, instead of hurrying on to a civilized port, as all his forerunners had had to do. He struck Australia at its southeast point, and followed the whole coast to the northward, mapping it as he went. When nearing the northern end, the voyage nearly came to a premature conclusion by the ship grounding on a coral reef, 20 miles from the land. Cook's seamanship was, however, equal to the occasion. The ship was got off, much damaged and leaking severely, and carried into a little port they discovered not far off. Here she was cleared out and laid upon the ground, the tide sufficing to dry enough of her bottom to let the carpenters repair it. The wisdom of Cook's choice of a ship of the build of the Endeavour was here very apparent. It was not every ship that could be safely beached in this way without danger of falling over. After long delay she proceeded on her voyage, and soon had a second narrow escape. The long line of coral reefs that front the northern part of eastern Australia, for a distance of 1,200 miles, approached the coast about the place where the ship had grounded. The passage between the outer reef and the land is strewn with shoals, and finding his further progress much impeded by them, and fearful of a repetition of his disaster, Cook with some difficulty found a channel to seaward, and gained the open ocean. He was, however, yet determined to follow the land he was exploring, and more especially to solve the great question as to whether Australia was joined to New Guinea or no. And 3 days after his escape from the line of reefs he found himself with a light wind, embayed on the outer side of them, with the reefs close to him, and the ship drifting slowly but surely on them. The heavy swell of the great ocean breaking mountains high on their outer edge. Here again calmness and promptitude saved him, and the ship was pushed through a narrow channel in these terrible reefs into the smooth, though reef-dotted, waters within. No event in the voyage is more dramatically narrated, though without any exaggeration, than this hairbreadth escape. With the caution born of recent dangers, Cook now slowly found his way through the maze of reefs, by a route that no one has again followed, to the northern point of Australia, and was rewarded for his pertinacity by finding the channel now known as Torres Strait, which led him between New Guinea and Australia. Thus far Cook's enthusiasm in adventure and desire to explore had been fully shared by his companions, but it is apparent that at this point they fell short of his high standard. Cook, having secured his direct passage to Batavia, and having still a little provision left, was anxious to do still more in the way of discovery, and stood over to the little-known New Guinea shore. It is evident, however, from Cook's expressions, though he does not complain, that his people were pining for fresh food and civilization. Australia had produced them little but occasional fish and a few turtle. The salt provisions of those days were most unpalatable, and the effect of their continued hard work and inadequate food for so long, for they were now over 2 years from England, with no communication of any kind with the outer world, were telling on them, though they were still free from scurvy. Cook, therefore, after landing once in New Guinea, unwillingly turned his ship's head towards Batavia. The complaints grew louder as he passed by Timor without attempting to communicate, and falling in with the island of Savu, he yielded to importunity, and touched there to get refreshments. Thence he went by the south shore of the chain of islands to Sunda Strait and Batavia. So far all had gone well. It was undoubtedly far the most successful voyage ever made. Much had been done more than his orders directed to explore unknown lands, and the dire enemy of seamen, scurvy, had been conquered. But his luck was not to last. It was absolutely necessary to remain some time at Batavia, while the roughly repaired damage to the ship was made good in the Dutch dockyard. 2 months and a half in the sickly climate of Batavia, during a bad time of the year, wrought a sad change in his ship's company. The port they so much desired proved but the door of the grave to many of them, and Cook sailed for England on December 27, 1770, with dysentery pervading the ship. The surgeon had already died of it. So had the poor Tahitian, Tupia, with 2 seamen, and one of Mr. Banks' artists. Worse was, however, to follow. Day by day, as the ship slowly found her way over the Indian Ocean towards the Cape, against the wet and unhealthy northwest monsoon, the sick list grew larger. Man after man succumbed, and before half the distance to Cape Town was traversed 22 more were carried off. Green, the astronomer, 2 more of Banks' staff, 2 midshipmen, the boatswain and carpenter were among the number. The crew was more than decimated. The ship touched at the Cape, and war with France being expected, the Endeavour joined the East India convoy, under H.M.S. Portland, at St. Helena. The heavy sailing, collier-built craft was not, however, when the ships had crossed the line and got upon a wind, able to keep up with them, and she once more found herself alone on her way. 2 more officers, the first lieutenant, Mr. Hicks, and the master, Mr. Molyneux, died after leaving the Cape, but not of dysentery, and the ship finally reached England on June 12, 1771. 94 persons left England in the Endeavour, of whom 54 returned. 38 died on the voyage, out of which number 31 died after reaching Batavia, most of them from fever and dysentery contracted at that place. After paying off in August 1771, the Endeavour was sold in 1775, and for many years sailed as a collier in the North Sea. This voyage gave a new impetus to discovery, and the immediate thought was to resume it, under this heaven-born leader. Cook was given little leisure, as it was nearly at once decided to send him out again, and he was appointed to command the Resolution on November 28, 1771, the interval having been occupied in considering what ships should be employed. Cook's experience of the qualities of the Endeavour caused him to uphold the selection of similar vessels, for there were to be 2, and the Resolution and Adventure, of 462 and 336 tons respectively, both Whitby-built colliers, were bought for the voyage. Cook was promoted to commander, and Tobias Furnox, in the Adventure, was placed under his command. It was not, however, until April 1772 that they sailed. It was originally intended that Banks should again accompany Cook, and with a view to his better accommodation a poop was added to the Resolution. The short trip, however, from Deptford to Sheerness proved to Cook that the ship was dangerously overweighted, and the poop was removed, with the consequence that Banks did not sail. The alteration delayed final departure until June 22 from Sheerness, and July 13 from Plymouth. The naturalists on this voyage were two Forsters, Germans, father and son, and as astronomers Mr. Wales sailed in the Resolution, and Mr. Bailey in the Adventure. Two of Cook's former companions sailed as lieutenants, Clerk, who was lieutenant, and Pickersgill, who was master of the Endeavour when she reached England. This witnesses to the confidence and enthusiasm that Cook inspired amongst those under him. There were also other endeavours amongst the junior officers. The main object of the voyage was the settlement of the great question of the southern continent. Cook was directed to explore the whole region about the South Pole, starting from the Cape of Good Hope, and working eastward. The winter of the southern hemisphere was to be employed as Cook thought fit. This voyage brought Cook's qualities as a seaman and commander more prominently to view even than the former. The conditions were very different. Instead of mapping coasts and islands, the principal duty was exploration of tempestuous seas in high latitudes, amongst ice, searching in vain for the elusive southern land. Cook carried it out thoroughly. No gales, no temperatures deterred him from searching wherever the ships would safely sail, and it was only ice in dense masses that turned him back. What his people thought of it we do not know, but the Forsters have given a piteous account of the privations and hardships of an exploration that gave them little chance of exercising their special knowledge. Cook was better provided with instruments for the determination of longitude than before, and the ships carried 4 chronometric timekeepers. But the proper method of making use of them was scarcely yet realized, and the course of his voyage did not permit them to be of much service. Mindful of his former success in combating scurvy, and making use of his experience, Cook carried with him all his former antiscorbutics, and redoubled his general precautions as to cleanliness, both of person and ship. The result was complete immunity from more than symptoms of scurvy. He was able to say, when he returned, that no man had died not only of this disease, but of any other, due to the exposures of the voyage. 3 lost by accidents, and 1 from a complaint contracted before leaving England, were the sole losses on a voyage lasting 3 years, and during which the exposure to heat, cold, rain, and all the hardships of a sea life was probably never surpassed. Leaving the Cape on November 22, Cook stood at once to the southward, intending to pass over a spot in latitude 54 degrees south, where in 1739 M. Bouvet sighted land that was generally supposed to be a part of the southern continent, and which he had been especially directed to examine. Gales, however, drove him from his course, and to this day Bouvet's Islands, for Cook proved they could be nothing else, are doubtfully shown upon charts. For Cook soon got into the ice, and fought with it in gales of wind, in snow and sleet and fog, working gradually eastwards from the longitude of the Cape for 4 months. The ship penetrated to 67 degrees south at one point, and kept as high a latitude as ice permitted everywhere, but without discovering any land. Cook found to his great joy that the ice yielded good fresh water, and replenished his water casks in this manner, without any fear of falling short. With all his power of communicating his enthusiasm to others, it may be doubted if they shared his pleasure at finding that the search in these inclement regions need not be curtailed from lack of this necessary. At last, in the longitude of Tasmania, Cook hauled to the northward, and headed for New Zealand, where, after sailing over 11,000 miles since leaving the Cape without once sighting land, he anchored in Dusky Bay on March 26, 1774. With the Resolution only, the Adventure having parted company in thick weather on February 9. Moving on to Queen Charlotte's Sound, his old anchorage at the north end of Middle Island, he found the Adventure there on May 18. Captain Furneaux had, after vainly searching for his consort, run for Tasmania, and explored the east coast. He did not, however, clear up the point for which he states he visited this coast, namely, whether it joined New Holland or not, as strong winds from the eastward made him fearful of closing what he thought was a deep bay, though really the strait. And he sailed for the rendezvous in New Zealand under the impression that Tasmania and Australia were one. The ships left New Zealand on June 7, 1773, and, after making a wide circuit to the south and east in search of land, arrived at Tahiti on August 16. A good many of the Adventure's people were ill with scurvy, and Cook is much puzzled to know the reason why they were attacked while his own crew were free. He puts it down to the greater trouble he had taken to make all his men use wild celery and other herbs in New Zealand, and no doubt this had its effect. But one cannot but suspect that the constant care on his part to keep the ship clean and sweet below had much to do with it. The Adventure had the same antiscorbutics, and Cook especially mentions that they were in use. But the personal efforts of the captain in the direction of general sanitary precautions were, we know, exercised in one case, while we know nothing of the other. After a month's stay at Tahiti in the Society Islands, where the crews were much benefited by fresh provisions, the ship sailed for the Friendly Islands, never visited since Tasman's time, and touched at Eoa in Tongatabu, or, as Tasman had called them, Middelburg and Amsterdam. These were finally left on October 7 for New Zealand, which was made on the 21st, and from this day to November 2 the time was spent in fruitless endeavors to get into Cook Strait. Gale succeeded gale, no uncommon thing herein. In one of them the Adventure parted company never again to rejoin. Cook anchored in Queen Charlotte's Sound on November 2, and waited until the 25th for his consort in vain. Whilst here they gained further and indisputable proof of the cannibalistic tendencies of the Maoris, some of the natives eating human flesh before them. Cook has been much blamed for permitting this scene, which took place on board. But there had been so much disputing in England as to the possibility of the fact, that he could not resist the opportunity of putting it beyond a doubt. It was, however, to be shortly proved in a much more horrible manner, for the Adventure, which only arrived at Queen Charlotte's Sound after the Resolution left, had a boat's crew attacked, overpowered, and eaten by the natives. The circumstances were never wholly known, as not a man escaped, but the cooked remains were found, the natives decamping as the search party approached. Cook sailed south on November 25, 1773, and was soon again battling with the ice, into which he pushed as far as was safe with as much hardihood as if he had still had the second ship with him. He gained the latitude of 67 degrees south, and worked eastward, searching religiously for land which, needless to say, he never found, his ropes frozen, and sails like, as he says, plates of metal. Whatever the feelings of others on board were, Cook never flinched from every effort to get south, penetrating in one place to 71 degrees south, where he was stopped by dense pack, until he found himself nearly in the longitude of Tierra del Fuego. When, satisfied that no southern continent existed in the Pacific, he, on February 6, steered north, to continue exploration in more genial weather and more profitable latitudes. All this time there was no scurvy, and very little sickness of any kind, an indisputable proof of the untiring supervision Cook exercised over the health of his men. The object of his voyage, so far as the southern Pacific was concerned, was now accomplished, and Cook might have rounded Cape Horn, and made for the Cape of Good Hope, completing his tour of the world in southern latitudes. But such was not his idea of his duty. His own nervous words will explain his feelings best. We undoubtedly might have reached the Cape of Good Hope in April, and so have put an end to the expedition so far as related to the finding of a continent. Which indeed was the first object of the voyage. But for me at this time to have quitted this southern Pacific Ocean with a good ship expressly sent out on discoveries, a healthy crew, and not in want either of stores or provisions, would have betrayed not only a want of perseverance, but of judgment, in supposing the South Pacific Ocean to be so well explored that nothing remained to be done in it. This, however, was not my opinion. For, although I had proved there was no continent but what must lie far to the south, there remained, nevertheless, room for very large islands in places wholly unexamined. And many of those which were formerly discovered are but imperfectly explored, and their situation as imperfectly known. I was, besides, of opinion that my remaining in this sea some time longer would be productive of improvements in navigation and geography, as well as other sciences. Cook mentions that, on communicating his intentions to his officers, they all heartily concurred. And he adds, under such circumstances it is hardly necessary to say that the seamen were always obedient and alert, and they were so far from wishing the voyage at an end that they rejoiced at the prospect of its being prolonged another year. This, be it remembered, without a prospect of news from home or contact with civilization, for Cook's design was to pass again through the breadth of the Pacific searching for islands as far as Quiros' discovery of Espiritu Santo, which lay due north of New Zealand, and then to return through the tempestuous regions they were now quitting to Cape Horn. Perhaps the charms of Tahiti reconciled them. This design Cook triumphantly carried out, though shortly after leaving southern latitudes he was so ill of what he describes as a bilious colic, that his life was despaired of. He first searched for, and visited, Davis's discovery of Easter Island, where he examined and described the wonderful colossal, though rude, statues there found. He then went to the Marquesas, a group but little known, where, after the usual attempt of the natives to appropriate sundry articles, and the consequent necessity of firing upon them, peaceful relations were established. And a brisk trade in much-wanted refreshments was set up. This did not last long, however, as the market was spoiled by some red feathers, obtained at the Friendly Islands, being given for a pig, after which nothing would buy provisions but these same red feathers, and these being scarce, trade ceased. Cook therefore sailed once more for Tahiti. On his way he touched at some of the coral atolls of the innumerable Pomoda group, and arrived at Matavai on April 22, again with not a sick man on board. 3 weeks were spent here with much satisfaction to all. Provisions were in plenty, the king and people very friendly, and all went well. The islanders were preparing for an attack on Eimeo, a neighboring island, and a gathering of the fleets gave Cook an opportunity of learning much of their naval power and manner of conducting war. He observed that the general prosperity of Tahiti seemed to be at a much higher point than on his former visit. After another 3 weeks' stay at Huaheina, and Ulidia, also amongst old friends, the Resolution sailed on June 4 to the west. Discovering Palmerston and Savage Islands on the way, she called at Namuka, one of the friendly group, thus extending the knowledge of those islands gained the year before. Thence Cook sailed west, discovering Turtle Island, but just passing out of sight to the southward of the large Fiji group, and thus lost the chance of adding them to his other finds. He was now bound for the New Hebrides, of which the northern island had been discovered by Quiros. Bougainville, the French explorer, had, in 1768, passed just south of Quiros Island, and named 1 or 2 others he sighted, but had made no stay, and knew nothing of the extent of the group. This was not Cook's fashion. He explored and circumnavigated the whole group, which extends in a long line for 350 miles. He touched first at Malicolo, where, after a temporary disagreement, friendship was formed. Passing Sandwich Island, Eromanga was landed upon, but the suspicion of the natives here impelled them to attack the boats, and no intercourse was established. The ship then anchored in the convenient harbor of Resolution Bay in the island of Tanna, and remained a fortnight, wooding and watering. Observations on the hot springs that gush from the side of the volcano bordering the harbor were made, and the relations with the natives were altogether friendly. Sighting Anatium, the southern member of the New Hebrides, and making sure there was nothing beyond it, Cook returned along the west side of the islands, passing eastward of them again, between Malicolo and Espiritu Santo. The latter island was closely followed round its whole extent, and Quiros Bay of St. Philip and St. James identified in the great inlet in the northern side. Having laid down the whole of this extensive group of islands, and very accurately fixed the longitude by many lunar observations, Cook, on August 31, sailed to the westward to search for more lands. His chart of the New Hebrides is still, for some of the islands, the only one, and wherever superseded by more recent surveys the general accuracy of his work, both in outline and position, is very remarkable. On several occasions up to the present year, 1893, Cook's recorded positions have saved the adoption of so-called amendments reported by passing ships, which would have been anything but amendments in reality. For days after leaving the New Hebrides Cook discovered New Caledonia. He explored the whole of the eastern side of this large island, which is 300 miles in length, anchoring in one harbor inside the reefs which border it, and making friends with the natives. Other attempts to get inside the reefs were, however, unsuccessful, and after several narrow escapes from shipwreck Cook gave up, to his regret, a complete circumnavigation of the island. The summer approaching, he wished to refit and recruit in New Zealand before once more standing south. Norfolk Island was discovered and landed upon on the way, and Queen Charlotte's Sound was once more reached on October 19. The Adventure's visit was ascertained from the Maoris, but Cook was much puzzled by incompletely understood accounts of white men having been killed. As far as could be gathered, a ship had been lost on the coast, and Cook was led to believe that this disaster had no reference to the Adventure. It was found that pigs and fowls left here on the former visit were still in existence, and presumably thriving. It may here be mentioned, that wherever Cook touched he invariably, so far as his stock allowed, left animals to stock the country, and that New Zealand was, when the settlers eventually came, found to be well supplied with pigs. After a stay of 3 weeks the Resolution sailed, on November 10, for Cape Horn. She kept farther north than on the last occasion, the object being to pass over new ground, and more completely disprove the existence of any land. The western part of Tierra del Fuego being reached, Cook followed the shore to the southeast, mapping the outside of this dangerous and inhospitable archipelago. On December 20 he put into what he afterwards called Christmas Sound, where large numbers of kelp geese were obtained, giving the crew what Cook describes as a dainty Christmas feast, though the flesh of these birds is as tough, fishy, and unpalatable as can well be imagined. On this occasion, however, the seamen seem to have concurred in the verdict of their omnivorous commander, to whom nothing ever came amiss. Be it remembered, however, how long they had been on salt provisions, and that the South Sea Islands, though pleasant in many respects, produced but little solid food, no beef, mutton, or flesh of any quadruped but pigs. And those in not very great plenty, while New Zealand gave them nothing but fish. Rounding Cape Horn, he passed through the Strait Le Maire, and followed the north shore of Staten Island, anchoring at one place to obtain seals and birds. Whilst praising the flavor of a young seal cub, Cook is compelled to admit that the flesh of an old sea lion is abominable, a remarkable statement as coming from him. Leaving Staten Island, Cook steered east and discovered South Georgia, named after the king. He followed the north coast of this desolate and ice-clad island, obtaining more refreshment in the shape of seals, penguins, and shags, unpalatable, but welcome food to men who had so long subsisted on bad salt meat. From South Georgia the ship's head was once more turned southwards, and before many days ice was again encountered. In stormy and thick weather the Resolution made her way, disproving the existence of a great tract of land laid down by speculative geographers, until January 31, 1775, when Sandwich Land was discovered in about latitude 60 degrees south. This ice-covered group of islands was sketched under great difficulties from gales, fogs, snow, and numerous icebergs, and Cook then bore away along their parallel, to seek once more for Bouvet's Islands to the eastward. He found nothing, and on February 26 steered for the Cape of Good Hope, even he being glad to leave this trying, tempestuous latitude. On March 23 he anchored in Table Bay, having learnt from some vessels outside of the safe arrival of the Adventure in England the year before, and of her boat's crew having been eaten by the Maoris, which cleared up the mystery of the wrecked ship. The Resolution finally arrived at Spithead on July 29, 1775, after an absence of 3 years and 18 days. Captain Furneaux had, on leaving New Zealand, sailed straight for Cape Horn, the Cape of Good Hope, and England, arriving just a year before the Resolution. Cook speaks most warmly of Captain Furneaux. But one cannot help contrasting his action with Cook's. Left, by the separation, his own master, he might have continued exploration, as did Cook. His ship was staunch, his provisions in much the same condition as the Resolution's. But he went straight home. His crew had suffered from scurvy, whereas Cook's had not. But he says not one word of this, nor does he give any reason why he gave up any further thought of the objects of the voyage, except a search for Bouvet's Islands, which he also looked for on his way. It was the indomitable perseverance that led Cook to act so differently that raised his reputation so far above all other leaders. Thus ended this very remarkable voyage. Never was a ship's crew exposed to more continual hardships, with so little to keep up interest and excitement, as the people of the Resolution. And yet Cook is able to record, with allowable pride, that only 4 lives had been lost, and only one by a sickness contracted before leaving England. Once more the scurvy was defeated. And, without a doubt, owing to the intelligent action and untiring supervision of the captain. He gives a full description of the measures adopted, and while giving full acknowledgment to the antiscorbutics with which he was supplied, he is of opinion that the general sanitary precautions formed the best prevention. Cleanliness of persons, bedding, clothes, and ship, were continually enforced. All these were foreign to the sailors of the time, and extraordinary it is that it was a man born in the lower rank of life, and brought up in a collier, who had the sense to perceive that in these lay the surest preventives against this paralyzing scourge. Cook was promoted to captain, a proud position for the collier boy, and elected a Fellow of the Royal Society, perhaps even a greater distinction for a man of his bringing up. He contributed papers on his methods of preventing scurvy, and on the tides of the Pacific. He also employed himself in publishing the account of his recent voyage, the only one which he himself edited. He was not, however, long at rest. The Admiralty wished to send an expedition to explore the northwestern coasts of North America, and to examine the Polar Sea from the Bering Strait side, with a view of the discovery of a northwest passage. Cook seems to have volunteered for the command without being actually asked, and, needless to say, was at once accepted. In February he once more received his commission to command the Resolution, this time accompanied by the Discovery, a vessel very similar to the Adventure, his consort during the last voyage. Clerk, a master's mate in the Endeavour, and second lieutenant in the Resolution, was appointed as commander to the Discovery. He, like Cook, was fated not to return from this third journey to the Great Pacific. Others who had sailed with Cook before were ready to accompany him, once more to encounter privations and find new lands. Cook's orders were long and detailed, but were to the effect that he was to proceed by way of the Cape of Good Hope to search in the Indian Ocean for the land recently seen by M. Kerguelen. Thence via Tahiti, on to the coast of North America in about latitude 45 degrees, which he was to follow to latitude 65 degrees, searching especially for any channel which might lead to the northeast. As it was supposed there might be a passage communicating with Hudson's Bay. He was further to look for any passage north of North America to the Atlantic, and to make such other explorations as might seem fit to him. A money reward of £20,000 was also offered in case of success in finding such a passage. Chronometers were again carried, and more confidence in them being felt, more use was made of them. Cook took with him Omai, a young Society Islander, who had induced Captain Furneaux to take him to England, and whom Cook now engaged to return to his native country. The ship sailed on July 11, 1776, and arrived at Table Bay on October 18. Sailing thence on November 30, he passed and roughly mapped Prince Edward's, Marion, and Crozet's Islands, all of which had been discovered by Marion de Fresne. He then struck Kerguelen's Land, spent Christmas Day in one of its harbors, and mapped the eastern side of this large but desolate island. He was unaware that Kerguelen had visited this island a second time, and had gained much more information about it than he did in his first voyage. Cook had taken on board at the Cape as many cattle, horses, bulls, cows, goats, and sheep as he could stow, with a view of landing them at Tahiti or elsewhere. And it is without surprise that we learn that after several weeks in these stormy seas a good many of them had died. When we consider the size of the ships, the wonder is where they found room for these animals. On January 26 the ships arrived in Tasmania, and anchored in Adventure Bay, principally with a view of getting fodder for the remaining cattle. Pigs were left here, according to Cook's usual custom. After 4 days the ship sailed, and arrived in Queen Charlotte Sound, New Zealand, on February 12, 1777. Here Cook learnt the history of the attack on the Adventure's boat's crew from the chief who led it, but made no attempt at reprisals, although urged by many other natives to kill him. He seems to have been guided by the consideration that, as related by the natives, it was a dishonest act of barter on the part of one of the sailors which commenced the disturbance. And that occurring so long before, no good purpose would be served by punishment. It says much for his humane treatment of natives. On leaving this, Cook records that he had at different times left about a dozen pigs in New Zealand. These increased, and stocked the whole island by the time the English settlers arrived. On the way to Tahiti, Cook fell across several islands belonging to what was afterwards called after him, the Cook Group. He visited Mangaia, Aishu, Takutia, Five and the Hervey Islands. Relations were established with the natives, and Cook was much interested at finding on Aishu 3 natives of the Society Islands, the survivors of 12, who had been blown away in a canoe, and landed on this island, 500 miles distant. As he remarks, this throws great light on the manner in which the different islands of the Pacific have been peopled. Cook now made up his mind that he was too late to prosecute discovery this year on the American continent, it being well into April, and being anxious to save the remaining cattle that he wished to land at Tahiti, and which had been taken on board especially for this purpose. The island being still far to windward, he bore away for the Friendly Islands for fodder and refreshments. He landed on Palmerston on the Wayan Island discovered last voyage and arrived at Namuka 6 on May 1, with not a sick man in the ships. The ships remained in the friendly group for 2 months and a half, visiting and mapping the different islands, and learning much of the manners of this interesting race, seeing their great concerted dances, and the ceremonies of coming of age of the heir to the throne. Cook here first became acquainted with the mysterious rite of taboo, which was closely connected with his own death. A selection of useful animals, including horses, were left at Tongatabu. While at the Friendly Islands, Cook heard of the Fiji group, and saw some of the natives, who had come over in a canoe. The intelligence he was able to gather concerning them was imperfect, and he saw no reason to justify a long detour to leeward to search for them, when his object was to stock the Society Islands with the animals he had. Had he known their size and importance, his course might possibly have been different. As it was, he sailed for Tahiti, and discovering Tubuai, one of the Austral group, on his passage, arrived there on August 13, 1777. 6 weeks were spent here, and the old friendships further cemented. Bulls and cows and other animals were presented to the king. Cook also attended at several ceremonies consequent on war being declared against Aimeo, which included the offering of the dead body of a man, previously killed for the purpose, to the war god. He positively refused to aid in this war, which very shortly came to an end. Aimeo was next visited, and here the theft of a goat, which Cook intended to land at Huahaina, induced him to take severe measures to get it back. Several war canoes and houses were destroyed before it was returned. At Huahaina, Omai was established, with many valuable European articles in his possession. Here again Cook acted with considerable severity in the case of a thief cutting off his ears, and confining him on board. His action has been questioned, but considering his humane character, and the judgment that he always displayed in these questions, we are justified in believing that he had good reason for departing from his ordinary custom of mild treatment of natives. At Ulietea, or Raiatea, next visited, a midshipman and a seaman of the Discovery deserted. Cook took his usual step of confining some natives of importance, and informing their relatives that they would be retained until the deserters were returned. In this case he impounded the king's son and daughter, with the desired effect, as the stragglers were soon brought back from Balabla, whither they had gone. But both Cook and Captain Clerk were nearly captured by the natives when on shore in the interval. It is only surprising that more of Cook's people did not attempt to remain in these pleasant islands. The hardships of the sea press much on certain natures, and the allurements of the easy and careless life of a tropical island offered such a contrast, that it scarcely required the desire of the natives to get white men with their superior knowledge, and above all superior arms, to remain with them, to induce them to desert. This last, however, made desertion more easy, and had not Cook taken strong measures, no doubt the epidemic would have spread. After visiting Balabla, Cook sailed north, to prosecute the main object of his voyage, the exploration of the northwest coast of America. On December 24 he fell in with Christmas Island, which he so named from the season. After mapping it, and getting many turtle, he continued his course to the north, and discovered Atui or Kauai, the western island of the Sandwich Group. Communicating with this island and another, he finally left on February 3, 1778, and on March 7 made the coast of North America, a little south of the Columbia River. Gales ensued, and Cook missed the entrance of Juan de Fuca Strait, making the land again a little north of it. Anchoring first in Nootka Sound in Vancouver Island, though Cook did not know it was an island, the ships continued their exploration to the northwest, skirting the coast as near as stormy weather permitted them, and calling at various places until the northwest extremity of the Alaska Peninsula was reached. In one place, afterwards called Cook's River, it was hoped that the desired passage eastward was found, but it was soon discovered that it was merely an inlet. Passing through the Aleutian chain, east of Unalaska, Cook visited that island, and continued his voyage through the Bering Sea, clinging to the land as much as possible, and finally got into Bering Strait. Here he had both continents in sight, and communicated with both sides. Standing further north, he, in latitude 70 degrees 30 minutes north, came across the icy barrier of the Arctic Sea. After vainly trying for a passage in fog and strong wind, surrounded by loose ice, and after mapping a good deal of the shores on both sides, the ships again turned south at the end of August, exploring as they went first on the Asiatic side, and afterwards on the American, especially examining Norton Sound. In the beginning of October they once more arrived at Unalaska, and the Resolution having sprung a dangerous leak, the opportunity was taken to stop it. On October 26 the ships sailed for the Sandwich Islands, where Cook had determined to winter, for the double purpose of refreshing his crew, gaining more knowledge of the group, and being in a convenient position for resuming his exploration in the spring. The voyage just accomplished was very remarkable, whether for the amount of coast mapped, which extended for between 3,000 and 4,000 miles, or for the determination with which it was prosecuted in tempestuous and thick weather, on a most dangerous and inhospitable coast, part of the time in ice. The crews were perfectly healthy, with no sign of scurvy, and he brought both his ships off without any damage. Maui, another of the Sandwich group, was made on November 26, and after communicating, the ship stood over to Oahe, Hawaii. Wind was against them, and it was not until January 17 that the two ships, having passed along the north side of the island to the eastward, at last anchored in Kealakekua Bay, on the southwest side. The events which followed the arrival of the ships at Hawaii, which terminated in Captain Cook's death, were not understood at the time, but have been elucidated by the inquiries of the early missionaries, which throw much light upon the beliefs of the islanders. It appears that a tradition existed that a chief of earlier times, one Rono, Orono, or Lono, the R and the L in the Pacific languages are almost interchangeable, had, after killing his wife, become frantically insane, and after traveling through the islands boxing and wrestling with all he met, had departed in a canoe, prophesying that he would some day return in an island with trees, hogs, and dogs. He was deified, and temples erected in his honor. When Cook's ships arrived it was believed that the prophecy was fulfilled. Rono had returned as he had said, and the natives flocked to do him honor. When Cook landed he was received with adoration, the crowds prostrating themselves, and the priests escorting him with much ceremony. Led to a temple, he was clothed with red cloth, had pigs offered to him, and was generally treated in a manner which, though satisfactory as showing the friendly feelings of the natives, was puzzling to the Europeans. This continued throughout their stay, presents of all kinds being showered upon them. The officers, however, observed that the warrior chiefs were not so enthusiastic as the priests and common people. The death of a seaman, who was buried on shore in the presence of a large concourse, would seem to have been the first circumstance that threw doubts upon the godlike character of the visitors. But the ready way in which the fence of a morai or sacred enclosure, which included various images, was granted for fuel, shows that the priests still held to their idea. The king, Tariapu, or Teriobu, as his name was written by Captain King, arrived shortly after the ships anchored, and showed himself to be as much impressed with the public belief as any of his subjects. Thus matters continued during the 18 days the ships remained, but towards the end of this time the natives began to show anxiety that they should be gone. The drain of hogs and other provisions, which were poured upon the visitors, doubtless led to anxious thoughts as to how long this was to last. And probably those members of the community who were less amenable to the influence of the priests, and were jealous of their own authority, were by no means so certain that the popular opinion of the supernatural nature of the white men was correct. The ship sailed on February 4th, but, as ill luck had it, the Resolution sprung her foremast in a gale, and Cook resolved to return to Kealakekua Bay for repairs. Here they again anchored on the 11th. Their reception was, however, very different. No crowd of canoes round the ship, no enthusiastic mass of natives on shore. Everything was silence. What had happened was that the king had departed, leaving the bay under taboo, i.e., a sacred interdict. The priests, however, received them with as much friendliness as before, and the Morai was given up to them as a place of repairs for the damaged mast. The king hurried back on hearing of the return of the ships, and removed the taboo. But the native disposition was changed. Some of the party on shore had persuaded women to break the taboo. Whether this affected relations is uncertain, but the inhabitants generally exhibited considerable hostility, and headed by some chiefs, showed an inclination to attack a watering party. Thefts followed, and the capture of a canoe as a reprisal caused a scuffle on the beach, in which the Englishmen were worsted by the crowd, though a friendly chief soon restored order. Instructions were now given to the party on shore at the Morai to permit no natives to approach in the night, and a musket was fired at one of them who came near. On the morning of February 14 the Discovery's cutter was found to have been stolen. Cook at once decided to have recourse to his usual practice, and get either the king or some principal chief on board, as a hostage till it was returned. He at the same time gave orders to prevent any canoes from leaving the bay, in order that he might, if necessary, seize them, and sent his boats to carry this out. Guns were fired from the ships at 2 large canoes that attempted to pass. Cook himself landed with a small armed force, and went in search of the king, who at once consented to come on board. The conduct of Terraiapu throughout showed that he had perfect confidence in Cook, and was entirely friendly, whether he still believed in the Rono theory or not. While walking down to the boat, the natives, who were momentarily increasing in numbers, implored the king not to go. His wife joined her entreaties. Terraiapu hesitated. At this moment a man ran up and cried, "It is war, they have killed a chief." One of the guard boats had, in fact, fired at a canoe attempting to leave the bay, and killed a man. The natives at once ran to arms, and Cook, seeing his intentions frustrated, walked towards the boat. A native attacked him with a spear, and Cook shot him with his gun. Still, no further attack was made, but the men in the boats hearing Cook's shot, and seeing the excited crowd, commenced to fire without orders. Cook still moved to the shore, calling to his men to cease firing, but whilst so doing, and with his back to the exasperated natives, he was stabbed in the back with a dagger, and fell with his face in the water. There was then general confusion. The boats were a little way from the beach, and several of the marines were also killed, before they could reach them. Cook's body was at once dragged off by the natives. The boats returned on board amid general consternation, and it is mentioned that a general silence reigned on board when it was known that their beloved commander had fallen. The party at the Morai were shortly after attacked, but beat off the assailants, and reinforcements were sent from the ships. Lieutenant King, a favorite officer of Cook's, behaved with great discretion, and assisted by some of the priests, made a truce, during which the mast and other articles on shore for repairs were got off. The sailors were mad for reprisals, but Captain Clerk, on whom the command devolved, decided on pacific measures, and every attempt was made to recover Cook's body. All that was obtained, however, were some of his bones, which were brought down with much solemnity by a chief, and delivered wrapped up in new cloth and red feathers. It was known in after years that Cook's body had been instantly cut up. The flesh was burnt, as was the custom with great chiefs, and many of the bones were preserved with great honor in a Morai dedicated to Rono. It seems clear that Cook's death was due to a revulsion of feeling on the part of some of the natives, who no longer believed in his divine character, but that many regarded the outrage with horror. When the first Europeans came to reside on the island, and learnt the story from the native side, they found universal regret prevailing at this untoward occurrence. Cook left officers imbued with his own noble sentiments. No general attack was made in revenge for what they saw was the result of misunderstanding, although they were ignorant of the exact circumstances which led, first to the uncommon and extraordinary veneration with which he had been treated, and then to the sudden change in the native behavior. It was found necessary to fire on the natives who prevented the watering party from working, and some of the sailors on this duty burnt some houses. But before the ships left, friendly relations were again established, and many natives visited them. After Cook's remains had been committed to the sea, the prosecution of the voyage was determined upon, although Captain Clerke was in the last stage of consumption, and as soon as the Resolution's mast could be repaired. The two vessels once more departed, on February 22, 1779. Cook's intentions were carried out as if he had still been in command. The remainder of the Sandwich Group was mapped, and the ships proceeded once more to the north. Calling at Petropavlovsk in Avacha Bay, Kamchatka, they again passed through Bering Strait, and sought in vain for a passage either to the northeast or northwest, being everywhere baffled by dense masses of ice. Captain Clerke at last abandoned the struggle, and repassed Bering Strait on his way south on August 1. On August 22 Captain Clerke died. This officer had accompanied Captain Cook in all his voyages, and had also circumnavigated the globe in the Dolphin with Captain Byron before. No man had seen more of the Pacific, and he proved himself, during his short period of command, a worthy successor of Cook. Captain Gore, who had been with Cook on his first voyage, now succeeded, King being put as commander into the Discovery, and the two ships made the best of their way home, via Macau and the Straits of Sunda, arriving at the Nowhere on October 4. 1780, after an absence of 4 years and 2 months. During the whole of this voyage not the slightest symptom of scurvy appeared in either ship, so completely were Cook's precautions successful. Cook had 6 children. 3 died young. Of the others, all boys, the eldest, James, entered the Navy, and lived to be a commander, when, in 1794, he was drowned. The second, Nathaniel, also in the Navy, was lost in a hurricane in 1780. The third died when at Cambridge. They none of them lived to be married, and no descendant of the great navigator has perpetuated his race. Of Cook's private life during his brief intervals at home we know nothing. A man rising from the ranks, and of his reserved character, would have but few friends, when he had such short time to make them in his new sphere. He lived at Mile End when at home, but after his death his widow removed to Clapham, living there for 40 years, at first with her cousin, Isaac Smith, who had served with Cook in the Endeavour and Resolution. She died in 1835, at the great age of 93. Of Cook's character, none could be a better judge than Captain King, who writes as follows, after describing his death. Thus fell our great and excellent commander. After a life of so much distinguished and successful enterprise, his death, as far as regards himself, cannot be considered premature, since he lived to finish the great work for which he seems to have been designed. How sincerely his loss was felt and lamented, by those who had so long found their general security in his skill and conduct, and every consolation in their hardships in his tenderness and humanity. It is neither necessary nor possible for me to describe. The constitution of his body was robust, inured to labor, and capable of undergoing the severest hardships. His stomach bore without difficulty the coarsest and most ungrateful food. Indeed, temperance with him was scarcely a virtue, so great was the indifference with which he submitted to every kind of self-denial. The qualities of his mind were of the same hardy, vigorous kind with those of his body. His understanding was strong and perspicacious. His judgment in whatever related to the service he was engaged in quick and sure. His designs were bold and manly, and both in the conception and in the mode of execution bore evident marks of a great original genius. His courage was cool and determined, and accompanied by an admirable presence of mind in the moment of danger. His manners were plain and unaffected. His temper might, perhaps, have been justly blamed as subject to haughtiness and passion, had not these been disarmed by a disposition the most benevolent and humane. Those intervals of recreation, which sometimes unavoidably occurred, and were looked for by us with a longing that persons who have experienced the fatigues of service will readily excuse, were submitted to by him with a certain impatience whenever they could not be employed in making further provision for the more effectual prosecution of his designs. This is a pretty complete picture, and of a great man, a man who had before him continually his duty, and who had in an eminent degree the capacity to carry it out. Though, under his determination to do this, he drove his people hard. Though he tried them with his irascibility, their conviction of his greatness, their confidence in his leadership and in his justice, led them to love him. He had no sympathy with the ordinary foibles and weaknesses of his men. The charms of Tahiti, the paradise of the sailor, were no charms for him. He hardly notices the attractive ladies of that island. The attractions of the place to him were the abundance of provisions, as a means of fitting his expedition for further exploration and hardship. The strongest proof of his capacity as a commander is the devotion of his officers. Those who know the Navy know how difficult it is for any man who rises from the ranks to be successful in command. But Cook was a gentleman born. He had the intuition of great minds for fitting themselves to every position to which they may rise, and there is never a whisper of disinclination to submit to the rule of the once collier boy, the son of a laborer. His intelligence is remarkably shown in his greatest triumph, the suppression of scurvy. That it should be left to a man of little education to discern the combination of means by which this enemy of long voyages could be conquered, is the most remarkable thing about this remarkable man. He himself notices the disinclination of the sailor to any new article of food, especially when not particularly palatable, but he soon found the means to induce them to understand that their lives greatly depended upon these rather nasty messes. Sauerkraut, the unsavory portable soups of that day, the strange greens that Cook insisted on hunting up at every land he visited, and boiling with their ordinary food, the constant washing between decks, the drying below with stoves, even in the hottest weather, the personal baths, the change of wet clothing, the airing of bedding, were all foreign and repugnant to the notions of the seamen of the day, and it required constant supervision and wise management to enforce the adoption of these odd foods and customs. It is evident that it is to Cook's personal action the success was due. Wallis and Byron had antiscorbutics, but they suffered from scurvy. Furneaux, sailing with Cook in the second voyage, under precisely similar circumstances, suffered from scurvy. It was only in Cook's ships, and in the Discovery, commanded and officered by men who had sailed with Cook, and seen his methods, that exemption occurred. Cook did more, incomparably more, than any other navigator to discover new lands. This was only accomplished by dint of hard work, and yet his men suffered less than in any ships, British or foreign, or similar expeditions. Though his tracks were in new and unknown waters, we never hear of starvation. He always manages to have an abundant supply of water. The completeness and accuracy of his accounts and charts are no less remarkable. M. de la Pérouse, one of the foremost of the great French navigators, told Captain Phillip, the founder of the colony of New South Wales, that Cook had left him nothing but to admire. This was all but literally true. Wherever Cook went he finished his work, according to the requirements of navigation of his time. He never sighted a land but he determined its dimensions, its shape, its position, and left true guides for his successors. His charts are still for some parts unsuperseded, and his recorded observations still save us from hasty and incorrect alterations desired by modern navigators. Well may Englishmen be proud that this greatest of navigators was their countryman. Persons who left England in H.M.S. Endeavour, August 26, 1768. Explanation, from Journal. It is necessary to premise by way of explanation, that in this journal, except while we lay at George's Island, the day is supposed to begin and end at noon, as for instance, Friday the May 27th. Began at noon on Thursday 26th, and ended the following noon according to the natural day, and all the courses and bearings are the true courses and bearings according to the globe, and not by compass. The longitude is counted west from the meridian of Greenwich where no other place is particularly mentioned. The proportional length of the log line to the half-minute glass, by which the ship's run was measured, is as 30 seconds is to 30 feet. While the ship lay in port or was coasting in sight of land, or sailing in narrow seas, this journal is not kept in the usual form, but the degrees of latitude and longitude the ship passes over are put down at the top of each page. By which together with the notes in the margin 7 an easy reference will be had to the chart. Chapter 1. England to Rio Janeiro. Remarkable occurrences on board His Majesty's bark Endeavour. 1768. May to July 1768. River Thames, Friday, May 27th, to Friday, July 29th, moderate and fair weather, at 11 a.m. Hoisted the pendant, and took charge of the ship, agreeable to my commission of the 25th instant, she lying in the basin in Deptford Yard. From this day to the 21st of July we were constantly employed in fitting the ship, taking on board stores and provisions, etc. The same day we sailed from Deptford and anchored in Galleon's Reach, where we remained until the 30th. The transactions of each day, both while we lay here and at Deptford, are inserted in the log book, and as they contain nothing but common occurrences, it was thought not necessary to insert them here. July to August 1768. July 30th to August 7th, Saturday, July 30th, weighed from Galleons, and made sail down the river, the same day anchored at Gravesend, and the next morning weighed from thence, and at noon anchored at the buoy of the Fairway. On Wednesday, 3rd of August, anchored in the Downs in 9 fathoms of water, Deal Castle northwest by west. On Sunday, 7th, I joined the ship, discharged the pilot, and the next day sailed for Plymouth. Monday, 8th. Fresh breezes and cloudy weather the most part of these 24 hours. At 10 a.m. weighed and came to sail, at noon the South Foreland bore northeast 1/2 north, distant 6 or 7 miles. Wind west by north, northwest. Tuesday, 9th. Gentle breezes and cloudy weather. At 7 p.m. the tide being against us, anchored in 13 fathoms of water, Dungeness southwest by west. At 11 a.m. weighed and made sail down channel. At noon, Beachy Head, north by east 1/2 east, distant 6 leagues, latitude observed 50 degrees 30 minutes north. Wind northwest to north. Wednesday, 10th, variable, light airs and clear weather. At 8 p.m. Beachy Head northeast by east, distant 4 leagues, and at 8 a.m. it bore northeast by north, 9 leagues. Found the variation of the compass to be 23 degrees west, at noon the Isle of Wight northwest by north. Wind west by north, northeast by east. Thursday, 11th light airs and clear weather. At 8 p.m. Dunnose north by west 5 leagues, and at 4 a.m. it bore north-northeast 1/2 east, distant 5 leagues. Wind variable. Wednesday, 12th light airs and calms all these 24 hours. At noon the Bill of Portland bore northwest 1/2 west, distant 3 leagues. Latitude observed 50 degrees 24 minutes north. Wind easterly. Thursday, 13th, ditto weather. At noon the start point west 7 or 8 miles. Latitude observed 50 degrees 12 minutes north, which must be the latitude of the start, as it bore west .8 wind variable. Sunday, 14th, fine breezes and clear weather. At 8 p.m. anchored in the entrance of Plymouth Sound in 9 fathoms water. At 4 a.m. weighed and worked into proper anchoring ground, and anchored in 6 fathoms, the Mewstone southeast, Mount Batten north-northeast 1/2 east, and Drake's Island north by west. Dispatched an express to London for Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander to join the ship, their servants and baggage being already on board. Wind northeasterly. Monday, 15th. First and latter parts moderate breezes and fair, middle squally, with heavy showers of rain. I this day received an order to augment the ship's company to 85 men, which before was but 70. Received on board fresh beef for the ship's company. Wind southwest to southeast. Tuesday, 16th. First part moderate and hazy. Middle hard squalls with rain, the latter moderate and fair. Received on board a supply of bread, beer, and water. A sergeant, corporal, drummer, and 9 private marines as part of the complement. Wind south-southeast to northeast. Wednesday, 17th. Little wind and hazy weather. Sent some cordage to the yard in order to be exchanged for smaller. Several shipwrights and joiners from the yard employed on board refitting the gentlemen's cabins, and making a platform over the tiller, etc. Wind southeast to east by south. Thursday, 18th, little wind and cloudy. Struck down 4 guns into the hold. Received on board 4 more, with 12 barrels of powder and several other stores. Shipwrights and joiners employed on board. Wind easterly. Friday, 19th, former part little wind with rain, remainder fair weather. A.M. read to the ship's company the Articles of War and the Act of Parliament. They likewise were paid 2 months' wages in advance. I also told them that they were to expect no additional pay for the performance of our intended voyage. They were well satisfied, and expressed great cheerfulness and readiness to prosecute the voyage. Received on board another supply of provisions, rum, etc. Wind northwest to southwest. Saturday, 20th. First part little wind with rain, remainder fresh gales and thick rainy weather. Employed making ready for sea. Wind west-southwest. Sunday, 21st, fresh gales and ditto weather. The shipwrights having finished their work, intended to have sailed, instead of which was obliged to let go another anchor. Wind southwest, west-southwest. Monday, 22nd. Fresh gales, with heavy squalls of wind and rain all this 24 hours. Wind southwest. Tuesday, 23rd, ditto weather. Struck yards and topmasts, anchored between the island and the main His Majesty's ship Gibraltar. Wind west by south. Wednesday, 24th, fresh gales and hazy weather. A.M. hove up the small bower anchor and got topmasts and yards. Wind west by south. Thursday, 25th, moderate and cloudy weather. A.M. Received on board a supply of beer and water, and returned all our empty casks. Loosed the topsails as a signal for sailing. Wind west, north by west, northwest by west. Sailed from Plymouth. Friday, 26th. First part fresh breezes and cloudy, remainder little wind and clear. At 2 p.m. got under sail and put to sea, having on board 94 persons, including officers, seamen, gentlemen, and their servants. Near 18 months' provisions, 10 carriage guns, 12 swivels, with good store of ammunition and stores of all kinds. At 8 the Dodman point west-northwest, distant 4 or 5 leagues, at 6 a.m. The Lizard bore west-northwest 1/2 west, 5 or 6 leagues distant. At noon sounded and had 50 fathoms, grey sand with small stones and broken shells. Wind north by west, northwest, west by south, course south 21 degrees east, distance 23 miles. Latitude 49 degrees 30 minutes north, longitude 5 degrees 52 minutes west, at noon, Lizard north 21 degrees west distant 23 miles. Saturday, 27th. First part light airs and clear weather, remainder fresh breezes and cloudy. Berthed the ship's company, mustered the chests and stove all that were unnecessary. Wind northwest, northeast, southeast, course southwest, distance 77 miles, latitude 48 degrees 42 minutes north, longitude 6 degrees 49 minutes west. At noon, Lizard north 29 degrees east, 80 miles. Sunday, 28th, former part fresh gales and hazy with rain, remainder a moderate breeze and cloudy. Wind easterly, course south 48 degrees west, distance 130 miles. Latitude 47 degrees 16 minutes north, longitude 9 degrees 7 minutes west, at noon Lizard north 40 degrees 5 minutes east, 69 leagues. Monday, 29th light airs and hazy the most part of these 24 hours with some rain. Wind northwesterly. Course south 21 degrees west, distance 41 miles, latitude 46 degrees 38 minutes north, longitude 9 degrees 29 minutes west, at noon, Lizard north 37 degrees 45 minutes east, 86 leagues. Tuesday, 30th, fresh gales all these 24 hours. At 1:30 p.m. spoke with His Majesty's ship Guadeloupe, at 6 close reefed the topsails, and got down the top gallant yards. Wind westerly, course south 27 degrees west, distance 33 miles. Latitude 46 degrees 9 minutes north, longitude 9 degrees 52 minutes west, at noon, Lizard north 36 degrees east, 96 leagues. Wednesday, 31st. First and middle parts, moderate breezes and clear, latter, fresh gales and cloudy. At 6 p.m. Loosed the second reef out of the topsails, and at 8 a.m. took them in again, at noon tacked and stood to the northwest, having stood before to the southward. Wind west to southwest, course south 36 degrees east, distance 82 miles. Latitude 45 degrees 3 minutes north, longitude 8 degrees 43 minutes west, at noon, Lizard north-northeast, 105 leagues. September 1768. Plymouth to Madeira. Thursday, September 1st. Very hard gales, with some heavy showers of rain, the most part of these 24 hours, which brought us under our 2 courses, broke one of our main topmast futtock plates, washed overboard a small boat belonging to the boatswain, and drowned between 3 and 4 dozen of our poultry, which was worst of all. Towards noon it moderated, so that we could bear our main topsail close reefed. At midnight wore and stood to the southward. Wind westerly, course south 70 degrees west, distance 20 miles. Latitude 44 degrees 56 minutes north, longitude 9 degrees 9 minutes west, at noon, Lizard north 28 degrees 15 minutes west, 109 leagues. Friday, 2nd. Fresh gales and cloudy the most part of these 24 hours. p.m. Got up the spare mainsail to dry, it being wet by the water getting into the sail room, occasioned by the ship being very leaky in her upper works. At 5 a.m. Loosed 2 reefs out of each topsail, and saw the land, which we judged to be Cape Finisterre and Cape Portugal. At 10 tacked, being about 4 miles offshore and stood to the northwest, at noon, Cape Portugal bore east by south, distance about 8 leagues. Wind north by west, west, southwest, west-southwest, course south by west, distance 64 miles, latitude 43 degrees 53 minutes north, longitude 9 degrees 26 minutes west, at noon, Lizard north-northeast, 130 leagues. Saturday, 3rd. First part little wind and hazy, with rain, remainder strong gales with hard squalls, which brought us under our close reefed topsails, and obliged us to strike t'gallant yards. At 8 a.m. wore ship and stood to the southward. Wind southwest and west, course south 68 degrees 45 minutes west, distance 44 miles, latitude 44 degrees 9 minutes north, longitude 10 degrees 20 minutes west, at noon, Lizard north 29.5 degrees east, 138 leagues. Sunday, 4th. For part fresh gales and clear, remainder light airs and calm. At 6 a.m. Cape Finisterre bore south by west 1/2 west, distance 10 or 11 leagues. Loosed all the reefs out of the topsails, and got t'gallant yards across. Wind westerly, calm. At noon, island of Ciserga 9 east-southeast 3 leagues. Monday, 5th light breezes and calm all these 24 hours. At 2 p.m. had an observation of the sun and moon, which gave the longitude 8 degrees 42 minutes west from Greenwich. At 6 Cape Finisterre bore south by west 1/2 west, 6 leagues. Variation of the compass per azimuth 18 degrees 42 minutes west. At noon, Cape Finisterre south by east, distant 4 leagues. Latitude observed 43 degrees 4 minutes, therefore Cape Finisterre must lay in latitude 42 degrees 53 minutes north. 10 Wind westerly, northwest, calm. Tuesday, 6th, moderate breezes and clear weather these 24 hours. A.M. Found the variation by the mean of 5 azimuth to be 21 degrees 40 minutes west, 3 degrees more than what it was found yesterday, which I cannot account for. 11 as both observations appeared to me to be equally well made. At 10:28 had an observation of the sun and moon, which gave the longitude 9 degrees 40 minutes west from Greenwich. By this observation Cape Finisterre must lay in 8 degrees 52 minutes, and by that made yesterday in 8 degrees 40 minutes. The mean of the two is 8 degrees 46 minutes west of Greenwich. The longitude of the Cape, 12 its latitude being 42 degrees 53 minutes north. Wind northwest, course south 42 degrees west, distance 70 miles. Latitude 42 degrees 1 minute north, longitude 9 degrees 50 minutes west. At noon, Cape Finisterre north 42 degrees east, 70 miles. Wednesday, 7th, moderate breezes and clear weather, found the variation to be 21 degrees 4 minutes west. Wind west-northwest, course south by west, distance 92 miles, latitude 40 degrees 29 minutes north, longitude 10 degrees 11 minutes west. At noon, Cape Finisterre north 13 degrees east, 49 leagues. Thursday, 8th, fresh gales and cloudy weather. A.M. Passed by 2 sail, which were standing to the northeast. Wind west-northwest to west by south, course south 4 degrees east, distance 111 miles, latitude 38 degrees 33 minutes north, longitude 10 degrees west. At noon, Cape Finisterre north 12 degrees east, 88 leagues. Friday, 9th. First part fresh gales, remainder moderate breezes and fine, clear weather. Set up the topmast rigging, and found the variation to be 19 degrees 50 minutes west. Wind west by north to northeast, course south 40 degrees west, distance 116 miles, latitude 37 degrees 4 minutes north, longitude 11 degrees 33 minutes west. At noon, Cape Finisterre north 20 degrees east, 124 leagues. Saturday, 10th. A steady, fresh breeze and fine clear weather. Found the variation of the compass by the evening and morning amplitude and by 2 azimuth to be 20 degrees 59 minutes west. Wind northeast by east, course south 36 minutes west, distance 130 miles. Latitude 35 degrees 20 minutes north, longitude 13 degrees 28 minutes west. At noon, Cape Finisterre north 24 degrees east, 166 leagues. Sunday, 11th. The same winds and weather continue. Found the variation to be this evening 18 degrees 54 minutes, and in the morning 17 degrees 58 minutes west, they both being the mean result of several good observations. Wind northeast by east, north by east, course south 32 degrees west. Distance 94 miles, latitude 34 degrees 1 minute north, longitude 14 degrees 29 minutes west. At noon, Cape Finisterre north 26.5 degrees east, 198 leagues. Monday, 12th, moderate breezes and fine clear weather. At 6 a.m. The island of Porto Santo bore northwest by west, distance 9 or 10 leagues. Hauled the wind to the westward at noon, the deserters extending from west-southwest to southwest by south, the body of Madeira west 1/2 south, and Porto Santo north-northwest 1/2 west. Wind north-northwest, course south 40 degrees west. Distance 102 miles, latitude 32 degrees 43 minutes north, longitude 15 degrees 53 minutes west. Tuesday, 13th, fresh breezes and clear weather. At 8 p.m. anchored in Funchal Road in 22 fathoms. Found here His Majesty's ship Rose and several merchants' vessels. In the morning new berthed the ship, and moored with the stream anchor, half a cable on the best bower and a hawser and a half on the stream wind northwest. Moored in Funchal Road, Madeira, Wednesday, 14th. First part fine, clear weather, remainder cloudy, with squalls from the land, attended with showers of rain. In the night the bend of the hawsers of the stream anchor slipped owing to the carelessness of the person who made it fast. In the morning hove up the anchor in the boat and carried it out to the southward. In heaving the anchor out of the boat Mr. Weir, master's mate, was carried overboard by the buoy rope and to the bottom with the anchor. Hove up the anchor by the ship as soon as possible, and found his body entangled in the buoy rope. Moored the ship with the 2 bowers in 22 fathoms water, the Loo Rock west and the Brazen Head east. Sailed His Majesty's ship Rose. The boats employed carrying the casks ashore for wine, and the caulkers caulking the ship's sides. Wind easterly. Thursday, 15th, squalls of wind from the land, with rain the most part of these 24 hours. Received on board fresh beef and greens for the ship's company, and sent on shore all our casks for wine and water, having a shore boat employed for that purpose. Wind northeast to southeast. Friday, 16th. The most part fine, clear weather. Punished Henry Stevens, seaman, and Thomas Dunster, marine, with 12 lashes each, for refusing to take their allowance of fresh beef. Employed taking on board wine and water. Wind easterly. Saturday, 17th, little wind, and fine clear weather. Issued to the whole ship's company 20 pounds of onions per man employed as yesterday. Wind westerly. Sunday, 18th, ditto weather. PM received on board 270 pounds of fresh beef, and a live bullock charged 613 pounds. Complete our wine and water, having received of the former 3,032 gallons, of the latter 10 tons. AM unmoored and prepared for sailing. Funchal, in the island of Madeira, by observations made here by Dr. Eberton, F.R.S. Lies in the latitude of 32 degrees 33 minutes 33 seconds north and longitude west from Greenwich 16 degrees 49 minutes 13. The variation of the compass 15 degrees 30 minutes west, decreasing as he says, which I much doubt. 14. Neither does this variation agree with our own observations. The tides flow full, and change north and south, and rise perpendicular 7 feet at spring tides and 4 feet at neap tides. We found the north point of the dipping needle, belonging to the Royal Society, to dip 77 degrees 18 minutes. The refreshments for shipping to be got at this place are wine, water, fruit of several sorts, and onions in plenty, and some sweetmeats. But fresh meat and poultry are very dear, and not to be had at any rate without leave from the governor. Wind southerly, east-southeast, southwest. Sailed from Madeira. Monday, 19th, light breezes and fine clear weather. At midnight sailed from Funchal. At 8 a.m. the high land over it bore north 1/2 east. Unbent the cables, stowed the anchors, and issued to the ship's company 10 pounds of onions per man ship's draught of water, for 14 feet 8 inches. Aft 15 feet 1 inch. Wind east-southeast, latitude 31 degrees 43 minutes north, at noon, high land over Funchal north 7 degrees east, 49 miles. Tuesday, 20th, light airs and clear weather. P.M. Took several azimuth, which gave the variation 16 degrees 30 minutes west. Put the ship's company to 3 watches. Wind variable, course south 21 degrees 30 minutes west, distance 28 miles. Latitude 31 degrees 17 minutes, longitude 17 degrees 19 minutes west, at noon, Funchal, Island of Madeira, north 13 degrees east, 76 miles. Wednesday, 21st. First part light airs, remainder fresh breezes and clear weather. Served hooks and lines to the ship's company, and employed them in the day in making mats, etc., for the rigging. Wind southwest to southwest by west, course south 60 degrees east, distance 60 miles. Latitude 30 degrees 46 minutes north, longitude 16 degrees 8 minutes south, at noon, Funchal north 10 degrees west, 113 miles. Thursday, 22nd. Genteel breezes and clear weather. At 4 p.m. saw the salvages bearing south. At 6, the body of the island bore south 1/2 west, distant about 5 leagues. Found the variation of the compass by an azimuth to be 17 degrees 50 minutes west. At 10 the Isles of Salvages bore west by south 1/2 south, distance 2 leagues. I make those islands to be in latitude 30 degrees 11 minutes south, and south 16 degrees east, 58 leagues from Funchal, Madeira. Wind southwest, course south 35 degrees 30 minutes east, distance 73 miles. Latitude 29 degrees 40 minutes north, longitude 15 degrees 31 minutes west, at noon, Funchal north 21 degrees west, 62 leagues. Friday, 23rd light breezes and clear weather. At 6 a.m. Saw the Peak of Tenerife bearing west by south 1/2 south, and the Grand Canaries south 1/2 west. The variation of the compass from 17 degrees 22 minutes to 16 degrees 30 minutes, wind southwest, northeast, course south 26 degrees west. Distance 54 miles, latitude 28 degrees 51 minutes north, longitude 15 degrees 50 minutes west, at noon, Funchal north 12 degrees 45 minutes west, 77 leagues. Saturday, 24th. A fresh breeze and clear weather the most part of these 24 hours. I take this to be the northeast trade we have now got into. At 6 p.m. the northeast end of the island of Tenerife west by north, distance 3 or 4 leagues. Off this northeast point lies some rocks high above the water. The highest is near the point, and very remarkable. By our run from yesterday at noon this end of the island must lie in the latitude of 28 degrees 27 minutes and south 7 degrees 45 minutes east, distance 83 leagues from Funchal, and south 18 degrees west, 98 miles from the salvages. At 1 a.m. the Peak of Tenerife bore west-northwest. Found the variation to be this morning 16 degrees 14 minutes west. The Peak of Tenerife, from which I now take my departure, is a very high mountain upon the island of the same name, one of the Canary Islands. Its perpendicular height from actual measurement is said to be 15,396 feet. 15 it lies in the latitude of 28 degrees 13 minutes north, and longitude 16 degrees 32 minutes from Greenwich. Its situation in this respect is allowed to be pretty well determined. Wind northeast by east, latitude 27 degrees 10 minutes north. At noon Peak of Tenerife north 18 degrees 45 minutes, 74 miles. Sunday, 25th. A steady trade wind and clear weather. The variation by the amplitude this evening was 14 degrees 58 minutes west. Wind east by north, east-northeast. Course south 41 degrees west, distance 126 miles, latitude 25 degrees 36 minutes north, at noon Peak of Tenerife north 33 degrees 15 minutes east, 61 leagues. Monday, 26th, fresh breezes and somewhat hazy. Variation by this evening amplitude 15 degrees 1 minute west. Wind northeast by east, course south 22 degrees 15 minutes west, distance 122 miles, latitude 23 degrees 43 minutes north, at noon Peak of Tenerife north 29 degrees east, 317 miles. Tuesday, 27th, ditto weather. Served wine to the ship's company, the beer being all expended but 2 casks, which I intend to keep some time longer, as the whole has proved very good to the last cask. At noon found the ship by observation 10 miles ahead of the log, which I suppose may be owing to a current setting in the same direction of the trade wind. Wind northeast, course south 19 degrees west, distance 145 miles. Latitude 21 degrees 26 minutes north, at noon, Peak of Tenerife, north 26 degrees east, 154 leagues. Wednesday, 28th. A fresh trade wind and hazy weather. The variation of the compass by the mean of several azimuth taken this evening 12 degrees 46 minutes, and in the morning by the same method 12 degrees 43 minutes west. This day's log and observed latitude agree, which is not reconcilable to yesterday. Exercise the people at small arms. Wind northeast, east-northeast, course south 12 degrees 30 minutes west, distance 150 miles. Latitude 18 degrees 59 minutes north, at noon, peak of Tenerife north 23 degrees 15 minutes east, 204 leagues. Thursday, 29th, fresh breezes and hazy weather. The variation 12 degrees 33 minutes west. The observed latitude ahead of that given by the log 10 miles. Wind northeast by north, course south 14 degrees west, distance 90 miles, latitude 17 degrees 32 minutes north, at noon peak of Tenerife, north 33 degrees east, 236 leagues. Off Cape de Verde Islands. Friday, 30th. A steady breeze and pleasant weather. At 6 a.m. saw the island of Bonavista, one of the Cape de Verde Islands, extending from south by east to southwest by south, distance 3 or 4 leagues. Ranged the east side of this island at the distance of 3 or 4 miles from the shore, until we were obliged to haul off to avoid a ledge of rocks which stretched out southwest by west from the body or southeast point of the island 1.5 leagues. Had no ground with 40 fathoms a mile without this ledge. The island of Bonavista is in extent from north to south about 5 leagues, is of a very uneven and hilly surface, with low sandy beaches on the east side. The southeast part of the island, from which I take my departure, by an observation this day at noon lies in the latitude of 16 degrees north, and according to our run from Madeira in the longitude of 21 degrees 51 minutes west from Greenwich. And south 21 degrees west. 260 leagues from Tenerife. Drawings numbers 1 and 2 represent the appearance of the east side of this island, where, 2, is the southeast point, with the hill over it, which is high, of a round figure, and the southernmost on the island. Wind northeast, course south 12 degrees 30 minutes west, distance 97 miles, latitude 15 degrees 37 minutes north per observation, Tenerife, north 20 degrees 43 minutes east, 262 1/3 leagues. At noon the hill on the southeast point of the island Bonavista north 69 degrees west, distant from the shore 3 leagues. October 1768. Saturday, October 1st. A steady gale and somewhat hazy. Variation by very good azimuths this evening 10 degrees 37 minutes, and by the same in the morning 10 degrees 0 minutes west, at noon found the ship ahead of the log 5 miles. Wind north, north-northeast, course south 12 degrees 12 minutes west. Distance 114 miles, latitude 14 degrees 6 minutes north, longitude 22 degrees 10 minutes west, at noon island of Bonavista, southeast point, north 9 degrees west, 116 miles. Sunday, 2nd. First part a steady breeze and pleasant weather, remainder light breezes and cloudy. At noon found the ship by observation ahead of the log 7 miles. Wind north by east, north-northwest, course south 1 degree west, distance 92 miles. Latitude 12 degrees 34 minutes north, longitude 22 degrees 10 minutes west, at noon Bonavista, southeast point, north 5 degrees 45 minutes east, 69 leagues. Monday, 3rd, cloudy weather, with light winds and calms. Variation by this evening amplitude south 8 degrees 49 minutes west. AM hoisted out a boat to try if there was any current, found one setting to the southeast at the rate of 3/4 of a mile per hour. Wind north, calm, south-southwest 1/2 west. Course south 3 degrees 30 minutes east, distance 20 miles, latitude 12 degrees 14 minutes north, longitude 22 degrees 10 minutes west, at noon, Bonavista, southeast point, north 5 degrees east, 76 leagues. Tuesday, 4th. Calm for the greatest part of the 24 hours. By an observation we had this morning of the sun and moon found ourselves in the longitude of 22 degrees 32 minutes 30 seconds west from Greenwich. That by account is 21 degrees 58 minutes, the difference being 34 miles westerly, which does not agree with the setting of the current, for having tried it twice today and found it set to the east-southeast 1 mile per hour. And at the same time found the ship to the southward of the log by the noon observation 10 miles. Served portable soup and sauerkraut to the ship's company. Wind variable, course south 53 degrees west, distance 17 miles, latitude 11 degrees 53 minutes north, longitude 22 degrees 33 minutes west. At noon, Bonavista, southeast point, north 2 degrees east, 82 leagues. Wednesday, 5th light breezes of wind, sometimes clear and sometimes cloudy weather. Variation 6 degrees 10 minutes west by an amplitude and azimuth this evening. At noon found the ship by the observed latitude 7 miles to the southward of the log, and by the observed longitude 30 degrees to the eastward of yesterday's observations. And as these observations for finding the longitude, if carefully observed with good instrument, will generally come within 10 or 15 miles of each other, and very often much nearer. It therefore can be no longer in doubt but that there is a current setting to the eastward. 16 Yet we cannot have had this current long, because the longitude by account and that by observation agree today, but yesterday she was 28 miles to the westward of the observation. Wind calm, northeast, east, course south 29 degrees east. Distance 57 miles, latitude 10 degrees 56 minutes north, longitude 22 degrees 3 minutes west, at noon, Bonavista, southeast point, north 2 degrees east, 101 leagues. Thursday, 6th. First part light breezes and cloudy. Middle frequent heavy squalls, with rain, till towards noon when we had again little wind. Found the variation by the mean of 3 azimuth, taken this morning, to be 8 degrees 52 minutes west, which makes the variation found yesterday doubtful. Wind northeast, southeast, southerly, course south 10 degrees 30 minutes west, distance 77 miles, latitude 9 degrees 40 minutes north, longitude 22 degrees 28 minutes west, at noon, Bonavista, southeast point, north 4 degrees east, 128 leagues. Friday, 7th, variable light airs and calm all these 24 hours. At noon found the current to set southeast 1/4 south 1 mile per hour, and yet by observation at noon I find the ship 12 miles to the northward of account, a circumstance that hath not happened for many days. And which I believe to be owing to the heavy squalls we had yesterday from the southeast, which obliged us to put frequently before the wind. Wind southerly, calm, northerly, course south 5 degrees west, distance 10 miles, latitude 9 degrees 42 minutes north, longitude 22 degrees 19 minutes west, at noon, Bonavista, southeast point, north 4 degrees east, 127 leagues. Between Cape de Verde Islands and Equator. Saturday, 8th. First part, light airs and clear weather, middle, squally, with thunder and lightning all round, latter part, moderate breezes and clear weather. Had several azimuths both in the evening and morning, which gave the variation south 8 degrees 30 minutes west. At noon found by observation that the ship had outrun the log 20 miles, a proof that there is a current setting to the southward. Wind northeast by north to east-southeast, course south by east, distance 78 miles, latitude 8 degrees 25 minutes north, longitude 22 degrees 4 minutes west, at noon, Bonavista, southeast point, north 1 degree 45 minutes east, 152 leagues. Sunday, 9th light airs and fine clear weather. Found the variation by a great number of azimuth made this afternoon to be 8 degrees 21 minutes 30 seconds west, and by the morning amplitude 7 degrees 48 minutes. At noon tried the current, and found it set north-northwest march 4th west, 1 1/8 miles per hour. The shifting of the current was conformed by the observed latitude wind east-southeast, course south 16 degrees west, distance 29 miles. Latitude 7 degrees 58 minutes north, longitude 22 degrees 13 minutes west, at noon, Bonavista, southeast point, north 2 degrees 40 minutes, 161 leagues. Monday, 10th. First part, light breezes and clear weather. Middle, squally, with heavy showers of rain, latter, variable, light airs and calm and dark gloomy weather. At 3 p.m. Found the current to set north-northeast 1/4 east, 1¼ mile per hour, and at noon found it to set northeast 3/4 north at the same rate, and the variation to be 8 degrees 39 minutes west by the mean of several azimuth. Wind southeast by east, southerly, course south, distance 10 miles, latitude 7 degrees 48 minutes north, longitude 22 degrees 13 minutes west, at noon, Bonavista, southeast point, north 3 degrees east, 164 leagues. Tuesday, 11th. Very variable weather, with frequent squalls, rain, and lightning. By the observed latitude at noon I find the ship hath only made 22 miles southing since the last observation 2 days ago, whereas the log gives 55 miles, a proof that there is a current setting to the northward. Wind southeast. Course south 52 degrees west, distance 18 miles, latitude 7 degrees 36 minutes north, longitude 22 degrees 8 minutes west, at noon, Bonavista, southeast point, north 3 degrees east, 168 leagues. Wednesday, 12th. Much the same weather as yesterday, the first part, the remainder mostly calm and cloudy weather. AM tried the current and found it set south by west 1/4 west, 1/2 mile per hour, which is not agreeable to yesterday's remark. Wind variable. Course south 33 degrees 30 minutes west, distance 20 miles, latitude 7 degrees 21 minutes north, longitude 22 degrees 39 minutes west, at noon Bonavista north 5 degrees east, 174 leagues. Thursday, 13th. Light airs of wind, with some heavy showers of rain. Variation by azimuth and amplitude this evening 8 degrees 46 minutes west. At noon tried the current, and found it set south March 4th east, 1/3 of a mile per hour. But finding the observation and log agree, I am inclinable to think it hath had no effect upon the ship. Wind southwest, west-southwest, course south 16 degrees 45 minutes east, distance 21 miles. Latitude 7 degrees 1 minute north, longitude 22 degrees 32 minutes west, at noon, Bonavista, southeast point, north 5 degrees east, 181 leagues. Friday, 14th. Dark, gloomy weather, with much rain, the wind variable from west-southwest to south-southeast, sometimes on one tack and sometimes on the other. Wind west-southwest to south-southeast, course south 5 degrees east, distance 24 miles. Latitude 6 degrees 38 minutes north, longitude 22 degrees 30 minutes west, at noon, Bonavista, southeast point, north 3 degrees 15 minutes, 188 leagues. Saturday, 15th. First part, little wind and cloudy, middle, squally, with rain. Latter part, light airs and clear weather. A little before noon took several observations of the sun and moon, the mean result of which gave the longitude to be 23 degrees 46 minutes west from Greenwich, which is 1 degree 22 minutes more westerly than that by account carried on from the last observation. And the observed latitude is 24 miles more northerly than the log since the last observation 2 days ago, all of which shows that the northwesterly current hath prevailed for this some days past. Wind south-southwest to southeast. Course south 30 degrees east per log, distance 12 miles, latitude 6 degrees 50 minutes north, longitude 22 degrees 23 minutes west per account, 23 degrees 46 minutes per sun and moon, at noon, Bonavista, southeast point, north by east, 187 leagues. Sunday, 16th. First part calm, the remainder gentle breezes and fine, pleasant weather. At 3 hours 30 minutes 39 seconds apparent time PM the observed distance of the sun and moon's nearest limb was 52 degrees 42 minutes 30 seconds. The altitude of the sun's lower limb 32 degrees 39 minutes, the altitude of the moon's lower limb 58 degrees 36 minutes. The longitude of the ship from the aforegoing observations 23 degrees 33 minutes 33 seconds west from Greenwich, differing 13 minutes from those made this morning or yesterday, the ship laying all the time becalmed. Variation of the compass 8 degrees 45 minutes west. Wind southeast, variable, northeast, course south 2 degrees east, distance 72 miles, latitude 5 degrees 38 minutes north, longitude 23 degrees 45 minutes west. At noon, Bonavista, southeast point, north 5 degrees 15 minutes east, 208 leagues. Monday, 17th, variable, light airs and calm clear weather. January 2nd past 1 p.m. Took 2 distances of the sun and moon, the first of which gave the longitude 23 degrees 45 minutes 56 seconds, and the last 23 degrees 44 minutes west, the difference being not quite 2 miles. Which shows how near to one another these observations can be made. Wind south, southeast, variable, course south by west 1/2 west, distance 11 miles, latitude 5 degrees 17 minutes north, longitude 23 degrees 47 minutes west. At noon, Bonavista, southeast point, north 5 degrees 15 minutes east, 212 leagues. Tuesday, 18th. Sometimes little wind, sometimes squally, with rain and lightning. Wind south to east-southeast, course south 48 degrees west, distance 45 miles, latitude 4 degrees 47 minutes north, longitude 24 degrees 23 minutes west. At noon, Bonavista, southeast point, north 12 degrees east, 229 leagues. Wednesday, 19th, fresh breezes and cloudy weather. The observed latitude to the northward of that given by the log 9 miles, which I suppose must be owing to a current. Wind south by east to southeast by south, course south 42 degrees west, distance 88 miles, latitude 3 degrees 44 minutes north, longitude 25 degrees 23 minutes west. At noon, Bonavista, southeast point, north 14 degrees east, 253 leagues. Thursday, 20th. A genteel gale and clear weather. At a little before 5 p.m. Had an observation of the sun and moon, which gave the longitude 25 degrees 46 minutes west from Greenwich, which is more westerly than that by account carried on from the last observation. And the observed latitude being again to the northward shows that there must be a current setting between the north and west. Wind south by east to southeast by south, course south 52 degrees west, distance 48 miles. Latitude 3 degrees 16 minutes north, longitude 26 degrees 20 minutes west. At noon, Bonavista, north 18 degrees 30 minutes east, 270 leagues. Crossing equator. Friday, 21st. A moderate breeze, and for the most part clear weather. Longitude per the mean of 2 observations of the sun and moon made at 4 hours 45 minutes and at 4 hours 54 minutes p.m., 26 degrees 33 minutes west. Variation of the compass 4 degrees 7 minutes west, and the observed latitude at noon to the northward of the log 7 miles. Wind southeast to south-southeast, course south 58 degrees west, distance 57 miles. Latitude 2 degrees 46 minutes north, longitude 27 degrees 11 minutes west. At noon, Bonavista southeast point, north 21 degrees east, 281 leagues. Saturday, 22nd. Moderate breezes and fine, pleasant weather. Variation 3 degrees 17 minutes west. Wind southeast by south, course south 43 degrees 15 minutes west, distance 87 miles, latitude 1 degree 40 minutes north, longitude 28 degrees 12 minutes west. At noon, Bonavista, southeast point, north 23 degrees east, 312 leagues. Sunday, 23rd. A moderate, steady breeze and fine clear weather. The ship by observation at noon is 8 miles to the northward of the log. Wind south-southeast, course south, distance 5 miles, latitude 1 degree 40 minutes north, longitude 28 degrees 12 west. At noon, Bonavista, southeast point, north 23 degrees east, 312 leagues. Monday, 24th. First part ditto weather, remainder fresh breezes and cloudy, with some flying showers of rain. Variation per azimuth this morning 3 degrees west. At noon by observation found the ship 11 miles ahead of the log. Wind south by east to southeast by south, course south 49 degrees west, distance 50 miles, latitude 1 degree 7 minutes north, longitude 28 degrees 50 minutes west. At noon, Bonavista, southeast point, north 25 degrees east, 328 leagues. Tuesday, 25th. A genteel breeze and clear weather, with a moist air. Soon after sunrise found the variation of the compass to be 2 degrees 24 minutes west, being the mean result of several very good azimuths. This was just before we crossed the line in the longitude of 29 degrees 29 minutes west from Greenwich. We also tried the dipping needle belonging to the Royal Society, and found the north point to dip 26 degrees below the horizon. But this instrument cannot be used at sea to any great degree of accuracy on account of the motion of the ship, which hinders the needle from resting. However, as the ship was pretty steady, and by means of a swinging table I had made for that purpose, we could be certain of the dip to 2 degrees at most. The observed latitude and that by account nearly agree. Wind southeast to southeast by east, course south 30 degrees west, distance 95 miles, latitude 0 degrees 15 minutes south, longitude 29 degrees 30 minutes west, at noon, Bonavista, southeast point, north 26 degrees east, 358 leagues. Wednesday, 26th. First part light airs and cloudy weather, the remainder a moderate breeze and cloudy. After we had got an observation, and it was no longer doubted that we were to the southward of the line, the ceremony on this occasion practiced by all nations was not omitted. Every one that could not prove upon the sea chart that he had before crossed the line was either to pay a bottle of rum or be ducked in the sea, which former case was the fate of by far the greatest part on board. And as several of the men chose to be ducked, and the weather was favorable for that purpose, this ceremony was performed on about 20 or 30, to the no small diversion of the rest. Wind southeast to south-southeast, course south 31 degrees west. Distance 77 miles, latitude 1 degree 21 minutes south, longitude 30 degrees 18 minutes west, at noon, Bonavista, southeast point, north 25 degrees 30 minutes east, 385 leagues. Thursday, 27th, fresh gales and close cloudy weather. Variation 2 degrees 48 minutes west. Wind south-southeast to southeast, course south 38 degrees 15 minutes west, distance 79 miles, latitude 2 degrees 23 minutes south, longitude 31 degrees 7 minutes west. At noon, Bonavista, southeast point, north 26 degrees east, 410 leagues. Friday, 28th, fresh breeze and fine clear weather. At a little past 1 a.m. longitude in by the 3 following observations viz. By the moon and the star Aritis, 32 degrees 27 minutes, by the moon and Pollux, 32 degrees 0 minutes 15 seconds, by Ditto, 31 degrees 48 minutes 32 seconds. The mean of the whole is 32 degrees 5 minutes 16 seconds west from Greenwich, which is 31 minutes more westerly than the longitude by account carried on since the last observation. The 2 first observations were made and computed by Mr. Green, and the last by myself. The star Aritis was on one side of the moon and Pollux on the other. This day at noon, being nearly in the latitude of the island Ferdinand Noronha, to the westward of it by some charts and to the eastward by others, was in expectation of seeing it or some of those shoals that are laid down in most charts between it and the main. But we saw neither one nor another. We certainly passed to the eastward of the island, and as to the shoals, I don't think they exist, grounding this my opinion on the journal of some East India ships I have seen who were detained by contrary winds between this island and the main. And being 5 or 6 ships in company, doubtless must have seen some of them did they lay as marked in the charts. 17 wind southeast to southeast by east, course south 33 degrees west, distance 93 miles, latitude 3 degrees 41 minutes south, longitude 32 degrees 29 minutes west. Saturday, 29th, fresh breezes and pleasant weather. Variation of the compass 2 degrees 25 minutes west. Wind east-southeast, course south by west, distance 101 miles, latitude 5 degrees 25 minutes south, longitude 32 degrees 48 seconds west. Sunday, 30th. A steady breeze, and for the most part close cloudy weather. Variation by several azimuths 1 degree 31 minutes west. At noon the observed latitude 7 miles southward of account. Wind east-southeast, course south 3/4 west, distance 107 miles. Latitude 7 degrees 8 minutes south, longitude 33 degrees 4 minutes west. Monday, 31st. A fresh breeze and clear weather. Variation 0 degrees 15 minutes west. Observed latitude again to the southward of the log. Wind east to east-southeast. Course, south 1/2 west, distance 114 miles, latitude 9 degrees 1 minute south, longitude 33 degrees 16 minutes west. November 1768. Between equator and Rio. Tuesday, November 1st, moderate breezes, for the most part cloudy. Variation by the mean of several azimuths 0 degrees 58 minutes west in the evening, and in the morning found it to be 0 degrees 18 minutes west. Wind east-southeast, course south 3/4 west, distance 98 miles, latitude 10 degrees 38 minutes south. Wednesday, 2nd. A steady breeze and fine pleasant weather. This afternoon, by the mean of several azimuths and the amplitude, found the variation to be 0 degrees 34 minutes east. From which it appears that about the aforegoing noon we have crossed the line of no variation in the latitude of 10 degrees 38 minutes south, and, according to the following observations, in 32 degrees 0 minutes west longitude from Greenwich. At 5 hours 5 minutes 0 seconds apparent time AM the longitude of the ship and the observation of the moon and the star Aldebaran was found to be 32 degrees 0 minutes 45 seconds. At 8 hours 17 minutes 0 seconds, per sun and moon, 32 degrees 25 minutes 0 seconds, and at 9 hours 0 minutes 16 seconds, 32 degrees 19 minutes 0 seconds. The mean of the three is 32 degrees 14 minutes 55 seconds. And again at 7 hours 12 minutes 52 seconds, per sun and moon, 32 degrees 10 minutes 4 seconds, and at 7 hours 19 minutes 42 seconds, per sun and moon, 32 degrees 15 minutes 20 seconds. The mean of these two is 32 degrees 12 minutes 42 seconds, and the mean of the whole is 32 degrees 13 minutes 43 seconds west from Greenwich, which is less by a whole degree than that by account. Which is a considerable error to be made in 5 days in these low latitudes. One would think from this that we must have had a current setting to the eastward, which is not likely that it should set against the settled trade wind. The 3 first of these observations were made by Mr. Green, and the 2 last by myself. Wind east-southeast, south, course south by west, distance 132 miles, latitude 12 degrees 48 minutes south, longitude 32 degrees 20 minutes west per observation. Thursday, 3rd. A fresh trade wind and fair weather. Variation per azimuth this evening 0 degrees 47 minutes east, and at a little past 9 AM longitude in per sun and moon 33 degrees 0 minutes west of Greenwich. Wind east by southeast, course south 15 degrees west, distance 128 miles. Latitude 14 degrees 51 minutes south, longitude 33 degrees 7 minutes west. Friday, 4th. A steady gale and fair weather. P.M. Variation per azimuth 1 degree 29 minutes west, ditto 1 degree 28 minutes west, and by the amplitude 1 degree 12 minutes west, mean 1 degree 23 minutes west, by which it appears that we have again crossed the line of no variation. At January 2nd past 9 AM. The longitude of the ship, per observation of the sun and moon, 33 degrees 26 minutes 30 seconds. Wind east by south, course south 19 degrees 30 minutes west, distance 125 miles. Latitude 16 degrees 49 minutes south, longitude 33 degrees 37 minutes west. Saturday, 5th, fine pleasant weather. Variation per azimuth this morning 3 degrees 21 minutes east, which makes me doubtful of the variation found yesterday, though, at the time I had not the least room to doubt of the accuracy of the observations. Longitude per observation 34 degrees 43 minutes 30 seconds west. Wind east to northeast, course south 30 degrees 35 minutes west, distance 109 miles, latitude 18 degrees 22 minutes south, longitude 34 degrees 50 minutes west. Sunday, 6th. First and latter part squally, with heavy showers of rain, middle moderate and fair. I now determined to put into Rio de Janeiro in preference to any other port in Brazil or Falkland Islands, for at this place I knew we could recruit our stock of provisions, several articles of which I found we should in time be in want of. And at the same time procure livestock and refreshment for the people. And from the reception former ships had met with here I doubted not but we should be well received. Wind north-northeast, variable, south, course south 55 degrees west, distance 74 miles. Latitude 19 degrees 3 minutes south, longitude 35 degrees 50 minutes west. Monday, 7th, moderate breezes and clear weather. PM found the variation to be 4 degrees 49 minutes east. At 6 sounded and had 32 fathoms water. The bottom coral rocks, fine sand and shells, which soundings we carried upon a southwest 1/2 west course 9 or 10 leagues, and then had no ground with 100 fathom. We were by our account and per run afterwards 54 leagues east from the coast of Brazil and to the southward of the shoals called Abralos, as they are laid down in most charts. Wind southeast to northeast, course south 58 degrees west. Distance 68 miles, latitude 19 degrees 46 minutes south, longitude 36 degrees 50 minutes west. Tuesday, 8th, fresh breezes and cloudy weather. PM. Variation by the mean of 12 azimuths 5 degrees 26 minutes east, and by an amplitude in the morning 7 degrees 52 minutes. At 6 a.m. saw the land of Brazil bearing northwest 1/2 north, distance 8 or 10 leagues. At 8 sounded, had 37 fathoms, coarse sand, broken shells, and coral rocks. At 9 brought to and spoke with a fishing boat, who informed us that the land in sight lay to the southward of Santo Espiritu. It appears high and mountainous. The drawing number 3 exhibits a view of this land as it appeared from the ship, A, being near to Santo Espiritu, and a remarkable hill, B, bore northwest 1/2 north, distance 7 or 8 leagues. Made sail in shore, the wind being southerly. Had from the above depth to 14 fathoms the same sort of bottom. Found the ship at noon by observation 10 miles to the southward of account, which I suppose to be occasioned by a current setting between the south and west. Wind north-northeast, north by west, south-southwest to south by west, course south 50 degrees west, distance 140 miles, latitude 21 degrees 16 minutes south, longitude 37 degrees 35 minutes west. Wednesday, 9th. First and latter part hazy, with a moderate breeze, middle, fresh gales, with thunder, lightning, and rain. At 3 p.m. tacked in 16 fathoms, distance from the shore 5 leagues, the land extending from the northwest by west to northeast. At 5 took the second reef in the topsails and got down to gallant yards, stood to the southeast until midnight, then tacked, sounding from 16 to 55 fathoms. At 8 a.m. loosed the reefs out of the topsails and got to gallant yards across. Unstowed the anchors and bent the cables. At noon latitude observed 21 degrees 29 minutes south, the land extending from southwest by south to north-northwest, distance 4 leagues, soundings from 55 to 10 fathoms. Wind south-southeast, south-southwest, south, course south 62 degrees 15 minutes west, distance 28 miles, latitude 21 degrees 29 minutes south. Nearing Rio Janeiro. Thursday, 10th, moderate breezes and hazy upon the land. Stood in for the shore southwest 1/2 west. Depth of water from 10 to 9 fathoms and from 9 to 16 fathoms, being then 4 leagues from the land. From 16 fathoms it shoaled gradually to 5 fathoms. Then we tacked, being about 1½ leagues from the shore. The extremes of the land to the southward, which we took for Cape St. Thomas, bore south 3/4 west, distance 4 leagues. The land from Cape St. Thomas to the northward lies north by east 1/2 east. Along the shore is low land covered with wood and sandy beaches, but inland are very high mountains, the greatest part of them being hid in the clouds. Stood off until 5 in the morning east and east by south. Depth of water 10, 20, 16, 23, and 30 fathoms. At noon latitude observed 21 degrees 30 minutes, depth of water 14 fathoms, gray sand with black specks. Extremes of the land from southwest by west to north-northwest, distance 12 or 14 leagues. Wind south-southeast, southeast by south, south by east, course east 1/4 south, distance 17 miles. Latitude 21 degrees 30 minutes south, longitude 37 degrees 43 minutes west per account. Friday, 11th. First and latter parts, moderate breezes and fair, but cloudy and hazy over the land, middle, a fresh breeze and cloudy. At 8 tacked and stood to the northeast. Extreme of the land to the southward, which we took for Cape St. Thomas, southwest 1/2 south, distance 5 or 6 leagues, depth of water 13 fathoms, gray sand. At 11 a.m. tacked in 14 fathoms and stood to the south-southeast, and at 3 a.m. stood over a shoal or bank of 6 fathoms, afterwards the depth increased to 30 fathoms, at noon in 36 fathoms. Latitude observed 22 degrees 37 minutes south, which is 10 miles to the southward of the log. No land in sight. Wind southeast to east, course south 5 degrees west, distance 67 miles. Latitude 23 degrees 37 minutes south, longitude 37 degrees 49 minutes west. Saturday, 12th, genteel breezes and fine clear weather. At 2 p.m. sounded, but had no ground with 38 fathoms, and soon after sounded and had none at 50 fathoms, from which it appears that we are to the southward of the bank we have been upon this 2 days past. It extends off from the land between the latitude 21 degrees and 22 degrees nor less than 18 or 20 leagues, how much farther I know not. Standing in from sea, the depth of water very soon diminisheth from 30 to 20 and 17 fathoms, afterwards gradually from 9, 8 and even to 6 fathoms. But between this shoal water and the main, which is 6 or 7 leagues, you will have 10, 12 and even 16 fathoms, till you come within 2 or 3 leagues of the shore. The bottom is of various kinds, sometimes coral rocks and broken shells, coarse sand and broken shells, small stones, and at other times fine sand varying at almost every cast of the lead. At 5 p.m. saw the land bearing northwest by west 1/2 west, distance 10 or 12 leagues, which proved to be the island of Cape Frio. It appeared in 2 hillocks, and from the deck looked like 2 islands. Took several azimuth of the sun, which gave the variation 6 degrees 40 minutes east. At 8 a.m. the Isle of Cape Frio bore west by north 4 leagues. This island is situated in the latitude of 23 degrees 2 minutes south, and according to our reckoning in the longitude of 38 degrees 45 minutes west from Greenwich. But from many circumstances I have good reason to think that our reckoning is wrong and that it lies in the longitude 41 degrees 10 minutes west. It is not of a large circuit, but tolerable high, with a hollow in the middle, which makes it look like 2 islands when it first makes its appearance out of the water. It lays not far from the main, which with the island forms a right angle, one side trending north and the other west. To the northward of the island and between it and the main there appears to lay several smaller islands near each other. The main land on the sea coast appears to be low, but inland are high mountains. Drawing number 4 exhibits a view of this island and it bore west-northwest, distance 4 leagues. Wind northeast, east-northeast. Course south 60 degrees 30 minutes west, distance 59 miles, latitude 23 degrees 6 minutes south, Isle of Cape Frio north 60 degrees east, 4 leagues. Sunday, 13th. First and latter parts a genteel sea breeze and clear weather, the middle calm. P.M. Standing along shore for Rio de Janeiro observed that the land on the sea coast is high and mountainous, and the shore forms some small bays or coves wherein are sandy beaches. At 8 short-ned sail. The Sugar Loaf Hill at the west entrance to Rio de Janeiro west-northwest, distant 4 or 5 leagues, at the same time was abreast of 2 small rocky islands, that lie about 4 miles from the shore. At 9 a.m. Sprung up a light breeze at southeast, at which time we made sail for the harbor, and sent the pinnace with a lieutenant before us up to the city of Rio de Janeiro, to acquaint the viceroy with the reason that induced us to put in here. Which was to procure water and other refreshments, and to desire the assistance of a pilot to bring us into proper anchoring ground. At noon standing in for the harbor. At Rio Janeiro. Arrival at Rio de Janeiro, Monday, 14th, moderate sea and low breezes and fine pleasant weather. At 5 p.m. Anchored in 5 fathoms just above the Isle of Cobras, which lies before the city of Rio de Janeiro. A little before we anchored the pinnace returned and informed me that the viceroy had thought proper to detain the officer until I went ashore. Soon after we anchored a boat came on board bringing several of the viceroy's officers, who asked many questions in respect to the ship, cargo, from whence she came, number of guns, men, etc., all of which was answered to their satisfaction. They told me it was the custom of the port to detain the first officer that came from any ship on her first arrival until a boat from the viceroy had visited her. That my officer would be sent on board as soon as they got on shore, which was accordingly done. About this time a boat filled with soldiers kept rowing about the ship, which had orders, as I afterwards understood, not to suffer any one of the officers or gentlemen, except myself, to go out of the ship. In the morning I waited upon the viceroy and obtained leave to purchase provisions, refreshments, etc. for the ship, but obliged me to employ a person to buy them for me under a pretence that it was the custom of the place, and he likewise insisted, notwithstanding all I could say to the contrary, on putting a soldier into the boats that brought anything to or from the ship, alleging that it was the orders of his court, and they were such as he could not dispense with, and this indignity I was obliged to submit to. Otherwise I could not have got the supplies I wanted. Being willing, as much as in me lay, to avoid all manner of disputes that might cause the least delay, and at the same time to convince him that we did not come here to trade. As I believe he imagined, for he certainly did not believe a word about our being bound to the southward to observe the transit of Venus, but looked upon it only as an invented story to cover some other design we must be upon. For he could form no other idea of that phenomenon, after I had explained it to him, than the North Star passing through the South Pole. These were his own words. He would not permit the gentleman to reside ashore during our stay here, nor permit Mr. Banks to go into the country to gather plants, etc. But not the least hint was given me at this time that no one of the gentlemen was to come out of the ship but myself, or that I was to be put under a guard when I did come. But this I was soon convinced of after I took my leave of His Excellency and found that an officer was to attend upon me wherever I went, which at first the Viceroy pretended was only meant as a compliment, and to order me all the assistance I wanted. This day the people were employed in unbending the sails, in fitting and rigging the spare topmasts in the room of the others, and getting on shore empty water casks. Tuesday, 15th, fine pleasant weather. Received on board fresh beef and greens for the ship's company, with which they was served every day during our stay here. Got all the empty casks on shore, and set the coopers to work to repair them, heeled and boot-topped the starboard side. Wednesday, 16th, set up the forge to repair the iron work, the people employed in heeling and boot-topping the larboard side, blacking the yards, etc. Thursday, 17th, set some people to repair the sails and the caulkers to caulk the ship. The rest of the people employed in the hold and about the rigging. For 3 days past I have remonstrated to the Viceroy and his officers against his putting a guard into my boat, thinking I could not answer it to the Admiralty that tamely submitting to such a custom, which, when practiced in its full force, must bring disgrace to the British flag. On the other hand, I was loath to enter into disputes, seeing how much I was like to be delayed and embarrassed in getting the supplies I wanted. For it was with much difficulty that I obtained leave for one of my people to attend the market to buy necessaries for my table and to assist the agent to buy the things for the ship. Having gained this point and settled everything with the agent in regard to what was wanting for the ship, I resolved, rather than be made a prisoner in my own boat, not to go any more ashore unless I could do it without having a soldier put into the boat, as had hitherto been done. And thinking that the Viceroy might lay under some mistake, which on proper application might be cleared up, I therefore drew up a memorial stating the whole case and sent to the Viceroy this afternoon. And thus a paper war commenced between me and His Excellency, wherein I had no other advantage than the racking his invention to find reasons for treating us in the manner he did, for he never would relax the least from any one point. Friday, 18th. This day I received an answer to my memorial, wherein he tells me, amongst other things, that if I think it hard submitting to the customs of this port I may leave it when I please. But this did not suit my purpose at present, but I resolved to make my stay as short as possible. I must own that the memorial of the Viceroys was well drawn up and very much to the purpose, which is more than I can say of any of the subsequent ones. Saturday, 19th, close cloudy weather. Employed getting aboard rum, water, and other necessaries. Caulking and refitting the ship. Punished John Thurman, seaman, with 12 lashes for refusing to assist the sailmaker in repairing the sails. Sunday, 20th. First part cloudy weather. The middle very hard storms of wind and rain, the latter moderate, with rain. This afternoon sent Lieutenant Hicks in the pinnace with an answer to the Viceroy's memorial, with orders not to suffer a soldier to be put into the boat. Upon which the guard boat attended him to the landing place and reported it to the Viceroy, who refused to receive the memorial, and ordered Mr. Hicks on board again, but in the meantime they had put a guard into the boat, which Mr. Hicks insisted should be ordered out, that he might return on board in the same manner as he came, without a guard. And upon his refusing to return other way, all the crew were by armed force taken out of the boat, though they gave no provocation nor made the least resistance, and hurried to prison, where they remained until the next day. Mr. Hicks was then put into one of their boats, and brought on board under the custody of a guard. Immediately upon my hearing of this I wrote to the Viceroy demanding my boat and crew and His Excellency's reason for detaining her, and enclosed the memorial he had before refused to receive. This I sent by a petty officer, as I had never objected against a guard being put into any of my boats wherein was no commissioned officer. He was admitted ashore and delivered the letter, and was told an answer would be sent the next day. This evening, between 8 and 9 o'clock, came on an excessive hard storm of wind and rain, the longboat coming on board the same time with 4 pipes of rum in her. The rope they got hold of broke, and she went adrift. The yawl was immediately sent after her, but the longboat filling with water, they brought her to a grapnel and left her, and the yawl with the people got on board about 3 in the morning. Early this morning I sent to the Viceroy to acquaint him with the loss of our boat, to desire leave and the assistance of a shore boat to look after her, and at the same time to demand the pinnace and her crew. After some time the whole was granted, and we was so fortunate as to find the longboat the same day, and likewise the 4 pipes of rum, but every other thing that was in her was lost. Monday, 21st. This morning I received His Excellency's answer to my last memorial and letter. In his letter he owns there was some indecency in detaining the boat, but lays the blame to my officer, who only executed the orders I gave him with spirit. In one part of his memorial he says that from the build of the ship and other circumstances he doubts that she is the King's. This I thought proper to answer in writing by telling His Excellency that I was ready to produce my commission. Rain the most part of this day. Tuesday, 22nd. Moderate breezes, with frequent showers of rain. Employed getting on board water, provisions, etc. Caulking the ship and repairing the sails. Wednesday, 23rd, fine pleasant weather. Employed as before and setting up the rigging. This day I received from the Viceroy an answer to my last memorial, wherein he still keeps up his doubts that she is not a king's ship, and accuseth my people of smuggling, a thing I am very certain they were not guilty of. And for which His Excellency could produce no proof, notwithstanding many artful means were made use of to tempt such of our people as were admitted ashore to trade by the very officers that were under His Excellency's own roof. I thought it incumbent on me to answer this memorial, in which I desired His Excellency to take into custody any one of my people that should be found trading, even if it amounted to no more than one of the sailors selling his clothes from off his back for a bottle of rum. For what His Excellency called smuggling I was very certain amounted to no more. And even this was only suspicions of my own. Thursday, 24th. This day a Spanish packet, a small brig, from Buenos Aires put in here in her way to Spain. This vessel belonged to His Catholic Majesty, and notwithstanding the Viceroy had all along pretended that the orders he had respecting foreign vessels were general, yet this vessel met with very different treatment from us. No guard was put over her, and her officers and crew went wherever they pleased. 18. Friday, 25th, Saturday, 26th. Employed getting on board water as fast as the coopers could set up and repair the casks, setting up the rigging and caulking the ship's sides. Sunday, 27th, bent the sails and cleaned the ship fore and aft. Monday, 28th, fine pleasant weather. The caulkers having finished the sides, paid them with tar. This day I unexpectedly received an answer from my last memorial, wherein were only a few weak arguments to support His Excellency's suspicions that the ship did not belong to the king, and that my people smuggled. This memorial I answered. Tuesday, 29th, employed lashing the casks that were on the upper deck and between decks and making ready for sea. Wednesday, 30th. Punished Robert Anderson, seaman, and William Judge, marine, with 12 lashes each, the former for leaving his duty ashore and attempting to desert from the ship, and the latter for using abusive language to the officer of the watch, and John Reading. Boatswain's mate, with 12 lashes for not doing his duty in punishing the above 2 men. Sent ashore to the Viceroy for a pilot to carry us to sea, who sent one on board together with a large boat, which I did not want, but it is the custom in this port for the pilots to have such a boat to attend upon the ship they pilot out, and for which you must pay 10 shillings per day, besides the pilot's fees, which is £7 4 shillings sterling. December 1768. Thursday, December 1st. Wind at southeast, which hindered us from sailing as we intended. Received on board a large quantity of fresh beef, greens and yams for the ship's company. Friday, 2nd. This morning sent a packet for the Secretary of the Admiralty on board the Spanish paquet, containing copies of all the memorials and letters that have passed between the Viceroy and me. And likewise another packet containing duplicates thereof I left with the Viceroy to be by him forwarded to Lisbon. At 9 weighed and came to sail and turned down the bay. Peter Flower, seaman, fell overboard, and before any assistance could be given him was drowned. In his room we got a portrait. Saturday, 3rd. First part, moderate breezes at southeast. Remainder, fresh gales at south with rain. At 1 p.m. anchored in 18 fathoms water in the Great Road, sea plan. Sunday, 4th, fore and middle parts fresh gales at south-southeast with heavy rain, latter, variable light airs and fair weather. Hoisted in the long boat and secured her. Monday, 5th. First part, little wind and cloudy, middle, thunder, lightning and rain, latter, little wind at southwest and fair. At 4 a.m. Weighed and towed down the bay, being calm, with an intent to go to sea, but having 2 shot fired at us from Santa Cruz Fort was obliged to come to an anchor and to send a boat to the fort to know the reason of their firing. Who it seems had no orders to let us pass, without which no ship can go to sea. This surprised me not a little, as I had but this very morning received a very polite letter from the Viceroy, in answer to one I had wrote some days ago, wherein he wishes me a good voyage. I immediately dispatched a petty officer to the Viceroy to know the reason why we was not permitted to pass the fort. The boat very soon returned with an order to the captain of the fort to let us pass, which order had been wrote some days ago, but either by design or neglect had not been sent. At 11 weighed in order to put to sea, but before we could heave up the anchor, it got hold of a rock, where it held fast in spite of all our endeavors to clear it until the sea breeze set in. Tuesday, 6th. The sea breeze continued all this day. At 2 p.m. the ship tended to the wind, which cleared the anchor. Hove it up and run higher up the bay and anchored in 15 fathoms, a little below the isle or church of Voyage, found the cable very much rubbed several fathoms from the anchor. Wednesday, 7th. First and latter part a genteel breeze at southeast and east, the middle, calm. At 5 a.m. weighed and towed out of the bay, at 8 discharged the pilot and his boat. A breeze of wind springing up easterly made sail out to sea, and sent a boat to one of the islands laying before the bay to cut brooms, a thing we was not permitted to do while we lay in the harbor. The guard boat which had constantly attended all the time we lay in the bay and harbor did not leave us until the pilot was discharged. At noon the sugar loaf at the west entrance of the bay bore north by west 1/2 west, distance, 8 or 9 miles. Description of Rio Janeiro. A description of the bay or river of Rio de Janeiro. The few days' delay we met with in getting out of Rio de Janeiro gave me an opportunity of drawing a plan or sketch of great part of the bay. But the strict watch that was kept over us during our whole stay hindered me from taking so accurate a survey as I wished to have done, and all the observations I could make was taken from on board the ship. This plan hath no pretensions to accuracy, yet it will give a very good idea of the place, differing not much from the truth in what is essential. The Bay of Rio de Janeiro, by some called a river which its name signifies, but this I think is improper, it being nothing more than a deep inlet of the sea, into which no considerable fresh water river empties itself that I could hear of. Be this as it will, it is capacious and capable of containing a vast number of shipping where they may ride in perfect security. The entrance is situated west by north 18 leagues from Cape Frio, and may be known by a remarkable hill in the form of a sugar loaf, at the west entrance of the bay. But as all the coast is exceeding high, terminating at the top in peaked hills, it is much better known by the islands laying before it, one of which, called Rodonda, is high and round in form of a haystack, and lies south by west 2½ leagues from the sugar loaf or entrance of the bay. A little without the east entrance of the bay, and near the shore, lay 2 islands near each other. 3 leagues from the eastward and 4 miles from the shore are 2 low rocky islands, which are the first you meet with in coming from the eastward or from Cape Frio. To sail into Rio de Janeiro there is not the least danger until you are the length of the fort of Santa Cruz, which stands on the point that forms the east entrance of the bay or river. On the west entrance is Fort Lorio, built upon a rock which lies close to the main land. The distance from one fort to the other is 3/4 of a mile east and west. But the channel for shipping is not quite so broad by reason of sunken rocks laying off each of the forts. These rocks may not be properly placed in the plan, being only laid down from the information of the pilot. The narrowness of the channel here causeth the tides both flood and ebb to run pretty strong, insomuch that you cannot stem it without a fresh breeze of wind, nor is it safe anchoring because the bottom is foul and rocky. By keeping in the middle of the channel you will not only avoid being forced to come to an anchor, but all other dangers. Being got within the entrance your course up the bay is north by west 1/2 west and north-northwest something more than 1 league. This brings you the length of the Great Road, and northwest and west-northwest 1 league more carries you the length of the Ilha dos Cobras, which lies before the city. Keep the north side of this island close on board and anchor above it in 5 fathoms of water, where you see most convenient before the monastery of Benedictines, which stands upon a hill at the northwest end of the city. Small ships and vessels generally lay between the town and the Ilha dos Cobras, but in order to get there they must come round the north side of the island. I shall now give the best description I can of the different forts that are erected for the defense of the bay. The first you meet with coming in from sea is a battery of 22 guns, seated in the bottom of a sandy bay, which is on the south side of the sugar loaf, and can be designed for no other use than to hinder an enemy from landing in that valley, from whence I suppose they may march up to the town or round by the west side of the sugar loaf to attack the forts that are on that side of the entrance into the bay. The first of which is seated under the foot of the Sugar Loaf on a low isthmus which joins the peninsula or point of the bay with the land of the Sugar Loaf. It appears to be a square of stone work without a ditch, with bastions and furnished with cannon. A little within this fort are 2 batteries of 5 or 6 guns each. They are designed to play upon shipping, but neither these batteries or the fort are out of reach of a ship's cannon. Hard by these batteries stands Fort Logie. It is an irregular hexagon, built of stone upon a small rock standing at the west entrance of the bay, and is surrounded on all sides by the sea. It is mounted with 14 or 15 guns, which are placed so as to play upon shipping going in and out of the harbor. There is only one way to go into it, which is by steps leading up to a sally port on the northwest side. Opposite this is the fort of Santa Cruz, built upon a low rocky point that forms the east entrance of the bay. It hath the appearance of a regular fortification of stone work built upon the slope of the rock, on which account there are in some places 2 tier of guns. It hath no ditch but on the land side, where it is cut out of the rock. In every other part the sea washes up to its walls. It seems everywhere to be well mounted with cannon except on the land side, where none are wanting, because they could be of no use, the land being so very high above it. Yet, after all, neither this fort nor those on the opposite shore do not appear to be of any great strength, even against shipping, for which they are wholly designed, being the key of the bay. They lay low, and ships may come so near as to have them entirely within the reach of their guns, but it would require 5 or 6 sail of the line to ensure success. Between 2 and 3 miles within the entrance of the bay, on the west side, is the Isle Borglione, upon the east point of which is erected a bat-try of stone, and mounted with 17 pieces of cannon. Besides this, on the highest part of the island, is a bat-try of 6 guns mounted on an open platform. These batteries are designed to play upon shipping in the bay, and seems not ill-designed for that purpose. Yet they would be obliged to submit to the attack of shipping or that of a land force, there being nothing to hinder the latter from landing on the island behind the batteries. Opposite to this island, on the low point on the east side of the bay, is the bat-try of St. Dominica of 7 guns. A little without this bat-try, on the east side of the bay, is a small but high island, close to the shore, on the top of which is the church of Bon Voyage, about halfway down the cliff. Below the church is a bat-try of 3 guns. Neither the one nor the other of these batteries are of much consequence. They serve, indeed, to force shipping coming into the bay between 2 fires, and hinder them from anchoring on that side until they are silenced. The next fortification is that on the Ilha dos Cobras, the east point and north side of which consists of a rampart bastion and a parapet faced with stones and mounted with cannon, but no ditch, which is not much wanting. As the works are built on the edge of the rising ground. The other side next the town hath no other enclosure but a plain wall without any guns. It is said that the works on this island are in bad repair, on account of being so extensive that they would take more men to defend them than they could spare, and, placing no dependency on their strength, let them go to decay. The ground on which the monastery of Benedictine stands commands the works on the island. Over the south end of the city stands the castle of Saint Sebastian, it is seated upon a hill, and commands the whole town. And this is all I know of it, only that it is not counted a place of any great strength. For the defense of these forts and the town the King of Portugal maintains 7 regiments of regular troops. Those I saw were well clothed and in good condition. But this, as I was told, was not the case with the whole. Besides these troops are 3 regiments of militia, 2 of horse and 1 of foot. These consist of the principal inhabitants of the place, who serve without pay, muster and exercise in turns 9 months in the year, on which account they rank with the regular troops. The city of Rio de Janeiro is in the latitude of 22 degrees 50 minutes south and longitude 42 degrees 15 minutes west from Greenwich. 19 According to observations made at sea, it is seated on a plain close to the shore on the west side of the bay, at the foot of several high mountains. It is neither ill-designed nor ill-built. The houses are mostly stone, generally 1 and 2 stories high, with balconies to most of them. The streets are of a convenient breadth, and cross each other at right angles, and the whole city may be about 3 miles in compass. It is governed by a governor appointed by the king. The present governor is Don Anto Mendoyas Fasteda, who is no friend to the English. It likewise is the residence of the Viceroy and Captain General of the States of Brazil, who is as absolute as any monarch on earth, and the people to all appearance as much slaves. This city and adjacent parts about the bay are said to contain 100,000 souls, but not above a 20th part are whites. The rest are blacks, many of whom are free, and seem to live in tolerable circumstances. The city of Rio de Janeiro is supplied with water from 2 different parts of the adjacent mountains. That which comes from the southward is conveyed across a deep valley by an aqueduct, which consists of a great number of arches placed in 2 rows, one upon the other. From thence in pipes to a fountain which stands in the middle of the square before the Viceroy's palace. At another part of the city is a reservoir, to which the water is conveyed much in the same manner. From these 2 places, but mostly from the former, the inhabitants fetch all they want, where there is always a sentinel to keep order, and it is likewise here that the ships water. They land their casks upon a smooth sandy beach about 100 yards from the fountain, and upon application to the Viceroy you have a sentinel to look after them and to clear the way for to come to the fountain to fill water. Upon the whole, Rio de Janeiro is not a bad place for ships to put in at that want refreshments, not only because the harbor is safe and commodious, but that provision and all manner of refreshments may be had in tolerable plenty. Bread and flour are, however, scarce and dear, being brought hither from Europe, and are never the better for that passage. In lieu of these are to be had yams and cassada. All sorts of grain, though it may be the produce of this country, is dear. Fresh beef, though bad, is to be had in plenty at about 2 1/4 pence per pound, and jerked beef about the same price. This is cured with salt, and dryd in the shade, the bones being taken out, and the meat cut into large but very thin slices. It eats very well, and if kept in a dry place will remain good a long time at sea. Rum, sugar, and molasses are all good and cheap. Tobacco is cheap, but not good. Mutton they have very little. Hogs and all sorts of poultry are to be got, though in no great plenty, and of course rather dear. Garden stuff and fruit in plenty, but none that will keep long at sea except pumpkins. They have a yard for building shipping and a small hulk for heaving down by, there being no other method to come at a ship's bottom, as the tides doth not rise above 6 or 7 feet. At the new and full moon it is high water at that time about 8 o'clock, when the land and sea breezes are regular, but when they are not the course of tides are altered. The sea breeze begins to blow about 10 or 12 o'clock, and continues until sunset, when it dies away and is succeeded by the land breeze, which continues most part of the night. From a little after sunrise until the sea breeze sets in it is generally calm, and is then the oddest and most disagreeable part of the whole day. Chapter 2. Rio Janeiro to Tahiti. Remarkable occurrences from Rio de Janeiro towards Terra del Fuego. December 1768. Rio to Strait Le Maire. Thursday, December 8, 4 and middle parts moderate breezes and cloudy. Remainder, little wind and clear weather. At 3 p.m. the boat returned from the island, hoisted her in and made sail at 6. The Sugar Loaf at the west entrance of Rio de Janeiro bore north 1/2 east, distance 7 leagues. It lies from the city of Rio de Janeiro, from which I take my departure, southwest 4 miles. Wind east-northeast, northeast, north by east, course south 7 degrees 30 minutes west, distance 85 miles. Latitude 24 degrees 17 minutes south, longitude 42 degrees 29 minutes west. Friday, 9th, genteel light breezes and clear weather. At 3 a.m. the fore-topgallant mast broke short by the cap, the carpenter employed making another. Wind north, northeast, south-southwest, course south 22 degrees east, distance 32 miles, latitude 24 degrees 46 minutes south, longitude 42 degrees 16 minutes west. Saturday, 10th, moderate breezes with some flying showers of rain the first part. Wind southerly, course, southeast 1/2 east, distance 75 miles, latitude 25 degrees 34 minutes south, longitude 41 degrees 12 minutes west. Sunday, 11th, little wind and clear weather the most part of this day. Served slops 20 to the people. Wind southerly, course south 20 degrees east, distance 9 miles, latitude 25 degrees 43 minutes south, longitude 41 degrees 8 minutes west. Monday, 12th. First part, light airs, remainder, genteel breezes and clear weather. Found the variation of the compass by the evening amplitude and an azimuth in the morning to be 8 degrees 30 minutes east, and the observed latitude at noon to be short of that given by the log 10 miles. Exercised the people at great guns and small arms. Wind variable, course south-southwest, distance 34 miles, latitude 26 degrees 14 minutes south, longitude 41 degrees 23 minutes west. Tuesday, 13th. First part gentle breezes and clear, remainder a steady gale. The weather a little hazy. Variation 8 degrees 23 minutes east. Wind northeast and north-northeast, course south 19 degrees 40 minutes west, distance 113 miles. Latitude 28 degrees 0 minutes south, longitude 42 degrees 6 minutes west. Wednesday, 14th. First and latter parts, fresh breezes and cloudy, middle, little wind, with thunder, lightning and rain. The caulkers employed caulking the ship's decks. Wind, northwest, west, south by west, course south 16 degrees east, distance 87 miles, latitude 29 degrees 24 minutes south, longitude 41 degrees 55 minutes west. Thursday, 15th. The first part a fresh gale and dark cloudy weather. Remainder, little wind and clear, a large swell from southwest. Wind southwest by south, south, east-southeast, course south 14 degrees 15 minutes east, distance 45 miles, latitude 30 degrees 8 minutes south, longitude 41 degrees 39 minutes west. Friday, 16th, genteel breezes and clear weather. Variation 9 degrees 36 minutes east. Wind east-northeast, northwest, northeast, course south 32 degrees west, distance 86 miles. Latitude 31 degrees 21 minutes south, longitude 42 degrees 32 minutes west. Saturday, 17th, hazy with frequent showers of rain all the fore and middle part, latter, clear weather with a gentle breeze of wind. Wind, variable from northwest, southwest, to south-southeast, course south 14 degrees west, distance 56 miles, latitude 32 degrees 15 minutes south, longitude 42 degrees 48 minutes west. Sunday, 18th. First part, light winds. Remainder, fresh breezes and clear weather. Variation 11 degrees 3 minutes east. Wind, southeast to northeast, course south 51 west, distance 43 miles, latitude 32 degrees 42 minutes south, longitude 43 degrees 27 minutes west. Monday, 19th. A steady fresh breeze and fair weather. At 5:30 p.m. longitude in per observation of the sun and moon 43 degrees 38 minutes west from Greenwich. Variation 11 degrees 3 minutes east. The observed latitude exceeds that given by the log 7 miles. Wind northerly, course southwest, distance 116 miles, latitude 34 degrees 4 minutes south, longitude 45 degrees 6 minutes west. Tuesday, 20th. A fresh breeze of wind and hazy. Variation 13 degrees 44 minutes east. Observed latitude exceeds that given by the log 11 miles. Wind north, course southwest 1/4 south, distance 160 miles, latitude 36 degrees 2 minutes south, longitude 47 degrees 14 minutes west. Wednesday, 21st, wind and weather variable. Saw several black sheer waters. Sounded twice this 24 hours but found no ground with 90 fathoms. The observed latitude again ahead of the log 16 miles. Wind variable, course south 42 degrees 45 minutes west, distance 90 miles. Latitude 37 degrees 8 minutes south, longitude 48 degrees 30 minutes west. Thursday, 22nd. Little wind the most part of this day. Variation 15 degrees 30 minutes east. Bent a new suit of sails. Wind southerly, course west, distance 40 miles. Latitude 37 degrees 8 minutes south, longitude 49 degrees 1 minute west. Friday, 23rd. Light airs and clear weather. Saw some turtle upon the water but could not catch any. Sounded no ground with 200 fathoms. Variation 15 degrees 40 minutes east. Wind southerly, course north 48 degrees west, distance 33 miles, latitude 36 degrees 46 minutes south, longitude 49 degrees 32 minutes west. Saturday, 24th. First part calm, remainder a genteel breeze and fine clear weather. This night had two sets of observations of the moon and the star Aldebaran, which gave the longitude 49 degrees 54 minutes 15 seconds west, the first set gave 49 degrees 55 minutes 15 seconds, and the second 49 degrees 53 minutes 15 seconds. Wind calm, northeasterly, course south 50 degrees west, distance 39 miles, latitude 37 degrees 11 minutes south, longitude 50 degrees 32 minutes west. Sunday, 25th, fresh breezes and fine clear weather. Wind northeast by north to north. Course south 50 degrees west, distance 116 miles, latitude 38 degrees 37 minutes south, longitude 52 degrees 5 minutes west. Monday, 26th. A fresh breeze of wind and cloudy weather, passed by some rock weed. At noon the observed latitude 26 miles to the southward of the log, which I believe is chiefly owing to her being generally steered to the southward of her course. Yesterday being Christmas Day the people were none of the soberest. Wind north. Course southwest, distance 158 miles, latitude 40 degrees 19 minutes south, longitude 54 degrees 30 minutes west. Tuesday, 27th. Fresh breezes and hazy with squalls which obliged us during the night to take in the small sails and 2 reefs in the topsails which were let out in the morning. Wind northerly, course south 50 degrees west, distance 123 miles. Latitude 41 degrees 38 minutes south, longitude 56 degrees 15 minutes west. Wednesday, 28th. First part strong gales and cloudy, which obliged us to get down topgallant yards. At 8 p.m. it blew a storm of wind with rain which brought us under our mainsail with her head to the westward. Sounded 50 fathoms, fine brown sand, at midnight had 40 fathoms, the same bottom. At 4 a.m. had 46 fathoms coral rock. The weather being more moderate, made sail under the courses and set the topsails with 2 reefs in. Wind southeast to south, latitude 40 degrees 49 minutes south, longitude 58 degrees 29 minutes west. Thursday, 29th. First part moderate breezes and cloudy, remainder fresh breezes and clear. PM loosed all the reefs out, and got to gallant yards across. Variation per azimuth 16 degrees 12 minutes, per amplitude 16 degrees 32 minutes. Mean of the two 16 degrees 22 minutes east. Between 9 and 10 a.m. took 7 sets of observations between the sun and moon to find the longitude of the ship. Each set consists of 3 observations. The mean of the whole gave 59 degrees 18 minutes 34 seconds west of Greenwich. The result of each set was as follows, viz., first set, 59 degrees 8 minutes, second, 59 degrees 21 minutes, third, 59 degrees 34 minutes, fourth, 59 degrees 17 minutes. Fifth, 59 degrees 11 minutes 45 seconds, sixth, 59 degrees 19 minutes 30 seconds, and the seventh, 59 degrees 20 minutes 45 seconds. The greatest difference between any two viz. The first and third is but 26 minutes, and the mean of these two differ from the mean of the whole only 2 minutes 26 seconds. This shews to what degree of accuracy these observations can be made even by different persons, for 4 of these were made and computed by Mr. Green and the rest by myself. The longitude given by the ship, reckoning from the last observation 5 days ago, differs only 8 miles from the observation, which shews that we have not been in any currents. Soundings from 40 to 47. Wind northeasterly. Course south 46 degrees 30 minutes west, distance 81 miles, latitude 41 degrees 45 minutes south, longitude 59 degrees 37 minutes west. Friday, 30th, little wind, and sometimes calm, the first part clear weather, remainder foggy and hazy. Soundings from 44 to 49 fathoms, grey sandy bottom. Caught both this morning and last night a great number of insects. Some were upon the wing, but the greater part were upon the water, and many of these alive and of such sort as cannot fly far. And yet at this time we could not be less than 30 leagues from land. Wind variable, course south 30 degrees west, distance 54 miles, latitude 42 degrees 32 minutes south, longitude 60 degrees 15 minutes west. Saturday, 31st. Cloudy weather, with some lightning and a few showers of rain. Variation 18 degrees 36 minutes east. Soundings from 46 to 50 fathoms, fine dark sand. Wind southeasterly, course south 18 degrees west, distance 43 miles. Latitude 43 degrees 14 minutes south, longitude 60 degrees 26 minutes west. January 1769. Sunday, January 1st, 1769. First and latter part, fresh breezes and clear weather, in the middle, light airs and calm. At noon, longitude in per 4 sets of observations between the sun and moon 61 degrees 8 minutes 28 seconds west. The difference between the least and greatest of these sets was 8 minutes, and the mean of 2 differs from the mean of the whole but 32 seconds. The longitude by account carried on from the last observations exactly agree with these observations. Saw a great number of small whales about the ship. Wind south to west-southwest, course south 36 degrees west, distance 39 miles, latitude 43 degrees 35 minutes south, longitude 61 degrees 8 minutes 28 seconds west. Monday, January 2nd. The first part of this day a genteel gale and clear weather, middle, squally, with lightning and rain, and some showers of large hail stones, towards noon a steady fresh breeze and clear weather. At noon longitude in by 3 sets of observations between the sun and moon 61 degrees 7 minutes 45 seconds, which is 43 seconds to the eastward of yesterday's observations. The ship by the log has made 4 minutes east. Wind westerly. Course south 2 degrees east, distance 92 miles, latitude 45 degrees 17 minutes south, longitude 61 degrees 7 minutes 45 seconds west. Tuesday, 3rd, fresh gales and clear weather, under single reef topsails. P.M. Saw some whales and porpoises and small red crawfish, some of which we caught. At noon saw several birds of a light gray color, like pigeons, but smaller. These are of the Mother Carey's kind. Longitude per observation 61 degrees 29 minutes 45 seconds, which is 22 minutes to the westward of yesterday, but the ship hath made 41 minutes, consequently there is an error of 19 minutes. Which is not to be supposed to be in the log in one day's run. But, be it which way it will, it is not great. Wind west, southerly, course south 11 degrees, distance 122 miles, latitude 47 degrees 17 minutes south, longitude 61 degrees 29 minutes 45 seconds west. Modern chart of South Pacific Ocean showing track of H.M.S. Endeavour, 1769 to 1770. Wednesday, 4th. First part, genteel breeze and clear. Latter, fresh gales, with heavy squalls of wind and rain, which brought us under our courses and main topsails close reefed. Soon after noon saw the appearance of land to the eastward, and being in the latitude of Pape's Island, as it is laid down in some charts, imagined it might be at point 21 bore down to be certain, and at 1/2 past 2 p.m. Discovered our mistake, and hauled the wind again. At 6 sounded, and had 72 fathoms black sand and mud. Variation 19 degrees 45 minutes east. Wind west-northwest to southwest by south, course south 30 degrees east, distance 76 miles. Latitude 48 degrees 28 minutes south, longitude 60 degrees 51 minutes west. Nearing Terra del Fuego. Thursday, 5th, 4-part, fresh gales and clear, middle, light airs, remainder, fresh gales and a little hazy. P.M. Found the variation to be 20 degrees 4 minutes east, sounding 75 and 73 fathoms. A great number of waterfowl about the ship. Wind southwest, northeast, north-northeast, course south 28 degrees west, distance 92 miles. Latitude 49 degrees 49 minutes south, longitude 61 degrees 67 minutes west. Friday, 6th, fresh gales, the air very sharp and cold, frequent showers of rain and squalls. Sounding 75 fathoms. Saw some penguins. Gave to each of the people a fear-not jacket and a pair of trousers, after which I never heard one man complain of cold, not but that the weather was cold enough. Wind west, southerly, course south 8 degrees 45 minutes west, distance 92 miles. Latitude 51 degrees 20 minutes south, longitude 62 degrees 19 minutes west. Saturday, 7th. First part, strong gales, with excessive hard squalls, with rain. At 9 p.m. Wore and brought to, her head to the westward under the mainsail, and reefed the foresail for the first time. The storm continued with a little intermission until a little towards noon, when it abated, so we could set the topsails close reefed. Saw many penguins and some seals. Wind southerly, course south 62 degrees east, distance 14 miles, latitude 51 degrees 26 minutes south, longitude 61 degrees 59 minutes west. Sunday, 8th. Wind and weather both variable, but for the most part little wind. P.M. loosed the reef out of the foresail and 2 reefs out of each topsail. A.M. got top-gallant yards across and loosed all the reefs out. Soundings from 80 to 75 fathoms. Wind south, southwest, west, northwest, course north 72 degrees west, distance 33 miles, latitude 51 degrees 16 minutes south, longitude 62 degrees 50 minutes west. Monday, 9th. First and latter parts, a moderate breeze and clear weather. Middle, squally with rain. P.M. found the variation by several azimuths to be 22 degrees 24 minutes east. Saw a great number of penguins and seals. Tuesday, 10th, moderate breezes and fine clear weather. At 2 p.m. sounded 86 fathoms. Black sand and small stones. Variation 21 degrees 57 minutes east. At 10:30 tacked having stood south 12 leagues. After standing to the westward 14 miles, sounded, and had 80 fathoms black grey sand, 3 leagues farther 76, coarse black sand. Tacked, and at noon had 70 fathoms black gravel and small stones of different colors. Saw several flights of black shearwaters. Wind west-southwest, southwest, course south 18 degrees west, distance 38 miles. Latitude 52 degrees 54 minutes south, longitude 63 degrees 10 minutes west. Wednesday, 11th. A steady genteel breeze and clear weather. P.M. after standing 13 leagues south-southwest sounded 64 fathoms gravel and small stones. Standing southwest by south 11 leagues farther, had 46 fathoms, the same sort of bottom. At 8 a.m. saw the land of Terra del Fuego, extending from the west to the southeast by south, distance offshore between 3 and 4 leagues. Sounded and had 35 fathoms small, soft, slate stones. Variation 23 degrees 30 minutes east. In ranging along shore to the southeast at the distance of 2 or 3 leagues, had 27 and 26 fathoms muddy bottom. Saw some of the natives, who made a smook in several places, which must have been done as a signal to us as they did not continue it after we passed. By our longitude we ought not to have been so far to the westward as Statenland, as it is laid down in the charts. But it appeared from subsequent observations that the ship had got near a degree of longitude to the westward of the log, which is 35 miles in these latitudes. Probably this in part may be owing to a small current setting to the westward, occasioned by the westerly current which comes round Cape Horn and through Strait La Mer, and the indraft of the Straits of Magellan. Wind westerly. Course south 30 degrees west, distance, 100 miles, latitude 54 degrees 20 minutes south, longitude 64 degrees 35 minutes west per log. Thursday, 12th. First part, moderate breezes and cloudy. Remainder sometimes a fresh breeze, sometimes calm, hazy weather with rain. At 5 the wind coming to the northward obliged us to tack and stood northwestward, being then about 5 miles from the shore and had 23 fathoms, sandy bottom. At midnight tacked and stood to the eastward. At noon the land over the entrance of Straits La Mer, east-northeast, distance, 7 leagues, soundings from 28 to 38 fathoms. Wind north, north-northeast, variable, west-southwest. Latitude 54 degrees 34 minutes south per observation. Friday, 13th. The greatest part of this day little wind and cloudy. At 8 p.m., Cape St. Diego, at the west entrance of Straits La Mer, east, distance about 5 leagues. Kept under an easy sail until daylight, at which time we were abreast of Cape St. Diego, and then put into the straits, but the tide soon turned against us and obliged us to haul under the cape again and wait until 9 a.m. when it shifted in our favor. Put into the straits again with a moderate breeze at southwest, which soon grew boisterous with very heavy squalls, with rain and hail, and obliged us to close reef our topsails. Wind northeast by east, west-southwest, southwest, latitude 54 degrees 39 minutes south, at noon, Cape St. Diego north 2 leagues. In Strait of Le Maire. Saturday, 14th. First part strong gales, and very heavy squalls with hail and rain. Remainder more moderate but unsettled, sometimes a fresh breeze and squally, and sometimes little wind. Kept plying in the straits until 1/2 p.m. At which time the tide had made strong against us, and the wind not abating, bore away, intending to have hauled under Cape St. Diego, but was prevented by the force of the tide, which carried us past that cape with surprising rapidity, at the same time caused a very great sea. At 6, the weather being clear, took 9, or 3 sets of, observations of the sun and moon in order to find the longitude of the place. And as they perhaps are the first observations of this kind that were ever made so near to the extremity of South America, I have inserted them below just as they were taken, that everybody may judge for themselves. Column 1, name of set. Column 2, time by the watch in hours, minutes and seconds. Column 3, apparent time computed from in hours, minutes and seconds. Column 4, observed distance. Sun and moon's nearest limb in degrees, minutes and seconds. Column 5, observed altitude. Sun's lower limb in degrees, minutes and seconds. Column 6, observed altitude. Moon's upper limb in degrees, minutes and seconds. Column 7, correct altitude. Sun's center in degrees, minutes and seconds. Column 8, correct altitude. Moon's center in degrees, minutes and seconds. Column 9, the longitude resulting from both sets of observations in degrees, minutes and seconds. 8:27:15, 71:26, 0:15:36, 0:24:13, 8:30:30, 71:28, 0:15:11, 0:24:80. 8:32:15, 71:29, 0:14:56, 0:23:57, 25:30:00, 83, 0:45:43, 72:18. First set, 8:30:00, 6:12:53, 71:27:40, 15:14, 2024 6, 0 15 22 39, 23 43 0, 66 7 45. 8 33 50, 71 30, 0 14 43, 0 23 38 0. 8 35 39, 31, 0 14 25, 0 23 42 0. 8 37 46, 30 30, 14 10, 0 23 32 0. 8 107 15, 91 30, 43 18, 0 23 112 0. Second set, 8 35 45, 6 18 41, 71 30 30, 14 26, 0 23 37, 20 14 34, 0 23 14 0, 66 19 45. 8 39 10, 71 31 30, 13 56, 0 23 26 0. 8 41 20, 32, 0 13 40, 0 23 20 0. 8 43 49, 33, 0 13 18, 0 23 6 0. 8 124 19, 9 6 30, 114 0, 52 0. Third set, 8 41 26, 6 24 26, 71 32, 10 13 38, 0 23 17, 20 13 46, 0 22 55 0, 66 0 45. NB. The mean of the three sets is 66 degrees 9 minutes 25 seconds, and the mean of Mr. Green's computations from the same observations was 66 degrees 14 minutes 0 seconds, and the mean of his computations and mine will be 66 degrees 11 minutes 32 seconds, and therefore the longitude of Cape St. Diego or the northwest entrance of Strait Le Maire will be 66 degrees 0 minutes 0 seconds west from Greenwich, and its latitude 54 degrees 39 minutes south. 22. Note, the distance of the Sun and Moon was taken by Mr. Green alone, my quadrant being out of order. Cape St. Diego bore at this time south by east about 4 leagues distant. At 7:30 tacked and stood to the southeast, Cape St. Diego bearing south by east, distance 5 leagues. At 1 a.m. Squally, wore ship, Staten Land extending from north to east. At 4, moderate weather, loosed a reef out of each topsail, the Cape of Good Success west by south, and Cape St. Diego north-northwest, being now in the strait, but the tide turning against us soon carried us out. The violence of the tide of ebb rose such a sea off Cape St. Diego, that it looked as if it was breaking violently on the ledge of rocks, and would be taken for such by any who knowed not the true cause. When the ship was in this torrent she frequently pitched her bowsprit in the water. By noon we got under the land between Cape St. Diego and Cape St. Vincent, where I thought to have anchored, but found the bottom everywhere hard and rocky, the depth of water from 30 to 12 fathoms. Sent the master to examine a small cove which appeared to our view a little to the eastward of Cape St. Vincent. Wind south-southwest and southwest by south. Sunday, 15th. Moderate breezes at south and southeast, and cloudy weather, the greater part of this day. At 2 p.m. The master returned with an account that there was anchorage in 4 fathoms water and a good bottom close to the eastward of the first Black Bluff Point which is on the east side of Cape St. Vincent. At the very entrance of the cove we saw from the ship, which I named Vincent Bay. Before this anchoring ground lay several rocky ledges covered with seaweed. On these ledges I was informed was not less than 8 or 9 fathoms, but in standing in with the ship the first we came upon had only 4 fathoms upon it. I therefore thought that anchoring here would be attended with some risk, and that it would be better to endeavour to find some port in the strait, and there complete our wood and water. However, I sent an officer with a boat on shore to attend to Mr. Banks and people who was very desirous of being on shore at any rate, while I kept plying as near the shore as possible with the ship. At 9 they returned on board bringing with them several plants, flowers, etc., most of them unknown in Europe, and in that alone consisted their whole value. They saw none of the natives, but meet with several of their old huts. Hoisted the boat in and made sail into the straits, and at 3 a.m. anchored in 12.5 fathoms water, the bottom coral rocks, before a small cove which we took for Port Maurice, and near 1/2 a mile from the shore Cape St. Diego south-southwest, and Cape St. Bartholomew, which is the south point of Staten Land, east-southeast. Port Maurice appeared to afford so little shelter for shipping that I did not think it worth while to hoist a boat out to examine it. We saw here 2 of the natives come down to the shore, who stayed some time, then returned into the woods again. At 10 o'clock got under sail, wind at southeast, and plied to windward. In Success Bay. Monday, 16th. A fresh breeze of wind at south and southwest, with frequent showers of rain and snow. At 2 p.m. anchored in the Bay of Success in 9 fathoms, the bottom ooze and sand. 23 The south point of the bay bore southeast and the north point east-northeast. This bay I shall describe when I come to speak of the rest of the coast. Hoisted out the boats and moored with the stream anchor. While this was doing I went ashore accompanied by Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander to look for a watering place and to speak with the natives, who were assembled on the beach at the head of the bay to the number of 30 or 40. They were so far from being afraid or surprised at our coming amongst them that 3 of them came on board without the least hesitation. They are something above the middle size, of a dark copper color with long black hair. They paint their bodies in streaks, mostly red and black. Their clothing consists wholly in a guanaco skin or that of a seal, in the same form as it came from the animal's back. The women wear a piece of skin over their privy parts, but the men observe no such decency. Their huts are made like a beehive, and open on one side where they have their fires. They are made of small sticks and covered with branches of trees, long grass, etc., in such a manner that they are neither proof against wind, hail, rain or snow, a sufficient proof that these people must be a very hardy race. They live chiefly on shellfish, such as mussels, which they gather from off the rocks along the sea shore, and this seems to be the work of the women. Their arms are bows and arrows neatly made. Their arrows are bearded, some with glass and others with fine flint. Several pieces of the former we saw amongst them with other European things, such as rings, buttons, cloth, canvas, etc. Which I think proves that they must sometimes travel to the northward, as we know of no ship that hath been in these parts for many years. Besides, they were not at all surprised at our firearms. On the contrary, they seemed to know the use of them, by making signs to us to fire at seals or birds that might come in the way. They have no boats that we saw or anything to go upon the water with. Their number doth not exceed 50 or 60 young and old, and there are fewer women than men. They are extremely fond of any red thing, and seem to set more value on beads than anything we could give them. In this consists their whole pride. Few, either men or women, are without a necklace or string of beads made of small shells or bones about their necks. They would not taste any strong liquor, neither did they seem fond of our provisions. We could not discover that they had any head or chief or form of government, neither have they any useful or necessary utensil except it be a bag or basket to gather their mussels into. In a word, they are perhaps as miserable a set of people as are this day upon earth. 24 Having found a convenient place on the south side of the bay to wood and water at, we set about that work in the morning, and Mr. Banks with a party went into the country to gather plants, etc. Tuesday, 17th, fresh gales at south-southwest and west-southwest with rain and snow, and, of course, very cold weather. Notwithstanding we kept getting on board wood and water, and finished the survey of the bay. Mr. Banks and his party not returning this evening as I expected, gave me great uneasiness, as they were not prepared for staying out the night. However, about noon they returned in no very comfortable condition, and what was still worse, 2 blacks, servants to Mr. Banks, had perished in the night with cold. Great part of the day they landed was spent before they got through the woods, after which they advanced so far into the country that they were so far from being able to return that night. And with much difficulty they got to a place of tolerable shelter where they could make a fire. These 2 men being entrusted with great part of the liquor, that was for the whole party, had made too free with it. and stupefied themselves to that degree that they either could or would not travel, but laid themselves down in a place where there was not the least thing to shelter them from the inclemency of the night. This was about 1/4 of a mile from where the rest took up their quarters, and notwithstanding their repeated endeavors, they could not get them to move one step farther, and the bad traveling made it impossible for anyone to carry them. So that they were obliged to leave them, and the next morning they were both found dead. Wednesday, 18th. All the middle and latter parts of this day it blowed very strong from the south-southwest and southwest, attended with snow, hail and rain, and brought such a sea into the bay, which rose the surf to such a height that no boat could land. The same stormy weather and surf continued all Thursday, 19th. All this time the ship rode very easy with her broad side to the swell. The great surf that always will be upon the shore when the wind blows hard from the southward makes wooding and watering tedious, notwithstanding there are great plenty of both close to high water mark. Friday, 20th. Moderate gales and cloudy with frequent showers of rain all this day. This evening the surf abated, and at 2 a.m. sent the people on shore to wood and water and cut brooms, all of which we completed this day. In this service we lost our small kedge anchor, it having been laid off the watering place to ride the longboat by, and the gale had broke away the hawser and buoy rope, and perhaps buried the anchor in the sand. For notwithstanding our utmost endeavors we were not able to hook it. Took up the stream anchor and made ready for sailing. Sailed from Success Bay. Saturday, 21st, wind from south-southwest to southwest, moderate breezes the first part, latter, fresh gales with showers of rain. P.M. Hoisted in the boats, and made ready for sailing, at 2 a.m. weighed and made sail out of the bay. At 1/2 past for the Cape of Good Success bore west, and Cape Bartholomew east. Variation per azimuth, 24 degrees 9 minutes east. At noon the Cape of Good Success bore north 36 degrees west, distance, 11 leagues. Sunday, 22nd. Wind between the south and the west first and latter part, fresh gales and squally, with rain, the middle, little wind and rain. A.M. Found the variation by several azimuths to be 20 degrees 4 minutes east. Unbent the cables and stowed the anchors. At noon, latitude observed 56 degrees 7 minutes south, longitude, made from the Cape of Good Success, 42 minutes east. Monday, 23rd. Winds variable from southeast round by the southwest to northwest. First part, a fresh breeze and squally, the remainder moderate breezes and sometimes calm and clear weather, which is more than we have had for several days past. At 4 a.m. Saw the land in the southwest quarter, and a small island bearing west. From this time until 9 it was calm, at which time the ship drove very fast to the northeast by north. At 9 sprung up a light breeze at north, loosed all the reefs out, and set the steering sails. The Cape of Good Success bore northeast by north, Staten Land seen from the deck bearing northeast. The Sugar Loaf on Terra del Fuego north-northeast, and is the same hill as is seen from the northeast side of the land, it appears to stand but a little way inland from the shore. And the mainland and islands on the coast extending from the Cape of Good Success to the south by west. The country mountainous, of an indifferent height, the tops were covered with snow, which had lately fell, as it did not lay long. There appeared to be several bays and inlets and islands laying along the coast. The third view in the chart exhibits the appearance of this coast where G is New Island, C the Sugar Loaf, and H the Cape of Good Success. At noon the west end of New Island bore northwest by west, 5 leagues. Latitude observed 55 degrees 25 minutes south. This island I named New Island because it is not laid down in any chart. 25. Tuesday, 24th. The fore and middle parts of these 24 hours moderate gales and cloudy with some showers of rain, the latter, fresh gales with flying showers. At 7 p.m. New Island bore northwest by north, and a small island laying to the westward of it bore west by north. Variation per several azimuths 21 degrees 0 minutes east, which is much less than we have yet found it upon this coast. Yet I am satisfied with the goodness of the observations. At 1:30 a.m. the wind shifted from south-southwest to east-southeast. Tacked and stood southwest. At 6 saw the land to the westward making like several islands. At 8 two small islands laying off a low point of land bore west by south, distant 3 leagues, and the small island we saw last night bore north-northwest. This I take to be the island of Avouts. It is about 1 league in circuit, and of a moderate height and lies 4 leagues from the main. Near the south point of it are some peaked rocks pretty high above water. The wind coming to the southward we did but just weather this island, in passing it, sounded and had 40 fathoms water, sand, and broken shells. At noon it bore northeast distance 1 league, and the low point of land before mentioned south 17 degrees west distant 4 or 5 leagues. Tacked and stood to the southeast, wind at south-southwest. From this low point the land trends to the northwest, about 4 leagues, where it ends in a low point round which to the westward appears to be a deep bay, unless this land should prove to be an island or islands, which is most likely. It rises into high craggy hills, and the shore seems to form several bays. If so, they must afford good shelter for shipping against southerly and westerly winds. Off Cape Horn. Wednesday, 25th. Winds from the south to the west-northwest, the first part fresh gales and squally with some rain, middle, little wind with hail and rain, latter, fresh gales and hazy, with showers of rain. At 8 p.m. The island of Avouts northwest, distant 3 or 4 miles. Variation, per morning amplitude 21 degrees 16 minutes east. At 8 a.m. The southernmost low point of land seen yesterday bore south 74 degrees west, and a remarkable peaked hill to the southward of its southwest. And soon after we discovered that the land which we took yesterday to be a part of the main or an island, was 3 islands, which I take to be hermits. At noon the south point of the southermost island bore northwest by west distant 3 leagues, having then 58 fathoms pebble stones. This point is pretty high and consists of peaked craggy rocks, and not far from it lay several others high above water. It lies in the latitude of 55 degrees 53 minutes south and southwest 26 leagues from Straits La Mer, and by some on board thought to be Cape Horn. But I was of another opinion, and with good reason, because we saw land to the southward of it about 3 or 4 leagues. It appeared not unlike an island with a very high round hummock upon it. This I believed to be Cape Horn, for after we had stood about 3 leagues the weather cleared up for about a quarter of an hour, which gave us a sight of the land bearing west-southwest, but we could see no land to the southward or westward of it. And therefore conclude that it must be the Cape, but whether it be an island of itself, a part of the southernmost of Hermit's Islands, or a part of Terra del Fuego, I am not able to determine. However, this is of very little consequence to navigation. I only wish to be certain whether or no it was the southernmost land on or near to Terra del Fuego. But the thick foggy weather and the westerly winds which carried us from the land prevented me from satisfying my curiosity in this point, but from its latitude and the reasons before given I think it must, and if so it must be Cape Horn. And lies in the latitude of 55 degrees 53 minutes south and longitude 68 degrees 13 minutes west from the meridian of Greenwich, 26 being the mean result of several observations of the sun and moon made the day after we left the land, and which agreed with those made at Straits Le Maire, allowing for the distance between one place and the other, which I found means very accurately to determine. As we are now about taking our departure from the land, which we are not likely to fall in with again, I shall give a more full description of such parts of the coasts of Terra del Fuego as hath fallen under my inspection. We fell in with this coast 21 leagues to the westward of Straits Le Maire, and ranged the coast from thence to the strait within 2 or 3 leagues of the land, and had soundings all the way from 40 to 20 fathoms, a gravelly and sandy bottom. The land near the shore is in general low but hilly, the face of the country appears green and woody, but inland are craggy mountains. They appeared to be of no great height, nor were they covered with snow. The most remarkable land on Terra del Fuego is a high mountain in form of a sugar loaf, situated not far from the sea on the southwest side of the land, and 3 hills called the 3 Brothers. They lay near the shore and 9 miles to the westward of Cape St. Diego, which is a low point that forms the northwest entrance of Strait Le Maire, and are contiguous to each other. The Sugar Loaf lies from these hills south-southwest, and when it was in this situation the appearances of the land is represented in the first view in the chart. But it must be observed that from this point of view the Three Brothers appear far more conspicuous than from any other. These landmarks are by some voyagers thought very necessary to know Strait Le Maire by, but whoever coasts Terra del Fuego within sight of land cannot possibly miss the strait, it being of itself so very conspicuous. And Staten Land, which forms the east side, is still more so from its very rugged appearance. 1.5 leagues to the westward of Cape St. Diego lies Cape St. Vincent, between these two capes lies Vincent's Bay, 27, a small cove wherein is wood and water, and before which a ship might anchor with a southerly or southwest wind, but the ground is none of the best. Unless you go into the very mouth of the cove, which is on the east side of the first bluff point from Cape St. Vincent, where there is anchorage in 4 fathoms, a sandy bottom. In going in keep clear of the seaweed, and send a boat ahead to sound, and at best this is but a bad place for shipping, and only recommended to such as are in want of wood and water, and have no opportunity to put into the strait. Which in prudence ought not to be attempted but with a fair wind or moderate weather, and upon the very first of the tide of flood, which happens here at the full and change of the moon about 1 or 2 o'clock. And then to keep as near to Terra del Fuego shore as the winds will permit. By using these precautions you will be sure of either getting quite through the straits in one tide or to the southward of Success Bay. And it may be more prudent to put in there should the wind be southerly, than to attempt to weather Staten Land with a lee wind and current, for I believe this to be the chief reason why ships have run a risk of being drove on that island. Strait Le Maire is formed on the west by part of Terra del Fuego, and on the east by the west end of Staten Land or island. Its length and breadth is about 5 leagues each. About the middle of the strait is Success Bay, on Terra del Fuego side, and about a 1/4 of a league more to the northwards is Port Maurice, a little cove, before which we anchored in 12 fathoms. Description of Strait of Le Maire. The Bay of Success is discovered immediately upon entreing the strait from the northward. There is likewise a good landmark near the south head to know it by, which is a mark on the land like a lane or broad road leading up from the sea into the country. This bay is 1/2 a league wide at the entrance, and lies in west 2.5 miles, and hath good anchorage in every part of it, in 10, 8, and 7 fathoms clear ground, and affords plenty of exceeding good wood and water. The wood is of the birch kind, but of a different quality to that in England or North America. Here are likewise of the winter bark tree and some few others, wild celery, some berries like cranberries, but growing on bushes, very few wild fowls of any sort, and no fish except shell fish, such as mussels, limpets, etc. And what we saw of the interior parts of the country is still more barren of the necessaries of life than the sea. The few days we stayed here we had constant bad weather, the winds from the southwest and west-southwest with rain, hail and snow. Snow generally fell on the hills everywhere with these winds when we had rain in the bay or upon the sea coast. I observed the same in respect to Staten Land, but as it never froze it did not lay long. Yet it must render the country cold and barren, and unfit for cultivation. The tides in Success Bay flows at the full and change of the moon, about 4 or 5 o'clock, and riseth between 5 and 6 feet perpendicular, but in the strait the flood runs 2 or 3 hours longer. And there the ebb or southerly current runs near double the strength of the flood or northerly current. Staten Island lies nearest east and west, and from what I could see and judge of it may be about 12 leagues in length and 5 in breadth. On the north side are the appearances of bays or harbors, and the land is not destitute of wood and verdure, nor covered with snow any more than Terra del Fuego. On the southwest side of the Cape of Good Success, which forms the southwest entrance of Strait Le Maire, and is known by some rocks off it, lies Valentine's Bay, the entrance of which we only saw. From this bay the land trends to the west-southwest. For 20 or 30 leagues it appears high and mountainous, and forms several bays and inlets southwest 1/2 south 14 leagues from the Cape of Good Success, and 2 or 3 leagues from the shore lies New Island. It is 2 leagues in length, northeast and southwest. The northeast end is terminated by a remarkable hillock. Southwest 7 leagues from New Island lies the Isle of Outs, and south, a little westerly from this island, lies Barneveldt, 2 small flat islands close to each other. They are partly environed with rocks of different height above water, and lay southwest 24 leagues from Strait Le Maire. From Barneveldt's Island to the southeast point of H.M.S Island is southwest by south, distance 3 leagues. These islands lay southeast and northwest, and are pretty high, and will, from most points of view, be taken for one island or a part of the main. From the southeast point of H.M.S Isles to Cape Horn, the course is southwest by south, distance 3 leagues. The appearance of this cape and H.M.S Islands is represented in the last view in the chart which I have drawn of this coast from our first making the land unto Cape Horn, in which is included Strait Le Maire and part of Staten Land. In this chart I have laid down no land nor figured out any shore, but what I saw myself, and thus far the chart may be depended upon. The bays and inlets are left void, the openings of which we only see from the ship. It cannot be doubted but what there is anchorage, wood and water in those bays, and it must have been in some of them that the Dutch squadron commanded by H.M.S put into in the year 1624. It was the Vice-Admiral Chappenham, of this squadron, who first discovered that the land of Cape Horn was consisted of a number of islands, but the account they have given of those parts is very short and imperfect. And that of Schouten and Le Maire still worse, that it is no wonder that the charts hitherto published should be found incorrect, not only in laying down the land, but in the latitude and longitude of the places they contain. But I can now venture to assert that the longitude of few parts of the world are better ascertained than that of Strait Le Maire and Cape Horn, being determined by several observations of the sun and moon made both by myself and Mr. Green, the astronomer. We found the variation of the compass on this coast to be from 23 to 25 degrees east, except near Barneveldt's Islands and Cape Horn, where we found it less and unsettled. It is likely that it is here disturbed by the land, as the Dutch squadron before mentioned found in this very place all their compasses to differ from each other. The declination of the south point of the dipping needle when set up ashore in Success Bay was 68 degrees 15 minutes below the horizon. Between Strait Le Maire and Cape Horn we found a current setting generally pretty strong to the northeast when we were in with the shore, but when 15 or 20 leagues off we were not sensible of any. Remarkable occurrences in January 1769. South Seas. Off Cape Horn. Thursday, 26th, fresh gales and thick hazy weather, with small rain. At 2 p.m., the weather clearing up a little, saw Cape Horn bearing west-southwest, distance about 6 leagues, and from which I take my departure. Its latitude and longitude have before been taken notice of. Wind southwest by west to west-northwest, course south 15 degrees west, distance, 63 miles, latitude 56 degrees 57 minutes south, longitude 68 degrees 13 minutes west. At noon, Cape Horn north, 58 miles. Friday, 27th. First part, moderate breezes and thick hazy weather, the middle, fair and cloudy, and the latter, fresh gales with some rain. At 8 a.m. took 2 sets of observations of the sun and moon. The first gave 68 degrees 15 minutes, the second, 68 degrees 9 minutes, the mean of the two is 68 degrees 12 minutes west. The longitude of the ship at noon by these observations is 68 degrees 42 minutes less 14 minutes, the longitude made from Cape Horn, equal to 68 degrees 28 minutes, the longitude of Cape Horn according to the observation. A great many large albatrosses about the ship. Wind, southwest, west and north, course, south and west, distance, 32 miles, latitude 57 degrees 2 minutes south, longitude 68 degrees 27 minutes west. Saturday, 28th. Fresh gales the most part of this day, first and middle parts cloudy, latter, clear with a sharp cold air. At 2 p.m. saw the land, bearing north, distant about 8 leagues. It made in 2 hummocks, and appeared to be an island, which I take to be the Isle of Diego Ramirez. It lays in the latitude of 56 degrees 38 minutes south and longitude 68 degrees 47 minutes west from Greenwich. 28 found the variation this evening to be 22 degrees east. AM had 3 sets of observations of the sun and moon, which gave the longitude 69 degrees 7 minutes 15 seconds west. The longitude of the ship at noon by the observation is 69 degrees 24 minutes, from which take 1 degree 48 minutes, the longitude made from Cape Horn, the remainder is 67 degrees 36 minutes, the longitude of the Cape, which is 52 minutes less than the result of yesterday's observations. 29 This difference may arise partly from the observations and partly from the ship's runs. The mean of the two gives 68 degrees 2 minutes and 68 degrees 24 minutes, the longitude of the Cape from the observations taken at Strait Mare 136 degrees 26 minutes/2 equals 68 degrees 13 minutes west from Greenwich. The longitude of Cape Horn being deduced from no less than 24 observations taken at no very great distance from the Cape, and on both sides of it, and when the sun was both to the east and west of the moon. For in this case the errors arising from the observations are most likely to correct one another. Wind, north and west by north to northwest by west, course, south 39 degrees west, distance, 80 miles. Latitude 58 degrees 4 minutes south, longitude 70 degrees 1 minute west. Sunday, 29th. First and latter parts, fresh gales and squally, with flying showers of rain and hail, the middle, strong gales with heavy squalls and showers of rain. At 8 p.m. Took second reef topsails, at 6 a.m. close reefed the fore topsails and took in the mizzen topsail, and at 10 set it again and let the reef out of the fore topsails. Wind, west northerly, course southwest, distance, 79 miles. Latitude 59 degrees 0 minutes south, longitude 72 degrees 48 minutes west. Monday, 30th, forepart, fresh gales and squally with hail and rain, remainder moderate and cloudy. At 6 a.m. Loosed the second reef out of the topsails and set topgallant sails. At 11 longitude per 3 sets of observations of the sun and moon, first set 73 degrees 38 minutes 15 seconds, second set 73 degrees 25 minutes 45 seconds. And third, 73 degrees 19 minutes 30 seconds, the mean of the whole is 73 degrees 27 minutes 50 seconds west and 35 minutes less than the longitude by dead reckoning, which is only 6 leagues in this latitude, and therefore not worth taking notice of. Latitude per observation 60 degrees 4 minutes south. Wind west by north and west-northwest, course, south 33 degrees west, distance, 76 miles, latitude 60 degrees 4 minutes south, longitude 74 degrees 10 minutes west. Tuesday, 31st. First part moderate and cloudy, with some rain, in the night, little wind and calm, towards noon, fresh gales and cloudy. Between 7 and 8 p.m. Being then in the latitude of 60 degrees 10 minutes, which was the farthest south we were, and in the longitude of 74 degrees 30 minutes found the variation of the compass by the mean of azimuth to be 27 degrees 9 minutes east. At 3 a.m. Wind at east-southeast, and moderate breeze. Set the steering sails, and soon after 2 birds like penguins were seen by the mate of the watch. Wind west-northwest, calm, east-southeast, south-southeast, course north 71 degrees west. Distance, 55 miles, latitude 59 degrees 46 minutes south, longitude 75 degrees 54 minutes west. February 1769. Wednesday, February 1st. First part, fresh gales, latter, light airs and cloudy, p.m. Found the variation by several azimuth to be 24 degrees 53 minutes east. At noon sounded, but had no ground with 240 fathoms of line, hoisted a boat out to try if there was any current, but found none. The weather was such as to admit Mr. Banks to row round the ship in a lighterman's skiff shooting birds. Wind, southeast by east, south-southeast, east, course, northwest by west, distance, 106 miles, latitude 58 degrees 46 minutes south, longitude 78 degrees 42 minutes west. Thursday, 2nd. First part, light breezes and cloudy, remainder, sometimes a fresh breeze and at other times little wind and hazy, rainy, cold weather. Took in the steeringsails and a reef in each topsail. Wind variable, north-northwest, southwest and south, course, west by north, distance, 82 miles, latitude 58 degrees 30 minutes south, longitude 80 degrees 58 minutes west. Friday, 3rd. Calm and light airs, and for the most part cloudy and sometimes drizzling rain. Variation 24 degrees 4 minutes east. Wind, west by north, northwest by west, course south 82 west, distance 30 miles. Latitude 58 degrees 33 minutes south, longitude 81 degrees 55 minutes west. Saturday, 4th, fore and middle parts, little wind and dark cloudy weather, latter, fresh gales and cloudy with some rain. P.M. Had a boat out and shot several sorts of birds, one of which was an albatross as large as a goose, whose wings when extended measured 10 feet 2 inches, this was grey, but there are of them all white except the very tip end of their wings. Another sort, in size between an albatross and a large gull, of a grey colour, with a white spot above their tail about the breadth of one's hand, and several other sorts. Wind westerly, course north 13 degrees west, distance 48 miles. Latitude 57 degrees 45 minutes south, longitude 82 degrees 16 minutes west. Sunday, 5th, fresh gales with heavy squalls the first part, remainder, little wind and cloudy. Very cold weather. Wind, west-southwest, west by north and southwest by west, course north, distance 49 miles, latitude 56 degrees 46 minutes south, longitude 82 degrees 16 minutes west. Monday, 6th. A moderate breeze of wind with some flying showers of hail and rain, close upon a wind all this day. Wind southwest by west to west by north, course north 1/4 east, distance 86 miles. Latitude 55 degrees 20 minutes south, longitude 82 degrees 23 minutes west. Tuesday, 7th. A fresh breeze and dark cloudy weather, with some showers of rain, the wind, varying from west to north by west, obliged us to tack several times. Wind northwest by west, west by south, course north 20 degrees west, distance 46 miles, latitude 54 degrees 40 minutes south, longitude 82 degrees 54 minutes west. Wednesday, 8th. First part, cloudy with squalls of wind and showers of rain and hail, latter part thick hazy weather, with frequent showers. Wind, westerly, south by west, course north 14 degrees 43 minutes west, distance 58 miles. Latitude 53 degrees 36 minutes south, longitude 83 degrees 19 minutes west. Thursday, 9th, fresh gales all this day, sometimes squally with rain, under double-reefed topsails in the night, and single-reefed topsail in the day. Wind southerly. Course north 55 degrees west, distance 130 miles, latitude 52 degrees 22 minutes south, longitude 86 degrees 17 minutes west. Friday, 10th. The former part of this day had fresh breezes and dark cloudy weather. In the night hard squalls with rain, and afterwards hazy, rainy weather. Wind westerly, course north 22 degrees west, distance 67 miles, latitude 51 degrees 16 minutes south, longitude 86 degrees 37 minutes west. Saturday, 11th. Former part light airs with drizzling rain, remainder, a moderate breeze and cloudy. Wind, variable, southerly, course, north 54 degrees west, distance 36 miles, latitude 50 degrees 55 minutes south, longitude 87 degrees 24 minutes west. Sunday, 12th. First and middle parts, fresh gales and cloudy, latter, little wind and clear. Having for some time past generally found the ship by observation to the northward of the log, which is not owing to a current as I at first imagined, but to a wrong division of the log line, being 2.5 feet in each knot, but this is now rectified. Wind southwest by south, course north 48 degrees west, distance 113 miles, latitude 49 degrees 41 minutes south, longitude 89 degrees 36 minutes west. Monday, 13th. The first part of these 24 hours, moderate breezes and cloudy. Remainder, fresh gales and cloudy. P.M. saw a great many albatrosses and other birds about the ship, some were all white and about the size of teal. Took several observations of the sun and moon, the result of which gave 90 degrees 13 minutes west longitude from Greenwich. The variation of the compass by the mean of several azimuths 17 degrees east. The longitude by account is less than that by observation, 37 minutes, which is about 20 miles in these high latitudes, and nearly equal to the error of the log line before mentioned. This near agreement of the two longitudes proves to a demonstration that we have had no western current since we left the land. Wind west, northerly, course north 75 degrees west, distance 35 miles. Latitude 49 degrees 35 minutes, longitude 90 degrees 37 minutes. Remarks on passage round Cape Horn. From the foregoing observations it will appear that we are now advanced about 12 degrees to the westward of the Strait of Magellan, and 3.5 degrees to the northward of it. Having been 3,330 days in doubling Cape Horn or the land of Terra del Fuego, and arriving into the degree of latitude and longitude we are now in, and without being brought once under our close reefed topsails since we left Strait Le Maire. A circumstance that perhaps never happened before to any ship in those seas so much dreaded for hard gales of wind. In so much that the doubling of Cape Horn is thought by some to be a mighty thing, and others to this day prefer the Straits of Magellan. As I have never been in those straits I can only form my judgment on a careful comparison of the different ships' journals that have passed them, and those that have sailed round Cape Horn. Particularly the Dolphin's two last voyages and this of ours, being made at the same season of the year, when one may reasonably expect the same winds to prevail. The Dolphin in her last voyage was 3 months in getting through the straits, not reckoning the time she lay in Port Famine. And I am firmly persuaded from the winds we have had, that had we come by that passage we should not have been in these seas, besides the fatiguing of our people, the damage we must have done to our anchors, cables, sails, and rigging. None of which have suffered in our passage round Cape Horn. From what I have said it will appear that I am no advocate for the Straits of Magellan, but it should be expected that I should say something of Strait Le Maire, through which we passed. And this is the more incumbent on me as it was by choice and contrary to the advice given by Mr. Walter, the ingenious author of Lord Anson's Voyage, who advised all ships not to go through this strait but to go to the eastward of Staten Land. And likewise to stand to the southward as far as 61 or 62 degrees south before any endeavour is made to get to the westward. With respect to the passing of Strait Le Maire or going round Staten Land, I look upon of little consequence, and either one or the other to be pursued according to circumstances. For if you happen to fall in with the land to the westward of the strait, and the winds favourable for going through, it certainly must be a piece of folly to lose time in going round Staten Land. For by paying a little attention to the directions I have already given no ill consequences can attend. But on the contrary if you should fall in with the land to the eastward of the straits or the wind should prove boisterous, or unfavourable, in any of these cases the going to the eastward of Staten Land is the most advisable. And next, as to running into the latitude of 61 or 62 degrees south before any endeavour is made to get to the westward, is what I think no man will ever do that can avoid it. For it cannot be supposed that anyone will steer south merely to get into a high latitude, when at the same time he can steer west, for it is not southing but westing that is wanting. But this way you cannot steer because the wind blows almost constantly from that quarter, so that you have no other choice but to stand to the southward, close upon a wind, and by keeping upon that tack you not only make southing but westing also. And sometimes not a little when the wind varies to the northward of west. And the farther you advance to the southward the better chance you have of having the winds from that quarter or easterly, and likewise of meeting with finer weather, both of which we ourselves experienced. Prudence will direct every man when in those high latitudes to make sure of sufficient westing to double all the lands before he thinks of standing to the northward. When the winds was westerly, the mountains on Terra del Fuego were generally covered with dense clouds, formed, as one may reasonably suppose, by westerly exhalations and by vapors brought thither by the westerly winds. From that quarter come frequent showers of rain, hail, and snow. And after we had left the land and were standing to the southward, with the winds westerly, dark denke clouds were continually forming in the horizon, and rose to about 45 degrees, where they began to dissipate. These were generally attended with showers of rain, or hail, and squalls of wind, but as we advanced to the southward, these clouds became less denke, and in the latitude of 60 degrees 10 minutes, when we got the winds easterly, the weather was more serene and milder. Again, as we advanced to the northward, we had a constant clouded sky and dark gloomy weather, the whole time exceeding cold. Cape Horn to Tahiti. Tuesday, 14th. The first part, fresh gales and hazy with rain. The remainder moderate and cloudy, with frequent rain. Wind, westerly, south, course southwest, distance 32 miles, latitude 49 degrees 6 minutes south, longitude 91 degrees 12 minutes west. Wednesday, 15th. Little wind and cloudy the most part of this day. Variation per azimuth in the evening 12 degrees east, and in the morning both by an amplitude and an azimuth 11 degrees east. AM shifted the mainsail, mizzen, fore, and main topsail. Wind, south-southwest, southwest, west by north, course north 46 degrees west, distance 86 miles, latitude 48 degrees 27 minutes south, longitude 92 degrees 5 minutes west. Thursday, 16th. The first part of this day had fresh gales and cloudy. In the night thick hazy weather with heavy squalls of wind and rain, which obliged us to close reef our topsails. In the morning and all the forenoon had strong gales and cloudy weather, and very heavy seas from the south-southwest, one of which broke upon the quarter and carried away the driver boom. Wind northwest, west, and south. Course north 74 degrees west, distance 97 miles, latitude 48 degrees 0 minutes south, longitude 94 degrees 25 minutes west. Friday, 17th, strong gales and cloudy the most part of this day. Split the main topsail and unbent it, and bent another. Wind south-southwest, course northwest by west 1/2 west, distance 132 miles, latitude 46 degrees 48 minutes south, longitude 97 degrees 17 minutes west. Saturday, 18th, fresh gales all this day. The weather variable, sometimes fair and cloudy, other times hazy, with drizzling rain. Saw some birds nearly as big as albatrosses, they were all black, with yellow beaks. Wind southwest by west, course north 32 degrees 30 minutes west. Distance 140 miles, latitude 44 degrees 50 minutes south, longitude 99 degrees 7 minutes west. Sunday, 19th. First part, fresh gales and hazy, the middle part, hazy, with drizzling rain. The latter, gentle breezes and fine clear weather, yet the air is still cold. Wind southwest by west to west by south, course north-northwest 3/4 west, distance 103 miles. Latitude 43 degrees 21 minutes south, longitude 100 degrees 21 minutes west. Monday, 20th, moderate breezes and fine weather the greater part of this day, and the sea very smooth. Found by repeated trials that the south point of the dipping needle dipped 65 degrees 52 minutes below the horizon. Wind westerly, course south 65 degrees west, distance 58 miles. Latitude 43 degrees 46 minutes south, longitude 101 degrees 34 minutes west. Tuesday, 21st, fresh breezes and pretty clear weather. Variation 6 degrees 30 minutes east. Wind northwest, course south 62 degrees west, distance 115 miles. Latitude 44 degrees 39 minutes south, longitude 103 degrees 54 minutes west. Wednesday, 22nd. Hazy, rainy weather the most part of this day. Wind northwesterly, course south 86 degrees west, distance 91 miles. Latitude 44 degrees 46 minutes south, longitude 106 degrees 1 minute west. Thursday, 23rd, little wind and calm, and some lightning, a thing we have not seen for some time past, and therefore suppose not common in these seas in high latitudes. Variation 5 degrees 34 minutes east. Wind northwest, calm, course north 30 degrees east, distance 13 miles, latitude 44 degrees 35 minutes south, longitude 105 degrees 52 minutes west. Friday, 24th. First part, calm, middle, light breezes. Latter, fresh breezes and hazy. PM had several azimuths, all of which gave the variation less than 4 degrees east, but they were a little doubtful on account of the rolling of the ship. What winds we have had this day hath been from the eastward, and are the first we have had from that quarter since we left the latitude 58 degrees 46 minutes. Wind calm, east-northeast and east-southeast, course north 42 degrees 45 minutes west. Distance 79 miles, latitude 43 degrees 37 minutes south, longitude 107 degrees 6 minutes west. Saturday, 25th. First and middle parts, fresh gales and cloudy, with some rain, the latter, little wind and cloudy. Wind southeast by east, south-southeast, course north 48 degrees 30 minutes west, distance 112 miles, latitude 42 degrees 23 minutes south, longitude 109 degrees 0 minutes west. Sunday, 26th. First part, calm and light airs. Remainder, very strong gales and squally, with showers of rain, which at length brought us under our 2 courses, and close-reefed main topsail. Wind calm, northwest and west-southwest, course north 26 degrees 15 minutes west, distance 88 miles. Latitude 41 degrees 4 minutes south, longitude 109 degrees 52 minutes west. Monday, 27th. First part, strong gales and cloudy, the remainder, gentle breezes and clear weather. PM set the topsail 1 reef out. A large swell from the southwest. Wind westerly, course north 18 degrees west, distance 85 miles, latitude 39 degrees 43 minutes south, 110 degrees 26 minutes west. Tuesday, 28th. The former part little wind and fine clear weather. The air full as warm as in the same degree of north latitude at the correspondent season of the year. The southwest swells still keep up, notwithstanding the gale hath been over about 30 hours, a proof that there is no land near in that quarter. 31 The remainder part of this day fresh breezes and clear. At 9 a.m. took 3 sets of observations of the sun and moon in order to find the longitude of the ship. Wind west to northwest, course north 13 degrees west, distance 42 miles. Latitude 39 degrees 33 minutes 30 seconds south, longitude 110 degrees 38 minutes west. March 1769. Wednesday, March 1st. First part fresh breezes, the remainder moderate breezes and clear weather. The result of the forementioned observations gives 110 degrees 33 minutes west longitude from Greenwich, and exactly agrees with the longitude given by the log from Cape Horn. This agreement of the 2 longitudes after a run of 660 leagues is surprising, and much more than could be expected. But, as it is so, it serves to prove, as well as the repeated trials we have made when the weather would permit, that we have had no current that hath affected the ship since we came into these seas. This must be a great sign that we have been near no land of any extent, because near land are generally found currents. It is well known that on the east side of the continent in the North Sea we meet with currents above 100 leagues from the land, and even in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, between Africa and America, are always found currents. And I can see no reason why currents should not be found in this sea, supposing a continent or lands lay not far west from us, as some have imagined, and if such land was ever seen we cannot be far from it. As we are now 560 leagues west of the coast of Chile. 32 wind west by south, course north 76 degrees west, distance 52 miles, latitude 38 degrees 44 minutes south, longitude 111 degrees 43 minutes west, at noon, Cape Horn south 60 degrees east 660 leagues. Thursday, 2nd. Former part, fresh gales and hazy, with much rain, the remainder, a strong fresh gale and pretty clear weather. Wind westerly, course north by west, distance 87 miles, latitude 37 degrees 16 minutes south, longitude 112 degrees 5 minutes west. Friday, 3rd. First part, moderate breezes, remainder, calm and clear weather. AM employed filling salt water in the forehold and airing all the spare sails. Wind west, calm, course north 17 degrees east, distance 31 miles. Latitude 36 degrees 49 minutes south, longitude 111 degrees 34 minutes west. Saturday, 4th. First part, calm, remainder, a fine genteel breeze and clear weather. Variation per azimuth and amplitude this evening 2 degrees 26 minutes east. The southwest swell still keeps up, notwithstanding it hath been calm 24 hours. Wind calm, northeast, north, course north 50 degrees west, distance 58 miles, latitude 36 degrees 12 minutes south, longitude 112 degrees 50 minutes west. Sunday, 5th. First and latter parts, fine clear weather, the middle, fresh gales and hazy, with rain. Wind northwest by north and northwest, course south 81 degrees 40 minutes west, distance 64 miles. Latitude 36 degrees 21 minutes south, longitude 114 degrees 9 minutes west. Monday, 6th, moderate breezes and tolerable clear weather all this day. The wind a little variable, which caused us to tack several times. Wind northwest by north to west-northwest, course south 57 degrees west, distance 20 miles, latitude 36 degrees 32 minutes south, longitude 114 degrees 30 minutes west. Tuesday, 7th. A moderate steady breeze and clear weather. Wind northwest. Course south 64 degrees 15 minutes west, distance, 83 miles, latitude 37 degrees 8 minutes south, longitude 116 degrees 8 minutes west. Wednesday, 8th. The first and middle parts moderate breezes and cloudy. The latter part variable winds and much rain. Wind northwest, variable, course south 78 degrees west, distance, 76 miles, latitude 37 degrees 24 minutes south, longitude 117 degrees 41 minutes west. Thursday, 9th. First part, moderate and hazy, with drizzling rain, the remainder fresh breezes and clear weather. Variation 4 degrees 41 minutes east. Wind southwest by west to south by east, course north 38 degrees west, distance 123 miles. Latitude 35 degrees 47 minutes south, longitude 119 degrees 18 minutes west. Friday, 10th, moderate breezes and fine pleasant weather. Wind southeast, course north 40 degrees west, distance 121 miles. Latitude 34 degrees 14 minutes south, longitude 120 degrees 54 minutes west. Saturday, 11th. A steady gale and fine weather. Variation 4 degrees 12 minutes east. Wind southeast, course north 46 degrees 15 minutes west, distance 116 miles. Latitude 32 degrees 54 minutes south, longitude 122 degrees 35 minutes west. Sunday, 12th, ditto weather. Variation 4 degrees 12 minutes east. Put the ship's company to 3 watches, they having been at watch and watch since our first arrival on the coast of Terra del Fuego. Wind southeast, course north 49 degrees west, distance 122 miles. Latitude 31 degrees 34 minutes south, longitude 124 degrees 25 minutes west. Monday, 13th. First part a steady, fresh gale, the remainder, little wind and fine clear weather. Wind southeast, course north 48 degrees 15 minutes west. Distance 72 miles, latitude 30 degrees 46 minutes south, longitude 125 degrees 28 minutes west. Tuesday, 14th, little wind and fine pleasant weather. At 3 p.m. took several observations of the sun and moon. The mean result of which gave 126 degrees 20 minutes 45 seconds, the longitude of the ship west of Greenwich, and is 47 degrees longitude west of account carried on from Cape Horn. Wind south, east-southeast, east-northeast. Course north 50 degrees west, distance 47 miles, latitude 30 degrees 17 minutes south, longitude 126 degrees 10 minutes west. Wednesday, 15th, light breezes and clear weather. Variation, PM 3 degrees 45 minutes east, AM 3 degrees 22 minutes east. Saw a tropic bird. Wind, east-northeast and east-southeast, course, north 47 degrees 15 minutes west, distance, 50 miles, latitude 29 degrees 43 minutes south, longitude 126 degrees 53 minutes west. Thursday, 16th. Light airs next to a calm and clear weather. Variation by the mean result of 21 azimuths, 1 degree 30 minutes east. This evening observed an occultation of H by the crescent, 33 immersion at hours, minutes and immersion at hours, minutes, seconds a.m. .34 variation per several azimuths 2 degrees east. Wind east-southeast, south-southeast, southwest, course north-northwest, distance 34 miles, latitude 29 degrees 22 minutes south, longitude 127 degrees 8 minutes west. Friday, 17th, little wind and fine pleasant weather. Variation, PM 3 degrees 27 minutes east. Wind, southeast by south, course, north 20 degrees west, distance, 55 miles, latitude 28 degrees 30 minutes south, longitude 127 degrees 29 minutes west. Saturday, 18th. First part, little wind and cloudy. Latter, fresh gales and hard squalls, with much rain. Took 2 reefs in the topsails. Wind northeast-north, course north 60 degrees 45 minutes west, distance 78 miles, latitude 27 degrees 52 minutes south, longitude 128 degrees 44 minutes west. Sunday, 19th. First part fresh gales and squally, with rain, remainder more moderate and cloudy. Variation, AM per means of several azimuths, 3 degrees 14 minutes east. Loosed the 2D reefs out of the topsails. Wind between the north and west. Course north 52 degrees west, distance 50 miles, latitude 27 degrees 21 minutes south, longitude 129 degrees 28 minutes west. Monday, 20th. A fine breeze and pleasant weather. Saw several tropic birds. Wind west, course north, distance 95 miles. Latitude 25 degrees 44 minutes south, longitude 129 degrees 28 minutes west. Tuesday, 21st. First part little wind, the remainder calm. Variation, 3 degrees 43 minutes east. Saw some rockweed and a great many tropic birds. Wind west by north, calm, course north, distance 23 miles, latitude 25 degrees 21 minutes south, longitude 129 degrees 28 minutes west. Wednesday, 22nd. First part calm, in the night squally, with rain. AM a fresh breeze and cloudy. Variation per amplitude 3 degrees 10 minutes east. Saw some egg birds. Wind north by east to north-northwest, course west, distance 57 miles, latitude 25 degrees 21 minutes south, longitude 129 degrees 52 minutes west. Thursday, 23rd. Fresh gales and squally, with rain, the first part, remainder fresh gales and cloudy. p.m. saw some men-of-war birds, and egg birds, and in the morning saw more egg birds and tropic birds. The man-of-war and tropic birds are pretty well known, but the egg bird, as it is called in the Dolphin's Journal, requires some description to know it by that name. It is a small slender bird of the gull kind, and all white, and not much unlike the small white gulls we have in England, only not so big. 35 There are also birds in Newfoundland called steerings that are of the same shape and bigness, only they are of a grayish color. These birds were called by the dolphin egg birds on account of their being like those known by that name by sailors in the Gulf of Florida. Neither they nor the man-of-war birds are ever reckoned to go very far from land. Wind north by west to west by north, course north 13 degrees west, distance 49 miles, latitude 24 degrees 43 minutes south, longitude 130 degrees 8 minutes west. Passing low archipelago. Friday, 24th. Fresh gales and cloudy, with some rain in the forepart of this day. All the forepart of these 24 hours the sea was smooth, but at 12 at night it was more so, and about 3 in the morning one of the people saw, or thought he saw, a log of wood pass the ship. This made us think that we were near some land. 36 But at daylight we saw not the least appearance of any, and I did not think myself at liberty to spend time in searching for what I was not sure to find. Although I thought myself not far from those islands discovered by Quiros in 1606. And very probably we were not, from the birds, etc., we have seen for these 2 or 3 days past. Wind west-northwest to northwest, course northeast by north 1/4 east, distance 99 miles. Latitude 22 degrees 23 minutes south, longitude 129 degrees 2 minutes west. Saturday, 25th. First part dark cloudy weather, with rain and a fresh breeze of wind, remainder fair and cloudy. Wind northwest by north, to west by north. Course northeast 1/2 north, distance 95 miles, latitude 22 degrees 11 minutes south, longitude 127 degrees 55 minutes west. Sunday, 26th, squally weather, with rain. At 5 p.m. Saw some seaweed pass the ship, and at 7 William Greenslade, marine, either by accident or design, went overboard and was drowned. The following circumstances makes it appear as though it was done design daily. He had been sentinel at the steerage door between 12 and 4 o'clock, where he had taken part of a seal skin put under his charge, and which was found upon him. The other marines thought themselves hurt by one of their party committing a crime of this nature, and he being a raw young fellow, and, as very probable, made him resolve upon committing this rash action. For the sergeant not being willing that it should pass over unknown to me, was about 7 o'clock going to bring him aft and have it inquired into, when he gave him the slip between decks, and was seen to go upon the forecastle. And from that time was seen no more. I was neither made acquainted with the theft or the circumstances attending it, until the man was gone. Wind, northwest to west, longitude 127 degrees 43 minutes west. Monday, 27th, variable winds and weather, with frequent showers of rain. At noon saw a bird like a gannet. Wind variable, course north 1/4 east, distance 30 miles, latitude 21 degrees 2 minutes south, longitude 127 degrees 38 minutes west. Tuesday, 28th, little wind and cloudy. Variation per amplitude 3 degrees 56 minutes east. Wind easterly, course north-northwest, distance 37 miles, latitude 20 degrees 38 minutes south, longitude 127 degrees 50 minutes west. Wednesday, 29th, little winds and cloudy weather. Variation per azimuth 2 degrees 27 minutes east. Saw a bird like a dove and several fish about the ship. Employed worming the best BR cable, repairing and painting the boats. Wind easterly, course north 75 degrees west, distance 50 miles. Latitude 20 degrees 14 minutes south, longitude 129 degrees 27 minutes west. Thursday, 30th. First part, calm and close cloudy weather, in the night had variable winds and weather, with rain. AM genteel breezes and cloudy weather. Between 10 and 11 a.m. took several observations of the sun and moon. The mean result of them gave the longitude of the ship at noon to be 127 degrees 38 minutes, and is 1 degree 49 minutes east of the longitude given by the log. But on the 4th instant the ship by observation was 47 minutes west of the log, therefore she must have lost 2 degrees 36 minutes of the log since the last observation, an error too great to be accounted for. Wind calm, variable, south-southeast. Course north 40 degrees west, distance 53 miles, latitude 19 degrees 34 minutes south, longitude 129 degrees 27 minutes west. Friday, 31st. A steady breeze and fine pleasant weather. A.M. Took several observations of the sun and moon. The mean result of them came within 8 miles of yesterday's observations computed both by Mr. Green and myself, and yet cannot think so great an error can have been committed in the ship's run in so short a time as these observations seem to point out. And therefore I shall abide by the longitude given by the log unless from subsequent observations this error should be found to be just. Wind south, course north 75 degrees 45 minutes west, distance 111 miles, latitude 19 degrees 7 minutes south, longitude 131 degrees 21 minutes west. April 1769. Saturday, April 1st. A steady fresh trade and fine weather. Variation per several azimuths 2 degrees 32 minutes east. Wind southeast to east 1/2 north, course west, distance 122 miles, latitude 19 degrees 7 minutes south, longitude 133 degrees 28 minutes west. Sunday, 2nd. A fresh trade wind and fine pleasant weather. At noon saw a large flock of birds. They had brown backs and white bellies. They fly and make a noise like steerings, and are shaped like them, only something larger. Saw likewise some black shearwaters and several man-of-war birds. Wind east, course north 86 degrees 30 minutes west, distance 118 miles, latitude 19 degrees 0 minutes south, longitude 135 degrees 33 minutes west. Monday, 3rd. First and latter parts a steady fresh breeze and cloudy, the middle, sometimes squally with rain, at other times little wind. P.M. saw 2 birds like albatrosses. They were all white except the tip of their wings and tails. Wind east. Course north 82 degrees 45 minutes west, distance 110 miles, latitude 18 degrees 46 minutes south, longitude 137 degrees 29 minutes west. Tuesday, 4th. A steady fresh trade and clear weather. At January 2nd past 10 a.m. Saw land bearing south, distance 3 or 4 leagues. Hauled up for it, and soon found it to be an island of about 2 leagues in circuit and of an oval form, with a lagoon in the middle, for which I named it Lagoon Island. The border of land circumscribing this lagoon is in many places very low and narrow, particularly on the south side, where it is mostly a beach or reef of rocks. It is the same on the north side in 3 places, and these disjoins the firm land and make it appear like so many islands covered with wood. On the west end of the island is a large tree which looks like a large tower, and about the middle of the island are 2 cocoa nut trees that appears above all the other wood, which as we approached the island looked very much like a flag. We approached the north side of this island within a mile, and found no bottom with 130 fathoms of line, nor did there appear to be anchorage about it. We saw several of the inhabitants, the most of them men, and these marched along the shore abreast of the ships with long clubs in their hands as though they meant to oppose our landing. They were all naked except their privy parts, and were of a dark copper color with long black hair, but upon our leaving the island some of them were seen to put on a covering, and 1 or 2 we saw in the skirts of the wood was clothed in white. These we supposed to be women. This island lies in the latitude of 18 degrees 47 minutes and longitude 139 degrees 28 minutes west from the meridian of Greenwich, 37 variation 2 degrees 54 minutes east. Wind east, east by south. Course north 88 degrees west, distance 114 miles, latitude 18 degrees 42 minutes south, longitude 139 degrees 29 minutes west. Wednesday, 5th. A fresh steady gale and fine weather. At 1 p.m. Made sail to the westward, and at 3:30 saw land to the northwest, which we got up with at sunset and proved to be a low woody island of a circular form, and not much above a mile in compass. This island I called from Cap 38. It lies in the latitude of 18 degrees 35 minutes south and in the longitude of 139 degrees 48 minutes west from Greenwich, and north 62 degrees west, 7 leagues from Lagoon Island. We saw no inhabitants, nor the appearance of any, and yet we were within 1/2 a mile of the shore. I observed by the shore that it was near low water, and at Lagoon Island I observed that it was either high water or else there was no ebbing and flowing of the sea. From these circumstances I infer that a south by east or south moon makes high water. Here we caught a king fish, being the first fish we have got in these seas. Wind east, course north 77 degrees 30 minutes west, distance 79 miles. Latitude 18 degrees 25 minutes south, longitude 140 degrees 51 minutes west. Thursday, 6th. A fresh trade and fine pleasant weather. At 3 p.m. saw land to the westward, which proved to be an island of about 12 or 15 leagues in compass. Is very low and entirely drowned in the middle, forming there a large lake, into which there appeared to be no inlet. The border of land and reef surrounding this lake like a wall appeared to be of a bow-like figure, for which reason I named it Bow Island. The south side, along which we sailed, was one continued low narrow beach or reef like a causeway for 4 leagues and upwards, and lies east by north and west by south. The east and west ends and north side of this island are wooded in groves, and the firm land appeared disjoined and like a number of islands, and very probably is so. The northwest parts of the island we only saw across the lake, and not very distinct on account of its great extent, and night coming on before we had run the whole length of the island. This description must be imperfect, and the whole island may form a different figure to what I have here described. 39 The east end lies in the latitude of 18 degrees 23 minutes south, and longitude 141 degrees 12 minutes west from Greenwich. Variation 5 degrees 38 minutes east. This island is inhabited. We not only saw smoke in different parts, but people also. At noon saw land to the westward. Wind east, course north 85 degrees west, distance 94 miles. Latitude 18 degrees 19 minutes south, longitude 142 degrees 29 minutes west. Friday, 7th, fresh gales and cloudy. At January 2nd past 2 p.m. Got up with the east end of the land seen yesterday at noon, and which proved to be an assemblage of islands joined together by reef, and extending themselves northwest by north and southeast by south in 8 or 9 leagues and of various breadths. But there appeared to be a total separation in the middle by a channel of 1/2 a mile broad, and on this account they are called the two groups. 40 The southeasternmost of them lies in the latitude of 18 degrees 12 minutes and longitude of 142 degrees 42 minutes west from Greenwich, and west 1/2 north distant 25 leagues from the west end of Bow Island. We ranged along the southwest side of this island, and hauled into a bay which lies to the northwest of the southernmost point of them, and where there appeared to be anchorage and the sea was smooth and not much surf on the shore. But we found no ground with 100 fathoms 3/4 of a mile from the shore, and nearer we did not go. Here several of the inhabitants assembled together with their canoes, with a design, as we thought, to come off to us, as they hauled one of them over the reef seemingly for that purpose. But after waiting near 1/2 an hour, and they not attempting to come, we bore away and made sail, and presently the canoe put off after us, but, as we did not stop, they soon went back again. They were in all respects like those we had seen on Lagoon Island, and armed with clubs and long pikes like them. At 6:30 a.m. saw a small island to the northward, hauled our wind for it, and soon got close in with it. It is about 3 or 4 miles in circuit, and very low, with a pond in the middle. There is some wood upon it, but no inhabitants but birds, and for this reason is called Bird Island. 41 It lies in the latitude 17 degrees 48 minutes and longitude 143 degrees 35 minutes west, and west 1/2 north 10 leagues from the west end of the two groups. The birds we saw were men-of-war birds and several other sorts. Wind east. Course north 66 degrees west, distance 66 miles, latitude 17 degrees 48 minutes south, longitude 143 degrees 31 minutes west. Saturday, 8th, fresh trade and pleasant weather, but about noon had a few flying showers of rain. Variation 6 degrees 32 minutes east. Wind east by south and east, course north 87 degrees west, distance 100 miles, latitude 17 degrees 43 minutes south, longitude 145 degrees 16 minutes west. Sunday, 9th. A steady fresh gale and pleasant weather. At 2 p.m. saw land to the northward, hauled up for it, and found it to be a double range of low woody islands joined together by reefs, by which means they make one island in form of an ellipsis or oval, in the middle of which is a salt-water lake. The small islands and reef circumscribes or bounds this lake like a chain, it is therefore called Chain Island. 42 It is in length, northwest and southeast, about 5 leagues, and in breadth about 5 miles. The middle of it lies in the latitude of 17 degrees 23 minutes south, and longitude 145 degrees 54 minutes west, and west by north 45 leagues from Bird Island. Variation per several azimuths 4 degrees 54 minutes east. Wind east by north to north by east, course west, northerly, distance 81 miles, latitude 17 degrees 42 minutes south, longitude 146 degrees 40 minutes west. Monday, 10th, p.m. Moderate breezes and cloudy. In the night, dark, cloudy, unsettled weather, with very much thunder, lightning, and rain. A.m. little wind and fair. P.m. variation per several azimuths 5 degrees 41 minutes east. At 8 a.m. saw Osnaburg Island 43, so called by Captain Wallis, the first discoverer, bearing northwest by west, distance 4 or 5 leagues. It is a high round island, and appears to be not above a league in circuit, and when it bears as above it looks like a high crowned hat, but when it bears north the top is more like the roof of a house. It lies in the latitude of 17 degrees 48 minutes south and longitude 148 degrees 10 minutes west, and west by south, 44 leagues, from Chain Island. Wind north-northwest, variable, northwest by north, course south 13 degrees west. Distance 67 miles, latitude 18 degrees 00 minutes south, longitude 147 degrees 47 minutes west, at noon, Osnaburg Island north by west 1/2 west, 5 leagues. Arrive at Tahiti. Tuesday, 11th. First part, little wind and cloudy. The remainder, little wind and very variable, unsettled weather, with some rain. P.M. Took several observations of the sun and moon, which gave the longitude of the ship to be 148 degrees 18 minutes west, and differs but little from that given by the log. At 6 a.m. saw King George's Island 44 extending from west by south 1/2 south to west by north 1/2 north. It appeared very high and mountainous. Wind variable, course north 66 degrees west, distance 54 miles. Latitude 17 degrees 38 minutes south, longitude 148 degrees 39 minutes west, Osnaburg Island east 1/2 south, 13 leagues. Wednesday, 12th, variable, light airs all these 24 hours, and hot sultry weather. At 5 p.m. King George's Island extending from northwest by west to southwest, distance 6 or 7 leagues, and at 6 a.m. it bore from south-southwest to west by north, being little wind with calms. Several of the natives came off to us in their canoes, but more to look at us than anything else. We could not prevail with any of them to come on board, and some would not come near the ship. Wind variable, course west, distance 18 miles. Latitude 17 degrees 38 minutes south, longitude 148 degrees 58 minutes west, at noon, King George's Island, from south to west by north, 5 leagues. Thursday, 13th. The first part cloudy and squally, with showers of rain. Remainder, genteel breezes and clear weather. At 4 p.m. the northeast point of Royal Bay west 1/2 north, run under an easy sail all night, and had soundings from 22 to 12 fathoms 2 or 3 miles from the shore. At 5 a.m. made sail for the bay, and at 7 anchored in 13 fathoms. 45 At this time we had but very few men upon the sick list, and these had but slight complaints. The ship's company had in general been very healthy, owing in a great measure to the sauerkraut, portable soup and malt. The 2 first were served to the people, the one on beef days and the other on banyan days. Wort was made of the malt, and at the discretion of the surgeon given to every man that had the least symptoms of scurvy upon him. By this means, and the care and vigilance of Mr. Monkhouse, the surgeon, this disease was prevented from getting a footing in the ship. The sauerkraut, the men at first would not eat it, until I put it in practice, a method I never once knew to fail with seamen, and this was to have some of it dressed every day for the cabin table, and permitted all the officers, without exception, to make use of it, and left it to the option of the men either to take as much as they pleased or none at all. But this practice was not continued above a week before I found it necessary to put every one on board to an allowance. For such are the tempers and disposition of seamen in general, that whatever you give them out of the common way, although it be ever so much for their good, it will not go down. And you will hear nothing but murmurings against the man that first invented it. But the moment they see their superiors set a value upon it, it becomes the finest stuff in the world, and the inventor an honest fellow. Wind easterly. Chapter 3. Tahiti. Remarkable occurrences, etc., at George's Island. At Tahiti. Note. The way of reckoning the day in sea journals is from noon to noon, but as the most material transaction at this island must happen in the daytime, this method will be attended with inconveniences in inserting the transactions of each day. For this reason I shall during our stay at this island, but no longer, reckon the day according to the civil account, that is to begin and end at midnight. We had no sooner come to an anchor in Royal Bay, as before mentioned, than a great number of the natives in their canoes came off to the ship and brought with them cocoa nuts, etc., these they seemed to set a great value upon. Amongst those that came off to the ship was an elderly man whose name was Owa, him the gentleman that had been here before in the Dolphin 46 knew and had often spoke of as one that had been of service to them. This man, together with some others, I took on board and made much of, thinking that he might on some occasions be of use to us. As our stay at this place was not likely to be very short, I thought it very necessary that some order should be observed in trafficking with the natives. That such merchandise as we had on board for that purpose might continue to bear a proper value, and not leave it to everyone's own particular fancy, which could not fail to bring on confusion and quarrels between us and the natives, and would infallibly lessen the value of such articles as we had to traffic with. In order to prevent this, the following rules were ordered to be observed, viz., rules to be observed by every person in or belonging to His Majesty's bark the Endeavour for the better establishing a regular and uniform trade for provisions, etc., with the inhabitants of George's Island. 1. To endeavour by every fair means to cultivate a friendship with the natives, and to treat them with all imaginable humanity. 2. A proper person or persons will be appointed to trade with the natives for all manner of provisions, fruits, and other productions of the earth. And no officer or seaman or other person belonging to the ship, excepting such as are so appointed, shall trade or offer to trade for any sort of provisions, fruit or other productions of the earth, unless they have my leave so to do. 3. Every person employed on shore on any duty whatsoever is strictly to attend to the same, and if by neglect he loseth any of his arms or working tools, or suffers them to be stole, the full value thereof will be charged against his pay, according to the custom of the navy in such cases, and he shall receive such further punishment as the nature of the offence may deserve. 4. The same penalty will be inflicted upon every person who is found to embezzle, trade, or offer to trade with any of the ship's stores of what nature soever. 5. No sort of iron or anything that is made of iron, or any sort of cloth or other useful or necessary articles, are to be given in exchange for anything but provisions. J.C. As soon as the ship was properly secured I went on shore, accompanied by Mr. Banks and the other gentleman 47 with a party of men under arms. We took along with us Owa, who took us to the place where the dolphin watered, and made signs to us as well as we could understand that we might occupy that ground, but it happened not to be fit for our purpose. No one of the natives made the least opposition at our landing, but came to us with all imaginable marks of friendship and submission. We afterwards made a circuit through the woods, and then came on board. We did not find the inhabitants to be numerous, and we imagined that several of them had fled from their habitations upon our arrival in the bay. Friday, 14th. This morning we had a great many canoes about the ship. The most of them came from the westward, and brought nothing with them but a few cocoa nuts, etc. 2 that appeared to be chiefs we had on board, together with several others, for it was a hard matter to keep them out of the ship, as they climb like monkeys. But it was still harder to keep them from stealing but everything that came within their reach, in this they are prodigious expert. I made each of these 2 chiefs a present of a hatchet, things that they seemed mostly to value. As soon as we had partly got clear of these people I took 2 boats and went to the westward, all the gentlemen being along with me. My design was to see if there was not a more commodious harbour, and to try the disposition of the natives, having along with us the 2 chiefs above mentioned. The first place we landed at was in Great Canoe Harbour, so called by Captain Wallace. Here the natives flocked about us in great numbers, and in as friendly a manner as we could wish, only that they showed a great inclination to pick our pockets. We were conducted to a chief, who for distinction's sake we called Hercules. After staying a short time with him, and distributing a few presents about us, we proceeded farther, and came to a chief who I shall call Lycurgus. This man entertained us with broiled fish, cocoa nuts, etc. with great hospitality, and all the time took great care to tell us to take care of our pockets, as a great number of people had crowded about us. Notwithstanding the care we took, Dr. Solander and Dr. Monkhouse had each of them their pockets picked, the one of his spy glass and the other of his snuff box. As soon as Lycurgus was made acquainted with the theft he dispersed the people in a moment, and the method he made use of was to lay hold on the first thing that came in his way and throw it at them. And happy was he or she that could get first out of his way. He seemed very much concerned for what had happened, and by way of recompense offered us but everything that was in his house, but we refused to accept of anything, and made signs to him that we only wanted the things again. He had already sent people out after them, and it was not long before they were returned. We found the natives very numerous wherever we came, and from what we could judge seemed very peaceably inclined. About 6 o'clock in the evening we returned on board, very well satisfied with our little excursion. Saturday, 15th, winds at east during the day, in the night a light breeze off the land. And as I apprehend it be usual here for the trade wind to blow during a great part of the day from the eastern board, and to have it calm or light breezes from the land that is southerly during the night with fair weather. I shall only mention the wind and weather when they deviate from this rule. This morning several of the chiefs we had seen yesterday came on board, and brought with them hogs, bread, fruit, etc., and for these we gave them hatchets, linen, and such things as they valued. Having not met with yesterday a more convenient situation for every purpose we wanted than the place we now are, I therefore, without delay, resolved to pitch upon some spot upon the northeast point of the bay, properly situated for observing the transit of Venus, and at the same time under the command of the ship's guns, and there to throw up a small fort for our defense. Accordingly I went ashore with a party of men, accompanied by Mr. Banks, Dr. Solander, and Mr. Green. We took along with us one of Mr. Banks's tents, and after we had fixed upon a place fit for our purpose we set up the tent and marked out the ground we intended to occupy. By this time a number of the natives had got collected together about us, seemingly only to look on, as not one of them had any weapon, either offensive or defensive. I would suffer none to come within the lines I had marked out, excepting one who appeared to be a chief and old Owa. To these 2 men we endeavored to explain, as well as we could, that we wanted that ground to sleep upon such a number of nights and then we should go away. Whether they understood us or no is uncertain, but no one appeared the least displeased at what we was about. Indeed, the ground we had fixed upon was of no use to them, being part of the sandy beach upon the shore of the bay, and not near to any of their habitations. It being too late in the day to do anything more, a party with a petty officer was left to guard the tent, while we with another party took a walk into the woods, and with us most of the natives. We had but just crossed the river when Mr. Banks shot 3 ducks at one shot, which surprised them so much that most of them fell down as though they had been shot likewise. I was in hopes this would have had some good effect, but the event did not prove it, for we had not been long from the tent before the natives again began to gather about, and one of them more daring than the rest pushed one of the sentinels down, snatched the musket out of his hand and made a push at him, and then made off, and with him all the rest. Immediately upon this the officer ordered the party to fire, and the man who took the musket was shot dead before he had got far from the tent, but the musket was carried quite off when this happened. I and Mr. Banks with the other party was about half a mile off, returning out of the woods, upon hearing the firing of muskets, and the natives leaving us at the same time. We suspected that something was the matter and hastened our march. But before we arrived the whole was over, and every one of the natives fled except old Owa, who stuck by us the whole time, and I believe from the first he either knew or had some suspicion that the people would attempt something at the tent, as he was very much against our going into the woods out of sight of the tent. However, he might have other reasons, for Mr. Hicks, being ashore the day before, the natives would not permit him to go into the woods. This made me resolve to go and see whether they meant to prescribe bounds to us or no. Old Owa, as I have said before, was the only one of the natives that stayed by us, and by his means we prevailed on about 20 of them to come to the tent and there sit down with us, and endeavored by every means in our power to convince them that the man was killed for taking away the musket, and that we still would be friends with them. At sunset they left us seemingly satisfied, and we struck our tent and went on board. Sunday, 16th. This day worked the ship nearer the shore and moored her in such a manner as to command all the shore of the northeast part of the bay, but more particularly the place where we intended to erect a fort. Punished Richard Hutchins, seaman, with 12 lashes for disobeying commands. Several of the natives came down to the shore of the bay, but not one of them came off to the ship during the whole day. In the evening I went on shore with only a boat's crew and some of the gentlemen. The natives gathered about us to the number of about 30 or 40, and brought us cocoa nuts, etc., and seemed as friendly as ever. Monday, 17th. At 2 o'clock this morning, departed this life, Mr. Alex Buchan, land skip draftsman to Mr. Banks, a gentleman well skilled in his profession and one that will be greatly missed in the course of this voyage. He had long been subject to a disorder in his bowels, which had more than once brought him to the very point of death, and was at one time subject to fits, of one of which he was taken on Saturday morning. This brought on his former disorder, which put a period to his life. Mr. Banks thought it not so advisable to inter the body ashore in a place where we were utter strangers to the custom of the natives on such occasions. It was therefore sent out to sea and committed to that element with all the decency the circumstance of the place would admit of. This morning several of the chiefs from the westward made us a visit. They brought with them emblems of peace, which are young plantain trees. These they put on board the ship before they would venture themselves. They brought us a present of 2 hogs, an article we find here very scarce, and some bread fruit, for these they had hatchets and other things. In the afternoon we set up one of the ship's tents ashore, and Mr. Green and myself stayed there the night to observe an eclipse of Jupiter's first satellite, which we was hindered from seeing by clouds. Tuesday, 18th, cloudy weather with some showers of rain. This morning took as many people out of the ship as could possibly be spared, and set about erecting a fort. Some were employed in throwing up entrenchment, while others was cutting fascines, piquets, etc. The natives were so far from hindering us that several of them assisted in bringing the piquets and fascines out of the woods, and seemed quite unconcerned at what we was about. The wood we made use of for this occasion we purchased of them, and we cut no tree down before we had first obtained their consent. By this time all the ship's sails were unbent and the armorer's forge set up to repair the ironwork, etc. Served fresh pork to the ship's company today for the first time. This is like to be a very scarce article with us, but as to breadfruit, cocoa nuts and plantains, the natives supply us with as much as we can destroy. Wednesday, 19th. This morning Lycurgus, whose real name is Tuburotomata, came with his family from the westward in order, from what we could understand, to live near us. He brought with him the cover of a house, with several other materials for building one. We intend to requite the confidence this man seems to put in us by treating him with all imaginable kindness. Got on shore some empty casks, which we placed in a double row along the bank of the river, by way of a breastwork on that side. Thursday, 20th, wind at southeast and squally, with rain. All hands employed on shore, and nothing remarkable, excepting a hog weighing about 90 pounds was brought alongside the ship for sale, but those who brought it would not part with it for anything we could offer them but a carpenter's broad axe. And this was what we could not part with. They carried it away. Thus we see those very people who but 2 years ago preferred a spike nail to an axe of any sort, have so far learnt the use of them that they will not part with a pig of 10 or 12 pounds weight for anything under a hatchet. And even those of an inferior or small sort are of no great esteem with them, and small nails such as 10 penny, 20 penny, or any under 40 penny, are of no value at all. But beads, particularly white cut glass beads, are much valued by them. Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander lays ashore tonight for the first time, their marquees being set up within the walls of the fort and fit for their reception. Friday, 21st. Got the copper oven ashore and fixed it in the bank of the breastwork. Yesterday, as Mr. Green and Dr. Monkhouse were taking a walk, they happened to meet with the body of the man we had shot, as the natives made them fully understand. The manner in which the body was interred being a little extraordinary. I went today, with some others, to see it. Close by the house wherein he resided when living was built a small shed, but whether for the purpose or no I cannot say, for it was in all respects like some of the sheds or houses they live in. This shed was about 14 or 16 feet long, 10 or 12 broad, and of a proportionable height. One end was wholly open, the other end and 2 sides was partly enclosed with a kind of wickered work. In this shed lay the core, upon a bier or frame of wood, with a matted bottom, like a cot frame used at sea, and supported by 4 posts about 5 feet from the ground. The body was covered with a mat, and over that a white cloth. Alongside of the body lay a wooden club, one of their weapons of war. The head of the core lay next the close end of the shed, and at this end lay 2 cocoa nut shells, such as they sometimes use to carry water in. At the other end of the shed was a bunch of green leaves, with some dried twigs tied all together and stuck in the ground, and a stone lying by them as big as a cocoa nut. Near to these lay a young plantain tree, such as they use as emblems of peace, and by it lay a stone axe. At the open end of the shed was stuck upright in the ground the stem of a plantain tree about 5 feet high, on the top of which stood a cocoa nut shell full of fresh water, and on the side of the post hung a small bag, wherein was a few pieces of bread fruit roasted ready for eating. Some of the pieces were fresh and others stale. The natives did not seem to like that we should go near the body, and stood at a little distance themselves while we examined these matters, and appeared to be pleased when we came away. It certainly was no very agreeable place, for it stunk intolerably, and yet it was not above 10 yards from the huts wherein several of the living resided. The first day we landed we saw the skeleton of a human being laying in this manner under a shade that was just big enough to cover it, and some days after that, when some of the gentlemen went with a design to examine it more narrowly, it was gone. It was at this time thought that this manner of interring their dead was not common to all ranks of people, as this was the first we had seen except the skeleton just mentioned, but various were the opinions concerning the provisions, etc. laid about the dead. Upon the whole, it should seem that these people not only believe in a supreme being, but in a future state also, and this must be meant either as an offering to some deity or for the use of the dead in the other world. But this latter is not very probable, as there appeared to be no priestcraft in the thing, for whatever provisions were put there it appeared very plain to us that there it remained until it consumed away of itself. It is most likely that we shall see more of this before we leave the island, but if it is a religious ceremony we may not be able to understand it, for the mysteries of most religions are very dark and not easily understood, even by those who profess them. Saturday, 22nd, to Thursday, 27th. Nothing worthy of note happened. The people were continually at work upon the fort, 48, and the natives were so far reconciled to us that they rather assisted us than not. This day we mounted 6 swivels at the fort, which was now nearly finished. This struck the natives with some fear, and some fishermen who lived upon the point moved farther off, and old Owa told us by signs that after 4 days we should fire great guns from the ship. There were some other circumstances cooperated with this man's prophecy, whether an opinion hath prevailed amongst them that after that time we intend to fire upon them, or that they intend to attack us. We know not. The first we do not intend unless the latter takes place, which is highly improbable. Friday, 28th. This morning a great number of the natives came to us in their canoes from different parts of the island, several of whom we had not seen before. One of these was the woman called by the dolphins the queen of this island. She first went to Mr. Banks's tent at the fort, where she was not known, till the master, happening to go ashore, who knew her, and brought her on board with 2 men and several women, who seemed to be all of her family. I made them all some presents or other, but to Abaria, for that is this woman's name, I gave several things, in return for which, as soon as I went on shore with her, she gave me a hog and several bunches of plantains. These she caused to be carried from her canoes up to the fort in a kind of procession, she and I bringing up the rear. This woman is about 40 years of age, and, like most of the other women, very masculine. She is head or chief of her own family or tribe, but to all appearance hath no authority over the rest of the inhabitants, whatever she might have when the dolphin was here. Hercules, whose real name is Tutaha, is, to all appearance, the chief man of the island, and hath generally visited us twice a week since we have been here, and came always attended by a number of canoes and people. And at those times we were sure to have a supply, more or less, of everything the island afforded, both from himself and from those that came with him, and it is a chance thing that we get a hog at any other time. He was with us at this time, and did not appear very well pleased at the notice we took of Abaria. Saturday, 29th. This day got the 4 guns out of the hold, and mounted 2 of them on the quarter deck and the other 2 in the fort on the bank of the river. Sunday, 30th. This being the day that Owa told us that we should fire our guns, no one of us went from the fort. However, the day passed over without any visible alteration in the behavior of any one of the natives. May 1769. Monday, May 1st. This morning Tutaha came on board the ship, and was very desirous of seeing into every chest and drawer that was in the cabin. I satisfied his curiosity so far as to open most of those that belonged to me. He saw several things that he took a fancy to, and collected them together, but at last he cast his eyes upon the adze I had from Mr. Stevens 49 that was made in imitation of one of their stone adzes or axes. 50 The moment he lays his hands upon it he of his own accord put away everything he had got before, and asked me if I would give him that, which I very readily did, and he went away without asking for any one thing more. Which I by experience knew was a sure sign that he was well pleased with what he had got. This day one of the natives, who appeared to be a chief, dined with us, as he had done some days before. But then there were always some women present, and one or another of them put the victuals into his mouth, but this day there happened to be none to perform that office. When he was helped to victuals and dessert to eat, he sat in the chair like a statue, without once attempting to put a morsel to his mouth, and would certainly have gone without his dinner if one of the servants had not fed him. We have often found the women very officious in feeding us, from which it would seem that it is the custom on some occasions for them to feed the chiefs. However, this is the only instance of that kind we have seen, or that they could not help themselves as well as any of us. This afternoon we set up the observatory and took the astronomical quadrant ashore for the first time, together with some other instruments, the fort being now finished and made as tenantable as the time, nature, and situation of the ground and materials we had to work upon would admit of. The north and south parts consisted of a bank of earth 4.5 feet high on the inside, and a ditch without, 10 feet broad and 6 feet deep. On the west side facing the bay a bank of earth 4 feet high, and palisades upon that, but no ditch, the works being at high water mark. On the east side upon the bank of the river was placed a double row of casks, and, as this was the weakest side, the 2 4-pounders were planted there, and the whole was defended, beside these 2 guns, with 6 swivels. And generally about 45 men with small arms, including the officers and gentlemen who resided ashore. I now thought myself perfectly secure from anything these people would attempt. Tuesday, 2nd. This morning, about 9 o'clock, when Mr. Green and I went to set up the quadrant, it was not to be found. It had never been taken out of the packing case, which was about 18 inches square, since it came from Mr. Bird, the maker. And the whole was pretty heavy, so that it was a matter of astonishment to us all how it could be taken away, as a sentinel stood the whole night within 5 yards of the door of the tent, where it was put, together with several other instruments. But none of them was missing but this. However, it was not long before we got information that one of the natives had taken it away and carried it to the eastward. Immediately a resolution was taken to detain all the large canoes that were in the bay, and to seize upon Tutaha and some others of the principal people, and keep them in custody until the quadrant was produced. But this last we did not think proper immediately to put in execution, as we had only Abaria in our power, and the detaining of her by force would have alarmed all the rest. In the meantime, Mr. Banks, who is always very alert upon all occasions wherein the natives are concerned, and Mr. Green went into the woods to inquire of Tuburetomata which way and where the quadrant was gone. I very soon was informed that these 3 was gone to the eastward in quest of it, and some time after I followed myself with a small party of men. But before I went away I gave orders that if Tutaha came either to the ship or the fort he was not to be detained, for I found he had no hand in taking away the quadrant, and that there was almost a certainty of getting it again. I met Mr. Banks and Mr. Green about 4 miles from the fort, returning with the quadrant. This was about sunset, and we all got back to the fort about 8 o'clock, where I found Tutaha in custody, and a number of the natives crowding about the gate of the fort. My going into the woods with a party of armed men so alarmed the natives that in the evening they began to move off with their effects, and a double canoe putting off from the bottom of the bay was observed by the ship, and a boat sent after her. In this canoe happened to be Tutaha, and as soon as our boat came up with her, he and all the people that were in the canoe jumped overboard, and he only was taken up and brought on board the ship, together with the canoe. The rest were permitted to swim to the shore. From the ship Tutaha was sent to the fort, where Mr. Hicks thought proper to detain him until I returned. The scene between Tuburetomata and Tutaha, when the former came into the fort and found the latter in custody, was really moving. They wept over each other for some time. As for Tutaha, he was so far prepossessed with the thought that he was to be killed that he could not be made sensible to the contrary till he was carried out of the fort to the people, many of whom expressed their joy by embracing him. And, after all, he would not go away until he had given us 2 hogs, notwithstanding we did all in our power to hinder him, for it is very certain that the treatment he had met with from us did not merit such a reward. However, we had it in our power to make him a present of equal value whenever we pleased. Wednesday, 3rd. Very early this morning Tutaha sent for the canoe we had detained yesterday, and in the afternoon sent a man for an axe and a shirt in return for the hogs he gave us last night. But as this man told us that Tutaha would not come near us himself in less than 10 days, we thought proper not to send them, to try if he would not come himself for them sooner. Thursday, 4th. Some people came to the fort today from York Island. One of them gave us an account of 22 islands lying in this neighborhood. Set up the 2 clocks, one in the tent wherein Mr. Green and I lay, and the other in the observatory. This evening Tutaha sent a man again for the axe and shirt, and we sent him word by the same man that Mr. Banks and I would come and see him tomorrow and bring them along with us, for it now became necessary that we should take some steps to reconcile this man to us in order to procure a sufficient supply of bread fruit, and cocoa nuts, which we have not had for these 2 days past, owing, as we apprehend, to Tutaha not being reconciled to us, or otherwise the people take this method to shew their resentment of the treatment their chief meet with. Friday, 5th. Early this morning Tutaha sent some of his people to put us in mind of our promise, and these seemed very uneasy until we set out, which Mr. Banks, Dr. Solander, and myself did about 10 o'clock in the pinnace, having one of these men with us. As soon as we came to Apera, the place where Tutaha resided, we saw a great number of people at the landing place near his house. One among them, who had a large turban about his head, and a long white stick in his hand, drove the others from the landing place by beating them with his stick, and throwing stones at them, and at the same time directed us whereabouts to land. After we had landed he conducted us to the chief, but in this there was no order, everyone crowded upon us crying out, "Tayo Tutaha," this Tutaha was our friend. We found the chief sitting in the shade under a large tree, with a circle of old men round him. He made us sit down by him, and immediately asked for the axe. I then gave him one, together with an upper garment made of broad cloth after their fashion, and a shirt. The garment he put on, but the shirt he gave to the man who first received us at landing, who was now seated by us, and the chief seemed desirous that we should take particular notice of him. By that time Oberea, and several other women whom we knew, came and sat down by us. Tutaha did not stay long before he went away, as we thought to show himself to the people in his new dress. He was not gone long before he returned and took his seat again for a few minutes, then went away again, as we was told, to order something to be got for us to eat, and at this time we gladly would have gone too, being almost suffocated with the crowd that was about us. However, here we remained for about 10 minutes longer, when word was brought us that the chief wanted us. We were then conducted to our own boat, where we found him sitting alone under the awning. He made signs to us to come to him, which we did, and as many with us as the boat would hold. Here he ordered some bread, fruit and cocoa nut to be brought, of both of which we tasted. After we had sat here some time, a message was brought to the chief, who immediately went out of the boat, and we was desired to follow, and was conducted to a large area or courtyard on one side of his house, where we were entertained with public wrestling. Tutaha seated himself at one end of the place, and several of his principal men sat round him in a semicircle. We were desired to sit down here likewise, but we rather chose to walk about. Everything being now ready, several men entered the theatre, 8, 10, or 12, sometimes more. These walked about in a stooping posture, with their left hand upon their right breast, and with their right hand open struck with a smack their left arm and forearm. In this manner they walked about until one challenged another, which was done by motion and gesture, without speaking one word. The two antagonists would then meet and endeavour to seize each other by the thighs, but if that failed they would seize each other by the hair of the head or wherever they could, and then wrestle together until by main strength the one or the other was thrown on his back. This was always, except once, followed by 3 huzzas from some old men who sat in the house, and at the same time another company of men would dance for about a minute. The wrestlers all the time continuing their game without taking the least notice of anything else. The only dexterity the wrestlers seemed to make use of was in first seizing each other, for after they had closed it was all decided by main strength. It would sometimes happen that neither the one nor the other could throw his antagonist. In this case they would either part by mutual consent or were parted by others. The conqueror never exulted over the conquered, neither did the conquered ever repine at his ill luck, but the whole was carried on with great good humour. There were present, young and old, near 500 people. The women do not seem to partake of this diversion, only some few of the principal ones were present, and that appeared to be owing to us being there. After this was over we were given to understand that we were to go to dinner, and were desired to follow Tutaha, who led us into our own boat, and soon after came a small pig ready roasted, with some bread, fruit and cocoa nuts. Here we thought we were to have dined, but Tutaha, after waiting about 10 minutes, made signs to us to put off the boat and go aboard, which we did, and bring him and Tuburatamada along with us. As soon as we got on board we all dined on the cheer the chief had provided. We soon found the good effects of having made friends with this man, for it was no sooner known to the natives that he was on board the ship than they brought bread, fruit, cocoa nuts, etc., to the fort. Saturday, 6th, Sunday, 7th. Nothing remarkable, only that the natives supply us with as much bread, fruits and cocoa nuts as we can destroy. Monday, 8th. Early this morning the master went to the eastward in the pinnace to try if he could procure some hogs and fowls from that quarter, but he returned in the evening without success. He saw but very few, and those the inhabitants pretended belonged to Taha. So great is this man's influence or authority over them that they dare part with nothing without his consent, or otherwise they use his name to excuse themselves from parting with the few they have. For it is very certain these things are in no great plenty with them. Tuesday, 9th, Wednesday, 10th, Thursday, 11th. Nothing remarkable happened for these 3 days. Abaria, the dolphin's queen, made us a visit for the first time since the quadrant was stolen. She introduced herself with a small pig, for which she had a hatchet, and as soon as she got it she lugged out a broken axe, and several pieces of old iron. These, I believe, she must have had from the dolphin. The axe she wanted to be mended, and axes made of the old iron. I obliged her in the first, but excused myself in the latter, since the natives had seen the forge at work. They have frequently brought pieces of iron to be made into one sort of tool or other, which hath generally been done whenever it did not hinder our own work, being willing to oblige them in everything in my power. These pieces of old iron the natives must have got from the dolphin, as we know of no other ship being here. 51 and very probable some from us, for there is no species of theft they will not commit to get this article, and I may say the same of the common seamen when in these parts. Friday, 12th, cloudy weather with showers of rain. This morning a man and 2 young women, with some others, came to the fort, whom we had not seen before, and as their manner of introducing themselves was a little uncommon, I shall insert it. Mr. Banks was as usual at the gate of the fort trading with the people, when he was told that some strangers were coming, and therefore stood to receive them. The company had with them about a dozen young plantain trees, and some other small plants. These they laid down about 20 feet from Mr. Banks. The people then made a lane between him and them. When this was done the man, who appeared to be only a servant to the 2 women, brought the young plantains singly, together with some of the other plants, and gave them to Mr. Banks, and at the delivery of each pronounced a short sentence which we understood not. After he had thus disposed of all his plantain trees, he took several pieces of cloth and spread them on the ground. One of the young women then stepped upon the cloth, and with as much innocency as one could possibly conceive, exposed herself, entirely naked, from the waist downwards. In this manner she turned herself once or twice round, I am not certain which, then stepped off the cloth, and dropped down her clothes. More cloth was then spread upon the former, and she again performed the same ceremony. The cloth was then rolled up and given to Mr. Banks, and the 2 young women went and embraced him, which ended the ceremony. Saturday, 13th. Nothing worthy of note happened during the day. In the night one of the natives attempted to get into the fort by climbing over the wall, but, being discovered by the sentinel, he made off. The iron and iron tools daily in use at the armorer's forge are temptations that these people cannot possibly withstand. Sunday, 14th. This day we performed divine service in one of the tents in the fort, where several of the natives attended and behaved with great decency the whole time. This day closed with an odd scene at the gate of the fort, where a young fellow above 6 feet high made love to a little girl about 10 or 12 years of age publicly before several of our people and a number of the natives. What makes me mention this is because it appeared to be done according to custom, for there were several women present, particularly Auberier and several others of the better sort. And these were so far from showing the least disapprobation that they instructed the girl how she should act her part, who, young as she was, did not seem to want it. Monday, 15th, winds variable and cloudy weather. Last night one of our water casks was taken away from the outside of the fort, where they stood full of water. In the morning there was not one of the natives but what knew it was gone. Yet, contrary to what we had always met with on these occasions, not one of them would give us any information about it, and I thought it of too little consequence to take any methods to oblige them. In the evening Tuburtamata and his wife, and a man belonging to Tutaha, would needs lay all night by the casks to prevent any more from being taken away. But, as we had placed a sentinel there, this care of theirs became unnecessary, and they were prevailed upon to go home, but before they went away they made signs to the sentinel to keep his eyes open. From this it should seem that they knew that an attempt would be made in the night to take away more, which would have been done had not the sentinel prevented it. Tuesday, 16th, winds westerly. The morning cloudy, with heavy showers of rain. The remainder of the day fair weather. From this day nothing remarkable happened until Monday, 22nd, which was ushered in with thick cloudy weather, and excessive hard showers of rain and very much thunder and lightning, which continued the greater part of the day. Tuesday, 23rd. Wind southerly and fair weather in the forenoon, but in the afternoon showers. We have had a scarcity of all sorts of fruit for these 2 days past, which we imagine to be owing to the wet weather. Wednesday, 24th, fine clear weather all this day. Having found the long boat leaky for these few days past, we hauled her ashore today to stop the leaks, when, to our great surprise, we found her bottom so much eaten by the worms that it was necessary to give her a new one. And all the carpenters were immediately set to work upon her. Thursday, 25th. Most part of these 24 hours cloudy, with frequent showers of rain. Friday, 26th. Some flying showers again. This morning we hauled the pinnace ashore to examine her bottom, and had the satisfaction to find that not one worm had touched it, notwithstanding she hath been in the water nearly as long as the long boat. This must be owing to the white lead with which her bottom is painted, the long boats being paid with varnish of pine, for no other reason can be assigned why the one should be preserved and the other destroyed, when they are both built on the same sort of wood and have been in equal use. From this circumstance alone the bottom of all boats sent into countries where these worms are ought to be painted with white lead, and the ship supplied with a good stock in order to give them a new coat whenever it's necessary. By this means they would be preserved free from these destructive vermin. The long boat's bottom being so much destroyed appeared a little extraordinary, as the Dolphin's launch was in the water at this very place full as long, and no such thing happened to her, as the officers that were in the Dolphin say. Saturday, 27th, winds variable and fair weather. Sunday, 28th, wind southerly in clear weather. This morning myself, Mr. Banks, and Dr. Solander set out in the pinnace to pay Tutaha a visit, who had moved from Apara to the southwest part of the island. What induced us to make him this visit was a message we had received from him some days ago importing that if we would go to him he would give us several hogs. We had no great faith in this, yet we were resolved to try, and set out accordingly. It was night before we reached the place where he was, and, as we had left the boat about halfway behind us, we were obliged to take up our quarters with him for the night. The chief received us in a friendly manner, and a pig was ordered to be killed and dressed for supper, but we saved his life for the present, thinking it would do us more service in another place, and we supped on fruit and what else we could get. Here was, along with the chief, Auberrier and many more that we knowed. They all seemed to be travelers like ourselves, for neither the canoes they had along with them, nor the houses where they were sufficient to contain the one half of them. We were in all 6 of us, and after supper began to look out for lodgings. Mr. Banks went to one place, Dr. Solander to another, while I and the other 3 went to a third. We all of us took as much care of the little we had about us as possible, knowing very well what sort of people we were among, yet, notwithstanding all the care we took, before 12 o'clock the most of us had lost something or other. For my own part one had my stockings taken from under my head, and yet I am certain that I was not asleep the whole time. Auberrier took charge of Mr. Banks's things, and yet they were stolen from her, as she pretended. Tutaha was acquainted with what had happened, I believe by Auberrier herself, and both him and her made some stir about it, but this was all mere shew, and ended in nothing. A little time after this Tutaha came to the hut where I and those that were with me lay, and entertained us with a consort of music consisting of 3 drums, 4 flutes, and singing. This lasted about an hour, and then they retired. The music and singing was so much of a piece that I was very glad when it was over. We stayed with them till near noon the next day in hopes of getting some of our things again, and likewise some hogs. But we were at last obliged to come away with the one we had saved out of the fire last night, and a promise from Tutaha that he would come to the ship in a day or two with more, and bring with him the things that are lost. A promise we had no reason to expect he would fulfill. Thus ended our visit, and we got to the fort late in the evening. Tuesday, 30th. We are now very busy in preparing our instruments, etc. for the observations, and instructing such gentlemen in the use of them, as I intend to send to other parts to observe, for fear we should fail here. Wednesday, 31st, late this evening the carpenters finished the long boat. June 1769. Thursday, June 1st. This day I sent Lieutenant Gore in the long boat to York Island 52 with Dr. Monkhouse and Mr. Sporing, a gentleman belonging to Mr. Banks, to observe the transit of Venus, Mr. Green having furnished them with instruments for that purpose. Mr. Banks and some of the natives of this island went along with them. Friday, 2nd. Very early this morning Lieutenant Hicks, Mr. Clark, Mr. Pickerskill and Mr. Saunders went away in the pinnace to the eastward, with orders to fix upon some convenient situation upon this island, and there to observe the transit of Venus, they being likewise provided with instruments for that purpose. Saturday, 3rd. This day proved as favorable to our purpose as we could wish. Not a cloud was to be seen the whole day, and the air was perfectly clear, so that we had every advantage we could desire in observing the whole of the passage of the planet Venus over the sun's disk. We very distinctly saw an atmosphere or dusky shade round the body of the planet, which very much disturbed the times of the contact, particularly the two internal ones. Dr. Solander observed as well as Mr. Green and myself, and we differed from one another in observing the times of the contact much more than could be expected. Mr. Green's telescope and mine were of the same magnifying power, but that of the doctor was greater than ours. It was nearly calm the whole day, and the thermometer exposed to the sun about the middle of the day rose to a degree of heat we have not before met with. Facsimile of Saturday, June 3, 1769. Sunday, 4th, punished arched. Wolf with 24 lashes for theft, having broken into one of the storerooms and stolen from thence a large quantity of spike nails, some few of them were found upon him. This evening the gentlemen that were sent to observe the transit of Venus, returned with success. Those that were sent to York Island were well received by the natives. That island appeared to them not to be very fruitful. Monday, 5th. Got some of the bread ashore out of the bread room to dry and clean. Yesterday being His Majesty's birthday, we kept it today and had several of the chiefs to dine with us. Tuesday, 6th. This day and for some days past we have been informed by several of the natives that about 10 or 15 months ago 2 ships touched at this island and stayed 10 days in a harbor to the eastward, called Ohidia. The commander's name was Tutaraso. 53, so at least the natives call him, and that one of the natives, brother to the chief of Ohidia, went away with him. They likewise say these ships brought the venereal distemper to this island, where it is now as common as in any part of the world, and which the people bear with as little concern as if they have been accustomed to it for ages past. We had not been here many days before some of our people got this disease, and as no such thing happened to any of the Dolphin's people while she was here, that I ever heard of. I had reason, notwithstanding the improbability of the thing, to think that we had brought it along with us, which gave me no small uneasiness, and did all in my power to prevent its progress, but all I could do was to little purpose. As I was obliged to have the most part of the ship's company ashore every day to work upon the fort, and a strong guard every night. And the women were so very liberal with their favors, or else nails, shirts, etc. were temptations that they could not withstand, that this distemper very soon spread itself over the greatest part of the ship's company, but now I have the satisfaction to find that the natives all agree that we did not bring it here. We have several times seen iron tools and other articles with these people that we suspected came not from the Dolphin, and these they now say they had from these 2 ships. Wednesday, 7th, Thursday, 8th, Friday, 9th. These 3 days we have been employed in careening both sides of the ship, and paying them with pitch and brimstone. We found her bottom in good order, and that the worm had not got into it. Saturday, 10th. Wind variable, with very much rain all day and last night. Sunday, 11th, cloudy, with rain last night and this morning, the remainder of the day fair weather. This day Mr. Banks and I took Tuburautomata on board the ship and shewed him the print containing the colours worn by the ships of different nations. And very soon made him understand that we wanted to know which of them was worn by the ships that were at Ohidia. He at once pitched upon the Spanish flag and would by no means admit of any other. This, together with several articles we have lately seen amongst these people, such as jackets, shirts, etc., usually worn by Spanish seamen, proves beyond doubt that they must have been ships of that nation, and come from some port on the coast of South America. 54. Monday, 12th. Yesterday complaint was made to me by some of the natives that John Thurman and James Nicholson, seamen, had taken by force from them several bows and arrows and plaited hair. And the fact being proved upon them, they were this day punished with 24 lashes each. Tuesday, 13th. Some showers of rain last night, but fair weather the most part of the day. Tutaha, whom we have not seen for some time past, paid us a visit today. He brought with him a hog and some bread fruit, for which he was well paid. Wednesday, 14th. Between 2 and 4 o'clock this morning, one of the natives stole out of the fort an iron rake, made use of for the oven. It happened to be set up against the wall, and by that means was visible from the outside, and had been seen by them in the evening, as a man had been seen lurking about the fort some hours before the thing was missed. I was informed by some others of the natives that he watched an opportunity when the sentinel's back was turned, he hooked it with a long crooked stick, and haled it over the wall. When I came to be informed of this theft in the morning, I resolved to recover it by some means or other, and accordingly went and took possession of all the canoes of any value I could meet with, and brought them into the river behind the fort to the number of 22. And told the natives then present, most of them being the owners of the canoes, that unless the principal things they had stolen from us were restored, I would burn them every one, not that I ever intended to put this in execution. And yet I was very much displeased with them, as they were daily committing, or attempting to commit, one theft or other, when at the same time contrary to the opinion of everybody, I would not suffer them to be furred upon. For this would have been putting it in the power of the sentinels to have furred upon them upon the most slightest occasions, as I had before experienced. And I have a great objection to firing with powder only amongst people who know not the difference, for by this they would learn to despise firearms and think their own arms superior. And if ever such an opinion prevailed, they would certainly attack you, the event of which might prove as unfavorable to you as them. About noon the rake was restored us, when they wanted to have their canoes again, but now, as I had them in my possession, I was resolved to try if they would not redeem them by restoring what they had stolen from us before. The principal things which we had lost was the marine musket, a pair of pistols belonging to Mr. Banks, a sword belonging to one of the petty officers, and a water cask, with some other articles not worth mentioning. Some said that these things were not in the island, others that Tutaha had them, and those of Tutaha's friends laid the whole to Oberea, and I believe the whole was between these two persons. Thursday, 15th. We have been employed for some days past in overhauling all the sea provisions, and stowing such as we found in a state of decay to hand, in order to be first expended. But having the people divided between the ship and the shore, this work, as well as refitting the ship, goes on but slowly. Friday, 16th, Saturday, 17th, variable winds, with showers of rain and cloudy weather. Sunday, 18th. Variable winds and clear weather. This night was observed the moon totally eclipsed. Monday, 19th, punished James Tunley with 12 lashes for taking rum out of the cask on the quarter deck. Tuesday, 20th. Got all the powder ashore to air, all of which we found in a bad condition, and the gunner informs me that it was very little better when it came first on board. Last night Oberea made us a visit, whom we have not seen for some time. We were told of her coming, and that she would bring with her some of the stolen things, which we gave credit to because we knowed several of them were in her possession. But we were surprised to find this woman put herself wholly in our power, and not bring with her one article of what we had lost. The excuse she made was that her gallant, a man that used to be along with her, did steal them, and she had beat him and turned him away, but she was so sensible of her own guilt that she was ready to drop down through fear. And yet she had resolution enough to insist upon sleeping in Mr. Banks's tent all night, and was with difficulty prevailed upon to go to her canoe, although no one took the least notice of her. In the morning she brought her canoe, with everything she had, to the gate of the fort, after which we could not help admiring her for her courage and the confidence she seemed to place in us. And thought that we could do no less than to receive her into favor, and accept the present she had brought us, which consisted of a hog, a dog, some bread, fruit and plantains. We refused to accept of the dog, as being an animal we had no use for, at which she seemed a little surprised, and told us it was very good eating, and we very soon had an opportunity to find that it was so, for Mr. Banks, having bought a basket of fruit in which was the thigh of a dog ready dressed, of this several of us tasted, and found that it was meat not to be despised. And therefore took Auberier's dog and had him immediately dressed by some of the natives in the following manner. They first made a hole in the ground about a foot deep, in which they made a fire and heated some small stones. While this was doing, the dog was strangled and the hair got off by laying him frequently on the fire, and as clean as if it had been scalded off with hot water. His entrails was taken out, and the whole washed clean, and as soon as the stones and hole was sufficiently heated, the fire was put out and part of the stones were left in the bottom of the hole. Upon these stones were laid green leaves, and upon them the dog, together with the entrails. These were likewise covered with leaves, and over them hot stones, and then the whole was close covered with mold. After he had laid here about 4 hours, the oven, for so I must call it, was opned, and the dog taken out, whole and well done, and it was the opinion of every one who tasted it that they never eat sweater meat. Therefore we resolved for the future never to despise dog's flesh. It is in this manner that the natives dress and bake all their victuals that require it: flesh, fish, and fruit. I now gave over all thoughts of recovering any of the things the natives had stolen from us, and therefore intend to give them up their canoes whenever they apply for them. Chart of the Island Otaheite, by Lieutenant James Cook, 1769. Reproduction of the original published chart. Wednesday, 21st, employed drying the powder, or getting on board wood, water, etc. Confined Robert Anderson, seaman, for refusing to obey the orders of the mate when at work in the hold. This morning a chief, whose name is Omo, and one we had not seen before, came to the fort. There came with him a boy about 7 years of age and a young woman of about 18 or 20. At the time of their coming Auberier and several others were in the fort. They went out to meet them, having first uncovered their heads and bodies as low as their waists, and the same thing was done by all those that were on the outside of the fort. As we looked upon this as a ceremonial respect, and had not seen it paid to any one before, we thought that this Omo must be some extraordinary person, and wondered to see so little notice taken of him after the ceremony was over. The young woman that came along with him could not be prevailed upon to come into the fort, and the boy was carried upon a man's back, although he was as able to walk as the man who carried him. This lead us to inquire who they were. And we was informed that the boy was heir apparent to the sovereignty of the island, and the young woman was his sister, and as such the respect was paid them which was due to no one else except the Aridahai, which was not to Taha. From what we could learn, but some other person who we had not seen, or like to do, for they say that he is no friend of ours, and therefore will not come near us. The young boy above mentioned is son to Omo by Auberier, but Omo and Auberier do not at this time live together as man and wife, he not being able to endure with her troublesome disposition. I mention this because it shows that separation in the marriage state is not unknown to these people. 55. Thursday, 22nd. This morning I released Robert Anderson from confinement at the intercession of the Master and a promise of behaving better for the future. Friday, 23rd. This morning Emmanuel Pereira, a Portug, was missing, and I had some reason to think that he was gone with an intent to stay here. It was not long before I was informed that he was at Apara with Tutaha. The man who gave us this information was one of Tutaha's servants. He was offered a hatchet if he would go to Apara and bring him to us. This was perhaps the very thing he came for he immediately set out and returned with the man in the evening. The man said in his defense that as he was going to the boat to go on board last night, he was taken away by force by 3 men, and upon inquiring farther into this matter I found it to be so, and that Tutaha wanted to have kept him. Only that he was persuaded to the contrary, or perhaps he thought that the hatchet he would get by returning him would do him more service than the man. Saturday, 24th, Sunday, 25th. Nothing remarkable. Tahiti, expedition round island. Monday, 26th, very early this morning I set out in the pinnace, accompanied by Mr. Banks, with an intent to make the circuit of the island in order to examine and draw a sketch of the coast and harbours thereof. We took our route to the eastward, and this night reached the isthmus, which is a lone neck of land running across the island, which divides it into 2 districts or governments wholly independent of each other as we was informed. The first thing we saw which struck our attention in this day's route was a small pig that had not been roasted above a day or 2 laid upon one of their altars near to a place where lay the body or bones of a dead person. This pig must have been put there as an offering to their god, but on what account we know not. The coast from Royal Bay trends east by south and east-southeast 10 miles south by east and south 11 miles to the isthmus. In the first direction the shore is mostly open to the sea, but in the last it is covered by reefs of rocks. These form several good harbours, wherein are safe anchorage for shipping in 16, 18, 20, and 24 fathoms, with other conveniences. It was in one of these harbours the Spanish ships before mentioned lay. The natives shewed us the place where they pitched their tent and the brook they watered at, otherways there was not the least signs of shipping having been there. Tuesday, 27th, winds easterly in fine weather. It was late last night before we reached the isthmus. And all the observations I could make this morning was that it appeared to be a marshy flat of about 2 miles in extent across which the natives haul their canoes partly by land and partly by water. From the isthmus the land trends east-southerly near 3 leagues, to the southeast point of the great bay which lies before the isthmus. On the west side of this point is a bay called Ohidepipa, which is in many respects similar to Royal Bay, and is situated in every bit as fertile and populous part of the island. There are other places formed by the reefs that lay along the shore between this and the isthmus, where shipping can lay in perfect security. The land then trends southeast and south to the southeast part of the island, which is near 3 leagues, and covered all the way by a reef of rocks, but no harbour. We took up our quarters at the east part of the island, being conducted thither by a young chief we had often seen on board the ship, and the next morning proceeded round the southeast point of the island, part of which is not covered by any reef, but lies wholly open to the sea, and here the hills rise directly from the shore. At the southernmost part of the island the shore is again covered by a reef, and there forms a very good harbour, and the land about it very fertile. At this place we saw a goose and a turkey left at Royal Bay by the Dolphin. They were in possession of a chief who came along with us in the boat, and remained with us the remainder of the day, and conducted us over the shoals we here meet with. And for this piece of service we lent him a cloak to sleep in the night, but we had not been laid down above 10 minutes before he thought proper to move off with it, but both Mr. Banks and I pursued him so close that he was obliged to relinquish his prize, and we saw no more of him. When we returned to our lodging we found the house, in which were not less than 200 or 300 people when we went away, entirely deserted, so that we had one of the largest and best houses on the island wholly to ourselves. But when they found that we meant them no harm the chief and his wife with some others came and slept by us the remainder of the night. This place is situated on the southwest side of Tairibu 56, the southeast district of the island, and about 5 miles southeast from the isthmus. Here is a large, safe and commodious harbour, inferior to none on the whole island, and the land about it rich in produce. We found that the people of this district had had little or no communication with us, yet we was everywhere well received by them. We found all this part of the island very fertile and the natives numerous, and had a great many large double canoes built and ornamented uniformly. They were all hallied ashore, and appeared to be going to decay for want of use. Their mories or burial places stood generally upon these points of land that projected into the sea, and were both better built and ornamented than those about Royal Bay Tutahas excepted. In general this district appeared to be in a more flourishing state than the other, although it is not above 1/4 part as big and cannot contain nothing near the number of inhabitants. Thursday, 29th, squally weather with showers of rain. This morning we left Tiaraboo and entered upon that of Apuriano, the northwest district of the island. The first thing we met with worthy of note was at one of their mories, where lay the skull bones of 26 hogs and 6 dogs. These all lay near to and under one of their altars. These animals must have been offered as a sacrifice to their gods either all at once or at different times, but on what account we could not learn. The next day we met with an effigy or figure of a man made of basket work and covered with white and black feathers placed in such order as to represent the color of their hair and skins when tattooed or painted. It was 7.5 feet high and the whole made in due proportion. On its head were 4 knobs not unlike the stumps of large horns, 3 stood in front and 1 behind. We were not able to learn what use they made of this monster. It did not at all appear to us that they paid it the least homage as a god. They were not the least scrupulous of letting us examine every part of it. I am inclinable to think that it is only used by way of diversion at their hivas or public entertainments, as Punch is in a puppet show. 57 We next passed through a harbor, which is the only one on the south side of Apuriano fit for shipping. It is situated about 5 miles to the westward of the isthmus between 2 small islands that lay near the shore and a mile from each other. In this harbor is 11 and 12 fathoms of water and good anchorage. About 1.5 leagues to the westward of this harbor is the Mori of Omo or Oberia, for some told us it belonged to the one and some to the other. It far exceeds everything of this kind upon the whole island. It is a long square of stonework built pyramidically. Its base is 267 feet by 87 feet, at the top it is 250 feet by 8 feet. It is built in the same manner as we do steps leading up to a sundial or fountain erected in the middle of a square where there is a flight of steps on each side. In this building there are 11 of such steps. Each step is about 4 feet in height and the breadth 4 feet 7 inches, but they decreased both in height and breadth from the bottom to the top. On the middle of the top stood the image of a bird carved in wood, near it lay the broken one of a fish carved in stone. There was no hollow or cavity in the inside, the whole being filled up with stones. The outside was faced partly with hewn stones and partly with others, and these were placed in such a manner as to look very agreeable to the eye. Some of the hewn stones were 4 feet 7 inches by 2 feet 4 inches and 15 inches thick, and had been squared and polished with some sort of an edge tool. On the east side was enclosed with a stone wall a piece of ground in form of a square, 360 feet by 354, in this was growing several cypress trees and plantains. Round about this mori was several smaller ones all going to decay, and on the beach between them and the sea lay scattered up and down a great quantity of human bones. Not far from the great mori was 2 or 3 pretty large altars, where lay the skull bones of some hogs and dogs. This monument stands on the south side of Apuriano, upon a low point of land about 100 yards from the sea. 58 It appeared to have been built many years, and was in a state of decay, as most of their moris are. From this it would seem that this island hath been in a more flourishing state than it is at present, or that religious customs are, like most other nations, by these people less observed. We took up our quarters near this mori for the night, and early in the morning proceeded on our route, and without meeting with anything remarkable, got on board the ship on Saturday, the 1st of July, having made the circuit of the whole island, which I estimated at something more than 30 leagues. 59 The plan or sketch which I have drawn, although it cannot be very accurate, yet it will be found sufficient to point out the situation of the different bays and harbors and the true figure of the island, and I believe is without any material error. For the first 2 or 3 days we was out upon this excursion we laboured under some difficulty for want of provisions, particularly bread, an article we took but little of with us, not doubting that we should get breadfruit more than sufficient for a boat's crew at every place we went to, but, on the contrary, we found the season for that fruit wholly over, and not one to be seen on the trees, and all other fruit and roots were scarce. The natives live now on sour paste which is made from breadfruit and some breadfruit and plantains that they get from the mountains where the season is later, and on a nut not unlike a chestnut which are now in perfection. But all these articles are at present very scarce, and therefore it is no wonder that the natives have not supplied us with these things of late. At Tahiti. Upon my return to the ship I found that the provisions had been all examined and the water got on board, amounting to 65 tons. I now determined to get everything off from the shore and leave the place as soon as possible. The getting the several articles on board, and scraping and paying the ship's side, took us up the following week without anything remarkable happening until July 1769. At Tahiti. Sunday, July 9th. When, sometime in the middle watch, Clement Webb and Samuel Gibson, both marines and young men, found means to get away from the fort, which was now no hard matter to do, and in the morning were not to be found. As it was known to everybody that all hands were to go on board on the Monday morning, and that the ship would sail in a day or two, there was reason to think that these 2 men intended to stay behind. However, I was willing to stay 1 day to see if they would return before I took any step to find them. Monday, 10th. The 2 marines not returning this morning, I began to inquire after them, and was informed by some of the natives that they were gone to the mountains, and that they had got each of them a wife and would not return. But at the same time no one would give us any certain intelligence where they were, upon which a resolution was taken to seize upon as many of the chiefs as we could. This was thought to be the readiest method to induce the other natives to produce the 2 men. We had in our custody Oberea, Tuburatomata, and 2 other chiefs, but that I knowed Tutaha would have more weight with the natives than all these put together, I dispatched Lieutenant Hicks away in the pinnace to the place where Tutaha was, to endeavour to decoy him into the boat and bring him on board, which Mr. Hicks performed without the least disturbance. We had no sooner taken the other chiefs into custody in Mr. Banks's tent than they became as desirous of having the men brought back as they were before of keeping them, and only desired that one of our people might be sent with some of theirs for them. Accordingly I sent a petty officer and the corporal of marines with 3 or 4 of their people, not doubting but they would return with the 2 men in the evening. But they not coming as soon as I expected, I took all the chiefs on board the ship for greater safety. About 9 o'clock in the evening Webb, the marine, was brought in by some of the natives and sent on board. He informed me that the petty officer and corporal that had been sent in quest of them were disarmed and seized upon by the natives, and that Gibson was with them. Immediately upon getting this information I dispatched Mr. Hicks away in the long boat with a strong party of men to rescue them, but before he went Tutaha and the other chiefs was made to understand that they must send some of their people with Mr. Hicks to shew him the place where our men were, and at the same time to send orders for their immediate releasement, for if any harm came to the men they, the chiefs, would suffer for it. And I believe at this time they wished as much to see the men return in safety as I did, for the guides conducted Mr. Hicks to the place before daylight, and he recovered the men without the least opposition, and returned with them about 7 o'clock in the morning of Tuesday, 11th. I then told the chiefs that there remained nothing more to be done to regain their liberty but to deliver up the arms the people had taken from the petty officer and corporal, and these were brought on board in less than half an hour. And then I sent them all on shore. They made but a short stay with our people there before they went away, and most of the natives with them, but they first wanted to give us 4 hogs. These we refused to accept of them, as they would take nothing in return. Thus we are likely to leave these people in disgust with our behavior towards them, owing wholly to the folly of 2 of our men, for it does not appear that the natives had any hand in enticing them away, and therefore were not the first aggressors. However, it is very certain that had we not taken this step we never should have recovered them. The petty officer whom I sent in quest of the deserters told me that the natives would give him no intelligence where they were, nor those that went along with him, but, on the contrary, grew very troublesome, and, as they were returning in the evening, they were suddenly seized upon by a number of armed men that had hid themselves in the wood for that purpose. This was after Taha had been seized upon by us, so that they did this by way of retaliation in order to recover their chief, but this method did not meet with the approbation of them all. A great many condemned these proceedings, and were for having them set at liberty, while others were for keeping them until Taha was released. The dispute went so far that they came from words to blows, and our people were several times very near being set at liberty, but at last the party for keeping them prevailed, but, as they had still some friends, no insult was offered them. A little while after they brought Webb and Gibson, the two deserters, to them as prisoners likewise, but at last they agreed that Webb should be sent to inform us where the others were. When I came to examine these two men touching the reasons that induced them to go away, it appeared that an acquaintance they had contracted with two girls, and to whom they had strongly attached themselves, was the sole reason of their attempting to stay behind. Yesterday we weighed the small bower anchor, the stock of which was so much eaten by the worms as to break in heaving up, and today we hove up the best bower, and found the stock in the very same condition. This day we got everything off from the shore, and tonight everybody lays on board. Wednesday, 12th. The carpenter employed in stocking the anchors and the seamen in getting the ship ready for sea. This morning we found the staves of the cask the natives stole from us some time ago laying at the watering place, but they had been sensible enough to keep the iron hoops, and only return what to them was of no use. Sail from Tahiti. Thursday, 13th, winds easterly, a light breeze. This morning we was visited by Auberier and several others of our acquaintance, a thing we did not expect after what had happened but 2 days ago, but this was in some measures owing to Mr. Banks, Dar. Solander, and myself going to Apara last night, where we so far convinced them of our friendly disposition that several of them were in tears at our coming away. Between 11 and 12 o'clock we got under sail, and took our final leave of these people, after a stay of just 3 months, the most part of which time we have been upon good terms with them. Some few differences have now and then happened owing partly to the want of rightly understanding each other, and partly to their natural thievish disposition, which we could not at all times bear with or guard against. But these have been attended with no ill consequence to either side except the first, in which one of them was killed, and this I was very sorry for. Because from what had happened to them by the Dolphin I thought it would have been no hard matter to have got and keep a footing with them without bloodshed. For some time before we left this island several of the natives were daily offering themselves to go away with us. And as it was thought they must be of use to us in our future discoveries we resolved to bring away one whose name is Tupia, a chief and a priest. This man had been with us most part of the time we had been upon the island, which gave us an opportunity to know something of him. We found him to be a very intelligent person, and to know more of the geography of the islands situated in these seas, their produce, and the religion, laws, and customs of the inhabitants, than any one we had met with. And was the likeliest person to answer our purpose. For these reasons, and at the request of Mr. Banks, I received him on board, together with a young boy, his servant. For the first 2 months we were at this island the natives supplied us with as much bread fruit, cocoa nuts, etc. as we could well dispense with, and now and then a few hogs, but of these hardly sufficient to give the ship's company 1 and sometimes 2 fresh meals a week. As to fowls, I did not see above 3 dozen upon the whole island, and fish they seldom would part with, but during the last month we got little refreshment of any sort. The detaining of their canoes broke off trade at that time, and it never after was begun again with any spirit. However, it was not wholly owing to this, but to a scarcity. The season for bread fruit was wholly over, and what other fruits they had were hardly sufficient for themselves, at least, they did not care to part with them. All sorts of fruits we purchased with beads and nails, not less than 40 penny, for a nail under that size was of no value. But we could not get a hog above 10 or 12 pounds weight for anything less than a hatchet, not but that they set great value upon spike nails. But, as this was an article many in the ship are provided with, the women soon found a much easier way at coming at them than by bringing provisions. Our traffic with this people was carried on with as much order as in the best regulated market in Europe. It was managed ashore chiefly by Mr. Banks, who took uncommon pains to procure from the natives every kind of refreshment that was to be got. Axes, hatchets, spikes, large nails, looking-glasses, knives, and beads are all highly valued by this people, and nothing more is wanting to traffic with them for everything they have to dispose of. They are likewise very fond of fine linen cloth, both white and printed, but an axe worth half a crown will fetch more than a piece of cloth worth 20 shillings. Upon our arrival at Batavia we had certain information that the two ships that were at George's Island some time before our arrival there were both French ships. 60. Description of King George's Island. This island is called by the natives Otaheite, and was first discovered by Captain Wallis, in His Majesty's ship Dolphin, on June 19, 1767, and to the credit of him and his officers. The longitude of Royal Bay was by them settled to within half a degree of the truth, and the whole figure of the island not ill described. It is situated between the latitude of 17 degrees 29 minutes and 17 degrees 53 minutes south, and between the longitude of 149 degrees 10 minutes and 149 degrees 39 minutes west from the meridian of Greenwich. 61 Point Venus, so called from the observation being made there, is the northern extremity of the island, and lies in the longitude of 149 degrees 30 minutes 62 being the mean result of a great number of observations made upon the spot. The shores of this island are mostly guarded from the sea by reefs of coral rocks, and these form several excellent bays and harbors, wherein are room and depth of water sufficient for the largest ships. Royal Bay, called by the natives Matavai 63 in which we lay, and the Dolphin before us, is not inferior to any on the island, both in point of conveniency in situation. It may easily be known by a prodigious high mountain in the middle of the island, which bears due south from Point Venus, which is the eastern point of the bay. To sail into it either keep the west point of the reefs which lies before Point Venus close on board, or give it a berth of near half a mile in order to avoid a small shoal of coral rocks, whereon is but 2½ fathoms of water. The best anchoring is on the eastern side of the bay in 16 or 14 fathoms of water, Owsey bottom. The shore of the bay is all a fine sandy beach, behind which runs a river of fresh water, so that any number of ships might water here without discommoding one another. The only wood for fuel upon the whole island is fruit trees, and these must be purchased of the natives, if you mean to keep on good terms with them. There are some harbors to the westward of this bay that have not been mentioned, but as they lay contiguous to it, and are to be found in the plan, the description of them is unnecessary. The land of this island, except what is immediately bordering upon the sea coast, is of a very uneven surface, and rises in ridges which run up into the middle of the island, and there form mountains that are of a height sufficient to be seen at the distance of 20 leagues. Between the foot of the ridges and the sea is a border of low land surrounding the whole island, except in a few places where the ridge rises directly from the sea. This low land is of various breadths, but nowhere exceeds 1.5 miles. The soil is rich and fertile, being for the most part well stocked with fruit trees and small plantations, and well watered by a number of small rivulets of excellent water which come from the adjacent hills. It is upon this low land that the greatest part of the inhabitants live, not in towns or villages, but dispersed everywhere round the whole island. The tops of most of the ridges and mountains are barren and, as it were, burnt up with the sun, yet many parts of some of them are not without their produce, and many of the valleys are fertile and inhabited. Produce of Tahiti. Of the produce. The produce of this island is breadfruit, cocoa nuts, bananos, plantains, a fruit like an apple, sweet potatoes, yams, a fruit known by the name of eeg malo, and rekned most delicious, sugar cane which the inhabitants eat raw. A root of the salep kind, called by the inhabitants pea, the root also of a plant called ether, and a fruit in a pod like a kidney bean, which when roasted eats like a chestnut, and is called a he. The fruit of a tree which they call wara, something like a pine apple, the fruit of a tree called by them nano, the roots of a fern and the roots of a plant called thrive. All these articles the earth almost spontaneously produces, or, at least, they are raised with very little labor. In the article of food these people may almost be said to be exempt from the curse of our forefathers, scarcely can it be said that they earn their bread with the sweat of their brow. Benevolent nature hath not only supplied them with necessaries, but with abundance of superfluities. The sea coast supplies them with vast variety of most excellent fish, but these they get not without some trouble and perseverance. Fish seems to be one of their greatest luxuries, and they eat it either raw or dressed and seem to relish it one way as well as the other. Not only fish but almost everything that comes out of the sea is eaten and esteemed by these people. Shellfish, lobsters, crabs, and even sea insects, and what is commonly called blubbers of many kinds, conduce to their support. For tame animals they have hogs, fowls, and dogs, the latter of which we learned to eat from them, and few were there of us but what allowed that a South Sea dog was next to an English lamb. One thing in their favor is that they live entirely upon vegetables, probably our dogs would not eat half so well. Little can be said in favor of their fowls, but their pork is most excellent, they have no beasts of prey of any sort, and wild fowls are scarce and confined to a few species. When any of the chiefs kill a hog it seems to be almost equally divided among all his dependents, and as these are generally very numerous, it is but a little that come to each person's share, so that their chief food is vegetables. And of these they eat a large quantity. Cookery seems to have been but little studied here, they have only two methods of applying fire broiling and baking, as we called it. The method this is done I have before described, and I am of opinion that victuals dressed this way are more juicy and more equally done than by any of our methods, large fish in particular, breadfruit, bananas. Plantains cooked this way eat like boiled potatoes, and was much used by us by way of bread whenever we could get them. Of breadfruit they make 2 or 3 dishes by beating it with a stone pestle till it makes a paste, mixing water or cocoa nut liquor, or both, with it, and adding ripe plantains, bananas, sour paste, etc. This last is made from breadfruit in the following manner. This fruit, from what I can find, remains in season only 8 or 9 months in the year, and as it is the chief support of the inhabitants a reserve of food must be made for those months when they are without it. To do this the fruit is gathered when upon the point of ripening, after the rind is scraped off it is laid in heaps and covered close with leaves, where it undergoes a fermentation, and becomes soft and disagreeably sweet. The core is then taken out, and the rest of the fruit thrown into a hole dug for that purpose, the sides and bottom of which are neatly laid with grass. The hole is covered with leaves and heavy stones laid upon them. Here it undergoes a second fermentation and becomes sourish, in which condition they say it will keep good 10 or 12 months. As they want to use it they make it into balls, which they wrap up in leaves and bake in the same manner as they do the fruit from the tree. It is then ready for eating either hot or cold, and hath a sour and disagreeable taste. In this last state it will keep good a month or 6 weeks, it is called by them mahai, and they seldom make a meal without some of it, one way or another. To this plain diet salt water is the universal sauce, hardly any one sets down to a meal without a cocoa nut shell full of it standing by them, into which they dip most of what they eat, especially fish. Drinking at intervals large sops of it out of their hands, so that a man may use half a pint at a meal. It is not common for any two to eat together, the better sort hardly ever, and the women never upon any account eat with the men, but always by themselves. What can be the reason of so unusual a custom it is hard to say. Especially as they are a people, in every other instance, fond of society and much so of their women. They were often asked the reason, but they never gave no other answer, but that they did it because it was right, and expressed much dislike at the custom of men and women eating together of the same victuals. We have often used all the entreaties we were masters of to invite the women to partake of our victuals at our tables, but there never was an instance of one of them doing it public. But they would often go 5 or 6 together into the servants' apartments, and there eat very heartily of whatever they could find, nor were they the least disturbed if any of us came in while they were dining. And it hath sometimes happened that when a woman was alone in our company she would eat with us, but always took care that her own people should not know what she had done, so that whatever may be the reasons for this custom, it certainly affects their outward manners more than their principle. Natives of Tahiti. Person of the natives. With respect to their persons, the men in general are tall, strong-limbed, and well-shaped. One of the tallest we saw measured 6 feet 3 inches and a half. The superior women are in every respect as large as Europeans, but the inferior sort are in general small, owing possibly to their early amours, which they are more addicted to than their superiors. They are of various colors. Those of the inferior sort, who are obliged to be much exposed to the sun and air, are of a very dark brown. The superiors again, who spend most of their time in their houses under shelter, are not browner than people who are born or reside longer in the West Indies. Nay, some of the women are almost as fair as Europeans. Their hair is almost universally black, thick, and strong. This the women wear short cropped round their ears. The men, on the other hand, wear it different ways. The better sort let it grow long, and sometimes tying it up on the top of their heads, or letting it hang loose over their shoulders. But many of the inferiors, and such who, in the exercise of their professions, fishing, etc., are obliged to be much upon or in the water, wear it cropped short like the women. They always pluck out a part of their beards, and keep what remains neat and clean. Both sexes eradicate every hair from under their armpits, and look upon it as a mark of uncleanliness in us that we do not do the same. They have all fine white teeth, and for the most part short flat noses and thick lips. Yet their features are agreeable, and their gait graceful, and their behavior to strangers and to each other is open, affable, and courteous, and, from all I could see, free from treachery, only that they are thieves to a man, and would steal but everything that came in their way, and that with such dexterity as would shame the most noted pickpocket in Europe. They are very cleanly people, both in their persons and diet, always washing their hands and mouth immediately before and after their meals, and wash or bathe themselves in fresh water 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night. The only disagreeable thing about them is the oil with which they anoint their heads, mano, as they call it. This is made of coconut oil, in which some sweet herbs or flowers are infused. The oil is generally very rancid, which makes the wearer of it smell not very agreeable. 64 Another custom they have that is disagreeable to Europeans, which is eating lice, a pretty good stock of which they generally carry about them. However, this custom is not universal, for I seldom saw it done but among children and common people, and I am persuaded that had they the means they would keep themselves as free from lice as we do. But the want of combs in a hot climate makes this hardly possible. There are some very fine men upon this island whose skins are whiter than any Europeans, but of a dead color, like that of the nose of a white horse. Their eyes, eyebrows, hair and beards are also white. Their bodice were covered, more or less, with a kind of white down. Their skins are spotted, some parts being much whiter than others. They are short-sighted, with their eyes ofttimes full of rheum, and always looked unwholesome, and have neither the spirit or the activity of the other natives. I did not see above 3 or 4 upon the whole island, and these were old men. So that I concluded that this difference of color, etc., was accidental, and did not run in families, for if it did they must have been more numerous. The inhabitants of this island are troubled with a sort of leprosy, or scab all over their bodice. I have seen men, women, and children, but not many, who have had this distemper to that degree as not to be able to walk. This distemper, I believe, runs in families, because I have seen both mother and child have it. Both sexes paint their bodice, tattoo, as it is called in their language. This is done by inlaying the color of black under their skins, in such a manner as to be indelible. Some have ill-designed figures of men, birds, or dogs. The women generally have this figure Z simply on every joint of their fingers and toes, the men have it likewise, and both have other different figures, such as circles, crescents, etc., which they have on their arms and legs. In short, they are so various in the application of these figures that both the quantity and situation of them seem to depend entirely upon the humor of each individual, yet all agree in having their buttocks covered with a deep black. Over this most have arches drawn one over another as high as their short ribs, which are near 1/4 of an inch broad. These arches seem to be their great pride, as both men and women show them with great pleasure. Their method of tattooing I shall now describe. The color they use is lamp black, prepared from the smoke of a kind of oily nut, used by them instead of candles. The instrument for pricking it under the skin is made of very thin flat pieces of bone or shell, from 1/4 of an inch to 1.5 inches broad, according to the purpose it is to be used for, and about 1.5 inches long. One end is cut into sharp teeth, and the other fastened to a handle. The teeth are dipped into black liquor, and then drove, by quick, sharp blows struck upon the handle with a stick for that purpose, into the skin so deep that every stroke is followed with a small quantity of blood. The part so marked remains sore for some days before it heals. As this is a painful operation, especially the tattooing their buttocks, it is performed but once in their lifetimes. It is never done until they are 12 or 14 years of age. Clothing of Tahitians. Their clothing is either of cloth or matting of several different sorts. The dress of both men and women are much the same, which is a piece of cloth or matting wrapped 2 or 3 times round their waist, and hangs down below their knees, both behind and before, like a petticoat. Another piece, or sometimes 2 or 3, about 2 yards or 2.5 yards long, with a hole in the middle, through which they put their heads. This hangs over their shoulders down behind and before, and is tied round their waist with a long piece of thin cloth, and being open at the sides gives free liberty to their arms. This is the common dress of all ranks of people, and there are few without such a one except the children, who go quite naked, the boys until they are 6 or 7 years of age, and the girls until 3 or 4. At these ages they begin to cover what nature teaches them to hide. Besides the dress I have mentioned some of the better sort, such as can afford it, but more especially the women, will one way or other wrap round them several pieces of cloth, each 8 or 10 yards long and 2 or 3 broad. So much that I have often wondered how they could bear it in so hot a climate. Again, on the other hand, many of the inferior sort during the heat of the day, go almost naked, the women wearing nothing but the petticoat aforementioned, and sometimes hardly that. The men wear a piece of cloth like a sack, which goes between their thighs, and brought up before and behind, and then wrapped round their waist. This every man wears always without exception, and it is no uncommon thing to see many of the better sort have nothing else on, as it is reckoned no shame for any part of the body to be exposed to view, except those which all mankind hide. Both sexes sometimes shade their faces from the sun with little bonnets made of cocoanut leaves. Some have them of fine matting, but this is less common. They sometimes wear turbans, but their chief headdress is what they call tomu, which is human hair plaited scarce thicker than common thread. Of this I can safely affirm that I have seen pieces near a mile in length worked upon one end without a knot. These are made and worn only by the women, 5 or 6 such pieces of which they will sometimes wind round their heads, the effect of which, if done with taste, is very becoming. They have earrings by way of ornament, but wear them only at one ear. These are made of shells, stones, berries, red peas, and some small pearls which they wear 3 tied together, but our beads, buttons, etc., very soon supplied their places. Customs of Tahiti. Manners and customs. After their meals in the heat of the day they often sleep, middle-aged people especially, the better sort of whom seem to spend most of their time in eating and sleeping. Diversions they have but few, shooting with the bow and wrestling are the chief, the first of which is confined almost wholly to the chiefs. They shoot for distance only, kneeling upon one knee and dropping the bow the instant of the arrows parting from it. I have seen one of them shoot an arrow 274 yards, yet he looked upon it as no great shot. Music is little known to them, yet they are very fond of it. They have only 2 instruments, the flute and the drum. The former is made of hollow bamboo about 15 inches long, in which are 3 holes. Into one of them they blow with one nostril, stopping the other with the thumb of the left hand, the other 2 holes they stop and unstop with their fingers, and by this means produce 4 notes, of which they have made 1 tune, which serves them upon all occasions, to which they sing a number of songs generally consisting of 2 lines and generally in rhyme. At any time of the day when they are lazy they amuse themselves by singing these couplets, but especially after dark when their candles are lighted, which are made of the kernels of a nut abounding much in oil. These are stuck upon a skewer of wood one upon another, and give a very tolerable light, which they often keep burning an hour after dark, and if they have strangers in the house much longer. Their drums are made of a hollow block of wood covered with shark's skin, and instead of drumsticks they use their hands. Of these they make out 5 or 6 tunes and accompany the flutes. The drums are chiefly used at their hivas, which are a set of musicians, 2 or 3 drums for instance, as many flutes and singers, which go about from house to house and play, and are always received and rewarded by the master of the family, who gives them a piece of cloth or whatever he can spare, for which they will stay 3 or 4 hours, during which time his house will be crowded full, for the people are extravagantly fond of this diversion. The young girls whenever they can collect 8 or 10 together dance a very indecent dance, which they call timorody, singing most indecent songs and using most indecent actions, in the practice of which they are brought up from their earliest childhood. In doing this they keep time to a great nicety. This exercise is generally left off as soon as they arrive at years of maturity, for as soon as they have formed a connection with man they are expected to leave off dancing timorody. One amusement or custom more I must mention, though I confess I do not expect to be believed, it is founded upon a custom so inhuman and contrary to the principles of human nature. It is this, that more than 1/2 of the better sort of the inhabitants have entered into a resolution of enjoying free liberty in love, without being troubled or disturbed by its consequences. These mix and cohabit together with the utmost freedom, and the children who are so unfortunate as to be thus begot are smothered at the moment of their birth. Many of these people contract intimacies and live together as man and wife for years, in the course of which the children that are born are destroyed. They are so far from concealing it that they look upon it as a branch of freedom upon which they value themselves. They are called ariois, and have meetings among themselves, where the men amuse themselves with wrestling, etc. And the women in dancing the indecent dance before mentioned, in the course of which they give full liberty to their desires, but I believe keep up to the appearance of decency. I never see one of these meetings. Dr. Monkhouse saw part of one, enough to make him give credit to what we had been told. Both sexes express the most indecent ideas in conversation without the least emotion, and they delight in such conversation beyond any other. Chastity, indeed, is but little valued, especially among the middle people. If a wife is found guilty of a breach of it her only punishment is a beating from her husband. The men will very readily offer the young women to strangers, even their own daughters, and think it very strange if you refuse them, but this is done merely for the sake of gain. The houses or dwellings of these people are admirably calculated for the continual warmth of the climate. They do not build them in towns or villages, but separate each from the other, and always in the woods, and are without walls, so that the air, cooled by the shade of the trees, has free access in whatever direction it happens to blow. No country can boast of more delightful walks than this. The whole plains where the natives reside are covered with groves of breadfruit and cocoa-nut trees, without underwood, and intersected in all directions by the paths which go from house to house. So that nothing can be more grateful in a climate where the sun hath so powerful an influence. They are generally built in form of an oblong square, the roofs are supported by 3 rows of pillars or posts, and neatly covered with thatch made of palm leaves. A middle-sized house is about 24 feet by 12, extreme height about 8 or 9, and height of the eaves 3 January 2nd or 4. The floors are covered some inches deep with hay, upon which, here and there, lay mats for the conveniency of sitting down. Few houses has more than 1 stool, which is only used by the master of the family. Tahiti, types of canoes. In their houses are no rooms or partitions, but they all huddle and sleep together. Yet in this they generally observe some order, the married people laying by themselves, and the unmarried each sex by themselves, at some small distance from each other. Many of the ears or chiefs are more private, having small movable houses in which they sleep, man and wife, which, when they go by water from place to place, are tied upon their canoes. These have walls made of cocoanut leaves, etc. I have said that the houses are without walls, but this is only to be understood in general, for many of them are walled with wickering, but not so close but to admit a free circulation of air. The mats which serve them to sit upon in the daytime are also their beds in the night, and the clothes they wear in the day serve for covering, a little wood stool, block of wood, or bundle of cloth for a pillow. Besides these common houses there are others much larger, 200 feet long and upwards, 30 broad, and 20 in height. There are generally 2 or 3 of these in every district, and seem not only built for the accommodation of the principal people, but common to all the inhabitants of that district, and raised and kept up by their joint labor. These are always without walls, and have generally a large area on one side neatly enclosed with low palisades, etc. Tahitian canoes. Their canoes or prows are built all of them very narrow, and some of the largest are 60 or 70 feet long. These consist of several pieces. The bottom is round and made of large logs hollowed out to the thickness of about 3 inches, and may consist of 3 or 4 pieces. The sides are of plank of nearly the same thickness, and are built nearly perpendicular, rounding in a little towards the gunwale. The pieces on which they are built are well fitted, and fastened or sewed together with strong plaiting something in the same manner as old china, wooden bowls, etc., are mended. The greatest breadth is at the after part, which is generally about 18 or 20 inches, and the fore part about 1/3 narrower. The height from the bottom to the gunwale seldom exceeds 2½ or 3 feet. They build them with high caved sterns which are generally ornamented with carved work. The head or fore part curves little or nothing. The smaller canoes are built after the same plan, some out of 1, 2, or more trees according to their size or the use they are for. In order to prevent them from oversetting when in the water, all those that go single, both great and small, have what is called outriggers, which are pieces of wood fastened to the gunwale and project out on one side about 6, 8, or 10 feet. According to the size of the boat. At the end is fastened in a parallel direction to the canoe a long log of wood simply, or some have it shaped in the form of a small boat, but this is not common. This lays in the water and balances the boat. Those that are for sailing have outriggers only on the other side abreast of the mast. These serves to fasten the shrouds to, and are of use in trimming the boat when it blows fresh. The sailing prows have some 1 and some 2 masts. The sails are of matting and are made narrow at the head and square at the foot, something like a shoulder of mutton sail, such as are generally used in man-of-war barges, etc. I have mentioned above that the single canoes have outriggers. For those that go double that is 2 together, which is very common, have no need of any. And it is done in this manner: 2 canoes are placed in a parallel direction to each other, about 3 or 4 feet asunder, securing them together by small logs of wood laid across and lashed to each of their gunwales. Thus the one boat supports the other, and are not in the least danger of upsetting, and I believe it is in this manner that all their large prows are used, some of which will carry a great number of men. By means of a platform made of bamboo or other light wood, and the whole length of the prows and considerably broader, but I never saw but one fitted in this manner upon the whole island. Upon the forepart of all these large double prows was placed an oblong platform about 10 or 12 feet in length, and 6 or 8 in breadth, and supported about 4 feet above the gunwale by stout carved pillars. The use of these platforms, as we were told, are for the club men to stand and fight upon in time of battle. For the large canoes, from what I could learn, are built most, if not wholly, for war. And their method of fighting is to grapple one another and fight it out with clubs, spears, and stones. I never saw but one of these sort of canoes in the water. The rest was all hauled ashore and seemed to be going to decay, neither were there very many of them upon the island. 65. The chiefs and better sort of people generally go from one part of the island to another in small double canoes which carry a little movable house. This not only screens them from the sun by day, but serves them to sleep in the night. And this way of traveling is extremely commodious about such islands as are enclosed by a reef as this is. For as these canoes draw but little water they can always keep in the reefs, and by that means are never in danger. They have some few other canoes, pahes as they call them, which differ from those above described, but of these I saw but 6 upon the whole island, and was told they were not built here. The two largest was each 76 feet long, and when they had been in use had been fast-kned together. These are built sharp and narrow at both ends and broad in the middle. The bottom is likewise sharp, inclining to a wedge, yet bulges out very much and rounds in again very quick just below the gunwale. They are built of several pieces of thick plank and put together as the others are, only these have timbers in the inside, which the others have not. They have high curved sterns, the head also curves a little, and both are ornamented with the image of a man carved in wood, very little inferior work of the like kind done by common ship carvers in England. When one considers the tools these people have one cannot help but admiring their workmanship. These are adzes and small hatchets made of a hard stone, chisels and gouges made of human bones, generally the bones of the forearm, but spike nails have pretty well supplied the place of these. With these ordinary tools, that a European would expect to break the first stroke, I have seen them work surprisingly fast. To plane or polish their work they rub upon it, with a small stone, coral beat small and mixed with water. This is done sometimes by scraping it with shells, with which alone they perform most of their small woodwork. Their prows or canoes, large and small, are rowed and steered with paddles, and, notwithstanding the large ones appear to be very unwieldy, they manage them very dexterously, and I believe perform long and distant voyages in them. Otherwise they could not have the knowledge of the islands in these seas they seem to have. They wear for shoe or ornament at the masthead of most of their sailing canoes pendants made of feathers. Having described their fighting canoes, I shall next describe their arms with which they attack their enemies, both by sea and land. These are clubs, spears or lances, slings and stones which they throw by hand. The clubs are made of a hard wood, and are about 8 or 9 feet long. The one half is made flattish with 2 edges, and the other half is round and not thicker than to be easily grasped by the hand. The lances are of various lengths, some from 12, 20 or 30 feet, and are generally armed at the small end with the stings of stingrays, which makes them very dangerous weapons. Although these people have bows and arrows and those none of the worst, we are told that they never use them in their wars, which doubtless is very extraordinary and not easily accounted for. They have very curious breastplates, made of small wickers, pieces of matting, etc., and neatly covered with shark's teeth, pearl oyster shells, birds' feathers, and dog's hair. Thus much for their arms, etc. Tahitian cloth. I shall now describe their way of making cloth, which, in my opinion, is the only curious manufacture they have. All their cloth is, I believe, made from the bark of trees. The finest is made from a plant which they cultivate for no other purpose. 66 Dr. Solander thinks it is the same plant the bark of which the Chinese make paper of. They let this plant grow till it is about 6 or 8 feet high, the stem is then about as thick as one's thumb or thicker. After this they cut it down and lay it a certain time in water. This makes the bark strip off easy, the outside of which is scraped off with a rough shell. After this is done it looks like long strips of ragged linen. These they lay together, by means of a fine paste made of some sort of a root, to the breadth of a yard more or less, and in length 6, 8 or 10 yards or more according to the use it is for. After it is thus put together it is beat out to its proper breadth and fineness, upon a long square piece of wood, with wooden beaters, the cloth being kept wet all the time. The beaters are made of hard wood with 4 square sides, are about 3 or 4 inches broad and cut into grooves of different fineness. This makes the cloth look at first sight as if it was wove with thread, but I believe the principal use of the grooves is to facilitate the beating it out, in the doing of which they often beat holes in it, or one place thinner than another. But this is easily repaired by pasting on small bits, and this they do in such a manner that the cloth is not the least injured. The finest sort when bleached is very white and comes nearest to fine cotton. Thick cloth, especially fine, is made by pasting 2 or more thicknesses of thin cloth, made for that purpose, together. Coarse thick cloth and ordinary thin cloth is made of the bark of breadfruit trees, and I think I have been told that it is sometimes made from the bark of other trees. The making of cloth is wholly the work of the women, in which all ranks are employed. Their common colors are red, brown and yellow, with which they dye some pieces just as their fancy leads them. Besides cloth they make several different sorts of matting, both better and finer than any we have in Europe. The stuff they make it on is the produce of the palm tree. This island produceth 2 or 3 sorts of plants, of which they make the rope they use in rigging their canoes, etc. The finest sort, such as fishing lines, seine twine, etc., is made of the bark of a tree, and some from the kind of silk grass. Their fishing lines and seines are in point of goodness preferable to any of ours. Their fishing hooks are very curiously made of tortoise, pearl oyster shells, etc. They have a sort of seine that is made of coarse broad grass like flags. These are twisted and tied together in a loose manner until the whole is as thick as a large sack, and 60 or 80 fathoms long. This they haul in shoal smooth water. Its own weight keeps it so close to the ground that hardly the smallest fish can escape out. I have before mentioned that the island is divided into 2 districts or kingdoms, which are frequently at war with each other, as happened about 12 months ago, and each of these are again divided into smaller districts, venuas as they call them. Over each of the kingdoms is an irdehi, or head, whom we call a king, and in the venuas are ears, or chiefs. The king's power seems to be but very little. He may be reverenced as a father, but he is neither feared nor respected as a monarch, and the same may be said of the other chiefs. However, they have a preeminence over the rest of the people, who pay them a kind of a voluntary obedience. Upon the whole, these people seem to enjoy liberty in its fullest extent. Every man seems to be the sole judge of his own actions and to know no punishment but death, and this perhaps is never inflicted but upon a public enemy. There are 3 ranks of men and women: first, the ears, or chiefs; second, the manahunas, or middling sort; and lastly, the tutas, which comprehend all the lower class, and are by far the most numerous. These seem to live in some sort dependent on the ears, who, together with the manahunas, own most, if not all the land. This is hereditary in their families, and the moment the heir is born he succeeds the father, both in title and estate. At least to the name, for it's most likely that the latter must have the power during his son or daughter's minority. Note by Cook. Upon our arrival at Batavia, we were informed the 2 French ships, commanded by the Messieurs Bougainville, touched at that place in their way home from the South Seas 2 years ago. We were here told many circumstances of these 2 ships, all tending to prove that they were the same ships that were at George's Island, which we judged were Spaniards, being led into this mistake by the Spanish iron, etc. We saw among the natives, which is easy accounted for we are told that while Bougainville in the frigate was delivering up that part of Falkland Islands possessed by the French, to the Spaniards, the store ship was trading with the Spaniards in the River Plate, where it is very probable she disposed of all her European goods, and purchased others to trade with the islands in the South Seas. To confirm these last circumstances we were told that when they arrived at Batavia, the frigate had on board a great quantity of Spanish dollars. Religion of Tahiti. Having given the best account I can of the manners and customs of these people, it will be expected that I should give some account of their religion, which is a thing I have learned so little of that I hardly dare to touch upon it. And should have passed it over in silence, was it not my duty as well as inclination to insert in this journal every and the least knowledge I may obtain of a people, who for many centuries have been shut up from almost every other part of the world. They believe that there is one supreme God whom they call Tain. From him sprung a number of inferior deities, Iatuas as they call them. These they think preside over them and intermeddle in their affairs. To these they offer oblations such as hogs, dogs, fish, fruit, etc., and invoke them on some particular occasions, as in time of real or apparent danger, the setting out of a long voyage, sicknesses, etc. But the ceremony made use of on these occasions I know not. The Moris, which we at first thought were burying places, are wholly built for places of worship, and for the performing of religious ceremonies in. 67 The viands are laid upon altars erected 8, 12, or 12 feet high, by stout posts, and the table of the altar on which the viands lay, is generally made of palm leaves. They are not always in the Moris, but very often at some distance from them. Their Moris, as well as the tombs of the dead, they seem to hold sacred, and the women never enter the former, whatever they may do the latter. The viands laid near the tombs of the dead are, from what I can learn, not for the deceased, but as an offering to the Ichua made upon that occasion who, if not, would destroy the body and not accept of the soul, for they believe of a future state of rewards and punishments. But what their ideas are of it I know not. We have seen in some few places small houses set apart on purpose for the oblations offered to the Ichua, which consists of small strips of cloth, viands, etc. I am of opinion they offer to the Ichua a strip or small piece of every piece of cloth they make before they use it themselves, and it is not unlikely but what they observe the same thing with respect to their victuals. But as there are but few of these houses, this cannot be a common custom. It may only be observed by the priests and such families as are more religious than others. Now I have mentioned priests, there are men that exercise that function, of which numbers Tupia is one. They seem to be in no great repute, neither can they live wholly by their profession, and this leads me to think that these people are no bigots to their religion. The priests on some occasions do the office of physicians, and their prescriptions consists in performing some religious ceremony before the sick person. They likewise crown the Irdehi, or king, in the performing of which we are told much form and ceremony is used, after which every one is at liberty to treat and play as many tricks with the new king as he pleaseth during the remainder of the day. There is a ceremony which they perform at or after the funerals of the dead which I had forgot to mention at the time. We happened to see it sometime before we left the island. An old woman, a relation of Tuburatamida's, happened to die and was interred in the usual manner. For several successive evenings after, one of her relations dressed himself in a very odd dress, which I cannot tell how to describe or to convey a better idea of it than to suppose a man dressed with plumes of feathers. Something in the same manner as those worn by coaches, hearses, horses, etc. At the funerals in London. It was very neatly made up of black or brown and white cloth, black and white feathers, and pearl oyster shells. It covered the head, face, and body, as low as the calf of the legs or lower, and not only looked grand but awful likewise. The man thus equipped, and attended by 2 or 3 more men and women with their faces and bodice besmeared with soot, and a club in their hands, would about sunset take a compass of near a mile running here and there. And wherever they came the people would fly from them as though they had been so many hobgoblins, not one daring to come in their way. I know not the reason for their performing this ceremony, which they call Hiva, a name they give to most of their divertissements. They compute time by the moon, which they call Malama, reckoning 30 days to each moon, 2 of which they say the moon is Mati, that is, dead, and this is at the time of the new moon, when she cannot be seen. The day they divide into smaller portions not less than 2 hours. Their computations is by units, tens, and scores, up to 10 score, or 200, etc. In counting they generally take hold on their fingers one by one, shifting from one hand to the other, until they come to the number they want to express, but if it be a high number, instead of their fingers they use pieces of leaves, etc. In conversation one with another they frequently join signs to their words, in which they are so expressive that a stranger will very soon comprehend their meaning by their actions. Having now done with the people, I must once more return to the island before I quit it altogether, which, notwithstanding nature hath been so very bountiful to it. Yet it does not produce any one thing of intrinsic value or that can be converted into an article of trade. So that the value of the discovery consists wholly in the refreshments it will always afford to shipping in their passage through those seas, and in this it may be greatly improved by transporting hither horned cattle, etc. Pumpkins have got quite a footing here, the seeds of which most probably were brought here by the Spaniards. 68 We sowed of the seeds of water and musk melons, which grew up and throw very fast. We also gave of these seeds and the seeds of pine apples to several of the natives, and it cannot be doubted but what they will thrive here, and will be a great addition to the fruits they already have. Upon our first arrival we sowed of all sorts of English garden seeds and grain, but not a single thing came up except mustard salad. But this I know was not owing either to the soil or climate, but to the badness of the seeds, which were spoiled by the length of the passage. Winds at Tahiti. Although this island lies within the Tropic of Capricorn, yet the heat is not troublesome, nor do the winds blow constantly from the east, but are subject to variations. Frequently blowing a fresh gale from the southwest quarter for 2 or 3 days together, but very seldom from the northwest. Whenever these variable winds happen, they are always accompanied with a swell from the southwest or west-southwest. And the same thing happens whenever it is calm and the atmosphere at the same time loaded with clouds, sure indication that the winds are variable or westerly out at sea, for clear weather generally attends the settled trade. The meeting of westerly winds within the general limits of the easterly trade is a little extraordinary, and has induced former navigators, when they met with them, to think that they were caused by the nearness of some large tracts of land, but I rather think they were owing to another cause. It hath been found both by the Dolphin and us that the trade winds in those parts of this sea doth not extend further to the southward than 20 degrees, and without which we generally meet with a wind from the westward. Now, is it not reasonable to suppose that when these winds blow strong they must encroach upon and drive back the easterly winds as to cause the variable winds and southwesterly swells I have been speaking of? It is well known that the trade winds blow but faint for some distance within their limits, and are therefore easily stopped by a wind from the contrary direction. It is likewise known that these limits are subject to vary several degrees, not only at different seasons of the year, but at one and the same season. Another reason why I think that these southwest winds are not caused by the nearness of any large tract of land, is in their being always accompanied with a large swell from the same quarter. And we find a much greater surf beating upon the shores of the southwest sides of the island situated just within the limits of the trade winds than upon any other part of them. The tides are perhaps as inconsiderable in these seas as in any part of the world. A south or south by west moon makes high water in Royal Bay, but the water does not rise upon a perpendicular above 10 or 12 inches, except on some very extraordinary occasions. The variation of the compass I found to be 4 degrees 46 minutes easterly, this being the mean result of a great number of trials made by 4 of drive Knight's needles belonging to the azimuth compasses, all of which I judged to be good ones, and yet when applied to the meridian line I found them not only differ one from another sometimes 1.5 degrees, but the same needle would differ from itself more or less, the difference sometimes amounting to 0.5 degree, both at the same time and on different days. This will in a great measure account for the seeming errors that may, upon a nice examination, appear to have been made in observing the variation inserted in the course of this journal. This variableness in magnetic needles I have many times and in many places experienced both ashore and on board of ships, and I do not remember of ever finding 2 needles that would agree exactly together at one and the same time and place. But I have often found the same needle agree with itself for several trials made immediately one after another. 69. However, all this is of no sort of consequence to navigation, as the variation of the compass can always be found to a degree of accuracy more than sufficient for all nautical purposes. I have before hinted that these people have an extensive knowledge of the islands situated in these seas. Tupia, as well as several others, hath given us an account of upwards of 70. But, as the account they have given of their situation is so vague and uncertain, I shall refer giving a list of them until I have learnt from Tupia the situation of each island with a little more certainty. 4 of these islands viz. Huahina, Ulietea, Otaha, and Balabla 70, we were informed, lay only 1 or 2 days' sail to the westward of George's Island, and that we might there procure hogs, fowls, and other refreshments. Articles that we have been very sparingly supplied with at this last island, as the ship's company, what from the constant hard duty they have had at this place. And the 2 free use of woman, were in a worse state of health than they were on our first arrival, for by this time full half of them had got the venereal disease. In which situation I thought they would be ill able to stand the cold weather we might expect to meet with to the southward at this season of the year. And therefore resolved to give them a little time to recover while we ran down to and explored the islands before mentioned. Tupia informs us that in the months of November, December, and January they have constant westerly winds, with rain, also that the whole island can muster 6,780 fighting men, by which some judgment can be formed of the number of inhabitants. Each district furnishes a certain number, which the chief is obliged to bring into the field when summoned by the Urdehi, or king of the island, either to make war or repel an invasion. 71. Historical Notes, Tahiti. Notes on Tahiti. The missionaries who came to Tahiti in 1797, in the missionary ship Duff, and settled at Matavai, gathered many details of the history and economy of the islands. It appears that the state of society, though in many respects savage, had attained a certain pitch of civilization, especially with regard to government. There was generally a head chief or king of the whole island, who governed after the feudal manner by the sub-chiefs. The sovereignty was hereditary, with this peculiarity, that the eldest son of the king became from his birth the sovereign. The father governed henceforth as regent until the son was of an age to take the reins in his own hands, when the father retired. This was the idea. But, as may be imagined, it led to various complications and difficulties, and wars between the different parts of the island and the different chiefs were frequent. When Wallace discovered the island, in June 1767, Amo was king, or Ariirahi, called by Cook Urdehi, Berea, Cook's Oberea, being his wife. The latter seems to have been a woman of much character, and to have practically governed the island. The two were separated, inasmuch that they had mutually contracted other alliances, but, according to the custom of the country, without affecting their friendship. On Wallace's appearance the warlike Tahitians at once attacked the Dolphin, but were easily defeated, and the guns and small arms with which they then for the first time made acquaintance had such an effect upon them that they speedily made peace, and recognized the superiority of Europeans. The defeat had, however, a great effect on the prestige of Amo, whose authority rapidly diminished. Tutaha, Amo's brother, and chief of the district of Matavai, where the Dolphin anchored, was much enriched by her visit, and became a greater man in the eyes of his compatriots. Bougainville also touched at Tutaha's district. And although his two ships only remained 10 days, it was long enough to furnish this chief with many more valuable and coveted articles. In about December 1768, or 6 months before Cook's visit, war broke out in the island, and Amo was totally defeated by the chief who governed the eastern peninsula. Cook saw at Papera, on the south side of the main island, the relics of this battle in the shape of many human bones. Tutaha, who had joined in the war against his brother, became regent for the son, Pomer, of another brother, Hapai, and was therefore the principal man in the island when Cook appeared. Notwithstanding, when Amo, whom Cook calls Omo, came to visit the Europeans on June 21, bringing his young son, Tema, with him, the latter was carried on men's shoulders, which was one of the ceremonial observances due to the Otu, or young king, and the natives present recognized his royal character by uncovering their shoulders. Tupia, or Tupaya, who left the island with Cook, was the chief priest of the island, and had been living with Berea, but having shortly before conspired to kill Tutaha, it is probable that he felt his life was unsafe in the island. Frequent wars raged in the island for many years after Cook's first visit. Tutaha was killed in one of these, and when Cook again arrived, in 1773, Pomer was king, though Cook only knew him by his title of Otu, which he apparently still retained, though there was no regent. In 1789 Captain Bligh called at Tahiti in the Bounty, to export young breadfruit trees to the West Indies. The delights of Tahiti probably had their part in bringing about the well-known mutiny a few days after the ship left. And on the return of the Bounty with her crew of mutineers, 16 of them remained on the island. These men took a leading part in the continual dissensions in the island, until, in 1791, they were carried off by the Pandora, sent with the object of capturing the mutineers. English missionaries came to Tahiti in 1797. But after 12 years' residence, during which they made no progress, and were constantly in danger from the frequent wars, they retreated to Sydney, in New South Wales, leaving 2 only of their number in Huahine and Eimeo, 2 of the Society Islands. 2 years later, on the invitation of Pomer II, who was, however, then expelled from Tahiti and living in Eimeo, some of them returned, and Pomer became the first convert. Christianity rapidly spread, and in 1815, Pomer having returned to Tahiti, he and his Christian followers were attacked. The battle ended in a complete victory of Pomer, and for the first time in the sanguinary history of the island no butchery of the vanquished followed, nor any devastation of the country. The principal idols were destroyed. And whether in consequence of the surprise the natives felt at finding that no retribution followed this sacrilege, or from gratitude at the clemency of the victors, opposition to the new religion ceased, the whole island soon became Christian. And the customs of the inhabitants were much changed. In 1827 the British government declined to accede to a request to throw its protectorate over Tahiti. In 1836 two French priests came to the island with the avowed intention of proselytizing. They were expelled. And after several visits of French men of war, who came to obtain redress for this act, and an assurance of free entrance for French subjects, the island was taken possession of by a French squadron in 1843, and Queen Pomer, daughter of Pomer II, was de facto deposed. The island has been ever since under the dominion of France. Tahiti is now in a flourishing condition, and exports a considerable quantity of cotton, coconuts, and vanilla. The majority of the natives still profess the Protestant religion. Papeete, a little westward of Matavai, is now the principal port and town of the island, the harbour possessing some advantages over the latter. The Tahitians are marvellously fond of singing and dancing, and still retain their primitive and exceedingly free manners, and the custom of decorating themselves with flowers. The beauty of the island, with its neighboring western group, is probably unsurpassed, and, considering all the circumstances, it says much for the discipline of the Endeavour that only 2 of her crew attempted to remain in what seemed a paradise. Cook's efforts to make his men deal properly with the natives are well illustrated by the following extract from Mr. Molyneux's log, of the April 29th. The incident is not mentioned by Cook. Punished high Jeffs, seaman, with 12 lashes for ill behavior on shore. He had been rude to a man's wife yesterday, of which the Indian complained, and Jeffs was confined immediately the captain had the fact plainly proved, and next morning the captain invited the offended parties on board, who were ignorant of his intentions. All hands being called, and the prisoner brought aft, the captain explained the nature of his crime in the most lively manner, and made a very pathetic speech to the ship's company during his punishment. The woman was in the greatest agonies, and strongly interceded for him. The man's name was Tuburi and his wife's name Tamide. I remember them both last voyage. I should have mentioned Tuburi being sorry to see Jeffs punished. It is evident, from what Cook himself tells us, above, and from what is now well known of the laxity of Tahitian morals, that this punishment would seem excessive to the natives, and especially to the women, who were accustomed themselves to bear whatever blame was bestowed. Note. For full description of original Tahitian manners and customs, see Polynesian Researches, by W. Ellis, London, H. G. Bone, 1853, Isles Tahiti, Parim, Vincendendamulan Edichas Disgras, Paris, 1844. Chapter 4. Tahiti to New Zealand. Remarkable Occurrences at Sea. July 1769. Friday, July 14, gentle breezes at northeast and clear weather. I have before made mention of our departure from Royal Bay on the preceding forenoon, and likewise that I had determined to run down to Huaheina and Uliidia 72 before we stood to the southward. But having discovered, from the hills of George's Island, an island laying to the northward, we first stood that way to take a nearer view of it. This island is called Tetharoa. 73 it lies north 1/2 west, distant 8 leagues from Point Venus, and is a small, low, uninhabited island, frequented by the people of George's Island for fish, with which it is said to abound. At 6 a.m. the westernmost part of York Island bore southeast 1/2 south and the body of George's Island east 1/2 south. Punished the 2 marines who attempted to desert from us at George's Island with 24 lashes each, and then released them from confinement. At noon the body of York Island 74 bore east by south 1/2 south, Royal Bay south 70 degrees 45 minutes east, distant 61 miles. And an island which we took to be Saunders Island, discovered by Captain Wallace, called by the natives Topoaminan, 75 bore south-southwest latitude observed, 17 degrees 9 minutes south. Saw land bearing northwest 1/2 west, which Tupia calls the island of Huaheina. Saturday, 15th light airs and variable between the north and west-southwest. Clear weather. At 6 p.m. York Island bore southeast, and Huaheina west-northwest, and at 7 a.m. it bore west. Latitude observed at noon 16 degrees 50 minutes south. Royal Bay south 37 degrees 30 minutes east, distant 22 leagues. At Huaheina. Chart of the Society Isles, discovered by Lieutenant James Cook, 1769. Reproduction of the original published chart. Sunday, 16th, winds at south and south-southeast. A gentle breeze, with some few showers of rain. At 6 p.m. The island of Huaheina west 1/2 south, distant 7 or 8 leagues. At 8 a.m., being close in with the northwest part of the island, sounded, but had no ground with 80 fathoms. Some of the natives came off to the ship, but they were very shy of coming near until they discovered Tupia, but after that they came on board without hesitation. Among those who came on board was the king of the island, whose name is Ori. He had not been long on board before he and I exchanged names, and we afterwards addressed each other accordingly. 76 at noon the north end of the island bore south by east 1/2 east, distant 72 leagues. Latitude observed, 16 degrees 40 minutes south. 3 other islands in sight, namely, Uliedia, Otaha, and Balabla, 77 so called by the natives. Monday, 17th, wind southerly, fine pleasant weather. At 3 p.m. Anchored in a small harbor on the west side of the island called by the natives Hour, in 18 fathoms water, clear ground, and secure from all winds. Soon after, I went on shore, accompanied by Mr. Banks, Dr. Solander, and Dr. Monkhouse, Tupia, the king of the island, and some others of the natives, who had been on board since the morning. The moment we landed Tupia stripped himself as low as his waist, and desired Mr. Monkhouse to do the same. He then sat down before a great number of the natives that were collected together in a large shed or house, the rest of us, by his own desire, standing behind. He then begun a long speech or prayer, which lasted near a quarter of an hour, and in the course of this speech presented to the people 2 handkerchiefs, a black silk neckcloth, some beads, and 2 very small bunches of feathers. These things he had before provided for that purpose. At the same time 2 chiefs spoke on the other side in answer to Tupia, as I suppose, in behalf of the people, and presented us with some young plantains plants, and 2 small bunches of feathers. These were by Tupia ordered to be carried on board the ship. After the peace was thus concluded and ratified, every one was at liberty to go where he pleased, and the first thing Tupia did was to go and pay his oblations at one of the mories. This seemed to be a common ceremony with this people, and I suppose always performed upon landing on each other's territories in a peaceable manner. It further appeared that the things which Tupia gave away was for the god of this people, as they gave us a hog and some coconuts for our god, and thus they have certainly drawn us in to commit sacrilege. For the hog hath already received sentence of death, and is to be dissected tomorrow. A.M. I set about surveying the island, and Dr. Monkhouse, with some hands, went ashore to trade with the natives, while the long boat was employed completing our water. Tuesday, 18th, gentle breezes at south and south-southwest. Clear weather. The trading party had no success today. The natives pretend that they have not had time to collect their provisions from the different parts of the island, but that on the morrow we should have some. And as I had not seen so much of the island as I desired, I resolved to stay 1 day longer to see if anything was to be got. Wednesday, 19th, p.m. variable light airs and clear weather. The trading party had better success today than yesterday. A.m. a gentle breeze at southeast. As it was known to the natives that we intended to sail today, Ori, the chief, and several more, came on board to take their leave of us. To the chief was given a small plate on which was stamped the following inscription viz., His Britannic Majesty's ship, Endeavour, Lieutenant Cook, Commander, July 16, 1769, Lahaina. This was accompanied with some medals, or counters, of the English coins, struck 1761, together with some other presents. All these, but more particularly the plate, the chief promised never to part with. This we thought would prove as lasting a testimony of our having first discovered this island as any we could leave behind. After this was done they were dismissed, and we began to prepare to leave the place. But as that falls out on the following day, I shall conclude this with a description of the island, which is situated in the latitude of 16 degrees 43 minutes south, and longitude 150 degrees 52 minutes west from Greenwich and north 58 degrees west. Distance, 31 leagues, from King George's Island, or Otaheite. It is about 7 leagues in compass, and of a hilly and uneven surface. It hath a safe and commodious harbour, which lies on the west side, under the northernmost high land and within the north end of the reef which lays along that side of the island. Into this harbour are 2 inlets or openings in the reef, about 1½ miles from each other. The southernmost is the broadest, on the south side of which is a very small sandy island. This harbour is called by the natives Ower. The produce of this island is in all respects the same as King George's Island, and the manner and customs of the inhabitants much the same, only that they are not addicted to stealing. And with respect to colour they are rather fairer than the natives of George's Island, and the whole more uniformly of one colour. At Raiatea. Thursday, 20th, moderate breezes at east and east-northeast. Fair weather. At January 2nd past 2 p.m. Weighed and made sail for the island of Uliidia, which lies southwest by west, distance 7 or 8 leagues from Lahaina. At 6:30 we were within 3 leagues of it, then shortened sail and stood off and on all night, and at daylight made sail and shore, and soon after discovered an opening in the reef that lies along this side of the island, within which, Tupia said, was a good harbour. Upon this I hoisted out the pinnace, and sent the master in to examine it, who soon made the signal for the ship to follow. Accordingly we stood in and anchored in 22 fathoms, soft ground. Soon after we anchored some of the natives came on board the ship with very little invitation. Friday, 21st, winds variable, and dark, cloudy weather, with frequent showers of rain. At 1 p.m. I landed in company with Mr. Banks and the other gentlemen. The first thing done was the performing of Tupia's ceremony in all respects as at Lahaina. I then hoisted an English jack, and took possession of the island and those adjacent in the name of His Britannic Majesty, calling them by the same names as the natives do. A.M. Sent the master in the long boat to examine the coast of the south part of the island, and one of the mates in the yawl to sound the harbour where the ship lay, while I was employed in the pinnace surveying the northern part of the island, and Mr. Monkhouse went ashore to trade with the natives for such refreshments as were to be got. Saturday, 22nd. P.M. The wind variable with showers of rain. A.M. Strong gales at south and hazy with rain, and which continued the most part of Sunday, 23rd, in so much that I did not think it safe to break the ship loose and put to sea as I intended. Monday, 24th. Winds variable from south-southeast to northeast. At 8 a.m. got under sail and plied to the northward within the reef, in order to go out at the northern channel, it being the broadest. But being little wind and meeting with shoals we had not before discovered, we turned down but slowly. Tuesday, 25th. First part, little wind at northeast, in the night calm, a.m. a fresh breeze at west-northwest, fair weather. At 3 p.m. Anchored in 22 fathoms muddy bottom, the north channel open bearing northeast 1/2 east, at 5 a.m. a breeze sprung up at northwest, weighed and put to sea, and hauled to the northward in order to take a view of the island and Ataha and Balabla. But before I proceed farther, I shall describe the harbour we have been in. 78 This harbour, taken in its greatest extent, is capable of holding any number of shipping in perfect security, as it extends almost the whole length of this side of the island, and is defended from the sea by a reef of coral rocks. The southernmost opening 79 in this reef or channel into the harbour, which is not more than a cable's length wide, is off the easternmost point of the island, and may be known by a small woody island, which lies a little to the southeast of it. Between 3 and 4 miles northwest from this island lies 2 other small islands, and in the same direction as the reef, of which they are a part. Between these 2 islands is another channel 80 into the harbor that is a full quarter of a mile broad. Still further to the northwest are some other small islands, where, I am informed, is another small inlet, but this I did not see, but, as to the other 2, we entered the harbor by the one and came out by the other. The principal refreshments we have got here consists in plantains, cocoa nuts, some yams and a few hogs and fowls. This side of the island is neither populous nor rich in produce, if compared to George's Island, or even Huahina. However, here is no want of refreshments for a ship who may put in here and stay but a short time, and wood and water may be got everywhere, though the latter is not very convenient to come at. Off Balabala. Wednesday, 26th. Winds at west by north and west by south, but very variable towards the latter part. At 4 p.m. the north end of Ulidia south 75 degrees west, distance 2 leagues, and the south end of Otaha north 77 degrees west. About a league to the northward of the south end of Otaha, on the east side of the island, a mile or more from the shore, lies 2 small islands. Between these islands Tupia says there is a channel into a very good harbor which lies within the reef, and it had all the appearance of such. Kept plying to windward all night without getting any ground. At noon the peak on Balabala west by south. Latitude observed 16 degrees 26 minutes south. Thursday, 27th, variable light airs of wind in the southwest quarter, and fair weather. Seeing that there is a broad channel between Otaha and Balabala, I intend to go through that way and not run to the northward of all, but as the wind is right an end, and very variable withal, we get little or no ground. Between 5 and 6 o'clock p.m., as we were standing to the northward, we discovered a small low island lying north by west or north-northwest distant 4 or 5 leagues from Balabala. This island is called Tubai. Tupia says it produces nothing but a few cocoa nuts, that there are only 3 families live upon it, but that the people from these islands resort thither to catch fish. At noon the peak of Balabala bore north 25 degrees west, and the north end of Otaha north 80 degrees west, distant 3 leagues. Latitude observed 16 degrees 38 minutes south. Friday, 28th. Little wind and variable between the southwest and northwest. At 6 a.m. Being near the entrance of the harbor which lies on the east side of Otaha before mentioned 81 and finding that it might be examined without losing time, I sent away the master in the long boat, with orders to sound the harbor. And if the wind did not shift in our favor, to land upon the island and to traffic with the natives for such refreshments as were to be got. Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander went along with him. Saturday, 29th, little wind and variable. Kept plying on and off this day, waiting for the return of the long boat. At 5:30 not seeing anything of her, fired a gun for her to return, and as soon as it was dark hoisted a light. At 8:30 heard the report of a musket, which we answered with a gun. And soon after the boat came on board with 3 small hogs, a few fowls, and a large quantity of plantains, and some yams. They found the natives very sociable and ready to part with anything they had, and the harbor safe and commodious, with a good anchorage in 25, 20, and 16 fathoms clear ground. As soon as the boat was hoisted in we made sail to the northward, and at 8 o'clock a.m. were close under the peak of Balabala, but as we could not weather the island, we tacked and stood off until near noon, then tacked again and stood to the southwest. At noon the peak of Balabala bore south 75 degrees west. We were then distant from the shore under it 2 or 3 miles, and from the peak about 5 miles. Latitude observed 16 degrees 29 minutes south. Sunday, 30th, wind in the southeast quarter. At first a gentle breeze, but afterwards fresh net upon us. P.M. Made several trips before we could weather the south end of Balabala, which at last we accomplished between 7 and 8 o'clock, and stood off south-southwest until 12 at night, then tacked and stood in until 4 a.m., then stood off again. But meeting with a large swell from the southward, against which the ship made little or no way, at 8 we tacked and stood in shore again. At this time we discovered an island which bore from us north 63 degrees west, distant about 8 leagues, at the same time the peak of Balabla bore north 1/2 east, distance 3 or 4 leagues. This island Tupia calls Maurua, and according to his account it is but small, and surrounded by a reef of rocks, and hath no harbour fit for shipping. It is inhabited, and its produce is the same as the other islands we have touched at. It riseth in a high round hill in the middle of the island, which may be seen 10 leagues. At noon the south end of Otaha bore north 80 degrees east, distance 4 leagues. Latitude observed 16 degrees 39 minutes south. Monday, 31st. Fresh gales in the southeast quarter, and close, cloudy weather. Plying to windward all this day, on the southwest side of Otaha, without gaining little or anything. In the middle watch was obliged to double reef our topsails, but in the morning it fell moderate, and we crowded all the sail we could. At noon the south end of Otaha bore east, distance 2 leagues. Latitude observed 16 degrees 40 minutes south. Tupia told us there was a very good harbour within the reef which lies on this side of Otaha, but this harbour I shall describe in another place. August 1769. At Raiatea. Tuesday, August 1st. A fresh gale at southeast the most part of this day. Kept plying to windward all the afternoon and night, and in the morning found ourselves nearly the length of the south end of Ulidia, and to windward of some harbours that lay on the west side of this island. Into one of them I intended to go with the ship, in order to stop a leak in the powder room, which could not be easily done at sea, and to take in more ballast, as I found her too light to carry sail upon a wind. At noon plying off one of the harbour's mouth, the wind being right out. Wednesday, 2nd. Moderate breezes at southeast and east, with some showers of rain. At 3 p.m. Anchored in the entrance of the Chanel leading into the harbour 82 in 14 fathoms water, found a tide setting pretty strong out, which was the reason that we could not work in. Carried out the kedge anchor in order to warp into the harbour, but after this was done we could not trip the bower anchor with all the purchase we could make, and was therefore obliged to lay still all night, but in the morning we did it with ease. And warped the ship into a proper berth, and moored in 28 fathoms, a sandy bottom. A great many of the natives came off to us both last night and this morning, and brought with them hogs, fowls, plantains, etc., which they parted with at a very easy rate. Thursday, 3rd, winds from east-southeast to northeast. Very hot weather this afternoon. I went ashore to look for a place to get stones for ballast, and a watering place, both of which I found very convenient. And in the morning sent an officer ashore to superintend the getting off the ballast and water, and I went in the pinnace to the northward to survey that part of the island, accompanied by Mr. Banks N.D.R. Solander, while the carpenters were employed on board stopping the leaks of the powder room and forecastle room. Friday, 4th. First and latter parts, moderate breezes, at east-northeast, in the night, calm, hot, and sultry. In our route to the northward this afternoon we were entertained at one place with music and dancing. The music consisted of 3 drums, and the dancing was mostly performed by 2 young women and 1 man, and this seemed to be their profession. The dress of the women was such as we had not seen before, it was neat, decent, and well chose, and in many respects not much unlike a European dress. Only their arms, necks, and shoulders were bare, and their headdress was the tomo stuck with flowers. They made very little use of their feet and legs in dancing, but one part or another of their bodies were in continual motion and in various postures, as standing, setting, and upon their hands and knees, making strange contortions. Their arms, hands, and fingers they moved with great agility and in a very extraordinary manner, and although they were very exact in observing the same motion in all their movements, yet neither their music or dancing were at all calculated to please a European. There were likewise some men, who acted a kind of a farce. But this was so short that we could gather nothing from it, only that it shewed that these people have a notion of dramatic performances, and some of our gentlemen saw them act a farce the next day, wherein was 4 acts. And it seemed to them to represent a war between the Balabla men and those of Ulidia, wherein the former triumphed over the latter. But what might help them to draw this conclusion was the knowing that such a thing has not long ago happened between these two people, and that the Balabla men at present possess most of the lands on this island. This is their grand dramatic hiva, and I believe is occasionally performed in all the islands. Upon my return to the ship in the evening I found that they had got on board 20 tons of ballast, and this I thought would be sufficient. In the morning we sent all our water casks on shore, and got them all off full by noon. This morning I received a present from a punny, the Irdehi of Balabla, who at this time was upon this island. It consisted of 3 hogs, some pieces of cloth, plantains, cocoa nuts, etc. These were sent by his servants, and I was told that he would come the next day himself. Saturday, 5th. This evening we bought as much fish as the whole ship's company could destroy while good. In the morning I sent the master to the north end of the island with the long boat to traffic with the natives for provisions, as they did not bring it to the ship, as they had hitherto done, and myself, accompanied by Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander, went in a pinnace to the southern part of the island, partly on the same account and partly to examine that part of the island. In our route we passed through 2 harbors equally as good as the one in which the ship lays, but the country about them is poorer and but thinly inhabited, and we got no one thing worth bringing home with us, but the master succeeded something better. Sunday, 6th, variable light airs and fair weather. A.M. I sent the master again to the northward to procure refreshments, who returned not unsuccessful. A punny, the chief, sent some of his people this morning to me to get something in return for the present he sent the other day. He not choosing, as I suppose, to trust himself on board, or perhaps he thought the persons he sent, who were 3 very pretty young girls, would succeed better than he should do. Be this as it may, they went away very well satisfied with what they got, although I believe that they were disappointed in some things. Monday, 7th, variable light airs. P.M. some showers of rain. Being desirous to see King Apuni, we made a party this afternoon and I went ashore for that purpose, carrying along with us a small present. Upon our landing he did not receive us setting, as all the other chiefs had hitherto done, or in any manner of form. This we attributed to his stupidity, for such he appeared to be. However, he gave me a hog in return for the present I made him, and this was paying us full as great a compliment. Before we took our leave we let him know that we should go to Otaha in the morning in our boats, and would be glad to have him along with us, and he accordingly promised to accompany us thither. Accordingly, very early in the morning, I set out with both pinnace and long boat for Otaha, and some of the gentlemen along with me, and in our way called upon a punny, who was in his canoe ready to set out. As soon as we landed on Otaha I made him a present of an axe. This I thought would induce him to encourage his subjects to bring us such provisions as we wanted, but I believe we had already got all they intended us, for after staying with him until noon we were obliged to go away without getting any one thing. Tuesday, 8th. After leaving Apuni we proceeded towards the north point of the island, and in our way picked up 6 hogs, as many fowls, and some plantains and yams. And I had an opportunity to view and draw a sketch of the harbour which lies on this side of the island, and which was the only thing that induced me to make this excursion. After it was dark we met with the longboat, which I had in the morning dispatched to another part of the island, and we now made the best of our way to the ship and got on board about 10 at night. The carpenter having finished stopping the leaks about the powder room and sail room I now intend to sail as soon as ever the wind will permit us to get out of the harbour. Wednesday, 9th, p.m. had a light breeze of wind at north. In the night had much rain. A.m. little wind and variable, with some showers of rain. At 11 a.m. a breeze of wind sprung up at east, which carried us out of the harbour, and as soon as the boats were hoisted and made sail to the southward. Since we have been about these islands we have expended but little of our sea provisions, and have at this last place been very plentifully supplied with hogs, fowls, plantains, and yams. which will be of very great use to us in case we should not discover any lands in our route to the southward, the way I now intend to steer. Description of Society Islands. Description of the islands, Ulidia, Otaha and Bulabula. So called by the natives, and it was not thought advisable to give them any other names. But these three, with Huahaina, Tuabai, and Maurua, as they lay contiguous to one another, I have named Society Isles. They are situated between the latitude of 16 degrees 10 minutes and 16 degrees 55 minutes south and between the longitude 151 degrees 00 minutes and 151 degrees 42 minutes west from the meridian of Greenwich. Ulidia and Otaha lay close to each other, and are both enclosed within a reef of coral rocks, and although the distance between the one and the other is near 2 miles, yet there is no passage for shipping. By means of this reef are formed several excellent harbors. The entrance into them are but narrow, but when a ship is once in nothing can hurt her. Those on the east side have been already described. On the west side of Ulidia, which is the largest island of the two, are 3, the northernmost of which, called Oraotanu 83 we lay in, the Chanel leading in is a 1/4 of a mile wide and lies between 2 low sandy islands, which are the northernmost small islands on this side. You have good anchorage between or just within the 2 islands in 28 fathoms soft ground. This harbor, though but small, yet it is preferable to any on the island, on account of the easy getting of fresh water, and being seated in the most fertile part of the island. The other 2 harbors lay to the southward of this, and not far from the south end of the island. In both of them are good anchorage in 10, 12, and 14 fathoms water. They are readily known by 3 small woody islands that lay at their entrance. The southermost harbor lies within and to the southward of the southermost island, and the other lies between the northernmost. There are more harbors at the south end of this island, as I am informed, but these were not examined by us. Otaha affords 2 very good harbors, one on the east and the other on the west side. That on the east side called Ohaman 84 hath been already mentioned, the other is called Oharurua 85 and lies about the middle of the southwest side of the island. It is pretty large, and affords good anchorage in 20 and 25 fathoms, and there is no want of fresh water. The breach in the reef which forms a channel into this harbor is 1/4 of a mile broad, steep too, on both sides, and the same may be said of all the others, and in general there is no danger but what is visible. The island of Bulabula lies northwest by west from Otaha, distant 4 leagues, it is encompassed by a reef of rocks and several small islands, and the circuit of the whole appeared to be about 8 leagues. On the southwest side of the islands, as I am informed, is an opening in the reef which admits of a channel into a very good harbor. This island is very remarkable on account of a high craggy hill upon it, which terminates at top in 2 peaks, one higher than the other. This hill is so perpendicular that it appears to be quite inaccessible. The land on Ulidia and Otaha is of a very hilly, broken, and uneven surface, except what borders upon the sea coast, and high withal, yet the hills look green and pleasant and are in many places clothed with woods. The produce of these islands, and manners and customs of the natives are much the same as at King George's Island, only as the breadfruit tree is here in not such plenty. The natives to supply that deficiency plant and cultivate a greater quantity of plantains and yams of several sorts, and these they have in the greatest perfection. The inhabitants are rather of a fairer color than the generality of the natives of George's Island, but more especially the women, who are much fairer and handsomer, and the men are not so much addicted to thieving, and are more open and free in their behavior. The only difference we could see in their religion was in the houses of their gods, which were very different to those we saw on George's Island. Those here were made about the size and shape of a coffin open at one end. They are laid upon a number of small wooden arches, which are framed and fastened together like the roof of a house, and these are generally supported about 3 or 4 feet above the ground by posts. Over the box is a small roof or shade made of palm thatch. In this box are deposited the oblations of the gods, such as pieces of cloth, human bone, etc., and these places they hold sacred, and some are placed in their mories, and some not. They have a custom of preserving the skulls and under jaw bones of the dead, but whether of their friends or enemies I cannot pretend to say. Several of the skulls, we observed, were broke, and it's very probable that the owners of them had been killed in battle, as some of their weapons are well calculated for breaking of heads. And from what we could learn, it is a custom with them to cut out the lower jaw of their enemies, but I believe not before they are killed, and these they keep as trophies, and are sometimes hung up in their houses. The chief or king of Balabla hath of late years usurped the sovereignty of the other two, and the Balabla men at this time possess great part of the lands on Ulidia and Otaha that they have taken from the natives. The lands adjoining to the harbors of Oraotanu belonged to Tupia, the person we have on board, who is a native of Ulidia. These people are very ingenious in building their prows or canoes, and seem to take as much care of them, having large shades or houses to put them in, built for the purpose, and in these houses they likewise build and repair them. And in this they shew a great deal of ingenuity, far more than one could expect. They are built full-bellied, and after the very same model as those 6 we saw on George's Island, which I have already described, and some of them are full as large. It is more than probable that these 6 prows were built at some of these islands. In these prows, or pahis as they call them, from all the accounts we can learn, these people sail in those seas from island to island for several hundred leagues, the sun serving them for a compass by day, and the moon and stars by night. When this comes to be proved, we shall be no longer at a loss to know how the islands lying in those seas came to be peopled. For if the inhabitants of Ulidia have been at islands laying 200 or 300 leagues to the westward of them, it cannot be doubted but that the inhabitants of those western islands may have been at others as far to westward of them. And so we may trace them from island to island quite to the East Indies. Tupia tells us that during the months of November, December, and January westerly winds, with rain, prevail. And as the inhabitants of the islands know very well how to make the proper use of the winds, there will no difficulty arise in trading or sailing from island to island, even though they lie in an east and west direction. 86. Sail from Society Islands. Remarkable occurrences in the South Seas. Thursday, August 10, p.m., light airs and calm, remainder fresh breezes and cloudy. At 6 p.m. the south end of Ulidia southeast 1/2 east, distant 4 leagues. But I take my departure from the harbor, sailed from in latitude 16 degrees 46 minutes south, and longitude 151 degrees 27 minutes west. At 7 a.m. found the variation to be 5 degrees 50 minutes east. Wind easterly, course south 16 degrees west. Distance 50 miles, latitude observed 17 degrees 34 minutes south, longitude 151 degrees 41 minutes west. Friday, 11th, fresh breezes and clear weather. Wind east, course south 4 degrees west, distance 85 miles. Latitude 18 degrees 59 minutes south, longitude 151 degrees 45 minutes west. Saturday, 12th, gentle breezes and fair weather. Wind east, east by north, course south 3/4 east, distance 77 miles. Latitude 20 degrees 15 minutes south, longitude 151 degrees 36 minutes west. Sunday, 13th, moderate breezes and clear weather. Variation 5 degrees 40 minutes east. Wind east by north, course south 16 degrees east, distance 96 miles. Latitude 21 degrees 47 minutes south, longitude 151 degrees 9 minutes west. Monday, 14th, fresh breezes and fair weather. At 2 p.m. saw land bearing southeast, which Tupia calls the island of Ohitaroa. 87 at 6 was within 2 or 3 leagues of it, the extremes bearing from south by east to southeast, shortened sail and stood off and on all night, at 6 a.m. Made sail and stood in for the land and run to leeward of the island, keeping close in shore all the time, saw several of the natives as we run along shore, but in no great numbers. At 9 hoisted out the pinnace and sent Lieutenant Gore, Mr. Banks, and Tupia to endeavor to land upon the island, and to speak with the natives, and to try if they could learn from them what lands lay to the southward of us, and likewise to see if there was anchorage in a bay which appeared to our view. Not that I intended to anchor or make any stay here. Wind north-northeast, latitude 22 degrees 26 minutes south, longitude 150 degrees 55 minutes west, at noon, Aotearoa east 2 leagues. Tuesday, 15th, fresh breezes and fair weather. At 2 p.m. The pinnace returned on board without landing, not but what it was practicable, but they did not think it altogether safe with only one boat, as it would have been attended with some danger on account of the surf and rocks upon the shore. The natives were armed, and showed no signs either of fear or friendship. Some of them came off to the boat in a canoe, and had some nails and beads given them. But with these they were not satisfied, thinking they had a right to everything in the boat, and at last grew so troublesome that in order to get clear of them our people were obliged to fire some muskets, but with no intent to hurt any of them. However, it so happened that one man was slightly wounded in the head. The firing had the desired effect, and they thought fit to retire. After this, as the boat lay near the shore, some of them waded off to her, and brought with them some trifles which they parted with for small nails, etc. They seemed desirous that our people should land, but this was looked upon as a piece of policy in them to get the whole boat's crew in their power. However, this was not attempted, as I had given orders to run no risk. The bay they went into, which lies on the west side of the island, had in it 25 fathoms water, but the bottom was very foul and rocky. We had now made the circuit of the island, which did not appear to the best advantage, and found that there was neither a harbour or safe anchorage about it. And therefore I thought the landing upon it would be attended with no advantage either to ourselves or any future navigators. And from the hostile and thievish disposition of the natives it appeared that we could have no friendly intercourse with them until they had felt the smart of our firearms, a thing that would have been very unjustifiable in me at this time. We therefore hoisted in the boat, and made sail to the southward. Of the Austral group. This island is situated in the latitude of 22 degrees 27 minutes south, and in the longitude of 150 degrees 47 minutes west from the meridian of Greenwich. 88 It is 13 miles in circuit, and tolerably high. It appears to be neither populous nor fertile. Its produce seems to be nearly the same as the other islands we have touched at, and likewise the stature, color, habit, and arms of the natives, only that some of them wore pieces of cloth like broad belts. Different both in shape and color to anything of the kind we had seen before, and their arms, and in general everything they had about them, much neater made, and shewed great proofs of an ingenious fancy. Tupia says that there are several islands laying at different directions from this, that is, from the south to the west and northwest, and that 3 days' sail to the northeast is an island called Manua, that is Bird Island. And that it lies 4 days' sail from Ulidia, which is 1 day less than from Ulidia to Aotearoa. 89 From this account I shall be able to find the situation of Manua pretty well. Since we have left Ulidia, Tupia hath been very desirous for us to steer to the westward, and tells us if we will go that way we shall be with plenty of islands, the most of them he himself hath been at. And from the description he gives of 2 of them they must be those discovered by Captain Wallace, and by him called Boscawen and Keppel's Islands, and those do not lay less than 400 leagues to the westward of Ulidia. He says that they are 10 or 12 days in going thither, and 30 or more in coming back, and that their pahis, that is their large prose, sails much faster than this ship. All this I believe to be true, and therefore they may with ease sail 40 leagues a day or more. The farthest island to the southward that Tupia hath been at, or knows anything of, lies but 2 days' sail from Aotearoa, and is called Mutu 90, but he says that his father once told him that there was islands to the southward of it. But we cannot find that he either knows or ever heard of a continent or large tract of land. I have no reason to doubt Tupia's information of these islands, for when we left Ulidia and steered to the southward he told us that if we would keep a little more to the east, which the wind would not permit us to do, we should see Manua. But as we then steered we should see Aotearoa, which happened accordingly. If we meet with the islands to the southward he speaks of, it's well, but if not, I shall spend no more time searching for them, being now fully resolved to stand directly to the southward in search of a continent. Wind northerly. Course south 1/2 east, distance 94 miles, latitude 24 degrees 1 minute south, longitude 150 degrees 37 minutes west, at noon, Ohitoroa north 1/2 west, 31 leagues, variation 6 degrees 7 minutes east. Note: as we advanced to the southward into cold weather, and a troubled sea, the hogs we got at Ulidia began to die apace. They cannot endure the least cold, nor will they hardly eat anything but vegetables, so that they are not at all to be depended upon at sea. The fowls also have a complaint general among them which affects their heads, so that they continue holding it down betwixt their legs until they die. This at least was the fate of most of ours. This is necessary to be known to those who come such voyages as these, lest they place too much dependence on the livestock they get at the islands. Wednesday, 16th, fresh breezes and cloudy the first part, in the night, squally, with rain. Remainder, moderate and fair weather. At 8 a.m., saw the appearances of high land to the eastward, bore up towards it, but at 10 we discovered it to be only clouds, at which we hauled our wind to the southward. At noon found the ship by observation 21 miles to the northward of the log, which may in some measure be owing to a southwest swell we have had all the last 24 hours. Wind north by west, west, west by south, course south 15 degrees east. Distance 62 miles, latitude 25 degrees 00 minutes south, longitude 150 degrees 19 minutes west. Thursday, 17th. A gentle breeze with some flying showers of rain. Had a large swell from the southwest all this day, much larger than yesterday, and this must be the reason why the observed latitude differed from the log again today 16 miles. Wind west by south to southwest by south, course south-southeast. Distance 76 miles. Latitude 26 degrees 10 minutes south, longitude 149 degrees 46 minutes west. Friday, 18th. The first part calm, remainder light breezes and clear. Variation per amplitude in the evening 8 degrees 8 minutes east. In the morning 7 degrees 56 minutes east. Carpenters employed repairing the boats. The southwest swell still continues, but not so much as yesterday, and the observed latitude and log agrees. Wind calm, north, course south 18 degrees east. Distance 38 miles, latitude 26 degrees 48 minutes south, longitude 149 degrees 42 minutes west. Saturday, 19th. Little wind with much rain in the night, the southwest swell still continues, from which I conclude that there is no land near us in that quarter. Wind northwest, course southeast by south, distance 62 miles, latitude 27 degrees 40 minutes south. Longitude 149 degrees 6 minutes west. Sunday, 20th, little wind all this day. Saw a large albatross. Wind northwest, course southeast by south, distance 57 miles, latitude 28 degrees 24 minutes south, longitude 148 degrees 25 minutes west. Monday, 21st, fresh gales and hazy weather. Saw 2 pintado birds, the first I have seen this voyage. They are larger than a pigeon and checkered black and white over their backs and wings, with white bellies, black heads, and the end of their tails black. 91 Wind north-northwest, course south by east, distance 80 miles. Latitude 29 degrees 44 minutes south, longitude 148 degrees 22 minutes west. Society Islands to New Zealand. Tuesday, 22nd. First part strong gales with much rain, thunder, and lightning, remainder moderate and fair weather. About noon saw some rockweed, an albatross, and some smaller sea birds. Wind north by west, southwest by west, course south 14 degrees east, distance 81 miles, latitude 31 degrees 3 minutes south, longitude 148 degrees 00 minutes west. Wednesday, 23rd, little wind for the most part, and pretty clear weather. In the night had some showers of rain. Saw a grampus, and several pintado birds. Wind southwest to west-southwest, course south-southeast, distance 68 miles. Latitude 31 degrees 6 minutes south, longitude 147 degrees 29 minutes west. Thursday, 24th. The first part light airs and calm, middle, moderate breezes and cloudy, latter part very squally with rain. A.M. Variation per azimuth 7 degrees 18 minutes east. At noon took in the topsails and got down to gallant yards. Saw a water spout in the northwest. It was about the breadth of a rainbow, of a dark color, the upper end of the cloud from whence it came was about 8 degrees above the horizon. Wind variable, course south-southeast, distance 41 miles. Latitude 32 degrees 44 minutes south, longitude 147 degrees 10 minutes west. Friday, 25th. The first and middle part strong gales and squally with rain, remainder moderate and cloudy. P.M. unbent the main topsail being split and bent another. In the night lay two under the foresail, and in the morning made sail under the courses and topsails with one reef only. Had a large sea from the southward, saw several albatrosses, pintado birds, and sheer waters. Some of the albatrosses were small, such as we usually saw off Cape Horn. All these kinds of birds are generally seen at a great distance from land. Wind, southerly, course northwest, distance 26 miles, latitude 32 degrees 26 minutes south. Longitude 147 degrees 32 minutes west. Saturday, 26th, moderate and cloudy weather, a swell from the southwest. By observation of the sun and moon made this morning, the longitude of the ship at noon is 147 degrees 18 minutes 40 seconds, which differs but 11 minutes from that given by the log. Wind southwest, course south 6 degrees east. South distance 13 miles, latitude 32 degrees 39 minutes south, longitude 147 degrees 30 minutes west. Sunday, 27th. First part little wind and cloudy, latter part, fresh gales and clear weather. Variation per azimuth 6 degrees 40 minutes east. Saw several albatrosses, pintado birds and sheer waters. Wind west, north-northwest, course south 5 degrees east, distance 55 miles, latitude 33 degrees 34 minutes, longitude 147 degrees 25 minutes. Monday, 28th. Fresh gales and cloudy, with rain on the latter part. At 10 departed this life J.N.O. Reardon, 92 boatswain's mate. His death was occasioned by the boatswain out of mere good nature giving him part of a bottle of rum last night, which it is supposed he drank all at once. He was found to be very much in liquor last night, but as this was no more than what was common with him when he could get any, no farther notice was taken of him than to put him to bed. Where this morning about 8 o'clock he was found speechless and past recovery. Wind northerly, course south, distance 110 miles, latitude 35 degrees 34 minutes south, longitude 147 degrees 25 minutes west. Tuesday, 29th, fore and middle parts fresh gales and dark, hazy weather with some rain. At 5 a.m. Saw a comet in the north. Wind northwest to southwest, course south 1/4 east, distance 96 miles, latitude 37 degrees 0 minutes south, longitude 147 degrees 21 minutes west. Wednesday, 30th, fresh breeze and fair weather. At 1 a.m. Saw the comet a little above the horizon in the east. It passed the meridian about 4:30, the tail of the comet subtended an angle of 42 degrees. At 8 a.m. variation per azimuth 7 degrees 9 minutes east. Bent another suit of sails. Saw a piece of rock weed, some pintado birds and sheer waters and a green bird something smaller than a dove, but it was not near enough to distinguish whether it was a sea or land bird. It was only seen by one person, and he probably was mistaken in the color. A swell from the southwest, wind westerly, course south 3/4 east, distance 81 miles, latitude 38 degrees 20 minutes south, longitude 147 degrees 6 minutes west. Thursday, 31st. The first part a fresh breeze and cloudy. At 6 p.m. hauled the wind to the southwest and close reefed the topsails. At 1 a.m. being very squally with rain, took in the topsails and brought to under the mainsail. At 6 made sail under the courses. Saw some seaweed, sounded, but had no ground at 65 fathoms of line. Some albatrosses, sheer waters, and a great many pintado birds about the ship with some hundreds of birds that were smaller than pigeons, their backs were grey, their bellies white, and the ends of their tails black. And have a blackish line along the upper parts of the wings from the tip of one to the other. We saw birds very like those near Falklands Islands on the coast of Patagonia, only they had not the black streak along the wings. They fly low like sheer waters or mother Caris birds, and are perhaps of the same tribe. For distinction's sake I shall call them doves. 93 wind westerly, course south 4 degrees 15 minutes east, distance 68 miles. Latitude 39 degrees 28 minutes south, longitude 147 degrees 0 minutes west. September 1769. Friday, September 1st, very strong gales and heavy squalls with rain, at 6 p.m. brought to under the mainsail. At 6 a.m. set the foresail, a great sea from the westward. The same sort of birds about the ship as yesterday, but not in such great numbers. Wind, westerly, course, south 29 degrees east, distance 50 miles. Latitude 40 degrees 12 minutes south, longitude 146 degrees 29 minutes west. Saturday, 2nd. Very strong gales, with heavy squalls of wind, hail, and rain. At 4 p.m. Being in the latitude of 40 degrees 22 minutes south, and having not the least visible signs of land, we wore, and brought to under the foresail, and reefed the mainsail, and handed it. I did intend to have stood to the southward if the winds had been moderate, so long as they continued westerly, notwithstanding we had no prospect of meeting with land, rather than stand back to the northward, on the same track as we came. But as the weather was so very tempestuous I laid aside this design, and thought it more advisable to stand to the northward into better weather. Lest we should receive such damage in our sails and rigging as might hinder the further prosecutions of the voyage. 94 Some albatrosses, pintado birds, and doves about the ship, and a bird larger than a duck, his plumage of a dark brown, with a yellow beak. We saw of these birds in our passage to the northward, after doubling Cape Horn. At noon the weather was more moderate, set the reefed mainsail. A great sea from the west-southwest. Wind west, course north 54 degrees 30 minutes east, distance 46 miles, latitude 39 degrees 45 minutes south, longitude 145 degrees 39 minutes west. Sunday, 3rd. The fore and middle parts fresh gales, with hard squalls, latter more moderate. At 5 a.m. loosed the reef out of the mainsail, and set the topsail double reefed, and before noon had all the reefs out. Wind westerly, course north. Distance 50 miles, latitude 38 degrees 54 minutes south, longitude 145 degrees 39 minutes west. Monday, 4th. First and latter parts, little wind and cloudy, in the night calm. Very few birds about the ship. Wind westerly, course north by east. Distance 26 miles, latitude 38 degrees 29 minutes south, longitude 145 degrees 32 minutes west. Tuesday, 5th, fresh breezes and cloudy weather. At 2 p.m. saw a piece of rock weed. Variation, per azimuth 7 degrees 0 minutes east. Wind west to northwest, course north 32 west, distance 44 miles, latitude 37 degrees 52 minutes south, longitude 146 degrees 2 minutes west. Wednesday, 6th, fresh gales and squally, with rain. At noon saw a bird which was all white, except the tip of each wing, it was nearly as big as an albatross. We saw 2 of these birds in latitude 19 degrees before we arrived at George's Island. Wind westerly, course south 87 degrees 30 minutes west. Distance 70 miles, latitude 37 degrees 49 minutes south, longitude 147 degrees 30 west. Thursday, 7th, fresh gales and hard squalls, with rain. At 3 p.m. saw something upon the water, which must either have been a billet of wood or a seal. At noon a hard gale and squally, which obliged us to take in the topsails. Wind westerly, course south 80 degrees west, distance 15 miles, latitude 37 degrees 52 minutes south, longitude 147 degrees 49 minutes west. Friday, 8th, p.m. Very strong gales and squally. A.m. more moderate, set the topsails. At noon the observed latitude was 13 miles to the north of the log. This I take to be owing to the great sea we have had constantly of late from the southwest. Wind westerly. Course north 1/4 east, distance 76 miles, latitude 36 degrees 36 minutes south, longitude 147 degrees 40 minutes west. Saturday, 9th, moderate breezes and dark, cloudy weather, sometimes hazy, with drizzling rain. Wind southeast. Course north 77 degrees west, distance 76 miles, latitude 36 degrees 19 minutes south, longitude 149 degrees 12 minutes west. Sunday, 10th, fresh breezes and cloudy. At 9 a.m. We thought the color of the sea was paler than usual, which occasioned us to sound, but had no ground with 100 fathoms. Wind southwest, west-southwest, course north 52 degrees west, distance 97 miles. Latitude 35 degrees 19 minutes south, longitude 150 degrees 46 minutes west. Monday, 11th, fresh breezes, and for the most part thick, hazy weather, with rain. Wind southwest, course north 43 degrees west, distance 87 miles. Latitude 34 degrees 15 minutes south, longitude 152 degrees 00 minutes west. Tuesday, 12th, fresh breezes and cloudy, a swell from the south-southwest. Some albatrosses and pintado birds about the ship. Wind westerly, course north 30 degrees west. Distance 73 miles, latitude 33 degrees 12 minutes south, longitude 152 degrees 44 minutes west. Wednesday, 13th, gentle breezes, with some flying showers. At 6 p.m. variation per azimuth, 8 degrees 8 minutes east. Note, while we was between the latitude of 37 and 40 degrees we had constantly blowing tempestuous weather, but since we have been to the northward of 37 degrees, the weather hath been very moderate. Wind southwest and west-southwest. Course north-northwest, distance 74 miles, latitude 32 degrees 3 minutes south, longitude 153 degrees 16 minutes west. Thursday, 14th, gentle breezes, and sometimes calm. A swell from the south-southwest. Wind variable. Course south 86 degrees west, distance 33 miles, latitude 32 degrees 5 minutes south, longitude 153 degrees 54 minutes west. Friday, 15th. First part, moderate and cloudy, remainder strong gales and squally. Several albatrosses, pintado birds, and sheer waters about the ship, some of the albatrosses were all white. Wind northeast to southeast, course south 77 west, distance 139 miles. Latitude 32 degrees 36 minutes south, longitude 156 degrees 34 minutes west. Saturday, 16th. First part very strong gales and squally, remainder more moderate, with a large swell from the southward. Wind south-southeast, south, west-southwest. Course north 60 degrees west, distance 100 miles, latitude 31 degrees 45 minutes south, longitude 158 degrees 16 minutes west. Sunday, 17th, fresh gales and cloudy. Wind southwest, course north 25 west, distance 100 miles. Latitude 31 degrees 14 minutes south, longitude 159 degrees 6 minutes west. Monday, 18th, moderate gales and cloudy, with a swell from the southward. Wind westerly, course north by west 1/2 west, distance 78 miles. Latitude 29 degrees 00 minutes south, longitude 159 degrees 32 minutes west. Tuesday, 19th, variable, light airs and calm. Variation per amplitude at sunset, 8 degrees 36 minutes east, per azimuth in the morning, 8 degrees 29 minutes east. Mean, 8 degrees 32.5 minutes east. A large hollow swell from the southward. Wind variable, course east, distance 6 miles, latitude 29 degrees 00 minutes south, longitude 159 degrees 25 minutes west. Wednesday, 20th, light airs and calm. Wind variable, course southwest by south, distance 20 miles, latitude 29 degrees 20 minutes south, longitude 159 degrees 47 minutes west. Thursday, 21st. Most part gentle breezes and clear weather. Wind southeasterly. Course south 50 degrees west, distance 62 miles, latitude 30 degrees 00 minutes south, longitude 160 degrees 42 minutes west. Friday, 22nd. Fresh breezes and cloudy. The southerly swell still continues, from which I conjecture that there is no land near in that direction. Wind southeast, course south 34 west, distance 81 miles, latitude 31 degrees 7 minutes south, longitude 161 degrees 35 minutes west. Saturday, 23rd, gentle breezes and cloudy weather. Wind southeast, course southwest by south, distance 62 miles, latitude 31 degrees 59 minutes south, longitude 162 degrees 44 minutes west. Sunday, 24th, moderate breezes and cloudy. At noon saw some seaweed. The southerly swell is now quite gone down. Wind southeast to northeast, course south 35 west, distance 97 miles, latitude 33 degrees 18 minutes south, longitude 162 degrees 51 minutes west. Monday, 25th, ditto weather. At 1 p.m. passed by a piece of wood, about 3 feet long and 7 or 8 inches thick. Variation at 6 p.m. per azimuth, 10 degrees 48 minutes east. A.M., got up all the bosun's stores, to take an account of them. Wind northeast. Course south 43.5 west, distance 103 miles, latitude 34 degrees 30 minutes south, longitude 165 degrees 10 minutes west. Tuesday, 26th, fresh breezes and fair weather. Wind north-northeast, course southwest, distance 136 miles. Latitude 36 degrees 9 minutes south, longitude 167 degrees 14 minutes west. Wednesday, 27th, very strong gales and hazy, with rain the first and middle part, latter, moderate and clear weather. In the evening took in the topsails and mainsail, and lay to with her head to the westward under the foresail. During the night, at 4 a.m., made sail. Saw several pieces of seaweed at different times this 24 hours. Wind north by east, westerly. Course south 28 west, distance 95 miles, latitude 37 degrees 33 minutes south, longitude 168 degrees 10 minutes west. Thursday, 28th. First and middle parts, fresh gales and cloudy, latter part, very strong gales and squally. At 4 p.m. Saw a seal asleep upon the water, and some weed. A.M. saw several bunches of seaweed and a few albatrosses and sheer waters. Wind westerly, course south 21 degrees west, distance 92 miles. Latitude 38 degrees 59 minutes south, longitude 169 degrees 5 minutes west. Friday, 29th. The first part strong gales and squally, remainder a fresh breeze and settled weather. At 1 p.m. was obliged to take in the topsails, but set them again at 4. At 11 a.m. saw a bird something like a snipe, only it had a short bill, it had the appearance of a land bird. Several albatrosses, pintado birds, and sheer waters about the ship, and a number of doves. Of these we have seen more or less ever since the 31st of last month, the day we first saw them. Wind southwest, course north 59 degrees west, distance 60 miles, latitude 38 degrees 30 minutes south, longitude 170 degrees 14 minutes west. Saturday, 30th, moderate breezes and settled weather. Saw a dark brown bird as big as a raven. It is a sea fowl, and are seen in great numbers about the Falkland Islands, as I am told. We likewise saw several pieces of seaweed. Wind southeasterly, course north 87.5 west, distance 90 miles, latitude 38 degrees 26 minutes south, longitude 172 degrees 20 minutes west. October 1769. Sunday, October 1st, little wind in the daytime and calm in the night. At 8 a.m. Sounded, no ground with 120 fathoms of line. Saw an immense number of birds, the most of them were doves, saw likewise a seal asleep upon the water, which we at first took for a crooked billet. These creatures, as they lay upon the water, hold their fins up in a very odd manner, and very different to any I have seen before. We generally reckon that seals never go out of soundings or far from land, but the few we have seen in this sea is certainly an exception to that rule. However, one would think that we were not far from some land, from the pieces of rockweed we see daily floating upon the water. Today we took up a small piece of stick, but to all appearance it had been a long time at sea. The observed latitude is considerable to the northward of that given by the log, in so much that I think there must be some current setting from the southward. Wind south to west by north, course north 16 degrees west, distance 43 miles. Latitude 37 degrees 45 minutes south, longitude 172 degrees 36 minutes west. Monday, 2nd. Little wind. At 3 p.m. hoisted out a boat to try the current, but found none. Saw several grampuses. A.M. had a boat in the water, and Mr. Banks shot an albatross which measured 10 feet 8 inches from the tip of wing to the other. He likewise shot 2 birds that were very much like ducks, excepting their head and bill, their plumage were dark brown. We first saw some of these birds in the latitude of 40 degrees south, after our first coming into those seas. Wind west-southwest, southwest, course north-northwest, distance 35 miles. Latitude 37 degrees 10 minutes south, longitude 172 degrees 54 minutes west. Tuesday, 3rd, little wind and sometimes calm. AM variation per azimuth 13 degrees 22 minutes east. Saw some fish like a skipjack, and a small sort that appeared very transparent. Took up a very small piece of wood with barnacles upon it, a proof that it hath been some time at sea. Some very large albatrosses about the ship and other birds. The observed latitude is 10 miles to the northward of that given by the log, and it was the same yesterday, which I think is a proof that there must be a current setting to the northward, notwithstanding we did not find any when we tried it. Wind southerly, course north 60 degrees west, distance 28 miles, latitude 36 degrees 56 minutes south, longitude 173 degrees 27 minutes west. Wednesday, 4th, gentle breezes and cloudy weather. P.M. Variation per azimuth 12 degrees 48 minutes east. Sounded twice, but found no ground, with 120 fathoms of line. Saw some rockweed, but not in such plenty as of late. Wind southeast, course south 52.5 west, distance 86 miles. Latitude 37 degrees 43 minutes south, longitude 175 degrees 00 minutes west. Thursday, 5th light, gentle breezes and clear weather. PM saw one of the same sort of birds as we saw last Saturday. These birds are of a dark brown or chocolate color, with some white feathers under their wings, and are as big as ravens. Mr. Gore says that they are in great plenty at Port Egmont in Falklands Islands, and for that reason calls them Port Egmont hens. Saw a great many porpoises, large and small, the small ones had white bellies and noses. A.M. Saw 2 Port Egmont hens, a seal, some seaweed, and a piece of wood with barnacles upon it. Wind southeast to east-northeast, course south 49½ west, distance 63 miles, latitude 38 degrees 23 minutes south, longitude 176 degrees 3 minutes west. Friday, 6th, little wind, and fine pleasant weather. Saw some seals, seaweed, and Port Egmont hens. PM variation per azimuth 12 degrees 50 minutes east. Per amplitude 12 degrees 40 minutes. AM per azimuth 14 degrees 2 minutes east. The difference is 1 degree 3 minutes, and the ship has only gone 9 leagues in the time. The color of the water appears to be paler than common, and hath been so for some days past. This makes us sound frequently, but can find no ground with 180 fathoms of line. Wind east-northeast, course southwest, distance 62 miles, latitude 39 degrees 11 minutes south, longitude 177 degrees 2 minutes west. Make New Zealand. Saturday, 7th, gentle breezes and settled weather. At 2 p.m. saw land 95 from the masthead bearing west by north, which we stood directly for, and could but just see it of the deck at sunset. Variation per azimuth and amplitude 15 degrees 4½ minutes east. By observation of the sun and moon made this afternoon the longitude of the ship is 180 degrees 55 minutes west. By the mean of these and subsequent observations the error of the ship's account in longitude from George's Island is 3 degrees 16 minutes. That is, so much to the westward of the longitude resulting from the log, which is what is inserted in the columns. At midnight brought to and sounded, but had no ground with 170 fathoms. At daylight made sail in for the land, at noon it bore from southwest to northwest by north, distant 8 leagues. Latitude observed 38 degrees 57 minutes south, wind northeast, southeast, variable, course south 70 degrees west, distance 41 miles. Latitude 38 degrees 57 minutes observed south, longitude 177 degrees 54 minutes west. Sunday, 8th, gentle breezes and clear weather. At 5 p.m., seeing the opening of a bay that appeared to run pretty far inland, hauled our wind and stood in for it. But as soon as night came on we kept plying on and off until daylight, when we found ourselves to leeward of the bay, the wind being at north. By noon we fetched in with the southwest point, but not being able to weather it we tacked and stood off. We saw in the bay several canoes, people upon the shore, and some houses in the country. The land on the sea coast is high, with steep cliffs. And back inland are very high mountains. The face of the country is of a hilly surface, and appears to be clothed with wood and verdure. Wind between the east-northeast and north. Chapter 5. Exploration of North Island of New Zealand. October 1769. At Poverty Bay, North Island, New Zealand. Monday, October 9th. Gentle breezes and clear weather. P.M. Stood into the bay and anchored on the northeast side before the entrance of a small river, 96 in 10 fathoms, a fine sandy bottom. The northeast point of the bay bore east by south 1/2 south, and the southwest point south, distance from the shore 1/2 league. After this I went ashore with a party of men in the pinnace and yawl accompanied by Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander. We landed abreast of the ship and on the east side of the river just mentioned. But seeing some of the natives on the other side of the river of whom I was desirous of speaking with, and finding that we could not ford the river, I ordered the yawl in to carry us over, and the pinnace to lay at the entrance. In the meantime the Indians made off. However we went as far as their huts which lay about 200 or 300 yards from the water side, leaving 4 boys to take care of the yawl, which we had no sooner left than 4 men came out of the woods on the other side the river. And would certainly have cut her off had not the people in the pinnace discovered them and called to her to drop down the stream, which they did, being closely pursued by the Indians. The coxswain of the pinnace, who had the charge of the boats, seeing this, fired 2 muskets over their heads. The first made them stop and look round them, but the second they took no notice of. Upon which a third was fired and killed one of them upon the spot just as he was going to dart his spear at the boat. At this the other three stood motionless for a minute or two, seemingly quite surprised. Wondering, no doubt, what it was that had thus killed their comrade, but as soon as they recovered themselves they made off, dragging the dead body a little way and then left it. Upon our hearing the report of the muskets we immediately repaired to the boats, and after viewing the dead body we returned on board. In the morning, seeing a number of the natives at the same place where we saw them last night, I went on shore with the boats, manned and armed, and landed on the opposite side of the river. Mr. Banks, Dr. Solander, and myself only landed at first, and went to the side of the river, the natives being got together on the opposite side. We called to them in the George's Island language, but they answered us by flourishing their weapons over their heads and dancing, as we suppositoried, the war dance. Upon this we returned until the marines were landed, which I ordered to be drawn up about 200 yards behind us. We went again to the river side, having Tupia, Mr. Green, and Dr. Monkhouse along with us. Tupia spoke to them in his own language, and it was an agreeable surprise to us to find that they perfectly understood him. After some little conversation had passed one of them swam over to us, and after him 20 or 30 more. These last brought their arms, which the first man did not. We made them every one presents, but this did not satisfy them, they wanted everything we had about us, particularly our arms, and made several attempts to snatch them out of our hands. Tupia told us several times, as soon as they came over, to take care of ourselves for they were not our friends, and this we very soon found, for one of them snatched Mr. Green's hanger from him and would not give it up. This encouraged the rest to be more insolent, and seeing others coming over to join them, I ordered the man who had taken the hanger to be fired at, which was accordingly done, and wounded in such a manner that he died soon after. Upon the first fire, which was only 2 muskets, the others returned to a rock which lay nearly in the middle of the river. But on seeing the man fall they returned, probably to carry him off or his arms, the last of which they accomplished, and this we could not prevent unless we had run our bayonets into them, for upon their returning from off the rock, we had discharged off our paces, which were loaded with small shot, and wounded 3 more. But these got over the river and were carried off by the others, who now thought proper to retire. Finding nothing was to be done with the people on this side, and the water in the river being salt, I embarked with an intent to row round the head of the bay in search of fresh water. And if possible to surprise some of the natives and to take them on board, and by good treatment and presents endeavour to gain their friendship with this view. Tuesday, 10th p.m., I rowed round the head of the bay, but could find no place to land on account of the great surf which beat everywhere upon the shore. Seeing 2 boats or canoes coming in from sea I rowed to one of them, in order to seize upon the people, and came so near before they took notice of us that Tupia called to them to come alongside and we would not hurt them. But instead of doing this they endeavoured to get away, upon which I ordered a musket to be fired over their heads, thinking this would either make them surrender, or jump overboard. But here I was mistaken, for they immediately took to their arms or whatever they had in the boat, and began to attack us. This obliged us to fire upon them, and unfortunately either 2 or 3 were killed and 1 wounded, and 3 jumped overboard. These last we took up and brought on board, where they was clothed and treated with all imaginable kindness, and to the surprise of everybody became at once as cheerful and as merry as if they had been with their own friends. They were all 3 young, the eldest not above 20 years of age, and the youngest about 10 or 12. I am aware that most humane men who have not experienced things of this nature will censure my conduct in firing upon the people in their boat, nor do I myself think that the reason I had for seizing upon her will at all justify me. And had I thought that they would have made the least resistance I would not have come near them, but as they did, I was not to stand still and suffer either myself or those that were with me to be knocked on the head. In the morning, as I intended to put our 3 prisoners ashore, and stay here the day to see what effect it might have upon the other natives, I sent an officer ashore with the marines and a party of men to cut wood, and soon after followed myself, accompanied by Mr. Banks, Dr. Solander, and Tupia, taking the 3 natives with U.S., whom we landed on the west side of the river before mentioned. They were very unwilling to leave us, pretending that they should fall into the hands of their enemies, who would kill and eat them. However, They at last of their own accord left us and hid themselves in some bushes. Soon after this we discovered several boats of the natives marching towards us, upon which we returned across the river, and joined the wooders. And with us came the 3 natives we had just parted with, for we could not prevail upon them to go to their own people. We had no sooner got over the river than the others assembled on the other side to the number of 150 or 200, all armed. Tupia now began to parley with them, and the 3 we had with us shewed everything we had given them, part of which they laid and left upon the body of the man that was killed the day before. These things seemed so far to convince them of our friendly intentions that one man came over to us, while all the others sat down upon the sand. We everyone made this man a present, and the 3 natives that were with us likewise presented him with such things as they had got from us, with which, after a short stay, he returned across the river. I now thought proper to take everybody on board, to prevent any more quarrels, and with us came the 3 natives, whom we could not prevail upon to stay behind. And this appeared the more strange as the man that came over to us was uncle to one of them. After we had returned on board we saw them carry off the dead man. But the one that was killed the first evening we landed remained in the very spot they had left him. Leave Poverty Bay. Wednesday, 11th. In the p.m. As I intended to sail in the morning, we put the 3 youths ashore, seemingly very much against their inclination. But whether this was owing to a desire they had to remain with us, or the fear of falling into the hands of their enemies, as they pretended, I know not. The latter, however, seemed to be ill-founded, for we saw them carried across the river in a catamaran, and walk leisurely off with the other natives. At 6 a.m. we weighed and stood out of the bay, which I have named Poverty Bay, because it afforded us no one thing we wanted, latitude 38 degrees 42 minutes south, longitude 181 degrees 36 minutes west. 97 it is in the form of a horseshoe, and is known by an island lying close under the northeast point. The 2 points which forms the entrance are high, with steep white cliffs, and lay 1.5 leagues or 2 leagues from each other, northeast by east and southwest by west. The depth of water in this bay is from 12 to 6 and 5 fathoms, a sandy bottom and good anchorage, but you lay open to the winds between the south and east. Boats can go in and out of the river above mentioned at any time of tide in fine weather. But as there is a bar at the entrance, on which the sea sometimes runs so high that no boat can either get in or out, which happened while we laid here, however, I believe that boats can generally land on the northeast side of the river. The shore of this bay, from a little within each entrance, is a low, flat sand. But this is only a narrow slip, for the face of the country appears with a variety of hills and valleys, all clothed with woods and verdure, and to all appearance well inhabited, especially in the valleys leading up from the bay, where we daily saw smoke at a great distance inland, and far back in the country are very high mountains. At noon the southwest point of Poverty Bay, which I have named Young Nick's Head, after the boy who first saw this land, 98 borne north by west, distance 3 or 4 leagues, being at this time about 3 miles from the shore and had 25 fathoms water. The main land extending from northeast by north to south. My intention is to follow the direction of the coast to the southward, as far as the latitude of 40 or 41 degrees, and then to return to the northward, in case we meet with nothing to encourage us to proceed farther. Off Portland Island, North Island, New Zealand. Thursday, 12th, gentle breezes at northwest and north, with frequent calms. In the afternoon, while we lay becalmed, several canoes came off to the ship, but kept at a distance until one, who appeared to come from a different part, came off and put alongside at once, and after her all the rest. The people in this boat had heard of the treatment those had met with we had had on board before, and therefore came on board without hesitation. They were all kindly treated, and very soon entered into a traffic with our people for George's Island cloth, etc., giving in exchange their paddles, having little else to dispose of, and hardly left themselves a sufficient number to paddle ashore. Nay, the people in one canoe, after disposing of their paddles, offered to sell the canoe. After a stay of about 2 hours they went away, but by some means or other 3 were left on board, and not one boat would put back to take them in, and, what was more surprising, those aboard did not seem at all uneasy with their situation. In the evening, a light breeze springing up at northwest, we steered along shore, under an easy sail, until midnight, then brought to. Soon after it fell calm, and continued so until 8 o'clock a.m. when a breeze sprung up at north, with which we stood along shore south-southwest. At and after sunrise found the variation to be 14 degrees 46 minutes east. About this time 2 canoes came off to the ship, one of which was prevailed upon to come alongside to take in the 3 people we had had on board all night, who now seemed glad of the opportunity to get ashore. As the people in the canoe were a little shy at first, it was observed that one argument those on board made use on to entice the others alongside, was in telling them that we did not eat men. From which it should seem that these people have such a custom among them. At the time we made sail we were abreast of the point of land set yesterday at noon, from which the land trends south-southwest. This point I have named Cape Table, on account of its shape and figure. It lies 7 leagues to the southward of Poverty Bay, in the latitude of 39 degrees 7 minutes south, longitude 181 degrees 36 minutes west. It is of a moderate height, makes in a sharp angle, and appears to be quite flat at top. In steering along shore to the southward of the cape, at the distance of 2 or 3 miles off, our soundings were from 20 to 30 fathoms, having a chain of rocks that appears at different heights above water, laying between us and the shore. At noon, Cape Table bore north 20 degrees east, distant 4 leagues, and a small island, being the southernmost land in sight, bore south 70 degrees west, distant 3 miles. This island I have named Isle of Portland, on account of its very great resemblance to Portland in the English Channel. It lies about a mile from a point on the main, but there appears to be a ledge of rocks extending nearly, if not quite, across from the one to the other. North 57 degrees east, 2 miles from the south point of Portland, lies a sunken rock whereon the sea breaks. We passed between this rock and the land having 17, 18, and 20 fathom water. We saw a great number of the natives assembled together on the Isle of Portland. We likewise saw some on the main land, and several places that were cultivated and laid out in square plantations. Friday, 13th. At 1 p.m. we discovered land behind or to the westward of Portland, extending to the southward as far as we could see. In hauling round the south end of Portland we fell into shoal water and broken ground, which we, however, soon got clear of. At this time 4 canoes came off to us full of people, and kept for some time under our stern threatening of us all the while. As I did not know but what I might be obliged to send our boats ahead to sound, I thought these gentry would be as well out of the way. I ordered a musket shot to be furred close to one of them, but this they took no notice of. A 4-pounder was then furred a little wide of them. At this they began to shake their spears and paddles at us, but notwithstanding this they thought fit to retire. Having got round Portland, we hauled in for the land northwest, having a gentle breeze at northeast, which died away at 5 o'clock and obliged us to anchor in 21 fathoms. A fine sandy bottom, the south point of Portland bore southeast 1/2 south distant about 2 leagues, and a low point on the main bore north 1/2 east. In this last direction there runs in a deep bay behind the land on which is Table Cape, which makes this land a peninsula, joined to the main by a low, narrow neck of land. The cape is the north point of the peninsula, and Portland the south. While we lay at anchor 2 boats came off to us, and so near as to take up some things we throwed them out of the ship, but would not come alongside. At 5 a.m. a breeze springing northerly we weighed and steered in for the land. The shore here forms a very large bay, of which Portland is the northeast point, and the bay above mentioned is an arm of it. I would gladly have examined this arm, because there appeared to be safe anchorage in it, but as I was not certain of this, and the wind being right an end, I did not care to spend time in turning up to it. At noon Portland bore south 50 degrees east, and the southermost land in sight bore south-southwest, distant 10 or 12 leagues, being about 3 miles from the shore. And in this situation had 12 fathoms water. 24 fathoms have been the most water we have had since we have been within Portland, everywhere clear ground. The land near the shore is of a moderate height, with white cliffs and sandy beaches. Inland are several pretty high mountains, and the whole face of the country appears with a very hilly surface, and for the most part covered with wood, and hath all the appearances of a very pleasant and fertile country. Saturday, 14th, p.m. Had gentle breezes between the northeast and northwest. Kept running down along shore at the distance of 2 or 3 miles off. Our sounding was from 20 to 13 fathoms, an even sandy bottom. We saw some canoes or boats inshore, and several houses upon the land, but no harbor or convenient watering place, the main thing we were looking for. In the night had little wind, and sometimes calm with dirty, rainy weather. A.M. Had variable light airs next to a calm and fair weather. In the morning, being not above 2 leagues from the southwest corner of the great bay we have been in for the 2 days past, the pinnace and long boat were hoisted out in order to search for fresh water. But just as they were ready to put off, we observed several boats full of people coming off from the shore, and for that reason I did not think it prudent to send our own from the ship. The first that came were 5 in number, in them were between 80 and 90 men. Every method was tried to gain their friendship, and several things were thrown overboard to them. But all we could do was to no purpose, neither would they accept of any one thing from us, but seemed fully bent on attacking us. In order to prevent this, and our being obliged to fire upon them, I ordered a 4-pounder loaded with grape to be furred a little wide of them, letting them know at the same time by means of tupia what we were going to do. This had the desired effect, and not one of these would afterwards trust themselves abreast of the ship. Soon after 4 more came off. One of these put what arms they had into another boat, and then came alongside so near as to take what things we gave them. And I believe might have been prevailed upon to come on board had not some of the first 5 came up under our stern and began again to threaten us, at which the people in this one boat seemed displeased. Immediately after this they all went ashore. At noon latitude in per observation 39 degrees 37 minutes south. Portland bore by our run from it east by north, distant 14 leagues. The southermost land in sight, and which is the south point of the bay, southeast by south, distant 4 or 5 leagues, and a bluff head lying in the southwest corner of the bay south by west 2 or 3 miles. On each side of this bluff head is a low narrow sand or stone beach. Between these beaches and the main land is a pretty large lake of salt water, as I suppose. On the southeast side of this head is a very large flat, which seems to extend a good way inland to the westward. On this flat are several groves of straight, tall trees, but there seems to be a great probability that the lake above mentioned extends itself a good way into this flat country. Inland are a chain of pretty high mountains extending north and south. On the summits and sides of these mountains were many patches of snow, but between them and the sea the land is clothed with wood. 99. In Hawke's Bay, North Island, New Zealand. Sunday, 15th, p.m. stood over for the southermost land or south point of the bay, having a light breeze at northeast, our soundings from 12 to 8 fathoms. Not reaching this point before dark, we stood off and on all night, having variable light airs next to a calm, depth of water from 8 to 7 fathoms, variation 14 degrees 10 minutes east. At 8 a.m. Being abreast of the southwest point of the bay, some fishing boats came off to us and sold us some stinking fish. However, it was such as they had, and we were glad to enter into traffic with them upon any terms. These people behaved at first very well, until a large armed boat, wherein were 22 men, came alongside. We soon saw that this boat had nothing for traffic, yet as they came boldly alongside we gave them 2 or 3 pieces of cloth, articles they seemed the most fond of. One man in this boat had on him a black skin, something like a bear skin, which I was desirous of having that I might be a better judge what sort of an animal the first owner was. I offered him for it a piece of red cloth, which he seemed to jump at by immediately putting off the skin and holding it up to us, but would not part with it until he had the cloth in his possession, and after that not at all. But put off the boat and went away, and with them all the rest. But in a very short time they returned again, and one of the fishing boats came alongside and offered us some more fish. The Indian boy Tayata, Tupia's servant, being over the side, they seized hold of him, pulled him into the boat and endeavored to carry him off. This obliged us to fire upon them, which gave the boy an opportunity to jump overboard. We brought the ship to, lowered a boat into the water, and took him up unhurt. 2 or 3 paid for this daring attempt with the loss of their lives, and many more would have suffered had it not been for fear of killing the boy. This affair occasioned my giving this point of land the name of Cape Kidnapper. It is remarkable on account of 2 white rocks in form of haystacks standing very near it. On each side of the cape are tolerable high white steep cliffs, latitude 39 degrees 43 minutes south, longitude 182 degrees 24 minutes west. It lies southwest by west, distant 13 leagues from the island of Portland. Between them is a large bay wherein we have been for these 3 days past. This bay I have named Hawke's Bay in honor of Sir Edward, First Lord of the Admiralty. We found in it from 24 to 8 and 7 fathoms, everywhere good anchoring. From Cape Kidnapper the island trends south-southwest, and in this direction we run along shore, keeping about a league off, having a steady breeze and clear weather. At noon the above cape bore from us north 9 degrees east, distant 2 leagues, and the southermost land in sight south 25 degrees west latitude in per observation 39 degrees 50 minutes south. Monday, 16th. First and latter part, fresh breezes, northerly, in the night, variable and sometimes calm. At 2 p.m. passed by a small but a pretty high white island lying close to the shore. On this island we saw a good many houses, boats, and some people. We concluded that they must be fishers, because the island was quite barren. We likewise saw several people upon the shore in a small bay on the main within the island. At 7 the southermost land in sight bore southwest by south, and Cape Kidnapper north 3/4 east, distant 8 leagues, being then about 2 leagues from the shore and had 55 fathoms. At 11 brought to until daylight, then made sail along shore to the southward. At 7 passed a pretty high point of land, which lies south-southwest, 12 leagues from Cape Kidnapper. From this point the land trends 3/4 of a point more to the westward. At 10 saw more land appear to the southward, at southwest by south. At noon the southermost land in sight bore south 39 degrees west, distant 8 or 10 leagues, and a high bluff head with yellowish cliffs bore west, distant 2 miles, latitude observed 40 degrees 34 minutes south, depth of water 32 fathoms. Returning north from Cape Tinigan. Tuesday, 17th, p.m. winds at west, a fresh breeze, in the night, variable light airs and calm, a.m. a gentle breeze between the northwest and northeast. Seeing no likelihood of meeting with a harbor, and the face of the country visibly altering for the worse, I thought that the standing farther to the south would not be attended with any valuable discovery, but would be losing of time, which might be better employed and with a greater probability of success in examining the coast to the northward. With this view, at 1 p.m. tacked and stood to the northward, having the wind at west, a fresh breeze. 100 At this time we could see the land extending southwest by south, at least 10 or 12 leagues. The bluff head or high point of land we were abreast off at noon I have called Cape Tinigan because here we returned. It lies in the latitude of 40 degrees 34 minutes south, longitude 182 degrees 55 west, and 18 leagues south-southwest and south-southwest 1/2 west from Cape Kidnapper. The land between them is of a very unequal height. In some places it is high, with white cliffs next the sea, and others low, with sandy beaches. The face of the country is not nearly so well clothed with wood as it is about Hawke's Bay, but for the most part looks like our high downs in England, and to all appearance well inhabited, for we saw several villages as we run along shore. Not only in the valleys, but on the tops and sides of the hills, and smokes in other places. The ridge of mountains before mentioned extends to the southward farther than we could see, and are everywhere checkered with snow. This night saw 2 large fires up in the inland country, a sure sign that it must be inhabited. At noon Cape Kidnapper bore north 56 degrees west, distant 7 leagues, latitude observed 39 degrees 52 minutes south. Wednesday, 18th, variable light winds and fine weather. At 4 a.m. Cape Kidnapper bore north 32 degrees west, distant 2 leagues. In this situation had 62 fathoms, and when the said cape bore west by north, distant 3 or 4 leagues, had 45 fathoms, midway between the Isle of Portland and Cape Kidnapper had 65 fathoms. At noon the Isle of Portland bore northeast 1/2 east, distant 4 leagues, latitude observed 39 degrees 34 minutes south. Thursday, 19th. The first part had gentle breezes at east and east-northeast. In the night, fresh gales between the south and southwest, dark, cloudy weather, with lightning and rain. At 5:30 p.m. tacked and stood to the southeast, the Isle of Portland bore southeast, distant 3 leagues. Soon after we tacked a boat or canoe came off from the shore, wherein were 5 people. They came on board without shewing the least signs of fear, and insisted upon staying with us the whole night. Indeed, there was no getting them away without turning them out of the ship by force, and that I did not care to do, but to prevent them playing us any trick I hoisted their canoe up alongside. 2 appeared to be chiefs, and the other 3 their servants. One of the chiefs seemed to be of a free, open, and gentle disposition. They both took great notice of everything they saw, and was very thankful for what was given them. The 2 chiefs would neither eat nor drink with us, but the other 3 eat whatever was offered them. Notwithstanding that these people had heard of the treatment the others had met with who had been on board before. Yet it appeared a little strange that they should place so much confidence in us as to put themselves wholly in our power whether we would or no. Especially as the others we had met with in this bay had upon every occasion behaved in quite a different manner. At 11 brought to until daylight, the night being dark and rainy, then made sail. At 7 a.m. brought to under Cape Table, and sent away the Indian canoe. At this time some others were putting off from the shore, but we did not wait their coming, but made sail to the northward. At noon the northernmost land in sight north 20 degrees east, and young Nick's Head, or the south point of Poverty Bay, west northerly, near 4 leagues. Latitude observed 38 degrees 44 minutes 30 seconds south. Friday, 20th, p.m. A fresh breeze at south-southwest, in the night, variable light breezes, with rain, a.m. a fresh breeze at southwest. At 3 p.m. Passed by a remarkable head, which I called Gable End Foreland on account of the very great resemblance the white cliff at the very point hath to the gable end of a house. It is made still more remarkable by a speared rock standing a little distance from it. This headland lies from Cape Table north 24 degrees east, distant 12 leagues. Between them the shore forms a bay, wherein lies Poverty Bay, 4 leagues from the former and 8 leagues from the latter. From Gable End Foreland the land trends north by east as far as we could see. The land from Poverty Bay to this place is of a moderate but very unequal height, distinguished by hills and valleys that are covered with woods. We saw, as we run along shore, several villages, cultivated lands, and some of the natives. In the evening some canoes came off to the ship, and one man came on board to whom we gave a few trifles and then sent him away. Stood off and on until daylight, and then made sail and shore in order to look into 2 bays that appeared to our view about 2 leagues to the northward of the foreland. The southermost we could not fetch, but in the other we anchored about 11 o'clock in 7 fathoms, a black sandy bottom. The north point bore northeast 1/2 north, distant 2 miles, and the south point southeast by east, distant 1 mile, and about 3/4 of a mile from the shore. This bay is not so much sheltered from the sea as I at first thought it was. But as the natives, many of whom came about us in their canoes, appeared to be of a friendly disposition, I was willing to try if we could not get a little water on board. And to see a little into the nature of the country before we proceeded further to the northward. Saturday, 21st. We had no sooner come to an anchor, as mentioned above, than perceiving 2 old men in the canoes, who from their garby appeared to be chiefs, these I invited on board, and they came without hesitation. To each I gave about 4 yards of linen and a spike nail. The linen they were very fond of, but the nails they seemed to set no value upon. Tupia explained to them the reasons of our coming here, and that we should neither hurt nor molest them if they did but behave in the same peaceable manner to us. Indeed, we were under very little apprehension but what they would, as they had heard of what happened in Poverty Bay. Between 1 and 2 p.m. I put off with the boats manned and armed in order to land to look for fresh water, these 2 men along with us. But the surf running very high, and it begun to blow and rain at the same time, I returned back to the ship, having first put the 2 chiefs into one of their canoes. In the evening it fell moderate, and we landed and found 2 small streams of fresh water, and the natives to all appearance very friendly and peaceable, on which account I resolved to stay 1 day at least, to fill a little water and to give Mr. Banks an opportunity to collect a little of the produce of the country. In the morning Lieutenant Gore went on shore to superintend the watering with a strong party of men, but the getting the casks off was so very difficult, on account of the surf, that it was noon before one turn came on board. At Tegedo Bay, North Island, New Zealand. Sunday, 22nd. p.m. Light breezes and cloudy. About or a little after noon several of the natives came off to the ship in their canoes and began to traffic with us, our people giving them George's Island cloth for theirs, for they had little else to dispose of. This kind of exchange they seemed at first very fond of, and preferred the cloth we had got at the islands to English cloth, but it fell in its value above 500 p.ct. before night. I had some of them on board, and shewed them the ship, with which they were well pleased. The same friendly disposition was observed by those on shore, and upon the whole they behaved as well or better than one could expect. But as the getting the water from the shore proved so very tedious on account of the surf, I resolved upon leaving this place in the morning, and accordingly, at 5 a.m., we weighed and put to sea. This bay is called by the natives Tegedo. 101 it lies in the latitude of 38 degrees 16 minutes south, but as it hath nothing to recommend it I shall give no description of it. There is plenty of wild celery, and we purchased of the natives 10 or 15 pounds of sweet potatoes. They have pretty large plantations of these, but at present they are scarce, it being too early in the season. At noon the Bay of Tegedo bore west 1/2 south, distant 8 leagues, and a very high double-peaked mountain some distance inland bore northwest by west. Latitude observed 38 degrees 13 minutes south, wind at north, a fresh gale. Monday, 23rd, p.m. Fresh gales at north, and cloudy weather. At 1 tacked and stood in shore, at 6 sounded, and had 56 fathoms fine sandy bottom, the Bay of Tegedo bore southwest 1/2 west, distance 4 leagues. At 8 tacked in 36 fathoms, being then about 2 leagues from land, stood off and on all night, having gentle breezes. At 8 a.m. being right before the Bay of Tegedo and about a league from it. Some of the natives came off to us and informed us that in a bay a little to the southward, being the same that we could not fetch the day we put into Tegedo, was fresh water and easy getting at it. And as the wind was now against us, and we gained nothing by beating to windward, I thought the time would be better spent in this Bay 102 in getting on board a little water, and forming some connections with the natives, than by keeping the sea. With this view we bore up for it, and sent 2 boats in, manned and armed, to examine the watering place, who returned about noon and confirmed the account the natives had given. We then anchored in 11 fathoms, fine sandy bottom. The north point of the bay north by east and the south point southeast, and the watering place, which was in a small cove a little within the south point of the bay, distance 1 mile. Tuesday, 24th, winds westerly in fine weather. This afternoon, as soon as the ship was moored, I went ashore to examine the watering place, accompanied by Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander. I found the water good and the place pretty convenient, and plenty of wood close to high water mark, and the natives to all appearance not only very friendly but ready to traffic with us for what little they had. Early in the morning I sent Lieutenant Gore ashore to superintend the cutting wood and filling of water, with a sufficient number of men for both purposes, and all the marines as a guard. After breakfast I went myself, and remained there the whole day, but before this Mr. Green and I took several observations of the sun and moon. The mean result of them gave 180 degrees 47 minutes west longitude from the meridian of Greenwich. But as all the observations made before exceeded these, I have laid down this coast agreeable to the means of the whole. At noon I took the sun's meridian altitude with the astronomical quadrant, and found the latitude 38 degrees 22 minutes 24 seconds south. Wednesday, 25th, winds and weather as yesterday. P.M. Set up the armorer's forge to repair the tiller braces, they being broke. By night we had got on board 12 tons of water and 2 or 3 boats' loads of wood, and this I looked upon to be a good day's work. The natives gave us not the least disturbance, but brought us now and then different sorts of fish out to the ship and watering place, which we purchased of them with cloth, beads, etc. Thursday, 26th, p.m. Had the winds from between the south and southwest, fair weather, the remainder, rainy, dirty weather. Notwithstanding we continued getting on board wood and water. Friday, 27th, winds at southwest, first part rainy weather, the remainder fair. A.M. sent the pinnace to drudge, but she met with no success. After this, I went and sounded the bay. I made a shift to land in 2 places, the first time in the bottom of the bay, where I went a little way into the country, but met with nothing extraordinary. The other place I landed at was at the north point of the bay, where I got as much celery and scurvy grass as loaded the boat. This day we completed our water to 70 tons, but not wood enough. Saturday, 28th. Gentle breezes southerly and fine weather. Employed wooding, cutting, and making of brooms, there being a shrub here very fit for that purpose. And as I intended to sail in the morning, some hands were employed picking of celery to take to sea with us. This is found here in great plenty, and I have caused it to be boiled with portable soup and oatmeal every morning for the people's breakfast. And this I design to continue as long as it will last, or any is to be got, and I look upon it to be very wholesome and a great antiscorbutic. At Talaga Bay, North Island, New Zealand. Monday, 29th, p.m. Gentle breezes with thunder and lightning up the country, in the night had light airs off the land and very foggy, in the forenoon had a gentle breeze at north-northeast and clear weather. At 4 a.m. unmoored, and at 6 weighed and put to sea. At noon the bay sailed from Bourne north 63 degrees west, distant 4 leagues. This bay is called by the natives Talaga. 103 it is moderately large, and hath in it from 13 to 8 and 7 fathoms, clean sandy bottom and good anchorage, and is sheltered from all winds except those that blow from the northeast quarter. It lies in the latitude of 38 degrees 22 minutes south, and 4½ leagues to the northward of Gable End Foreland. Off the south point lies a small but high island, so near to the main as not to be distinguished from it. Close to the north end of this island, at the entrance into the bay, are 2 high rocks, one is high and round like a corn stack, but the other is long with holes through it like the arches of a bridge. Within these rocks is the cove, where we cut wood and filled our water. Off the north point of the bay is a pretty high rocky island, and about a mile without it are some rocks and breakers. The variation of the compass is here 14 degrees 31 minutes east, and the tide flows at full and change of the moon about 6 o'clock, and rises and falls upon a perpendicular 5 or 6 feet. But whether the flood comes from the southward or northward I have not been able to determine. During our stay in this bay we had every day more or less traffic with the natives, they bringing us fish, and now and then a few sweet potatoes and several trifles which we deemed curiosities, for these we gave them cloth, beads, nails, etc. The cloth we got at King George's Island and Ulidia, they valued more than anything we could give them, and as every one in the ship were provided with some of this sort of cloth. I suffered every body to purchase whatever they pleased without limitation. For by this means I knew that the natives would not only sell but get a good price for everything they brought. This I thought would induce them to bring to market whatever the country afforded, and I have great reason to think that they did, yet it amounted to no more than what is above mentioned. We saw number 4-footed animals, either tame or wild, or signs of any, except dogs and rats, 104, and these were very scarce, especially the latter. The flesh of the former they eat, and ornament their clothing with their skins as we do ours with furs, etc. While we lay here I went upon some of the hills in order to view the country, but when I came there I could see but very little of it, the sight being interrupted by still higher hills. The tops and ridges of the hills are for the most part barren, at least little grows on them but fern. But the valleys and sides of many of the hills were luxuriously clothed with woods and verdure and little plantations of the natives lying dispersed up and down the country. We found in the woods, trees of above 20 different sorts. Specimens of each I took on board, as all of them were unknown to any of us. The tree which we cut for firing was something like maple and yielded a whitish gum. There was another sort of a deep yellow which we imagined might prove useful in dyeing. We likewise found one cabbage tree 105 which we cut down for the sake of the cabbage. The country abounds with a great number of plants, and the woods with as great a variety of beautiful birds, many of them unknown to us. The soil of both the hills and valleys is light and sandy, and very proper for producing all kinds of roots, but we saw only sweet potatoes and yams among them. These they plant in little round hills, and have plantations of them containing several acres neatly laid out and kept in good order, and many of them are fenced in with low paling which can only serve for ornament. Monday, 30th, p.m. Little wind and cloudy weather. At 1 tacked and stood in shore, at 7 o'clock Talaga Bay bore west-northwest, distant 1 league. Tacked and lay her head off, had it calm until 2 a.m. When a breeze sprung up at southwest, and we made sail to the northward. At 6, Gable End Foreland bore south-southwest, and Talaga Bay south-southwest 1/4 west, distance 3 leagues. At 8, being about 2 miles from the shore, some canoes that were fishing came after the ship, but we having a fresh of wind they could not come up with us, and I did not choose to wait for them. At noon, latitude per observation 37 degrees 49 minutes south, a small island lying off the northernmost land in sight, bore north 16 degrees east, distant 4 miles, course from Talaga Bay north by east 1/2 east, distance 13 leagues. The land from thence is of a moderate but unequal height, forming several small bays wherein are sandy beaches. Hazy, cloudy weather prevented us from seeing much of the inland country, but near the shore we could see several villages and plantations of the natives. Soundings from 20 to 30 fathoms. Off Cape Runaway, North Island, New Zealand. Tuesday, 31st. At 1:30 p.m. hauled round the island above mentioned, which lies east 1 mile from the northeast point of the land. The lands from hence trends northwest by west, and west-northwest, as far as we could see. This point of land I have called East Cape, because I have great reason to think that it is the easternmost land on this whole coast, and for the same reason I have called the island which lays off it, East Island. It is but of a small circuit, high and round, and appears white and barren. The cape is of a moderate height with white cliffs, and lies in the latitude of 37 degrees 42 minutes 30 seconds south, and longitude 181 degrees 00 minutes west from the meridian of Greenwich. After we had rounded the East Cape we saw, as we run along shore, a great number of villages and a great deal of cultivated land, and in general the country appeared with more fertility than what we had seen before. It was low near the sea, but hilly inland. At 8, being 8 leagues to the westward of Cape East, and 3 or 4 miles from the shore, short-ned sail and brought to for the night, having at this time a fresh gale at south-southeast and squally weather. But it soon fell moderate, and at 2 a.m. made sail again to the southwest as the land now trended. At 8 saw land which made like an island bearing west. At the same time the southwestermost part of the main bore southwest. At 9, 5 canoes came off to us, in one of which were upwards of 40 men all armed with pikes, etc. From this and other circumstances it fully appeared that they came with no friendly intentions. And I at this time being very busy, and had no inclination to stay upon deck to watch their motions, I ordered a grape shot to be furred a little wide of them. This made them pull off a little, and then they got together either to consult what to do or to look about them. Upon this I ordered a round shot to be furred over their heads, which frightened them to that degree that I believe they did not think themselves safe until they got ashore. This occasioned our calling the point of land off which this happened, Cape Runaway. Latitude 37 degrees 32 minutes south, longitude 181 degrees 50 minutes west, and 17 or 18 leagues to the westward of East Cape. 4 leagues to the westward of East Cape is a bay which I have named Hicks's Bay, because Lieutenant Hicks was the first who discovered it. November 1769. Wednesday, November 1st. p.m. As we stood along shore, having little wind, and variable, we saw a great deal of cultivated land laid out in regular enclosures, a sure sign that the country is both fertile and well inhabited. Some canoes came off from the shore, but would not come near the ship. At 8 brought to 3 miles from the shore, the land seen yesterday bearing west, and which we now saw was an island, bore southwest 106 distant 8 leagues. I have named it White Island 107 because as such it always appeared to us. At 5 a.m. made sail along shore to the southwest, having little wind at east-southeast and cloudy weather. At 8 saw between 40 and 50 canoes in shore. Several of them came off to the ship, and being about us some time they ventured alongside and sold us some lobsters, mussels, and 2 conger eels. After these were gone some others came off from another place with mussels only, and but few of these they thought proper to part with, thinking they had a right to everything we handed them into their canoes without making any return. At last the people in one canoe took away some linen that was towing over the side, which they would not return for all that we could say to them. Upon this I fired a musket ball through the canoe, and after that another musket load with small shot, neither of which they minded, only pulled off a little, and then shook their paddles at us, at which I fired a third musket. And the ball, striking the water pretty near them, they immediately applied their paddles to another use, but after they thought themselves out of reach they got all together, and shook their paddles again at us. I then gave the ship a yaw, and fired a 4-pounder. This sent them quite off, and we kept on our course along shore, having a light breeze at east-southeast. At noon we were in the latitude of 37 degrees 55 minutes, White Island bearing north 29 degrees west, distant 8 leagues. Thursday, 2nd. Gentle breezes from northwest round northerly to east-southeast and fair weather. At 2 p.m. saw a pretty high island bearing west from us, and at 5 saw more islands and rocks to the westward of it. Hauled our wind in order to go without them, but, finding that we could not weather them before dark, bore up, and run between them and the main. At 7 was close under the first island, from whence a large double canoe full of people came off to us. This was the first double canoe we had seen in this country. They stayed about the ship until it was dark, then left us, but not before they had thrown a few stones. They told us the name of the island, which was Motahora. 108 it is but of a small circuit, but high, and lies 6 miles from the main. Under the south side is anchorage in 14 fathoms. Southwest by south from this island on the main land, seemingly at no great distance from the sea, is a high round mountain, which I have named Mount Edgecombe. It stands in the middle of a large plain, which make it the more conspicuous. Latitude 37 degrees 59 minutes south, longitude 183 degrees 07 minutes west. In standing to the westward we shouldered our water from 17 to 10 fathoms, and knowing that we were not far from some small islands and rocks that we had seen before dark, after passing of which I intended to have brought 2 for the night. But I now thought it more prudent to tack, and spend the night under the island of Motahora, where I knew there was no danger. And it was well we did, for in the morning, after we had made sail to the westward, we discovered rocks ahead of us level with and under the water. 109 they lay 1½ leagues from the island Motahora, and about 9 miles from the main, and north-northeast from Mount Edgecombe. We passed between these rocks and the main, having from 7 to 10 fathoms. The double canoe which we saw last night followed us today under sail, and kept abreast of the ship near an hour talking to Tupia, but at last they began to pelt us with stones. But upon firing 1 musket they dropped astern and left us. At 10 passed between a low flat island and the main, the distance from one to the other being 4 miles, depth of water 10, 12, and 15 fathoms. At noon the flat island 110 bore from northeast to east 1/2 north, distance 5 or 6 miles. Latitude and per observation 37 degrees 39 minutes south, longitude 183 degrees 30 minutes west. The main land between this and the island of Motohara, which is 10 leagues, is of a moderate height, and all a level, flat country, pretty clear of wood and full of plantations and villages. These villages are built upon eminences near the sea, and are fortified on the land side with a bank and a ditch, and palisaded all round. Besides this, some of them appeared to have outworks. We have before now observed, on several parts of the coast, small villages enclosed with palisades and works of this kind built on eminences and ridges of hills, but Tupia had all along told us that they were moris, or places of worship. But I rather think they are places of retreat or stronghold where they defend themselves against the attack of an enemy, as some of them seemed not ill-designed for that purpose. 111. In Bay of Plenty, North Island, New Zealand. Friday, 3rd, p.m. Fresh gales at northeast by east and hazy weather. At 2 past a small high island lying 4 miles from a high round head on the main 112. From this head the land trends northwest as far as we could see, and appeared to be very rugged and hilly. The weather being very hazy, and the wind blowing fresh on shore, we hauled off close upon a wind for the weathermost island in sight, which bore from us north-northeast, distant 6 or 7 leagues. Under this island we spent the night, having a fresh gale at northeast and northeast by east, and hazy weather with rain. This island I have called the Mayor. At 7 a.m. it bore south 47 degrees east, distant 6 leagues, and a cluster of small islands and rocks bore north 1/2 east, distant 1 league. At the time had a gentle breeze at east-northeast and clear weather. The cluster of islands and rocks just mentioned we named the Court of Aldermen. They lay in the compass of about 1/2 league every way, and 5 leagues from the main, between which and them lay other islands. The most of them are barren rocks, and of these there is a very great variety. Some of them are of as small a compass as the Monument in London, and spire up to a much greater height. They lay in the latitude of 36 degrees 57 minutes, and some of them are inhabited. At noon they bore south 60 degrees east, distant 3 or 4 leagues, and a rock like a castle lying not far from the main, bore north 40 degrees west, 1 league. Latitude observed 36 degrees 58 minutes south, course and distance since yesterday noon is north-northwest 1/2 west, about 20 leagues. In this situation had 28 fathoms water, and a great many small islands and rocks on every side of us. The main land appears here with a hilly, rugged, and barren surface, no plantations to be seen, nor no other signs of its being well inhabited. Saturday, 4th. The first and middle parts, little wind at east-northeast and clear weather. The latter had a fresh breeze at north-northwest and hazy with rain. At 1 p.m. 3 canoes came off from the main to the ship, and after parading about a little while they darted 2 pikes at us. The first was at one of our men as he was going to give them a rope, thinking they were coming on board, but the second they throwed into the ship. The firing of 1 musket sent them away. Each of these canoes were made out of 1 large tree, and were without any sort of ornament, and the people in them were mostly quite naked. At 2 p.m. saw a large opening or inlet in the land, which we bore up for with an intent to come to an anchor. At this time had 41 fathoms, which gradually decreased to 9 fathoms, at which time we were 1½ mile from a high-towered rock lying near the south point of the inlet. The rock and the northernmost of the Court of Aldermen being in one bearing south 61 degrees east. At 1/2 past 7 anchored in 7 fathoms a little within the south entrance of the bay or inlet. We were accompanied in here by several canoes, who stayed about the ship until dark, and before they went away they were so generous as to tell us that they would come and attack us in the morning. But some of them paid us a visit in the night, thinking, no doubt, but what they should find all hands asleep, but as soon as they found their mistake they went off. My reasons for putting in here were the hopes of discovering a good harbor, and the desire I had of being in some convenient place to observe the transit of Mercury, which happens on the 9th instant. And will be wholly visible here if the day is clear. If we be so fortunate as to obtain this observation, the longitude of this place and country will thereby be very accurately determined. Between 5 and 6 o'clock in the morning several canoes came off to us from all parts of the bay. In them were about 130 or 140 people. To all appearances their first design was to attack us, being all completely armed in their way. However, this they never attempted, but after parading about the ship near 3 hours, sometimes trading with us, and at other times tricking of us, they dispersed. But not before we had furred a few muskets and one great gun, not with any design to hurt any of them, but to shew them what sort of weapons we had, and that we could revenge any insult they offered to us. It was observable that they paid but little regard to the muskets that were furred, notwithstanding one ball was furred through one of their canoes, but what effect the great gun had I know not, for this was not furred until they were going away. At Mercury Bay, North Island, New Zealand. At 10, the weather clearing up a little, I went with 2 boats to sound the bay and to look for a more convenient anchoring place, the master being in one boat, and I in the other. We pulled first over the north shore, where some canoes came out to meet us, but as we came near them they returned to the shore and invited us to follow them, but seeing they were all armed I did not think fit to accept of their invitation. But after trading with them out of the boat for a few minutes we left them and went towards the head of the bay. I observed on a high point a fortified village, but I could only see a part of the works, and as I intend to see the whole, shall say no more about it at this time. After having fixed upon an anchoring place not far from where the ship lay I returned on board. Sunday, 5th, winds at north-northwest, hazy weather with rain in the night. At 4 p.m. Wait and run in nearer the south shore and anchored in 4.5 fathoms, a soft sandy bottom, the south point of the bay bearing east, distant 1 mile, and a river, into which the boats can go at low water, south-southeast, distant 1.5 miles. 1:13 in the morning the natives came off again to the ship, but their behavior was very different to what it was yesterday morning, and the little traffic we had with them was carried on very fair and friendly. 2 came on board the ship, to each I gave a piece of English cloth and some spike nails. After the natives were gone I went with the pinnace and long boat into the river to haul the shawn, and sent the master to sound the bay and drudge for fish in the yawl. We hauled the shawn in several places in the river, but caught only a few mullet, with which we returned on board about noon. Monday, 6th, moderate breezes at north-northwest, and hazy weather with rain in the night. p.m. I went to another part of the bay to haul the shawn, but meet with as little success as before, and the master did not get above 1/2 a bucket full of shells with the drudge. The natives brought to the ship, and sold to our people, small cockles, clams, and mussels, enough for all hands. These are found in great plenty upon the sand banks of the river. In the morning I sent the long boat to trawl in the bay, and one officer with the marines and a party of men to cut wood and haul the shawn, but neither the shawn nor the trawl meet with any success. But the natives in some measure made up for this by bringing several baskets of dried or ready-dressed fish, although it was none of the best. I ordered it all to be bought up in order to encourage them to trade. Tuesday, 7th. The first part moderate and fair, the remainder a fresh breeze, northerly, with dirty, hazy, raining weather. P.M. got on board a long boat load of water, and caught a dish of fish in the shawn. Found here a great quantity of celery, which is boiled every day for the ship's company as usual. Wednesday, 8th, p.m. fresh breeze at north-northwest and hazy, rainy weather, the remainder a gentle breeze at west-southwest and clear weather. A.M. heeled and scrubbed both sides of the ship and sent a party of men ashore to cut wood and fill water. The natives brought off to the ship, and sold us for small pieces of cloth, as much fish as served all hands. They were of the mackerel kind, and as good as ever was eat. At noon I observed the sun's meridian zenith distance, by the astronomical quadrant, which gave the latitude 36 degrees 47 minutes 43 seconds south. This was in the river before mentioned, that lies within the south entrance of the bay. Thursday, 9th, variable light breezes and clear weather. As soon as it was daylight the natives began to bring off mackerel, and more than we well know what to do with, notwithstanding I ordered all they brought to be purchased in order to encourage them in this kind of traffic. At 8, Mr. Green and I went on shore with our instruments to observe the transit of Mercury, which came on at 7 hours 20 minutes 58 seconds apparent time, and was observed by Mr. Green only. 1:14 I, at this time, was taking the sun's altitude in order to ascertain the time. The egress was observed as follows. By Mr. Green, internal contact at 12 hours 8 minutes 58 seconds afternoon. External contact at 12 hours 9 minutes 55 seconds afternoon. By myself, internal contact at 12 hours 8 minutes 45 seconds afternoon. External contact at 12 hours 9 minutes 43 seconds afternoon. Latitude observed at noon 36 degrees 48 minutes 28 seconds, the mean of this and yesterday's observation gives 36 degrees 48 minutes 5.5 seconds south. The latitude of the place of observation, and the variation of the compass was at this time found to be 11 degrees 9 minutes east. While we were making these observations 5 canoes came alongside the ship, 2 large and 3 small ones, in one were 47 people, but in the other not so many. They were wholly strangers to us, and to all appearance they came with a hostile intention, being completely armed with pikes, darts, stones, etc. However, they made no attempt, and this was very probable owing to their being informed by some other canoes, who at this time were alongside selling fish, what sort of people they had to deal with. When they first came alongside they begun to sell our people some of their arms, and one man offered to sale a hahau, that is a square piece of cloth such as they wear. Lieutenant Gore, who at this time was commanding officer, sent into the canoe a piece of cloth which the man had agreed to take in exchange for his, but as soon as he had got Mr. Gore's cloth in his possession he would not part with his own, but put off the canoe from alongside, and then shook their paddles at the people in the ship. Upon this, Mr. Gore fired a musket at them, and, from what I can learn, killed the man who took the cloth. After this they soon went away. I have here inserted the account of this affair just as I had it from Mr. Gore, but I must own it did not meet with my approbation, because I thought the punishment a little too severe for the crime. And we had now been long enough acquainted with these people to know how to chastise trifling faults like this without taking away their lives. Friday, 10th, p.m., gentle breezes and variable, the remainder, a strong breeze at east-northeast, and hazy weather. A.m., I went with 2 boats, accompanied by Mr. Banks and the other gentlemen into the river which empties itself into the head of the bay, in order to examine it. None of the natives came off to the ship this morning, which we think is owing to bad weather. Pause in Mercury Bay, New Zealand. Saturday, 11th, fresh gales at east-northeast, and cloudy, hazy weather with rain. Between 7 and 8 o'clock p.m. I returned on board from out the river, having been about 4 or 5 miles up it, and could have gone much farther had the weather been favorable. I landed on the east side and went upon the hills, from whence I saw, or at least I thought I saw, the head of the river. It here branched into several channels, and formed a number of very low flat islands, all covered with a sort of mangrove trees, and several places of the shores of both sides the river were covered with the same sort of wood. The sand banks were well stored with cockles and clams, and in many places were rock oysters. Here is likewise pretty plenty of wild fowl, such as shags, ducks, curlews, and a black bird, about as big as a crow, with a long, sharp bill of a color between red and yellow. We also saw fish in the river, but of what sort I know not. The country especially on the east side is barren, and for the most part destitute of wood, or any other signs of fertility, but the face of the country on the other side looked much better, and is in many places covered with wood. We meet with some of the natives and saw several more, and smokes a long way inland, but saw not the least signs of cultivation, either here or in any other part about the bay, so that the inhabitants must live wholly on shell and other fish, and fern roots, which they eat by the way of bread. In the entrance of this river, and for 2 or 3 miles up, it is very safe and commodious anchoring in 3, 4, and 5 fathoms, and convenient places for laying a ship ashore, where the tide rises and falls about 7 feet at full and change. I could not see whether or no any considerable fresh water stream came out of the country into this river, but there are a number of small rivulets which come from the adjacent hills. Pause in Mercury Bay, New Zealand. A little within the entrance of the river on the east side is a high point or peninsula jutting out into the river on which are the remains of one of their fortified towns. The situation is such that the best engineer in Europe could not have chose a better for a small number of men to defend themselves against a greater. It is strong by nature and made more so by art. It is only accessible on the land side, and there have been cut a ditch and a bank raised on the inside. From the top of the bank to the bottom of the ditch was about 22 feet, and depth of the ditch on the land side 14 feet. Its breadth was in proportion to its depth, and the whole seemed to have been done with great judgment. There had been a row of pickets on the top of the bank, and another on the outside of the ditch. These last had been set deep in the ground and sloping with their upper ends hanging over the ditch. The whole had been burnt down, so that it is probable that this place had been taken and destroyed by an enemy. The people on this side of the bay seem now to have no houses or fixed habitations, but sleep in the open air, under trees and in small temporary shades, but to all appearance they are better off on the other side, but there we have not set foot. In the morning, being dirty rainy weather, I did not expect any of the natives off with fish, but thinking that they might have some ashore I sent a boat with some trade, who returned about noon loaded with oysters. Which they got in the river which is abreast of the ship, but saw no fish among the natives. Sunday, 12th, p.m. had strong gales at northeast, and hazy, rainy weather, a.m. a fresh breeze at northwest, and clear weather. In the morning got on board a turn of water, and afterwards sent the long boat into the river for oysters to take to sea with us, and I went with the pinnace and yawl, accompanied by Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander, over to the north side of the bay in order to take a view of the country and the fortified village which stands there. We landed about a mile from it, and were met by the inhabitants in our way thither, who, with a great deal of good nature and friendship, conducted us into the place and shewed us everything that was there. This village is built upon a high promontory or point on the north side and near the head of the bay. It is in some places quite inaccessible to man, and in others very difficult, except on that side which faced the narrow ridge of the hill on which it stands. Here it is defended by a double ditch, a bank and 2 rows of picketing, the inner row upon the bank, but not so near the crown but what there was good room for men to walk and handle their arms between the picketing and the inner ditch. The outer picketing was between the 2 ditches, and laid sloping with their upper ends hanging over the inner ditch. The depth of this ditch from the bottom to the crown of the bank was 24 feet. Close within the inner picketing was erected by strong posts a stage 30 feet high and 40 in length and 6 feet broad. The use of this stage was to stand upon to throw darts at the assailants, and a number of darts lay upon it for that purpose. At right angles to this stage and a few paces from it was another of the same construction and bigness. This stood likewise within the picketing, and was intended for the same use as the other, viz. To stand upon to throw stones and darts upon the enemy as they advanced up the side of the hill where lay the main way into the place. It likewise might be intended to defend some little outworks and huts that lay at the skirts and on this side of the hill. These outworks were not intended as advanced posts, but for such of the inhabitants to live in as had not room in the main works, but had taken shelter under it. Besides the works on the land side, above described, the whole village was palisaded round with a line of pretty strong picketing run round the edge of the hill. The ground within having not been level at first, but laid sloping, they had divided it into little squares and levelled each of these. These squares lay in the form of an amphitheatre, and were each of them palisaded round, and had communication one with another by narrow lanes and little gateways, which could easily be stoped up. So that if an enemy had forced the outer picketing he had several others to encounter before the place could be easily reduced, supposing them to defend every one of the places one after another. The main way leading into this fortification was up a very steep part of the hill and through a narrow passage about 12 feet long and under one of the stages. I saw no door nor gate, but it might very soon have been barricaded up. Upon the whole I looked upon it to be very strong and well choose post, and where a small number of resolute men might defend themselves a long time against a vast superior force, armed in the manner as these people are. These seem to be prepared against a siege, having laid up in store an immense quantity of fern roots and a good many dried fish. But we did not see that they had any fresh water nearer than a brook which runs close under the foot of a hill, from which I suppose they can at times get water, though besieged, and keep it in gourds until they use it. Under the foot of the point on which the village stands are two rocks, the one just broke off from the main and other detached a little from it. They are both very small, and more fit for birds to inhabit than men. Yet there are houses and places of defense on each of them, and about a mile to eastward of these is another of these small fortified rocks, which communicates with the main by a narrow pathway, where there is a small village of the natives. Many works of this kind we have seen upon small islands and rocks and ridges of hills on all parts of the coast, besides a great number of fortified towns, to all appearances vastly superior to this I have described. From this it should seem that the people must have long and frequent wars, and must have been long accustomed to it, otherwise they never would have invented such strong holds as these, the erecting of which must cost them immense labor. Considering the tools they have to work with, which are only made of wood and stone. It is a little strange that with such a warlike people, as these undoubtedly are, no omissive weapons are found among them, such as bows and arrows, slings, etc. Things in themselves so easily invented, and are common in every other part of the world. The arms they use are long spears or lances, a staff about 5 feet long. Some of these are pointed at one end like a sergeant's halberd, others are round and sharp, the other ends are broad, something like the blade of an oar. They have another sort about 4.5 feet long. These are shaped at one end like an axe, and the other is made with a sharp point. They have short truncheons about a foot long, which they call pat-to-pat-toes, some made of wood, some of bone, and others of stone. Those made of wood are variously shaped, but those made of bone and stone are of one shape, which is with a round handle, a broadish blade, which is thickest in the middle and tapered to an edge all round. The use of these are to knock men's brains out, and to kill them outright after they are wounded, and they are certainly well contrived things for this purpose. Besides these weapons they throw stones and darts. The darts are 10 or 12 feet long, are made of hard wood, and are barbed at one end. They handle all their arms with great agility, particularly their long pikes or lances, against which we have no weapon that is an equal match except a loaded musket. Monday, 13th, p.m., gentle breezes at northwest and clear weather. After taking a slight view of the country and loaded both boats with celery, which we found in great plenty near the sea beach, we returned on board about 5 o'clock. The long boat at the same time returned out of the river loaded as deep as she could swim with oysters. And now I intended to put to sea in the morning if wind and weather will permit. In the night had the wind at southeast, with rainy, dirty, hazy weather, which continued all day, so that I could not think of sailing, but thought myself very happy in being in a good port. Samuel Jones, seaman, having been confined since Saturday last for refusing to come upon deck when all hands were called, and afterwards refused to comply with the orders of the officers on deck. He was this morning punished with 12 lashes and remitted back to confinement. Tuesday, 14th, fresh gales, easterly, and rainy, dirty weather. Wednesday, 15th. In the evening I went in the pinnace and landed upon one of the islands that lies off of the south head of the bay, with a view to see if I could discover any sunken rocks or other dangers lying before the entrance of the bay. As there was a pretty large swell at this time. The island we landed upon was very small, yet there were upon it a village, the inhabitants of which received us very friendly. This little village was laid out in small oblong squares, and each palisaded round. The island afforded no fresh water, and was only accessible on one side. From this I concluded that it was not choose for any conveniency it could afford them, but for its natural strength. Sail from Mercury Bay, New Zealand. At 7 a.m. Weight, with a light breeze at west, and clear weather, and made sail out of the bay, steering northeast, for the northernmost of a number of islands lying off the north point of the bay. These islands are of various extents, and lie scattered to the northwest in a parallel direction with the main as far as we could see. I was at first afraid to go within them, thinking that there was no safe passage, but I afterwards thought that we might. And I would have attempted it, but the wind, coming to the northwest, prevented it, so that we were obliged to stand out to sea. At noon was in the latitude of 36 degrees 4 minutes south. The northernmost island, above mentioned, bore north, distant half a league, the Court of Aldermen, southeast by south, distant 6 leagues. And the bay sailed from, which I have named Mercury Bay, on account of the observation being made there, southwest by west, distant 6 miles. Mercury Bay 115 lies in the latitude of 36 degrees 47 minutes south, and the longitude of 184 degrees 4 minutes west, from the meridian of Greenwich. It lies in southwest between 2 and 3 leagues. There are several islands lying both to the southward and northward of it, and a small high island or rock in the middle of the entrance. Within this island the depth of water doth nowhere exceed 9 or 8 fathoms. The best anchorage is in a sandy bay which lies just within the south head in 5 and 4 fathoms, bringing a high tower rock, which lies without the head, in one with the head, or just shut in behind it. Here it is very convenient wooding and watering, and in the river are an immense quantity of oysters and other small shell fish, and this is the only thing it is remarkable for, and hath occasioned my giving it the name of Oyster River. But the snuggest and safest place for a ship to lay in that wants to stay there any time is in the river at the head of the bay, and where there is every conveniency the place can afford. To sail up and into it keep the south shore all the way on board. As we did not learn that the natives had any name for this river, I have called it the River of Mangroves 116 because of the great quantity of these trees that are found in it. The country on the southeast side of this river and bay is very barren, producing little else but fern, and such other plants as delight in a poor soil. The land on the northwest side is pretty well covered with wood, the soil more fertile, and would no doubt produce the necessaries of life, was it cultivated. However, this much must be said against it, that it is not near so rich nor fertile as the lands we have seen to the southward. And the same may be said of its inhabitants, who, although pretty numerous, are poor to the highest degree when compared to others we have seen. They have no plantations, but live only on fern roots and fish. Their canoes are mean, and without ornament, and so are their houses, or huts, and in general everything they have about them. This may be owing to the frequent wars in which they are certainly engaged. Strong proofs of this we have seen, for the people who resided near the place where we wooded, and who slept every night in the open air, placed themselves in such a manner when they laid down to sleep as plainly shewed that it was necessary for them to be always upon their guard. They do not own subjection to tyranny, the Eratihai 117, but say that he would kill them was he to come among them. They confirm the custom of eating their enemies, so that this is a thing no longer to be doubted. I have before observed that many of the people about this bay had no fixed habitations, and we thought so then, but have since learnt that they have strongholds or hippas, as they call them, which they retire to in time of danger. We found, thrown upon the shore in several places in this bay, a quantity of iron sand, which is brought down out of the country by almost every little freshwater brook. This proves that there must be of that or not far inland. Neither of the inhabitants of this place, nor any other where we have been, know the use of iron or set the least value upon it, preferring the most trifling thing we could give them to a nail, or any sort of iron tools. Before we left this bay we cut out upon one of the trees near the watering place the ship's name, date, etc., and, after displaying the English colours, I took formal possession of the place in the name of His Majesty. Off Cape Colville, North Island, New Zealand. Thursday, 16th, fresh breezes between the northwest and southwest, and fair weather. At 1 p.m. Having got within the group of islands which lies of the north head of Mercury Bay, hauled our wind to the northward, and kept plying to windward all the day between these islands and some others laying to the northward of them. With a view to get under the main land, the extreme northwest point of which we could see, at noon, bore west by north, distant 6 or 8 leagues. Latitude in per observation 36 degrees 33 minutes south. Note, in speaking of Mercury Bay, I had forgot to mention that the mangrove trees found there produce a resinous substance very much like rosin. Something of this kind, I am told, is found in both the East and West Indies. We found it, at first, in small lumps upon the sea beach, but afterwards found it sticking to the mangrove trees, and by that means found out from whence it came. Friday, 17th. The fore and middle parts had fresh gales between the southwest and west by south, and squally. Kept plying to windward in order to get under the land. At 6 a.m. Fetched close under the lee of the northernmost island in sight, then tacked and stood to the southward until 11, when we tacked and stood to the northward. At this time the north head of Mercury Bay, or Point Mercury, bore southeast by east, distant 3 leagues, being at this time between 2 and 3 leagues from the mainland, and abreast of a place where there appeared to be a harbour. 1:18 But the heavy squalls which we had from the land would not permit us to take a nearer view of it, but soon brought us under our close reefed topsails. At noon Point Mercury bore southeast, distant 4 leagues, and the weathermost point of the main land in sight bore north 60 degrees west, distant 5 leagues. Over the northwest side of Mercury Bay is a pretty high round hill, rising sloping from the shore of the bay. This hill is very conspicuous from where we now are. Saturday, 18th. First part strong gales at southwest and south-southwest, with heavy squalls. In the morning had gentle breezes at south and southeast, towards noon had whiffling light airs all round the compass. Kept plying to windward under close reefed topsails until daylight, at which time we had got close under the main, and the wind coming at southeast we made sail and steered northwest by west, as the land lays, keeping close in shore. At 6 we passed a small bay 119 wherein there appeared to be anchorage, and pretty good shelter from the sea winds, at the entrance of which lies a rock pretty high above water. For miles farther to the west-northwest is a very conspicuous promontory or point of land which we got abreast of about 7 o'clock. It lies in the latitude of 36 degrees 26 minutes south and north 48 degrees west, 9 leagues from Point Mercury. From this point the land trends west 1/2 south near 1 league, then south-southeast as far as we could see. Besides the islands laying without us we could see land round by the southwest as far as northwest, but whether this was the main or islands was not possible for us at this time to determine. The fear of losing the main land determined me to follow its direction. With this view we hauled round the point 120 and steered to the southward, but meeting with whiffling light airs all round the compass, we made but little progress until noon, when we found ourselves by observation in the latitude of 36 degrees 29 minutes south. A small island 121 which lays northwest 4 miles from the promontory above mentioned bore north by east, distant 6½ miles, being at this time about 2 miles from the shore. While we lay under the land 2 large canoes came off to us. In one of them were 62 people. They stayed about us some time, then began to throw stones into the ship, upon which I fired a musket ball through one of the canoes. After this they returned ashore. Sunday, 19th. At 1 p.m. a breeze sprung up at east, which afterwards came to northeast, and with it we steered along shore south by east and south-southeast, having from 25 to 18 fathoms water. At 7:30, having run 7 or 8 leagues since noon, we anchored in 23 fathoms, not choosing to run any farther in the dark, having the land on both sides of us forming the entrance of a strait, bay, or river, lying in south by east. For on that point of the compass we could see no land. At daylight a.m., the wind being still favourable, we weighed and run under an easy sail up the inlet, keeping nearest the east side. Soon after we had got under sail 3 large canoes came off to the ship, and several of the people came on board upon the very first invitation. This was owing to their having heard of our being upon the coast and the manner we had treated the natives. I made each of those that came on board a small present, and after about an hour's stay they went away well satisfied. After having run 5 leagues from the place where we anchored last night our depth of water gradually decreased to 6 fathoms, and into less I did not choose to go, and as the wind blew right up the inlet and tide of flood. We came to an anchor nearly in the middle of the Chanel, which is here about 11 miles over, and after this sent 2 boats to sound, the one on one side and the other on the other side. At Frith of Thames, North Island, New Zealand. Monday, 20th, moderate breezes at south-southeast and fair weather. At 2 p.m. the boats returned from sounding, not having found above 3 feet more water than where we now lay. Upon this I resolved to go no farther with the ship but to examine the head of the bay in the boat, for as it appeared to run a good way inland, I thought this a good opportunity to see a little of the interior part of the country and its produce. Accordingly at daylight in the morning I set out with the pinnace and long boat accompanied by Mr. Banks, Dr. Solander, and Tupia. We found the inlet end in a river, about 9 miles above the ship, into which we entered with the first of the flood, and before we had gone 3 miles up it found the water quite fresh. We saw a number of natives and landed at one of their villages, the inhabitants of which received us with open arms. We made but a short stay with them but proceeded up the river until near noon, when finding the face of the country to continue pretty much the same, and no alteration in the course or stream of the river or the least probability of seeing the end of it, we landed on the west side in order to take a view of the lofty trees which adorn its banks. Being at this time 12 or 14 miles within the entrance, and here the tide of flood runs as strong as it does in the River Thames below bridge. Tuesday, 21st. After landing as above mentioned, we had not gone 100 yards into the woods before we found a tree that girded 19 feet 8 inches, 6 feet above the ground, and having a quadrant with me. I found its length from the root to the first branch to be 89 feet. It was as straight as an arrow and tapered but very little in proportion to its length, so that I judged that there was 356 solid feet of timber in this tree, clear of the branches. We saw many others of the same sort, several of which were taller than the one we measured, and all of them very stout. There were likewise many other sorts of very stout timber trees, all of them wholly unknown to any of us. We brought away a few specimens, and at 3 o'clock we embarked in order to return, but not before we had named this river the Thames 122 on account of its bearing some resemblance to that river in England, on board with the very first of the ebb. In our return down the river, the inhabitants of the village where we landed in going, seeing that we returned by another Chanel, put off in their canoes and met us and trafficked with us in the most friendly manner imaginable, until they had disposed of the few trifles they had. The tide of ebb just carried us out of the narrow part of the river into the sea reach, as I may call it, where meeting with the flood and a strong breeze at north-northwest obliged us to come to a grapnel. And we did not reach the ship until 7 o'clock in the a.m., intending to get under sail at high water. The long boat was sent to take up the kedge anchor, but it blowed so strong that she could not reach the buoy, and the gale increasing soon obliged us to veer away more cable and strike top-gallant yards. Wednesday, 22nd. Winds at north-northwest. The a.m. fresh gales and hazy with rain, the remainder, moderate and clear. At 3 p.m. The tide of ebb making, we took up our anchors and got under sail and plied down the river until 8 o'clock, when we again came to an anchor in 7 fathoms, muddy bottom. At 3 a.m. Wait with the first of the ebb and keep plying until the flood obliged us to anchor again. After this I went in the pinnace over to the western shore, but found there neither inhabitants or anything else worthy of note. At the time I left the ship a good many of the natives were alongside and on board trafficking with our people for such trifles as they had, and seemed to behave as well as people could do. But one of them took the half-an-hour glass out of the binnacle, and was caught in the very fact, and for which Mr. Hicks, who was commanding officer, brought him to the gangway and gave him a dozen lashes with a cat of 9 tails. The rest of the people seemed not displeased at it when they came to know what it was for, and some old man beat the fellow after he had got into his canoe. However, soon after this they all went away. Thursday, 23rd, p.m. Gentle breezes at north-northwest and fair weather. Between 3 and 4 o'clock got under sail with the first of the ebb and plied to windward until 9, when we anchored in 16 fathoms over upon the east shore. In the night had light airs and calm. At 3 a.m. weighed but had little or no wind until near noon, when a light breeze sprung up at north-northwest. At this time we were close under the west shore in 7 fathoms water, latitude 36 degrees 51 minutes south. Description of Frith of Thames, New Zealand. Friday, 24th, p.m., fresh gales and dark, cloudy, squally weather, with thunder, lightning, and rain. Winds from the northwest to the southwest, and this last carried us by 7 o'clock without the northwest point of the river, but the weather being bad and having land on all sides of us, and a dark night coming on. I thought it most advisable to tack and stretch in under Ye Point where we anchored in 19 fathoms. At 5 a.m. weighed and made sail to the northwest under our courses and double-reefed topsails, the wind being at southwest by west and west-southwest, a strong gale and squally blowing right off the land, which would not permit us to come near it. So that from the time of our getting under sail until noon, during which time we ran 12 leagues, we had but a slight and distant view of the coast and was not able to distinguish whether the points we saw were parts of the main or islands laying before it. For we never once lost sight of the main land. 1:23 at noon our latitude by observation was 36 degrees 15 minutes 20 seconds south, being at this time not above 2 miles from a point of land on the main and 3.5 leagues from a very high island 124 which bore northeast by east of us. In this situation had 26 fathoms water. The farthest point we could see on the main bore from us northwest, but we could see several small islands laying to the northward of that direction. The point of land we are now abreast of, I take to be the northwest extremity of the river Thames, for I shall comprehend under that name the deep bay we have been in for this week past. The northeast point of which is the promontory we passed on Saturday morning last, and which I have named Cape Colville in honor of the Right Honourable the Lord Colville. 125 latitude 36 degrees 26 minutes south, longitude 184 degrees 27 minutes west. It rises directly from the sea to a considerable height, but what makes it most remarkable is a high rock standing close to the pitch of the point, and from some points of view may be distinguished at a very great distance. From the southwest point of this cape the river extends itself in a direct line south by east, and is nowhere less than 3 leagues broad until you are 14 leagues above the cape, there it is at once contracted to a narrow stream. From this place it still continues the same south by east course through a low flat country or broad valley that lies parallel with the sea coast, the end of which we could not see. The land on the east side of the broadest part of this river is tolerable high and hilly, that on the west side is rather low, but the whole is covered with woods and verdure and looks to be pretty fertile. But we saw but a few small places that were cultivated. About the entrance of the narrow part of the river the land is mostly covered with mangroves and other shrubs, but farther in are immense woods of as stout lofty timber as is to be found perhaps in any other part of the world. In many places the woods grow close upon the very banks of the river, but where it does not the land is marshy such as we find about the Thames in England. We saw poles stuck up in many places in the river to set nets for catching of fish. From this we imagined that there must be plenty of fish, but of what sort we know not for we saw none. The greatest depth of water we found was 26 fathoms and decreaseth pretty gradually as you run up to 1.5 and 1 fathom. In the mouth of the freshwater stream or narrow part is 3 and 4 fathoms, but before this are sand banks and large flats. Yet, I believe, a ship of a moderate draught of water may go a long way up this river with a flowing tide, for I reckon that the tides rise upon a perpendicular near 10 feet, and is high water at the full and change of the moon about 9 o'clock. 6 leagues within Cape Colville, under the eastern shore, are several small islands. These islands together with the main seem to form some good harbors. 126 opposite to these islands under the western shore lies some other islands, and it appeared very probable that these formed some good harbors likewise. 127 But even supposing there were no harbors about this river, it is good anchoring in every part of it where the depth of water is sufficient, being defended from the sea by a chain of large and small islands which I have named Barrier Isles. Lying across the mouth of it extending themselves northwest and southeast 10 leagues. The south end of these islands lies northeast 4.5 leagues from the northwest point of the river, which I have named Point Rodney, it lies west-northwest 9 leagues from Cape Colville, latitude 36 degrees 15 minutes. Longitude 184 degrees 58 minutes west. The natives residing about this river do not appear to be very numerous considering the great extent of country. At least not many came off to the ship at one time, and as we were but little ashore ourselves we could not so well judge of their numbers. They are as strong, well-made, active people as any we have seen yet, and all of them paint their bodice with red ochre and oil from head to foot, a thing that we have not seen before. Their canoes are large, well built and ornamented with carved work in general as well as most we have seen. Saturday, 25th, p.m., had fresh gales at southwest, and squally weather. We kept standing along shore to the northwest, having the mainland on the one side and islands on the other. Our soundings were from 26 to 12 fathoms. At 7:30 p.m. we anchored in a bay in 14 fathoms, sandy bottom. We had no sooner come to an anchor than we caught between 90 and 100 bream, a fish so called. This occasioned my giving this place the name of Bream Bay. 128. The 2 points which forms this bay lie north and south 5 leagues from each other. The bay is everywhere pretty broad and between 3 and 4 leagues deep. At the bottom of it there appears to be a fresh water river. 129. The north head of the bay, called Bream Head, is high land and remarkable on account of several peaked rocks ranged in order upon the top of it. It lies in the latitude 35 degrees 46 minutes south and north 41 degrees west, distant 17.5 leagues from Cape Colville. This bay may likewise be known by some small islands lying before it called the Hen and Chickens, one of which is pretty high and terminates at top in 2 peaks. The land between Point Rodney and Bream Head, which is 10 leagues, is low and wooded in turfs, and between the sea and the firm land are white sand banks. We saw no inhabitants but saw fires in the night, a proof that the country is not uninhabited. At daylight a.m. we left the bay and directed our course along shore to the northward, having a gentle breeze at south by west and clear weather. A little after sunrise found the variation to be 12 degrees 42 minutes easterly. At noon, our latitude by observation was 36 degrees 36 minutes south, Bream Head bore south distant 10 miles. Some small islands, poor nights, at northeast by north distant 3 leagues, and the northernmost land in sight bore north-northwest, being at this time 2 miles from the shore and in this situation had 26 fathoms. The land hereabout is rather low and pretty well covered with wood and seems not ill inhabited. Off Cape Brett, North Island, New Zealand. Sunday, 26th, p.m. Gentle breezes between the east-northeast and north, kept ranging along shore to the northward. At the distance of 4 or 5 miles off saw several villages and some cultivated lands. Towards evening several canoes came off to us, and some of the natives ventured on board. To 2, who appeared to be chiefs, I gave presents. After these were gone out of the ship, the others became so troublesome that in order to get rid of them we were at the expense of 2 or 3 musket balls, and 1 4-pound shot, but as no harm was intended them, none they received. Unless they happened to overheat themselves in pulling on shore. In the night had variable light airs, but towards morning had a light breeze at south, and afterward at southeast. With this we proceeded slowly to the northward. At 6 a.m. several canoes came off from the place where they landed last night, and between this and noon many more came from other parts. Had at one time a good many of the people on board, and about 170 alongside. Their behavior was tolerable friendly, but we could not prevail upon them to traffic with us. At noon, the mainland extending from south by east to northwest by west, a remarkable point of land bore west, distant 4 or 5 miles. Latitude observed 35 degrees 11 minutes south. Monday, 27th, p.m., gentle breezes easterly, and clear weather. At 3 past the point of land aforementioned, which I have named Cape Brett in honor of Sir Piercy. 1:30 The land of this cape is considerable higher than any part of the adjacent coast. At the very point of the cape is a high round hillock, and northeast by north, near 1 mile from this is a small high island or rock with a hole pierced through it like the arch of a bridge. And this was one reason why I gave the cape the above name, because Piercy seemed very proper for that of the island. This cape, or at least some part of it, is called by the natives Motagagago, latitude 35 degrees 10 minutes 30 seconds south, longitude 185 degrees 25 minutes west. On the west side of Cape Brett is a large and pretty deep bay 131 lying in southwest by west, in which there appeared to be several small islands. The point that forms the northwest entrance I have named Point Pocock. It lies west 1/4 north, 3 or 4 leagues from Cape Brett. On the southwest side of this bay we saw several villages situated both on islands and on the main land, from whence came off to us several large canoes full of people, but, like those that had been alongside before, would not enter into a friendly traffic with us, but would cheat whenever they had an opportunity. The people in these canoes made a very good appearance, being all stout well-made men, having their hair which was black combed up and tied upon the crown of their heads, and their stuck with white feathers. In each of the canoes were 2 or 3 chiefs, and the habits of these were rather superior to any we had yet seen. The cloth they wore was of the best sort, and covered on the outside with dog skins put on in such a manner as to look agreeable enough to the eye. Few of these people were tattooed or marked in the face, like those we have seen farther to the south, but several had their backsides tattooed much in the same manner as the inhabitants of the islands within the tropics. In the course of this day, that is this afternoon and yesterday forenoon, we reckoned that we had not less than 400 or 500 of the natives alongside and on board the ship, and in that time did not range above 6 or 8 leagues of the sea coast. A strong proof that this part of the country must be well inhabited. In the evening, the wind came to the westward of north, and we tacked and stood off northeast until 11 o'clock, when the wind coming more favorable we stood again to the westward. At 8 a.m. we were within a mile of groups of islands lying close under the mainland and northwest by west 1/2 west, distance 22 miles from Cape Brett. Here we lay for near 2 hours, having little or no wind. During this time several canoes came off to the ship, and 2 or 3 of them sold us some fish cavalies as they are called, which occasioned my giving the islands the same name. After this some others began to pelt us with stones, and would not desist at the firing of 2 musket balls through one of their boats. At last I was obliged to pepper 2 or 3 fellows with small shot, after which they returned, and the wind coming at northwest we stood off to sea. At noon, Cavalli Islands bore southwest by south, distant 4 miles. Cape Brett southeast, distant 7 leagues, and the westernmost land in sight, making like islands, bore west by north, latitude in per observation 34 degrees 55 minutes south. Tuesday, 28th. A fresh breeze from the westward all this day, which being right in our teeth, we kept beating to windward with all the sail we could crowd, but instead of gaining we lost ground. A.M. Being close in with the land to the westward of the bay, which lies on this side of Cape Brett, we saw at some distance inland 2 pretty large villages palisaded in the same manner as others we have seen. At noon, Cape Brett southeast by east 1/2 east, distant 6 leagues, latitude observed 35 degrees 0 minutes south. At Bay of Islands, North Island, New Zealand. Wednesday, 29th. Fresh gales at northwest and west-northwest, kept plying to windward until 7 a.m. And finding that we lost ground every board we made, I thought I could not do better than to bear up for the bay, which lies to the westward of Cape Brett, it being at this time not above 2 leagues to leeward of us. For by putting in there we should gain some knowledge of it, on the contrary, by keeping the sea with a contrary wind, we were sure of meeting with nothing new. These reasons induced me to bear away for the bay, 132, and at 11 o'clock we anchored under the southwest side of one of the many islands 133 that line the southeast side of it, in 4½ fathoms. But as we fell into this shoaled water all at once, we anchored sooner than was intended, and sent the master with 2 boats to sound, who found that we had got upon a bank that spitted off from the northwest end of the island, and that on the outside of it was 8 and 10 fathoms water. Thursday, 30th, p.m., had the winds westerly, with some very heavy showers of rain. We had no sooner come to an anchor than between 300 and 400 of the natives assembled in their canoes about the ship. Some few were admitted on board, and to one of the chiefs I gave a piece of broad cloth and distributed a few nails, etc., among some others of them. Many of these people had been off to the ship when we were at sea, and seemed to be very sensible of the use of firearms, and in the trade we had with them they behaved tolerable well, but continued so not long. Before some of them wanted to take away the buoy 134 and would not desist at the firing of several muskets until one of them was hurt by small shot, after which they withdrew a small distance from the ship. And this was thought a good opportunity to try what effect a great gun would have, as they paid so little respect to a musket, and accordingly one was fired over their heads. This, I believe, would have sent them quite off, if it had not been for Tupia, who soon prevailed on them to return to the ship, when their behavior was such as gave us no room to suspect that they meant to give us any farther trouble. After the ship was moved into deeper water I went with the pinnace and yawl, manned and armed, and landed upon the island, accompanied by Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander. We had scarce landed before all the canoes left the ship and landed at different parts of the island, and before we could well look about us we were surrounded by 200 or 300 people, and, notwithstanding that they were all armed, they came upon us in such a confused, straggling manner that we hardly suspected that they meant us any harm. But in this we were very soon undeceived, for upon our endeavoring to draw a line on the sand between us and them they set up the war dance, and immediately some of them attempted to seize the 2 boats. Being disappointed in this, they next attempted to break in upon us, upon which I fired a musket loaded with small shot at one of the forwardest of them, and Mr. Banks and 2 of the men fired immediately after. This made them retire back a little, but in less than a minute one of the chiefs rallied them again. Dr. Solander, seeing this, gave him a peppering with small shot, which sent him off and made them retire a second time. They attempted to rally several times after, and only seemed to want someone of resolution to head them, but they were at last entirely dispersed by the ship firing a few shot over their heads and a musket now and then from us. In this skirmish only 1 or 2 of them was hurt with small shot, for I avoided killing any one of them as much as possible, and for that reason withheld our people from firing. We had observed that some had hid themselves in a cave in one of the rocks, and some time after the whole was over we went towards them. The chief who I have mentioned to have been on board the ship happened to be one of these. He, his wife, and another came out to meet us, but the rest made off. Those 3 people came and sat down by us, and we gave them of such things as we had about us. After this we went to another part of the island, where some of the inhabitants came to us, and were as meek as lambs. Having taken a view of the bay from the island and loaded both boats with celery, which we found here in great plenty, we returned on board, and at 4 a.m. hove up the anchor in order to put to sea, with a light breeze at east, but it soon falling calm, obliged us to come to again, and about 8 or 9 o'clock, seeing no probability of our getting to sea, I sent the master to sound the harbor. But before this I ordered Matthew Cox, Henry Stevens, and Emmanuel Pereira to be punished with 12 lashes each for leaving their duty when ashore last night, and digging up potatoes out of one of the plantations. 135 The first of the 3 I remitted back to confinement because he insisted that there was no harm in what he had done. All this forenoon had abundance of the natives about the ship and some few on board. We trafficked with them for a few trifles, in which they dealt very fair and friendly. December 1769. Friday, December 1st. Winds at north-northwest, a gentle breeze. At 3 p.m. The boats having returned from sounding, I went with them over to the south side of the harbor, and landed upon the main, accompanied by Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander. We met with nothing new or remarkable. The place where we landed was in a small sandy cove, where there are 2 small streams of fresh water and plenty of wood for fuel. Here were likewise several little plantations planted with potatoes and yams. The soil and natural produce of the country was much the same as what we have hitherto met with. The people we saw behaved to us with great marks of friendship. In the evening we had some very heavy showers of rain, and this brought us on board sooner than we intended. A.m. The wind being still contrary, I sent some people ashore upon the island to cut grass for our sheep, in the doing of which the inhabitants gave them no sort of disturbance. And in the same friendly manner did those behave that were alongside the ship. Punished Matthew Cox with 6 lashes, and then dismissed him. Saturday, 2nd. Winds at northwest and north. P.M. a gentle breeze, the remainder strong gales and hazy, with much rain towards noon. At 8 a.m. hoisted out the long boat, and sent her ashore for water, and the pinnace to haul the Sean, but they had not got well ashore before it began to blow and rain very hard. This occasioned them to return on board with 1 turn of water and but a very few fish. Sunday, 3rd, p.m., strong gales at north, with rain, the remainder gentle breezes from the westward. A.m. sent 2 boats to sound the harbour and 1 to haul the Sean, the latter of which met with very little success. Monday, 4th, gentle breezes at northwest, west-northwest, and west, very fair weather. P.M., Mr. Banks, Dr. Solander, and myself landed upon one of the islands 136 on the north side of the one the ship lays under. This island is about 3 miles in circuit, and hath upon it 40 or 50 acres of land cultivated and planted with roots. Here are likewise several small streams of excellent water. This island, as well as most others in this bay, seem to be well inhabited. At 4 a.m. sent the long boat to the above island for water and some hands to cut grass, and at 9, I went with the pinnace and yawl over upon the main, accompanied by Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander. In our way we passed by a point of land on which stood a hippa or fortified village, the inhabitants of which waved us to come ashore, and accordingly we landed. Which we had no sooner done than the people came about us with quantities of various sorts of fish, which we purchased of them for mere trifles. After this they shewed us the village, which was a neat compact place, and its situation well choose. There were 2 or 3 more near unto this, but these we did not go to. We afterwards went a little way into the country, and had some of the natives along with us. We met with a good deal of cultivated land, planted mostly with sweet potatoes. The face of the country appeared green and pleasant, and the soil seemed to be pretty rich and proper for cultivation. The land is everywhere about this bay of a moderate height, but full of small hills and valleys, and not much encumbered with wood. We met with about 1/2 dozen cloth plants, being the same as the inhabitants of the islands lying within the tropics make their finest cloth on. This plant must be very scarce among them, as the cloth made from it is only worn in small pieces by way of ornaments at their ears, and even this we have seen but very seldom. Their knowing the use of this sort of cloth doth in some measure account for the extraordinary fondness they have shewed for it above every other thing we had to give them. Even a sheet of white paper is of more value than so much English cloth of any sort whatever. But, as we have been at few places where I have not given away more or less of the latter, it's more than probable that they will soon learn to set a value upon it, and likewise upon iron. A thing not one of them knows the use of or sets the least value upon. But was European commodities in ever such esteem among them, they have no one thing of equal value to give in return, at least that we have seen. Tuesday, 5th, p.m., had the winds at southwest and west-southwest, a fresh breeze. At 3 o'clock we returned on board, and after dinner visited another part of the bay, but met with nothing new. By the evening all our empty casks were filled with water, and had at the same time got on board a large quantity of celery, which is found here in great plenty. This I still cause to be boiled every morning with oatmeal and portable soup for the ship's company's breakfast. At 4 a.m. wait with a light breeze at southeast, but had variable light airs and sometimes calm until near noon, when a gentle breeze sprung up at north. At this time we had not got out of the bay. Our latitude by observation was 35 degrees 9 minutes south. This bay, I have before observed, lies on the west side of Cape Brett. I have named it the Bay of Islands 137 on account of the great number which line its shores, and these help to form several safe and commodious harbours, wherein is room and depth of water sufficient for any number of shipping. The one we lay in is on the southwest side of southwestermost island, that lies on the southeast side of the bay. I have made no accurate survey of this bay, the time it would have required to have done this discouraged me from attempting it. Besides, I thought it quite sufficient to be able to affirm with certainty that it affords a good anchorage and every kind of refreshment for shipping, but as this was not the season for roots, we got only fish. Some few we caught ourselves with hook and line and in the Shan, but by far the greatest part we purchased of the natives, and these of various sorts, such as sharks, stingrays, breams, mullet, mackerel, and several other sorts. Their way of catching them is the same as ours, viz., with hook and line and shawns. Of the last they have some prodigious large made all of a strong kind of grass. The mackerel are in every respect the same as those we have in England, only some are larger than any I ever saw in any other part of the world. Although this is the season for this fish, we have never been able to catch one with hook and line. The inhabitants of this bay are far more numerous than at any other place we have yet been in, and seem to live in friendship one with another, although it doth not at all appear that they are united under one head. 138 They inhabited both the islands and the main, and have a number of hippas, or strongholds, and these are all built in such places as nature hath in a great part fortified, and what she hath left undone the people themselves have finished. It is high water in this bay at full and change of the moon about 8 o'clock, and the tide at these times rises and falls upon a perpendicular 6 or 8 feet. It appears, from the few observations I have been able to make of the tides on the sea-coast, that the flood comes from the southward. And I have lately had reasons to think that there is a current which comes from the westward and sets along shore to the southeast or south-southeast, as the land lays. Sail from Bay of Islands, New Zealand. Wednesday, 6th, p.m., had a gentle breeze at north-northwest, with which we kept turning out of the bay, but gained little or nothing. In the evening it fell little wind, at 10 o'clock it was calm. At this time the tide or current setting the ship near one of the islands, where we were very near being ashore, but, by the help of our boats and a light air from the southward, we got clear. About an hour after, when we thought ourselves out of all danger, the ship struck upon a sunken rock 139 and went immediately clear without receiving any perceptible damage. Just before the man in the chains had 17 fathoms water, and immediately after she struck 5 fathoms, but very soon deep-ned to 20. This rock lies half a mile west-northwest from the northernmost or outermost island that lies on the southeast side of the bay. Had light airs from the land and sometimes calm until 9 o'clock a.m. At this time we had got out of the bay, and a breeze springing up at north-northwest, we stood out to sea. At noon Cape Brett bore south-southeast 1/2 south, distant 10 miles. Latitude observed, 34 degrees 59 minutes south. Thursday, 7th, p.m. A fresh breeze from the westward and clear weather. At 3 o'clock took several observations of the sun and moon, the mean result of them gives 185 degrees 36 minutes west longitude from the meridian of Greenwich. What winds we have had this 24 hours hath been against us, so that at noon we had advanced but very little to the westward. Friday, 8th, 4 part of p.m. Had a gentle breeze at north-northwest, with which we stood in shore and fetched close under the Caval Islands. They are a group of small islands lying close under the main land, and 7 leagues north 60, west from Cape Brett, and 3½ leagues from Point Rodney. From these islands the main land trends west by north. We were here visited by several canoes, and the people in them seemed desirous of trafficking with us, but at this time a breeze of wind sprung up at south, they could not keep up with the ship, and I would not wait for them. The wind did not continue long at south before it veered to southwest and west, a light breeze. Found the variation in the evening to be 12 degrees 42 minutes east, and in the morning 13 degrees east. Kept standing to the west-northwest and northwest until 10 a.m., at which time we tacked and stood in for the shore, being about 5 leagues off, and in this situation had 118 fathoms water. At noon Cape Brett bore southeast, distant 13 leagues, and the westermost land in sight bore west by south, being at this time about 4 leagues from land. Latitude and per observation, 34 degrees 42 minutes south. Saturday, 9th, p.m. Had a gentle breeze at west, which in the evening came to south and continued so all night. This by daylight brought us pretty well in with the land, 7 leagues to the westward of the Caval Isles, and where lies a deep bay running in southwest by west and west-southwest, the bottom of which we could but just see. And there the land appeared to be low and level, the 2 points which form the entrance lie west-northwest and east-southeast 5 miles from each other. This bay I have named Doubtless Bay. 140 The wind not permitting us to look into this bay we steered for the westernmost land we had in sight, which bore from us west-northwest, distant 3 leagues, but before we got the length of it fell calm, and continued so until 10 o'clock. When a breeze sprung up at west-northwest, and with it we stood off north. While we lay becalmed, several of the natives came off to the ship in 5 canoes, but were fearful of venturing alongside. After these were gone, 6 more came off. These last came boldly alongside, and sold us fish of different sorts sufficient to give all hands a little. At noon, the Caval Islands bore southeast by east, distant 8 leagues, and the entrance of Doubtless Bay south by west distant 3 leagues, and the northwest extremity of the land in sight, which we judged to be the main, bore northwest by west. Our latitude by observation was 34 degrees 44 minutes south. Off Rangana Bay, North Island, New Zealand. Sunday, 10th. Had the winds from the western board all this day, a gentle breeze and clear weather. In the evening found the variation to be 12 degrees 41 minutes east per azimuth and 12 degrees 40 minutes by the amplitude. In the morning we stood close in with the land, 7 leagues to the westward of Doubtless Bay. Here the shore forms another large open bay. The bottom of this and Doubtless Bay cannot be far from each other, being to all appearance only separate by a low neck of land from which juts out a peninsula or headland, which I have named Knuckle Point. West by south 6 leagues from this point and about the middle of the bay is a high mountain or hill standing upon a desart shore, on which account we called it Mount Camel, latitude 34 degrees 51 minutes, longitude 186 degrees 50 minutes. In this bay we had 24 and 25 fathoms water, the bottom good for anchorage, but there seems to be nothing that can induce shipping to put into it, for no country upon earth can look more barren than the land about this bay doth. It is in general low, except the mountain just mentioned, and the soil to all appearance nothing but white sand thrown up in low irregular hills, lying in narrow ridges parallel with the shore. This occasioned me to name it Sandy Bay. 141 The first ridge behind the sea beach is partly covered with shrubs, plants, etc., but the second ridge hath hardly any green thing upon it, which induced me to think that it lies open to the western sea. 142 As barren as this land appears, it is not without inhabitants. We saw a village on this side of Mount Camel and another on the eastern side of the bay, besides 5 canoes that were pulling off to the ship, but did not come up with us. At 9 a.m. we tacked and stood to the northward at noon. Latitude and per observation 34 degrees 38 minutes. The Caval Isles bore southeast by east, distant 13 leagues. The northern extremity of the land in sight making like an island bore northwest 1/4 north, distant 9 leagues, and Mount Camel bore southwest by south, distant 6 leagues. Tacked and stood in shore. Monday, 11th, gentle breezes at north. M.D. and pleasant weather. Kept plying all the day, but got very little to windward. At noon was in the latitude of 34 degrees 32 minutes south, the northernmost inland set yesterday at noon bore northwest by west, distant 6 or 7 leagues. Tuesday, 12th, moderate breezes of wind between the northwest and north and smooth water, yet we gained very little in plying to windward. At noon Mount Camel bore south by west 1/4, distant 4 or 5 leagues. Latitude observed 34 degrees 34 minutes south. Wednesday, 13th, for part of p.m., moderate breezes at north by west and fair weather. Stood in shore until 5 o'clock, at which time we tacked and stood to the northeast, being 2 leagues to the northward of Mount Camel and 1½ mile from shore, and this situation had 22 fathoms water. At 10 it began to blow and rain, which brought us under double-reefed top sails. At 12 tacked and stood to the westward until 7 a.m. When we tacked and stood again to northeast, being at this time about a mile to windward of the place where we tacked last night. Soon after we tacked it came on to blow very hard at north-northwest with heavy squalls attended with rain. This brought us under our courses and split the main top sail in such a manner that it was necessary to unbend it and bring another to the yard. At 10 it fell more moderate and we set the top sails double reefed. At noon had strong gales and hazy weather, tacked and stood to the westward. No land in sight for the first time since we have been upon the coast. Thursday, 14th. Strong gales at west and west-southwest with squalls at times attended with rain. At 3 p.m. tacked and stood to the northward. A small island lying off Knuckle Point, bore south 1/2 west, distant half a league. In the evening brought the ship under her courses, having first split the fore and mizzen top sails, at midnight wore and stood to the southward until 5 a.m., then tacked and stood to the northwest. At this time saw the land bearing south, distant 8 or 9 leagues, by this we found we had fell very much to leeward since yesterday morning. Set the top sails close reefed and the people to dry and repair the damaged sails. At noon a strong gale and clear weather, latitude observed 34 degrees 6 minutes south. Saw land bearing southwest being the same northwestermost land we have seen before, and which I take to be the northern extremity of this country, as we have now a large swell rolling in from the westward which could not well be. Was we covered by any land on that point of the compass? 143. Off North Cape, New Zealand. Friday, 15th, fresh gales at southwest, and for the most part clear weather with a large swell from the westward. At 8 p.m. tacked and stood to the southeast until 8 a.m. And then tacked and stood to the westward with as much sail as the ship could bear. At noon we were in the latitude of 34 degrees 10 minutes south, and longitude 183 degrees 45 minutes west, and by estimation about 15 leagues from the land, notwithstanding we used our utmost endeavors to keep in with it. Saturday, 16th. Fresh breezes between the south by west and southwest. Clear weather with a swell from the westward. At 6 a.m. saw the land from the mast head bearing south-southwest. Got top-gallant yards up and set the sail, unbent the foresail to repair and brought another to the yard. At noon, latitude observed 33 degrees 43 minutes south, course made since yesterday noon north 60 degrees west, distance 56 miles. The land in sight bearing south by west, distant 14 leagues. Sunday, 17th. A gentle breeze between the southwest by west and west with clear weather. In standing in shore sounded several times and had no ground with 90 fathoms of line. At 8 a.m. Tacked in 108 fathoms 3 or 4 miles from the shore, being the same point of land as we had to the northwest of us before we were blown off. At noon it bore southwest, distant about 3 miles. Mount Camel bore south by east, distant 11 leagues, and the westermost land in sight bore south 75 degrees west, latitude observed 34 degrees 20 minutes south. The people at work repairing the sails, the most of them having been split in the late blowing weather. Monday, 18th, moderate breezes at west and west-northwest and clear weather. At 4 p.m. Tacked and stood in shore, in doing of which we meet with a strong rippling, and the ship fell fast to leeward, occasioned, as we thought, by a current setting to the eastward. At 8 tacked and stood off north until 8 a.m. When we tacked and stood in, being about 10 leagues from the land. At noon the point of land we were near to yesterday at noon bore south-southwest, distant 5 leagues. Latitude observed 34 degrees 8 minutes south. Tuesday, 19th. The wind still continues at west. p.m., a moderate breeze and clear weather. At 7 tacked in 35 fathoms. The point of land before mentioned bore northwest by north, distant 4 or 5 miles, having not gained 1 inch to windward this last 24 hours, which is a great proof that there must be a current setting to the eastward. 144 The point of land above mentioned I have called North Cape, judging it to be the northernmost extremity of this country. It lies in the latitude of 34 degrees 22 minutes south and longitude 186 degrees 55 minutes west from Greenwich, 145 and north 63 degrees west 31 leagues from Cape Brett. It forms the north point of Sandy Bay, and is a peninsula jutting out northeast about 2 miles, and terminates in a bluff head which is flat at top. The isthmus which joins this head to the mainland is very low, on which account the land off the cape from several situations makes like an island. It appears still more remarkable when to the southward of it by the appearance of a high round island at the southeast point of the cape, but this is likewise a deception, being a round hill joined to the cape by a low, narrow neck of land. On the southeast side of the cape there appears to be anchorage, and where ships must be covered from southeast and northwest winds. We saw a hippa or village upon the cape and some few inhabitants. In the night had some squalls attended with rain, which obliged us to take another reef in our topsails. At 8 a.m. tacked and stood in shore, and being moderate loosed a reef out of each topsail and set the small sails. At noon we were in the latitude of 34 degrees 2 minutes south, and being hazy over the land we did not see it. Wednesday, 20th, p.m., fresh breezes at west by north, and clear weather. At 6 tacked and stood off, North Cape bore south, distant 3 or 4 miles. At 4 a.m. tacked and stood in, wind at west-northwest a fresh breeze, but at 9 it increased to a strong gale with heavy squalls attended with thunder and rain, which brought us under our courses. At 11 it cleared up and the wind came to west-southwest. We set the topsails, double-reefed and tacked and stood to the northwest. At noon, a stiff gale and clear weather, latitude observed 34 degrees 14 minutes south. North Cape south-southwest, distant 3 leagues. Thursday, 21st. Fresh breezes at southwest and clear weather with a heavy swell first from the west, then from the southwest. At 8 a.m. loosed the second reef out of the topsails, at noon clear weather, no land in sight. The North Cape bore south 25 degrees east, distant 24 leagues. Latitude observed 33 degrees 17 minutes south. Friday, 22nd. A moderate gale at south by west and south-southwest and cloudy weather. At 8 a.m. got up top-gallant yards and set the sails. At noon latitude observed 33 degrees 2 minutes south. Course and distance since yesterday at noon is north 69.5 west, 37 miles. The North Cape bore south 39 degrees east, distant 38 leagues. Saturday, 23rd, gentle breezes between the south by west and southwest, and clear settled weather, with a swell from the southwest. Course and distance sailed since yesterday at noon is south 60 degrees east, 30 miles. Latitude observed 33 degrees 17 minutes south. North Cape south 36 minutes east, distant 27 leagues. Sunday, 24th light airs next to a calm all this 24 hours. At 7 p.m. saw the land from the mast head bearing south 1/2 east, at 11 a.m. Saw it again bearing south-southeast, distant 8 leagues. At noon latitude observed 33 degrees 48 minutes south. Monday, 25th. A gentle breeze at southeast, the weather a little hazy. p.m. stood to the southwest. At 4 the land above mentioned bore southeast by south, distant 4 leagues. It proves to be a small island, which we take to be the 3rd Kings discovered by Tasman. There are several smaller islands or rocks lying off the southwest end and one at the northeast end. It lies in the latitude of 34 degrees 10 minutes south, and longitude 187 degrees 45 minutes west and west 14 degrees north, 14 or 15 leagues from the North Cape. At midnight tacked and stood to the northeast until 6 a.m. Then tacked and stood to the southward. At noon the island of the 3rd Kings bore east 8 degrees north, distant 5 or 6 leagues. Latitude observed 34 degrees 12 minutes south, longitude in 188 degrees 5 minutes west. Variation per azimuth taken this morning 11 degrees 25 minutes east. Tuesday, 26th, moderate breezes, easterly in hazy weather, standing to the southward close upon a wind. At noon was in the latitude of 35 degrees 10 minutes south and longitude 188 degrees 20 minutes west. The island of the Third Kings north 26 degrees west, distant 22 leagues. In this situation had no land in sight, and yet by observation we are in the latitude of the Bay of Islands, and by my reckoning but 30 leagues to the westward of the North Cape. From whence it appears that the northern part of this land must be very narrow, otherwise we must have seen some part of the west side of it. Wednesday, 27th, winds at east. p.m., a fresh gale, with which we stood to the southward until 12 at night, then tacked and stood to the northward. At 4 a.m. the wind began to freshen, and increased in such a manner that at 9 we were obliged to bring the ship to under her mainsail, it blowing at this time excessive hard with heavy squalls attended with rain, and at the same time thick hazy weather. Course made good since yesterday at noon south-southwest 1/2 west, distance 11 miles. Latitude in 35 degrees 19 minutes south, longitude in 188 degrees 29 minutes west. The island of the Third Kings, north 27 degrees east, distant 77 miles. Off north end of New Zealand. Thursday, 28th. The gale continued without the least intermission until 2 a.m. when the wind fell a little and began to veer to the southward and to the southwest where it fixed at 4, and we made sail and steered east in for the land under the foresail and mainsail. But was soon obliged to take in the latter as it began to blow very hard and increased in such a manner that by 8 o'clock it was a mere hurricane attended with rain and the sea run prodigious high. At this time we wore the ship, hauled up the topsail, and brought her to with her head to the northwest under a reefed mainsail. But this was scarcely done before the main tack gave way and we were glad to take in the mainsail and lay to under the mizzen staysail and balanced mizzen, after which we reefed the foresail and furled both it and the mainsail. At noon the gale was a little abated, but had still heavy squalls attended with rain. Our course made good today is north, a little easterly, 29 miles, latitude in per account 34 degrees 50 minutes south, longitude in 188 degrees 27 minutes west. The Third Kings north 41 east, distant 52 miles. Friday, 29th, winds at southwest and southwest by west. A very hard gale with squalls but mostly fair weather. At 7 p.m. wore and lay on the other tack. At 6 a.m. loosed the reef out of the foresail and set it and the reefed mainsail. At 11 unbent both foresail and mainsail to repair, and bent others and made sail under them. At noon latitude observed 34 degrees 45 minutes south. Course and distance sailed since yesterday east by north 29 miles. Saturday, 30th, winds at southwest. p.m., hard gales with some squalls attended with rain. a.m., more moderate and fair. At 8 p.m. wore and stood to the northwest until 5 a.m. Then wore and stood to the southeast and being pretty moderate we set the topsails close reefed, but the southwest sea runs so high that the ship goes bodily to leeward. At 6 saw the land bearing northeast distant about 6 leagues which we judged to be the same as Tasman calls Cape Maria van Diemen. At noon it bore north-northeast 1/2 east and we could see the land extend to the east and southward as far as southeast by east. Our latitude by observation 34 degrees 50 minutes south. Sunday, 31st. Fresh gales at southwest and southwest by south accompanied by a large sea from the same quarter. At 1 p.m. tacked and stood to the northwest until 8, then stood to the southeast. At this time the island of the Third Kings bore northwest by west, distant 11 leagues, and Cape Maria van Diemen north by east. At midnight wore and stood to the northwest until 4 a.m., then wore and stood to the southeast. At noon our latitude by observation was 34 degrees 42 minutes south. The land of Cape Maria van Diemen bore northeast by north distant about 5 leagues. 1770. January 1770. Monday, January 1st, p.m. Fresh breezes at southwest by south and squally, the remainder moderate breezes at southwest by south and southwest clear weather. At 7 p.m. tacked and stood to the westward. At this time Mount Camel bore north 83 degrees east and the northernmost land or Cape Maria van Diemen north by west, being distant from the nearest shore 3 leagues, in this situation had 40 fathoms water. Note: Mount Camel doth not appear to lay little more than a mile from the sea on this side 146 and about the same distance on the other, so that the land here cannot be above 2 or 3 miles broad from sea to sea. Which is what I computed when we were in Sandy Bay on the other side of the coast. At 6 a.m. tacked and stood to the eastward, the island of the Third Kings northwest by north. At noon tacked again and stood to the westward, being in the latitude of 34 degrees 37 minutes south. The island of the Third Kings bore northwest by north, distant 10 or 11 leagues, and Cape Maria van Diemen north 31 east, distant 4.5 leagues, in this situation had 54 fathoms. I cannot help thinking but what it will appear a little strange that at this season of the year we should be 3 weeks in getting 10 leagues to the westward and 5 weeks in getting 50 leagues, for so long it is since we passed Cape Brett. But it will hardly be credited that in the midst of summer and in the latitude of 35 degrees south such a gale of wind as we have had could have happened, which for its strength and continuance was such as I hardly was ever in before. Fortunately at this time we were a good distance from land, otherwise it would have proved fatal to us. 147. Tuesday, 2nd. Fresh breezes at south-southwest and west accompanied with a rolling sea from the southwest. At 5 p.m. the wind veering to the westward we tacked and stood to the southward. At this time the North Cape bore east 3/4 north and was just open of a point that lies 3 leagues west by south from it. Being now well assured that it is the northernmost extremity of this country and is the east point of a peninsula which stretches out northwest and northwest by north 17 or 18 leagues. And as I have before observed is for the most part low and narrow except its extremity where the land is tolerable high and extends 4 or 5 leagues every way. Cape Maria van Diemen is the west point of the peninsula and lies in the latitude of 34 degrees 30 minutes south, longitude 187 degrees 18 minutes west from Greenwich. 148 from this cape the land trends away southeast by south and southeast to and beyond Mount Camel, and is everywhere a barren shore affording no better prospect than what ariseth from white sand banks. At January 2nd past 7 p.m. the island of the Third Kings bore northwest by north and Cape Maria van Diemen northeast by east, distant 4 leagues. At 5 a.m. Cape Maria van Diemen bore north-northeast 1/2 east and Mount Camel east. At noon was in the latitude of 35 degrees 17 minutes and Cape Maria van Diemen by judgment bore north distant 16 leagues. Having no land in sight, not daring to go near it as the wind blowed fresh right on shore and a high rolling sea from the same quarter, and knowing that there was no harbor that we could put into in case we were caught upon a lee shore. Wednesday, 3rd, winds at west-southwest and southwest, a fresh breeze and squally, the remainder moderate with frequent squalls attended with rain. In the evening short-ned sail and at midnight tacked and made a trip to the northwest until 2 a.m. Then wore and stood to the southward. At daylight made sail and edged away in order to make the land, at 10 saw it bearing northeast and appeared to be high land. At noon it extended from north to east-northeast distant, by estimation, 8 or 10 leagues, and Cape Maria van Diemen bore north 2 degrees 30 minutes west, distant 33 leagues. Our latitude by observation was 36 degrees 2 minutes south. A high rolling swell from the southwest. Off Kaipara Harbour, North Island, New Zealand. Thursday, 4th, winds at southwest and southwest by south, mostly a fresh gale accompanied with a rolling sea from the same quarter. Being desirous of taking as near a view of the coast as we could with safety we kept edging in for it until 7 o'clock p.m., being at this time 6 leagues from the land. We then hauled our wind to southeast and kept on that course close upon the wind all night, sounding several times but had no ground with 100 and 110 fathoms. At 8 o'clock a.m. Was about 5 leagues from the land and a place which lies in the latitude of 36 degrees 25 minutes that had the appearance of a bay or inlet bore east. 1:49. In order to see more of this place we kept on our course until 11 o'clock, when we were not above 3 leagues from it, and then found that it was neither a bay nor inlet, but low land bounded on each side by higher lands, which caused the deception. At this time we tacked and stood to the northwest. At noon we were between 3 and 4 leagues from the land and in the latitude of 36 degrees 31 minutes and longitude 185 degrees 50 minutes west. Cape Maria van Diemen bore north 25 west, distant 44.5 leagues. From this I form my judgment of the direction of this coast, which is nearly south-southeast 3/4 east and north-northwest 3/4 west, and must be nearly a straight shore. In about the latitude 35 degrees 45 minutes is some high land adjoining to the sea, to the southward of that the land is of a moderate height, and wears a most desolate and inhospitable aspect. Nothing is to be seen but long sand hills, with hardly any green thing upon them, and the great sea which the prevailing westerly winds impel upon the shore must render this a very dangerous coast. This I am so fully sensible of, that was we once clear of it I am determined not to come so near again, if I can possible avoid it, unless we have a very favourable wind indeed. 150. Friday, 5th. Fresh gales at southwest with frequent squalls attended with rain. The southwest swell still keeping up, we stood to the northwest all this day with a pressed sail in order to get an offing. At noon true course made good north 38 west, distance 102 miles. Latitude in per observation 35 degrees 10 minutes south. Cape Maria van Diemen bore north 10 degrees east, distant 41 miles. Saturday, 6th. First part of fresh breeze at southwest by south, in the night had it at south. A.M., light airs from the southward next to a calm, and clear weather. Course made good today is north 76 west, distance 8 miles. Latitude per observation 35 degrees 8 minutes south. Sunday, 7th, variable light airs and sometimes calm with clear pleasant weather. At daylight saw the land which we took to be Cape Maria van Diemen bearing north-northeast, distant 8 or 9 leagues. At noon latitude in per observation 35 degrees 0 minutes south. Cape Maria van Diemen bore north, distant 11 leagues. Monday, 8th. Gentle breezes at northeast and pleasant weather. At 6 p.m. saw the land bearing east, and sometime after saw a turtle upon the water. At noon the land extending from north to east, distant 5 or 6 leagues, being the high land before mentioned and which it intersected in 2 places each having the appearance of a bay or inlet, but I believe it is only low land. 151 course and distance made good since yesterday at noon is south 33 east, 53 miles. Latitude per observation 35 degrees 45 minutes south. Cape Maria van Diemen north 25 west, distant 30 leagues. Tuesday, 9th. Gentle breezes between the northeast and northwest, cloudy weather sailing along shore within sight of land at noon. Course and distance sailed south 37 east, 69 miles. Latitude in per observation 36 degrees 39 minutes south. The place we were abreast of the 4th instant, which we at first took for a bay or inlet 152 bore northeast by north, distant 5.5 leagues, and Cape Maria van Diemen bore north 29 west, distant 47 leagues. Off Kauai Harbour, North Island, New Zealand. Wednesday, 10th, winds at north-northeast and north, the first part a gentle breeze, the remainder a fresh breeze and cloudy with rain towards noon. Continued a southeast course until 8 o'clock p.m. At which time we had run 7 leagues since noon, and were between 3 and 4 leagues from the land which appeared to be low and sandy such as I have before described, and we then steered southeast by east in a parallel direction with the coast. Our depth of water from 48 to 34 fathoms. A black sandy bottom, at daylight found ourselves between 2 and 3 leagues from the land which was of a moderate height and clothed with wood and verdure. At 7 o'clock steered south by east and afterward south by west, the land laying in that direction, at 9 was abreast of a point of land which rises sloping from the sea to a considerable height. It lies in the latitude of 37 degrees 43 minutes south, I named it Woody Head. Southwest 1/2 west 11 miles from this head is a very small island which we named Gannet Island, on account of the great number of these birds we saw upon it. At noon a high craggy point bore east-northeast, distance 1½ leagues, this point I have named Albatross Point. It lies in the latitude of 38 degrees 4 minutes south, and longitude 184 degrees 42 minutes west, and from Woody Head south 17 minutes west 7 leagues. On the north side of it the shore forms a bay wherein there appears to be anchorage and shelter for shipping against southerly winds. 153 Our course and distance sailed since yesterday at noon is south 37 east, distance 69 miles. Cape Maria van Diemen bore north 30 west, distant 82 leagues. Thursday, 11th. At 1/2 noon the wind shifted at once from north-northeast to south-southwest with which we stood to the westward until 4 p.m. Then tacked and stood on shore until 7, when we again stood to the westward having but little wind. At this time Albatross Point bore northeast, distant near 2 leagues, and the southermost land in sight bore south-southwest 1/2 west being a very high mountain and made very much like the peak of Tenerife, in this situation had 30 fathoms water. Had little wind all night, at 4 a.m. tacked and stood in shore, but it soon after fell calm and being in 42 fathoms water, the people caught about 10 or 12 bream. At 11 a light breeze sprung up from the westward and we made sail to the southward. At noon was by observation in the latitude of 38 degrees 4 minutes south, Albatross Point bore due east, distant 5 or 6 leagues. Friday, 12th. Gentle breezes from between the northwest and north-northeast, fore and middle part clear weather. The latter part dark and cloudy, steering along shore south by west and south-southwest at the distance of 4 leagues off. At 7 p.m. saw the top of the peaked mountain to the southward above the clouds bearing from us south. At the same time the southermost land we had in sight bore south by west. Took several azimuths both in the evening and the morning which gave the variation 14 degrees 15 minutes easterly. At noon had the winds very variable with dark cloudy weather attended with excessive heavy showers of rain. At this time we were about 3 leagues from the shore which lies under the peaked mountain before mentioned. This peak we did not see, it being hid in the clouds, but judged it to bear about south-southeast, and some very remarkable peaked islands, lying under the shore, bore east-southeast, distant 3 or 4 leagues. Saturday, 13th, winds variable. P.M. Cloudy weather. At 7 o'clock sounded and had 42 fathoms water, being distant from the shore between 2 and 3 leagues and the peaked mountain as near as I could judge bore east. After it was dark saw a fire upon the shore, a sure sign that the country is inhabited. In the night had some thunder, lightning, and rain. At 5 a.m. saw for a few minutes the top of the peaked mountain above the clouds bearing northeast. It is of a prodigious height and its top is covered with everlasting snow. It lies in the latitude of 39 degrees 16 minutes south, and in the longitude of 185 degrees 15 minutes west. I have named it Mount Egmont in honor of the Earl of Egmont. 154 This mountain seems to have a pretty large base and to rise with a gradual ascent to the peak, and what makes it more conspicuous is its being situated near the sea and in the midst of a flat country which afforded a very good aspect, being clothed with woods and verdure. The shore under the foot of this mountain forms a large cape which I have named Cape Egmont. It lies south-southwest 1/2 west, 27 leagues from Albatross Point. On the northeast side of the cape lay 2 small islands near to a very remarkable point of the main that riseth to a good height in the very form of a sugar loaf. To the southward of the cape the land tends away southeast by east and east-southeast, and seems to be everywhere a bold shore. At noon had variable light airs and clear weather. Latitude observed 39 degrees 32 minutes south. Cape Egmont bore about northeast, and we were about 4 leagues from the shore in that direction. In this situation had 40 fathoms water. In north part of Cook Strait. Sunday, 14th, p.m., had a gentle breeze at west. In the evening came to northwest by west and continued so all night and blowed a fresh breeze. We steered along shore east-southeast and southeast by east, keeping between 2 and 3 leagues off. At January 2nd past 7 p.m. Saw for a few minutes Mount Egmont which bore from us north 17 west, distant 10 leagues. At 5 a.m. steered southeast by south, the land inclining more southerly, but half an hour after we saw land bearing southwest by south which we hauled up for 1:55. At this time the weather was squally, attended with showers of rain. At noon had a steady fresh breeze at west by north and cloudy weather. The southwest extremity of the land in sight bore south 63 degrees west, and some high land, which makes like an island lying under the main, bore south-southeast, distant 5 leagues. The bottom of the bay 156 we are now in, and which bears from us south we cannot see, although it is very clear in that quarter. Our latitude by observation is 40 degrees 27 minutes south, longitude 184 degrees 39 minutes west. 157. Monday, 15th. Fore and middle parts, fresh breezes between the west and northwest and fair weather. At 8 p.m. we were within 2 leagues of the land we discovered in the morning, having run 10 leagues since noon. The land seen then bearing south 63 degrees west bore now north 59 degrees west, distant 7 or 8 leagues, and makes like an island. Between this land or island and Cape Egmont is a very broad and deep bay or inlet, the southwest side of which we are now upon, and here the land is of a considerable height, distinguished by hills and valleys. And the shore seems to form several bays, into one of which I intend to go with the ship in order to careen her, she being very foul, and to repair some few defects, recruit our stock of wood, water, etc. With this view we keep plying on and off all night, having from 80 to 63 fathoms water. At daylight stood in for an inlet which runs in southwest. 158 at 8 a.m. We were got within the entrance, which may be known by a reef of rock stretching off from the northwest point, and some rocky islands lying off the southeast point. At 9 o'clock, being little wind and variable, we were carried by the tide or current within 2 cables length of the northwest shore, where we had 54 fathoms, but with the help of our boats we got clear. At this time we saw rise up twice near the ship a sea lion, the head of which was exactly like the head of the male one described by Lord Anson. We likewise saw a canoe with some of the natives cross the bay, and a village situated upon a point of an island, which lies 7 or 8 miles with the entrance. At noon we were the length of this island, and being little wind had the boats ahead towing.